In 2017, in Tianfu's Rome city, Jiang Cheng was reborn. Inside a large bed suite at the Yiheng Hotel, he glanced at the unfamiliar woman lying beside him while staring at the screen of his phone. The messaging app on his phone was displaying a new text from his current girlfriend Zhao Jia. "Why aren't you saying anything? So now you've grown some nerve, is that it? You're not even afraid when I lose my temper." After reading through their chat history, memories surged up in his mind. Jiang Cheng pulled a mocking smile at the corner of his lips and typed his reply, "Let's break up." Zhao Jia had been his classmate in high school and his first love. Though she was petite and adorably pretty, she possessed one very obvious trait. She was obsessed with money. Whenever there was even the slightest holiday, she would insist that Jiang Cheng buy her gifts or send her cash. New Year's Day, Women's Day, Labor Day, Arbor Day. She would not even spare Army Day. Anytime Jiang Cheng failed to send her money, she would throw a tantrum, even condemning him in the name of love, accusing him of not caring for her, and then threatening to break up. In the past, Jiang Cheng had naively believed that Zhao Jia simply cared about spending every single holiday with him. He once treasured her like a beam of white moonlight in his palm, rushing to her side whenever she called, doing his utmost to fulfill every request. He licked at every opportunity to please her without leaving the slightest gap, loving her foolishly year after year. Back then, Zhao Jia would often tell him, "We're still students, so we can't hold hands, we can't kiss. Give me a bit more time. Once we get into university, it will be fine." Because of this, he truly believed Zhao Jia was a simple, pure girl to the core. Until they entered university, and she set her sights on some rich second-generation heir who was wealthier than Jiang Cheng, at which point she ruthlessly dumped him. From that moment on, reality delivered him a polite yet merciless slap across the face. After breaking up with Zhao Jia in his previous life, Jiang Cheng chose to stay and attend a local university. He spent several years outside as a spineless corporate drone, and when he finally could not endure it any longer, he returned home, intending to inherit his father's business directly. He had never imagined that after one night's sleep he would open his eyes and find himself living it all over again. And judging from the situation, this trajectory was already different from his previous life. Back then, after drinking himself drunk, he had simply gone home. In this life, however, his courage had grown, and on the very first day of rebirth, he discovered that he had actually wrapped his arm around such a stunning woman and brought her into a hotel room. Though events differed from before, the reborn Jiang Cheng did not shy away. Instead, he faced the situation he'd in, helping this woman undress and dispel her worries. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. The most tragic thing in the human world, he mused, was that a man could die, yet the sickening memories of his previous life would still cling to him. And the key point was that if he had just been given one more season, he might have climbed to the top tier in his game. Oh right, before his rebirth, he had actually forgotten to delete all those videos of his wives from his computer. He wondered if at that very moment in his previous timeline, his father Jiang Jianmin and his mother Li Yan had discovered those socially fatal videos. After a long bout of sighing, Jiang Cheng slowly accepted his current situation. After all, rebirth was better than transmigration. Thanks to this rebirth, he could change the regrets that he had failed to alter in his previous life, such as the matter of Zhao Jia. He knew there was no way he would tread the old path again. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Jia would soon be demanding another cash transfer from him. Sure enough, Zhao Jia's message came through at once. "Do you seriously not know why I'm angry? Yesterday was the summer solstice." Jiang Cheng let out a short derisive laugh and typed another reply. "Read the question carefully. I said we should break up." On the other end of the line, Zhao Jia stared at his message, her shrewd eyes widening in disbelief. They had been together for nearly a year, and in the past, whenever she grew slightly angry and mentioned breaking up, Jiang Cheng would rush over, immediately tail between his legs to apologize. Now he was actually saying he wanted to break up with her. This first time being the one dumped, left Zhao Jia unable to accept it. She immediately dialed his number. "Jiang Cheng, what do you mean by that?" "Exactly what the words say. Can't you read?" Hearing his voice so calm without the slightest hint of distress, Zhao Jia suddenly felt flustered. If they truly broke up, how would she cover her expenses once she started university? With that thought, panic flooded her heart. She only wanted Jiang Cheng to send her money. She had never truly intended to end things. Now she found herself riding a tiger, unable to dismount, and could only swallow her pride and soften her tone as she asked, "Why break up? Our personalities are different, and the things we like are different too." "How are they different? Aren't we quite a good match?" Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Different how? I like women, you like men. Our values simply don't align." Hearing this explanation, Zhao Jia exploded. What kind of excuse was that? He was blatantly making a fool of her. Did he really think she was so stupid and easy to placate? She snapped, "Jiang Cheng, I'll give you one more chance. Take this seriously." "Zhao Jia, I am serious. Let's stop here while things are still decent and part on good terms." "Fine, you said it yourself. Break up it is. Don't you dare regret it." With that, Zhao Jia slammed the call shut. Though a hollow feeling opened in her chest, as though she had just lost something important. She was already used to summoning and dismissing Jiang Cheng at will. She didn't truly believe he dared to break up with her. Looking at the ended call, Jiang Cheng exhaled in relief and then directly blocked Zhao Jia's number and messaging account. Congratulations to the host on activating the dream-come-true Tycoon System. Was there truly such a stroke of luck? Was he about to start cheating with a golden finger, launching a wild face-slapping journey, seducing beauty after beauty, and striding to the peak of life? Although Jiang Cheng's family had originally been in decent shape, with his father running a small construction company worth tens of millions, this was merely the total assets. Their family could only be considered moderately well off. Because he had just graduated from high school and had lived at home throughout those 3 years, his mother Li Yin only gave him 1,000 yuan a week in living expenses. Jiang Cheng remembered Li Yin telling him that once he entered university next month, she would give him 10,000 yuan per month. At the time, he had thought that was already a great deal. He had never expected that after all those years of devoted affection, he would gain not a shred of true love, but instead be granted an overwhelming fortune. The Tycoon System was activating. The host will earn 0.1 yuan for every second he exists in this world. Name: Jiang Cheng. Age 18. Height 182 centimeters. Face score 85. Level 1. System reserve funds 0 yuan. System income 0.1 yuan per second. Upgrade experience 0.100000. Jiang Cheng did a quick calculation. At level 1, earning 0.1 yuan per second meant each day he would gain 8640 yuan. Each month 259200 yuan. He had only been reborn for a little over an hour, and already he was on the path to the pinnacle of life, thanks to this. This was simply too delightful. Congratulations to the host on receiving a newbie gift pack. Would the host like to open it? Jiang Cheng silently voiced the command. Open the newbie gift pack. Reward: 1 Porsche 918 hypercar worth tens of millions. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host on receiving 10 million yuan in cash as a newbie bonus. 5 primary shopping crit bonus cards. Note: the primary cashback cards have a maximum effective consumption limit of 1 million yuan. Any amount exceeding the limit will be invalid. 1 set of friendliness scan system. The system's funds were currently being transferred into the host's personal bank card. System funds are traceable and fully legal and will not cause any financial or legal risk to the host. As this notification ended, a familiar alert tone chimed from Jiang Cheng's phone. Hearing it, he couldn't help blurting out an exclamation. He grabbed the phone and glanced at the screen. Your China Merchants Bank card ending in 5456 has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. Current balance 10032311 yuan. Then he noticed the Porsche-branded key that had somehow appeared in his hand. It was the first time Jiang Cheng had ever held such a solid, exquisitely crafted car key. At that moment, the system chimed again. Would the host like to activate the friendliness scan system? Activate, Jiang Cheng replied. Then he turned his gaze toward the unfamiliar woman nestled against him. Friendliness scan system activated. Retrieving target information. Name: Yu Xiaoxiao. Age 25. Height 165 centimeters. Face score 93. Figure 94. Privacy 1. Friendliness 60. Intimate state. The first few values were straightforward enough, but the privacy value left Jiang Cheng somewhat puzzled. He opened the system's explanation page. Privacy score refers to a person's private life. The number indicates the count of intimate encounters with the opposite sex. Reading this, Jiang Cheng instantly understood. That 1 under Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value referred to him, didn't it? This privacy stat was truly an excellent feature. Not only would it let him savor romantic ties steadily over time, but more importantly, it could prevent any green hat from being placed on his head. So this interpersonal scan system was essentially his lightning rod against emotional disasters. Yu Xiaoxiao was staring intently at Jiang Cheng. There was a smile in her eyes. She muttered vaguely under her breath. I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag, coming up with such a fresh and refined excuse to break up. Jiang Cheng looked at the breathtaking woman who had taken advantage of him. Beneath her naturally arched willow leaf brows lay a row of long, thick, curling lashes. Her nose was delicate and slightly upturned. Her enticing red lips were gently bitten. He couldn't help marveling again. What a mature woman with such a strong, domineering allure. Earlier that day, he had gone to a random bar to drink only because Zhao Jia was ignoring him again. Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to have suffered some heavy blow as well. The two of them hit it off in conversation, downing one cocktail after another. In no time, more than a dozen glasses had vanished, leaving them both thoroughly tipsy. What happened afterward was hardly surprising. What he did not know was what kind of romantic wound Yu Xiaoxiao had suffered that she would willingly bring him to such a place to heal. Although Jiang Cheng had just given her a precise treatment, a moment ago Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value toward him was still only at 60. This showed that she had not fallen for him at first sight. Either she had drunk herself senseless, or she was utterly despairing over some matter. Now Yu Xiaoxiao was propping her head up with one hand, a charming smile playing on her lips. With her other hand, she poked Jiang Cheng's lower abdomen. Just now when we were drinking, you kept saying how much you liked her. Turns out there really isn't a single good man under the heavens. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao joking at his expense, Jiang Cheng didn't bother to explain. You're drunk, he said. Before his rebirth, Jiang Cheng's dream had been to become a doctor who treats people at home. He had never expected that on the very first day after rebirth, he would already begin realizing that dream. Ding. Due to the host's excessive speed, the host is awarded a hypercar purchase crit bonus card, no amount limit, valid for a single vehicle. The host is awarded the skill Agile Tongue. Special note, this skill optimizes and enhances every cell of the host's tongue, making it more flexible and increasing its strength. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned. He tentatively stuck out his tongue and moved it slowly. He suddenly discovered that his previously somewhat stiff tongue had become incredibly nimble. With his current tongue, performing a little tongue dance would be effortless. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao sleeping beside him, Jiang Cheng's lips curled into a small Nike-like swoosh of a smile. The next morning after waking up, Jiang Cheng rubbed his throbbing head and discovered that the space beside him on the bed was already completely empty. Holding his breath, Jiang Cheng tilted his head and listened for a while, only to find the entire room deathly quiet. Turning to the side, he saw that beneath the phone he had left on the bedside table, there was unexpectedly a thick stack of red Huaxiao banknotes. Jiang Cheng picked up the note on the table. On it, in neat, graceful handwriting, were the words, "Thank you for your hospitality. I was very satisfied last night. This is your payment." Jiang Cheng immediately broke into a laugh. So she really took him for a gigolo. Still, as he always said, there was nothing shameful about making money. Judging from the thickness of the stack, there had to be at least 5,000 yuan there, as she was at the very least quite generous. In his previous life, he had actually never gone all the way with Yu Xiaoxiao, because at the final moment, he had suddenly thought of Zhao Jia, and in a panic had pulled up his pants and fled. In this life, however, after being reborn, he had not hesitated at all, and had gone at Yu Xiaoxiao hard once, and in the end, had even gone at her twice more. He had simply been too exhausted afterward, and had actually fallen asleep, unfortunately, without getting her contact information. After washing up and tidying himself, Jiang Cheng checked out of the room, then looked at the 5 primary critical strike cards, and the 1 supercar cashback card displayed in his system. Jiang Cheng understood what the cashback card meant, but as for the critical strike cards, did it mean that whenever he spent money there would be a chance for a critical strike to trigger? Would that critical strike produce more money? Or would it be experience points like equipment drops from monsters in a game? If it could explode into experience points, that would be ideal, but if it only exploded into money, that would be a bit dull. Hearing his question, the system chimed crisply in response. Host, the consumption critical strike card means that when you spend within a specified amount range, you have a chance to obtain a critical strike of multiple times the amount spent, 10 times, 20 times, and so on. The maximum multiplier for a primary critical strike card is 50 times. After comparing the possibilities for a moment, Jiang Cheng had already reached his conclusion. He had figured out how the critical strike cards worked. That still left the supercar cashback card. That supercar cashback reward had been granted because he had been a little too fast last night, a purely accidental bonus. At that thought, he could not help but recall Yu Xiaoxiao's expression of wanting to beat him up. He felt somewhat embarrassed. The first time he had indeed been a little overexcited. With so little experience, he had only cared about the speed of the ride. The card clearly specified that it could only be used to purchase a supercar. He currently had just over 10 million in his account. If he went to buy a supercar right now, he could only choose a model under 10 million. If he obtained the maximum 50-fold cashback, that would be 500 million. But if he first used up his 5 primary critical strike cards, then took the accumulated funds to buy a more expensive supercar, wouldn't the cashback amount become even higher? With that thought, a plan instantly formed in Jiang Cheng's heart. It was now 2017. Although Rongqing had already implemented home purchase restrictions back in 2014, because of economic issues, the policy had long since become little more than an empty shell. There was no explicit official announcement abolishing the purchase restrictions, but the developers adopted a coy, half-concealing stance. As long as you could pay in full, they could sell you as many properties as you wished. In truth, what truly restricted home buying was not purchase quotas, but loan quotas. As long as you did not need a bank loan, everything could be maneuvered. This was something he had learned from his father, who worked in the construction industry. He possessed 5 critical strike cards, each with a maximum consumption limit of 1 million, and Jiang Cheng planned to use them directly to buy property. After leaving the hotel, he followed the system's navigation and soon located the Porsche 918 parked nearby. Jiang Cheng pressed the Porsche's key fob to test it, and a moment later a response beep came from not far away. With that single press, the crowd of onlookers admiring the supercar nearby instantly erupted into excited chatter. A girl who had been posing with her phone next to the car immediately looked around, searching for the owner of the luxury vehicle. Jiang Cheng gazed at the black Porsche a few meters away, this little prince of the nightclubs, and could not help widening his eyes in astonishment once again. The car's looks alone would probably make any girl feel overheated the moment she sat inside. He wondered how the air conditioning performed. The woman who had just been draped over Jiang Cheng's car looked up to see such a young, handsome man walking toward her, and her eyes instantly went wide and unfocused. Jiang Cheng walked toward the car, casually glancing at the woman who had just been happily taking pictures with his luxury vehicle all on her own. He had noticed her from far away. Even with several people crowding around to watch the woman, her face full of the marks of modern technology, remained unfazed as she sprawled over his car, striking pose after pose for her photos. She was wearing a strapless top, a tight glossy bodycon skirt that hugged her hips, and a pair of black high heels. When she saw that Jiang Cheng ignored her and simply opened the door to sit inside the car, she immediately hurried over to his window. She flashed what she thought was a charming smile at him. "Handsome, is this your car?" "I honestly can't imagine it being yours," Jiang Cheng said with feigned confusion. The woman's expression did not change. Of flattering him, she replied, No, of course not. I just thought the car looked so cool I couldn't resist snapping a few photos. I wonder if you could give me a ride." "Does my car look like a taxi to you?" "Of course not," she said quickly. "But you look like you're especially good at fixing pipelines. How about coming over to my place to fix my pipes?" Silently, Jiang Cheng activated the friendliness skin system on her. Name Chen Liqui. Age 23. Height 168 centimeters. Looks 65. Figure 88. Privacy 28. Friendliness 90. Intimate state. A privacy value of 28 did not surprise him, but a friendliness score of 90 was simply over the top. This was precisely the kind of girl who believed that as long as you had money you were destined for one another, and worth fawning over for as long as the cash lasted. Looking at that privacy value, Jiang Cheng could only think, sorry, that price is too steep. Best leave her to the die-hard lechers in front of their screens. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Forget it. A fellowship of 28 fellow travelers is too crowded for me. I won't squeeze in. With that, he started the engine and drove off, leaving her behind. The woman was left standing there utterly dumbfounded. How had Jiang Cheng known? She hurriedly pulled a compact mirror from her bag, checking her face as she muttered, "There's no 28 written on my face." An elderly onlooker nearby, seeing that Jiang Cheng had turned her down, immediately chimed in. "Young lady, allow me to introduce myself. I've been professionally unclogging pipes for 30 years. If that handsome fellow won't do it, I'll handle it for you." At his words, the woman instantly exploded. "Pervert. Creep. Hey, now how can you say that about me, young lady?" the old man protested. "You call in someone to do house calls when you're young. Why can't I? Fair price for all ages. Do I clear everything? Get lost, will you?" The onlookers listened to their exchange and could not help bursting into laughter. Someone in the crowd added, "Sir, the pipe cleaning she meant might not be the same kind you're talking about." "How is it not the same?" the old man replied. "Don't worry, miss. Whether it's the proper pipes or the improper ones, I'm an expert at them all." Realizing she could not latch onto the big tree that was Jiang Cheng, yet still had to endure the old man's lewd teasing, the woman flushed bright red with anger and turned on her heel to leave. All of this that followed was of course something Jiang Cheng knew nothing about. The moment he settled into the driver's seat, the system automatically issued a prompt. Ding, rewarding the host with advanced supercar driving skills. No, considering that the host has not yet obtained a driver's license, the system has already resolved all licensing issues on your behalf. The entire process is legal and compliant. There is no need for concern. Looking at the driver's license that suddenly appeared in his hand, Jiang Cheng could not help exclaiming in awe. Driving the Porsche 918, now Jiang Cheng finally understood what it meant to wield a true tool of ostentation. In modern society, cars and houses had already become in many people's minds the symbols of wealth. Some might feel that a car is merely a means of transportation, not worth buying at such a high price. After all, such expensive vehicles were only for showing off. Yet in reality, when your status has not yet reached a level widely recognized by the public, items such as cars, watches, and houses are the best visible emblems of a man's hard power. For example, if you drive a Wuling, your relatives might think nothing of it. But if you switch to a Mercedes, they immediately feel you have made something of yourself, that you are impressive now. As the saying goes, when you are young and promising, you drive a BMW and never have to hail your own plane. Some people might point to Boss Ma's frugality again, but it is the same old truth. Boss Ma's social standing no longer requires such things to bolster his presence. After all, his face and his name alone are hard currency. Jiang Cheng, however, was different. Compared to old Ma, he was merely a newly registered player who had just received his starter gift pack. He had not even climbed to the rank of unyielding silver. So for the time being, he still needed such trappings to package himself. Though like old Ma, Jiang Cheng claimed not to be interested in money. What truly tempted him was standing at the peak of life with unspoken rules everywhere under his feet. That lure was immense, and he simply could not refuse it. So for now, the best approach was to continue packaging himself. He had barely driven 100 meters when Jiang Cheng spotted a real estate agency at the corner ahead. With a single glance, he steered toward the diagonally opposite side of the road. Why not go directly to a development to buy? Partly because he was lazy and partly because in the bustling center of Rongqing, how easy was it to find a brand new residential complex where you could still get a viewing. Wake up. This was the middle of a real estate boom. New developments were usually snapped up the moment they opened or handed straight over to the secondary market for the sales offices to harvest buyers. If you wanted to get in, the simplest way was still to go through a real estate agency. Before long, the car stopped across the street from the real estate agency. This agency is quite well known in their hometown and has opened many branches. The branch before him wasn't very large, probably just over 100 square meters. After parking, Jiang Cheng crossed the street and walked in. Upon entering, he found the store to be eerily quiet, with only 2 agents bowing their heads engrossed in their phones. When they saw Jiang Cheng come in, one of the girls quickly stood up. The other male colleague noticed her standing up and showed a hint of barely noticeable displeasure. However, unlike usual, he didn't stand up eagerly to compete for clients. Today, the other seasoned colleagues were either out for a stroll or had taken clients to view properties. At this moment, only the 2 of them remained. The other male agent was currently smirking lewdly while looking at his phone. Seeing that he was not making any moves, the girl immediately walked excitedly towards Jiang Cheng. With a warm smile, she greeted Jiang Cheng, saying, "Hello, sir. I am Xia Xia, a property agent from Lianjia. How may I assist you today?" Jiang Cheng nodded at Xia Xia, saying, "I would like to buy a few properties." Surprised that Jiang Cheng was there to buy rather than rent, Xia Xia immediately invited him to the reception room. Seeing Xia Xia's excited demeanor, the male colleague finally raised his head. However, noticing that a client was being attended to by Xia Xia, he quickly lowered his head again to continue lewdly looking at his phone. From Xia Xia's actions and demeanor, Jiang Cheng could tell that she didn't seem like an experienced salesperson. Although Xia Xia was very enthusiastic, her every move was somewhat clumsy. However, the threshold for working in real estate sales is low, with high personnel turnover. Coupled with unstable salaries, there are mostly newcomers. "Hello, do you have any particular properties in mind or specific requirements regarding the price?" Xia Xia asked Jiang Cheng, her face slightly flushed with excitement. She had been here for nearly 3 months and had heard from others that real estate agents made a lot of money. However, after coming here, she realized it wasn't as simple as the outside world claimed. Although there were many clients, she hadn't successfully closed a single sale since starting. All she had managed were rental contracts, earning only 1,800 yuan in basic salary plus whatever commissions she could grab from rentals, totaling just over 3,000 yuan a month. Although she was unsure whether Jiang Cheng would really buy, she would give her all whenever there was a chance to serve. "Please help me find a few houses around 200 square meters. Upon hearing 200 square meters, a large unit, Xia Xia quickly nodded, immediately pulling out a tablet to search for Jiang Cheng. After clicking a couple of times, she realized she hadn't poured water for Jiang Cheng, so she hurriedly set down the tablet and nervously asked, "Excuse me, sir, may I know your surname?" Jiang Cheng didn't show any signs of disdain for Xia Xia's flustered manner. It was clear she was genuinely inexperienced, but who hasn't had a first time? As it happened, Jiang Cheng quite liked those first-time experiences. Sincerity without pretense and without technique can be difficult at first, but with a little more patience, gently comforting and guiding her, allowing her to relax, the process would surely become very smooth. With that thought, Jiang Cheng opened the friendliness scanner. Name: Xia Zhiqiu, age 19 years, height 163 centimeters, appearance 90, figure 92, privacy 0, friendliness level 50, stranger status. Jiang Cheng frowned after reading it. Her rough hair was tied into a low ponytail and heavy bangs covered her eyes. Coupled with a pair of oval-shaped black glasses, what an outdated hairstyle. Is this non-mainstream? The girl before me looks like a 90 in appearance. Is the system malfunctioning? After Jiang Cheng made a sarcastic remark, the system responded. The system's appearance rating is based on the host's inner aesthetics. After the system said this, Jiang Cheng made another sarcastic remark. "I have reason to doubt your understanding of me. This girl is at most a 70. The system's judgment is based on deep scans calculating facial proportions and other complex formulas. The host need not question this. Just imagine if Wu Yinzu wore a hairstyle like Xia Zikius, his external beauty would also be covered." Oh, with this explanation, it seems to make some sense. Does that mean Xia Zikius' hairstyle is concealing her beauty? No wonder he hadn't noticed Xia Xia was beautiful when he entered. After all, let me ask, did you see that she was beautiful, Sadako? Jiang Cheng glanced at Xia Zhiqiu, noticing that one of her eyes looked exceptionally clear, like an untainted mountain deer. Such beautiful eyes were obscured by a heavy fringe, and wearing an ill-fitting uniform, even a movie star would look unattractive with this hairstyle. Xia Xia's skin wasn't the flawless white sort, and her hair quality didn't look great, clearly indicating she hadn't taken care of it much. So the appearance score of 90 suggests her facial features must be quite good. "Mr. Zhang, would you like some tea? Or juice?" Just a mineral water for me. Alright, please hold on. After saying this, she immediately turned and hurried out. Soon Xia bounced back into the reception room with a bottle of mineral water in hand. She enthusiastically opened it for Jiang Cheng and handed it to him, saying, "Please enjoy your water." Jiang Cheng nodded at her, saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Xia said, feeling a bit shy as she gazed at Jiang Cheng's handsome face. After taking a deep breath, she quickly picked up the tablet to search again. In 2017, the price of new properties in Rongcheng's Jincheng district was already around 200 yuan, while the average price in the current Jinyo district was about 1400 yuan. Aside from these two districts, the prices in other areas were only over 900 yuan per square meter, and in more remote locations the prices would be even lower. Of course, this is for new properties. Second-hand properties are usually about 1,000 yuan cheaper. "Are there any specific requirements for the area?" Jiang Cheng replied, "As long as it's convenient for living, preferably near a shopping mall." "Do you prefer a furnished apartment or a bare shell?" Clearly Xia's questions lacked finesse and were somewhat disorganized. However, considering this was Xia's first time, Jiang Cheng's patience was quite high, and he didn't cut through her directly. "A finely decorated one." Jiang Cheng's purpose in buying was to take advantage of the 5 initial critical hit cards. Moreover, the main goal was to occasionally avoid going home. After all, he couldn't just go out and stay in a hotel. He had to give the girl a home, right? Why not buy a few homes? Using the consumption critical hit card could yield a few million cash back. Thinking of this made him excited. Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, Xia narrowed down the search area further and selected a few options to present. "Mr. Jiang, take a look at these. The layouts and locations of these units are excellent, and there are commercial streets and office buildings nearby. The decoration style is also modern and trendy, and these units were originally decorated by the property company. The owners have never lived in them and are now listing them for sale." Jiang Cheng took Xia's tablet and began to look through it. The photos of these properties indeed looked like the finely decorated houses from the time of the opening. Generally speaking, the quality of such finely decorated houses can vary greatly, but compared to buying a bare shell, it is too troublesome. With 5 critical hit cards, the maximum amount for the basic critical hit card provided by the system is 1 million. Thus, Jiang Cheng planned to initially put down 1 million for each of the 5 properties as a down payment, then use the critical hit cards before paying the remaining amount. Seeing Jiang Cheng frown at the properties she had selected, Xia hurriedly asked, "Mr. Jiang, is there something you're not satisfied with? If you're not satisfied, I can help you choose some others." Jiang Cheng pointed at the more than 1 million housing options and asked, "Is there a purchase restriction here?" Seeing that Jiang Cheng was not dissatisfied, Xia immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Yes, there are purchase restrictions. For the first home, the down payment ratio is 30, and for the second home, it is. In other words, for the 200 square meter houses you are looking at for the first home, you only need to pay around 1 million as a down payment. However, if you want to buy a second one, the down payment would need to be nearly 2 million for the same area." Regarding these policy issues, Jiang Cheng had no objections. What he wanted to discuss was the payment issue, looking to exploit the windfall card by first paying 1 million and then paying the rest after the critical hit. Jiang Cheng nodded at Xia and said, "I want to buy 5 sets. Can I do that here?" Seeing that Jiang Cheng wanted to buy 5 houses at once, Xia's eyes widened in shock, and her round bottom even seemed unable to stay seated. Are you saying you want to buy all 5? Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. "Can it be arranged?" Mr. Jiang, there are purchase restrictions and loan limits on real estate. Buying 5 sets might be." Jiang Cheng directly transferred money to Xia, saying, "If 5 sets can be arranged, I can pay in full." Upon hearing this, Xia was not only shocked, but her breathing became slightly hurried. In full. Although Xia found it hard to believe, as Jiang Cheng looked to be around her age, how could someone at this age have 5 million to pay in full for a house? Internally doubtful, she did not dare to voice her concerns, and even nodded, "I'll have to discuss this operation with my supervisor, and I'll try my best to lower the price for you." "Okay, you can ask, but if it can't be arranged, I won't buy it, and we'll look elsewhere." This question made Xia feel a bit insecure. As a newcomer, she did not have much confidence. However, there are exceptions to purchase restrictions. It seems that as long as it's a recognized special circumstance or a special talent, one would not be affected by the purchase limits and could buy multiple properties. He'll give it a try. Although she wanted to earn the commission from these several houses, this desire was not enough to boost her. Don't you need to check them out first?" Jiang Cheng shook his head, saying that it would take too much time to look at so many places. "No need to check. Just contact your boss directly." Seeing Jiang Cheng so decisive, Xia nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. This was the first time she had seen someone buy a house so casually. His relaxed demeanor was like that of someone shopping in a market. 5 200 square meter houses would total 15 million. Was 10 million really just pocket money for people in big cities? Jiang Cheng curiously asked, "I can tell from your accent that you're not a local, right?" Hearing this, Xia shyly nodded, smiling sheepishly, as she said, "I'm from the Ganzi Tibetan area, in Ganzi Tibetan area. With the memories of his past life, Jiang Cheng recalled that a web celebrity had emerged from that region with skin as dark as Xiao Xia's, but eyes that were exceptionally clear. In just 7 seconds he exploded onto the internet, and his natural boyish appearance even altered the aesthetic standards of that era regarding the pale, slender male stars. However, although the scenery there was beautiful, it was essentially isolated with only mountains and rivers, and the economy was poor. No wonder Xiao Xia had to leave to work at the age of 19. Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao Xia's old model phone, which had a cracked screen. If I buy this property, how much commission? Xiao Xia was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's question, but still answered honestly. If you buy this property, our agency charges 2 of the transaction price, and the seller needs to pay us 1 of the transaction price, so the total commission would be 90,000. Jiang Cheng nodded. I know this, but how much can the referrer earn? Xiao Xia wondered why Jiang Cheng asked this question, thinking he felt she was getting too much. Although she hadn't been here long, she had seen some clients negotiate the agency fee. Some agents even promised to refund half of their commission to clients to sell a property. Xiao Xia nervously fidgeted with her hands. If the deal goes through, and it's a full payment, I can earn about 15,000 in commission for a house. Hearing this amount, Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. How many houses can your store sell in a month? Last month we sold 5, but they were all from the experienced employees, and most were small units, mainly around 70 to 100 square meters. After saying this, Xiao Xia seemed to feel it was a bit inappropriate, and added, although I've never sold a house before, I really appreciate you selecting me today. I will do my utmost to help you complete this transaction. Seeing her stammering and unusually nervous, Jiang Cheng smiled. Don't worry, just go boldly to discuss with your boss. If you can negotiate the deal, I'll give you an extra 15,000 commission for each house. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Why? Naturally, Xiao Xia, who lacked self-confidence, did not believe that Jiang Cheng would be interested in her. After all, in her eyes, she was so common and ordinary, completely mismatched with a handsome man like Jiang Cheng. I know what your doubts are. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you for now. But today is a special day in my life, and I'm in a good mood wanting to share my joy, so let's give you a chance for wealth. 50,000 is actually nothing to wealthy people, but for most families earning 40 to 50,000 a year, it's quite a bit of wealth. Yet at the same age, even ordinary families around him were bright, optimistic, and cheerful. This was the first time Jiang Cheng had encountered a girl like Xiao Xia, who came from the mountains. He admitted that he was a bit excited and a bit carried away after just receiving the wealthy system, eager to share this news like those who had won the lottery, but realizing this thought, he silently reminded himself to remain humble. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Xiao Xia's eyes turned red with emotion. After arriving in the big city, she felt the stark differences between people, especially during her first train ride to Rongqing. She remembered wearing an old cotton coat at that time, with her food being homemade flatbreads and a thermos that had long lost its insulation. Yet the child sitting across from her wore brand new clothes, eating KFC burgers she had never tasted, and drinking milk tea she hadn't had in over 10 years. It was the first time she felt the gap between people was like a chasm, realizing how small she was in this city. Upon arriving here, she found it almost impossible to find a good job due to her lack of education. After working as a dishwasher for several months, the restaurant owner, seeing her pitiful situation, introduced her to this real estate agency job. To save money, she ate the cheapest meals, and even refrained from buying a cup of milk tea, which young people loved. Often her extremely frugal eating habits would earn her disdainful looks, and even ridicule from her colleagues. But she never expected that a stranger like Jiang Cheng would extend a helping hand to her on their first meeting. Although Xiao Xia wanted to decline, the impact of poverty made it difficult for her to speak. For someone who had been afraid of being poor, why would she push away an opportunity that could change her life? Biting her lower lip, Xiao Xia gratefully said to Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, thank you. I will do my best. Please have a seat. I will find the manager right away and contact the property owners for these listings. Seeing Xiao Xia so excited, Jiang Cheng did not react much, waving his hand to signal her to hurry up and take care of it, then lowered his head to play with his phone. She immediately turned and jogged towards the supervisor's office. After reporting this matter to the supervisor, he was also shocked, but quickly reacted and took out his phone to contact the property owners along with Xiao Xia. At this moment, the male agents who heard the commotion revealed deep regret in their eyes. They never expected that being passive just this once would allow someone else to pick up the opportunity. The male agent even slapped himself several times in regret. It is known that even for houses worth hundreds of thousands, most people still need loans, let alone 15 million. Holding his aching face, he looked at his phone. Damn it, he spent $100 for this photo, and it ended up looking worse than a single abalone, making him want to If he had known, he should have gotten up to attend to Jiang Cheng. Perhaps those tens of thousands in commission would now belong to him. Why would he need to look at it through a phone? Seeing how much their supervisor valued this deal, it is likely that these houses will indeed be sold soon. After the male supervisor entered the reception room, he immediately extended his hand toward Jiang Chung enthusiastically, saying, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the supervisor here, Jiang Yuan. Thank you very much for choosing our Lianjia." "Hello, Supervisor Jiang." Jiang Yuan glanced at the desk in the reception room, which only had a bottle of water, and with an unhappy expression reproached Xia Xia, "Why didn't you make tea for Mr. Jiang? Is this how you treat guests?" Xia Xia immediately panicked and turned on the hot water on the desk, saying, "I'm sorry, Supervisor, I will make tea for Mr. Jiang right away. You can't use this tea. Quickly go to my office and bring the pre-rain long jing that is on the top floor." Seeing Jiang Yuan's unusually enthusiastic demeanor, Jiang Chung waved his hand and said, "No need to trouble yourself, I am not used to that." Jiang Yuan smiled flatteringly upon hearing this. It was rare to find someone so young who could pay 15 million in cash to buy a house in their Rongqing. Although he still did not know much about Jiang Cheng's family background, such a person surely could not come from an ordinary family. "You are truly young and promising, yet down to earth." After flattering Jiang Chung, Jiang Yuan immediately gestured to Xia Xia. Although the client stated he did not drink, one should not truly be unprepared. After all, in this society, connections are equivalent to monetary resources, and many advantageous relationships cannot be established solely by money. For example, if you have a relative who is a hospital director, or one who is a department head in an administrative office, or even one who is a big shot in law enforcement. These connections are not something you can forge just because you have money. If one day you need these connections, you can only rely on these so-called networks to make introductions. Moreover, wealthy families naturally have more elites within them compared to ordinary families, so the advantage of befriending the rich lies in this point. They have various channels to obtain advanced information. Not only can they provide you with business insights, but they might also be able to help you when you encounter significant troubles. Although merely buying and selling houses cannot form solid and reliable relationships for those who have been through the grind of society, they are willing to give it a shot if there is even a slight opportunity. Xia Xia, having received Jiang Yuan's hint, quickly exited the room. Jiang Chung naturally saw their little actions, but maintained a calm demeanor. Those who could reach the position of supervisor are naturally adept and tactful in their dealings. Jiang Chung asked, "Supervisor Jiang, how is the negotiation going?" "Rest assured it has been settled. The properties you are interested in are not far from here. 2 of them belong to the same owner, and the other landlords have also been contacted and are on their way." Jiang Chung nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, this efficiency was already quite high. Jiang Yuan, while taking the pre-rain long jing brought by Xia Xia, flattered Jiang Chung, "Mr. Jiang, are you a local?" Jiang Chung nodded lightly. "Oh, what a coincidence, I am too. It truly is fate." Jiang Chung merely smiled lightly, not taking the supervisor's words to heart. After all, in this world, where there is fate, there is also wealth. The following time was spent chatting with Jiang Yuan. One must admit that those who reach the position of supervisor certainly possess conversational skills. They want to draw out your background while asking in a manner that is very tactful and does not make you feel uncomfortable at all. However, Jiang Chung was someone who had been reborn and had spent years navigating society in his past life. Although he was not as seasoned as someone of their age, he still handled interpersonal relationships with ease. Soon after, the several landlords finally arrived, one after another. After entering the reception room, a few middle-aged men dressed somewhat elegantly looked at Jiang Chung with surprise. The young man before them was even younger than they had imagined. He looked like he was barely in his 20s, akin to their own children. However, there are indeed many low-key wealthy individuals nowadays. The group warmly exchanged greetings with Jiang Chung. After finalizing the details, they prepared to go to the housing authority to handle the paperwork. Ultimately, Jiang Chung signed 5 transfer contracts with the 4 landlords with a total property price of 15 million. According to industry practices, Jiang Chung paid a 2 commission fee for the 5 properties, 0, while the previous owners each bore 1, totaling 15000. Since it was still early, they took a car to the nearby housing authority to pay taxes and complete other formalities. Under the guidance of the male supervisor's connections, the process went very smoothly without any hindrance. Although everyone was a bit confused about Jiang Cheng's practice of paying 1 million first for each step, no one objected. After more than an hour, all 5 properties were successfully transferred. Once all the other formalities are completed, Jiang Chung will be able to obtain the property certificates. As Jiang Chung made the transfer, he also used a beginner's critical hit card, and a series of system prompts began to sound. Ding! Beginner's critical hit card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit multiplier of 15 times. Critical hit amount of 15 million. Ding! Beginner's critical hit card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit multiplier of 10 times. Critical hit amount of 10 million. Ding! Beginner's critical hit card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit multiplier of 40 times. Critical hit amount of 40 million. Ding! Beginner's critical hit card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit multiplier of 10 times. Critical hit amount of 10 million. Ding. Beginner's critical hit card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit multiplier of 10 times. Critical hit amount of 10 million. Congratulations host on leveling up again. The host earns 0.8 yuan for every second of existence in this world. Age 18 years. Height 182 centimeters. Attractiveness 85 points. Level 6. System reserve fund 4,890 yuan. This amount can be withdrawn at any time. System 0.8 yuan second. Upgrade experience 5 million out of 10 million. Jiang Cheng looked at the system notification, suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. Having spent 5 million, he received a critical hit resulting in an additional 85 million, which he used to pay off the remaining 10 million. In just one day, he acquired 5 properties instantly, making his wealth exceed 100 million. Jiang Cheng expressed his hope for more critical hit cards in the future. Moreover, the system had directly leveled him up to level 6. Earning 0.8 yuan every second means 48 yuan per minute and nearly 700 yuan a day. Is this what life is like after gaining an advantage? After completing the transaction, the former property owners and the supervisor eagerly added Jiang Cheng's WeChat and contact number. After adding him, they requested to treat Jiang Cheng to dinner, but he politely declined each invitation. Jiang Cheng said to Xiao, come with me for a moment. Noticing Jiang Cheng's refusal of their invitations, but calling over the young Xiao, the others displayed expressions of sudden realization. The male supervisor pointedly said to Xiao, Mr. Jiang has helped you complete the commission for 5 properties. You should treat him to a good meal tonight. You don't need to go to the company today, just spend time with Mr. Jiang. Xiao, a bit flustered yet obedient, nodded and said, yes, I understand, supervisor. After everyone left, Xiao nervously bowed to Jiang Cheng and said, Mr. Jiang, I really appreciate you. Let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, just give me your bank card number and I'll transfer you the money. Xiao understood Jiang Cheng's intention. At first, she was indeed very eager to receive the commission he mentioned. However, now that the deal was done, she would receive about 7,500 yuan as her commission from the 5 properties. Moreover, she hadn't contributed much throughout the process. She was mostly just a runner. The supervisor was the one who really made it happen, so asking for Jiang Cheng's money felt a bit embarrassing. No need, Mr. Jiang. I've already received my commission. Oh, I can't take more money from you. I've already been, Xiao said sincerely. Jiang Cheng understood the internal struggle in Xiao's heart. Not every child from a poor background is kind-hearted and naive, but Jiang Cheng knew Xiao was that kind of person. Think carefully. Opportunities like this don't come often in society. You won't always be so lucky to meet someone like me. The next client you encounter might not be as understanding, or they might impose certain demands on you, such as asking you to accompany them. I'm telling you to take this money. You should accept it. Life doesn't offer many chances. Seize them when they come. Don't wait until you need money later and regret it. Jiang Cheng's pragmatic words jolted Xiao into realization. She suddenly appeared flustered, her previously innocent and clear eyes now filled with panic. She had naturally understood the male supervisor's suggestion to accompany Jiang Cheng well. This phenomenon was not a secret in their real estate transactions. Moreover, she agreed with Jiang Cheng's point. Society isn't a sheltered ivory tower. Hard work, honesty, and kindness don't necessarily translate to wealth. On the contrary, if one is willing to endure hardships, they will face endless suffering. Her family's conditions were poor. What right did she have to consider others? What right did she have to refuse a windfall? Xiao looked down at her small bag bought from a street vendor. She gritted her teeth, opened the zipper, retrieved her newly issued bank card, and handed it to Jiang Cheng gratefully, saying, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Meeting you is my fortune. Jiang Cheng took Xiao's bank card, opened his mobile banking app, and quickly transferred 7,500 yuan to her. In truth, Jiang Cheng wasn't a saint. Xiao was merely a witness to his first day with the godly system. It served as a keepsake. The money has been transferred. I'll take my leave now. I hope you encounter more good fortune in Rong City in the future. Xiao accepted her bank card back. Coming from a poor background, she earned 7,500 yuan in just an afternoon, and with the commission from the 5 properties, she had a total of 1,500 yuan. This shock was overwhelming, leaving her momentarily lost for words. Watching Jiang Cheng's departing figure, Xiao mustered the courage to call out, Mr. Jiang, may I have your contact information? Seeing Jiang Cheng looking at her, Xiao's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, saying, I know a girl like me probably doesn't deserve to add you on WeChat, but if you have time in the future, I sincerely want to treat you to a meal. What do you think? Xiao awkwardly expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Cheng observed her bashful demeanor, staring at the ground, and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Looking again at Xiao Xia's friendliness level, it surprisingly jumped from 50 points to 78 points. Jiang Cheng pulled out his phone and opened his QR code. Scan this. Hey, I don't have time today, but we can go out for a meal next time. Seeing Jiang Cheng agree, Xiao Xia immediately took out her phone, nervously opened WeChat, and quickly scanned Jiang Cheng's QR code. At that moment, the system chimed with a notification. Due to your very reasonable choice on your first purchase, the system rewards the host with a communication card. Using this card on any goddess with an attractiveness score over 90 will grant a double happiness function. The card will calculate cashback based on the frequency and satisfaction of the other party. The card can only be used once. Jiang Cheng looked at this card and suddenly felt that the system was being suggestive. Was this his imagination? Surely, he wasn't misunderstanding. But is this system even a legitimate one? Why would it instruct him to be suggestive? However, under the pressure of financial gain, Jiang Cheng decided to find an opportunity to use this card properly. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng parked his car in the parking garage near his home. After all, having a car suddenly might raise suspicions from his parents. This was not something that could be easily explained. He returned home to the Eugene community. He saw his mother Li Yan carrying a plate of cut fruit from the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Cheng enter, she looked him up and down and said, "Oh, I thought who it was. You still remember to come home." Hearing Li Yan's mildly complaining tone, Jiang Cheng cheerfully took a piece of watermelon and bit into it. "Mom, the watermelon bought today is quite sweet." "Not bad." Li Yan rolled her eyes at him, snatched the plate, and walked to the living room, placing the watermelon in front of Jiang Jianming. Jiang Cheng followed behind, cheerfully calling out, "Dad." Jiang Jianming didn't say much, glanced at Jiang Cheng, and asked, "Didn't you say you were going on a graduation trip?" He asked, "Have you decided where to go?" Jiang Cheng was not particularly affected by his parents' reactions. Although he was their only son, they had raised him with a hands-off approach throughout his life. This was also due to Jiang Cheng usually not doing anything outrageous, so they were quite at ease with him. While eating the chilled watermelon, Jiang Cheng said, "I want to go to the Magic City. After looking around, I still prefer the more prosperous areas. I want to apply to Magic City University and first check out the environment." Jiang Jianming had no objections after hearing this. "You decide this matter. Your mom will transfer the travel expenses to you. Just handle it yourself." Li Yan glared at Jiang Jianming and complained, "He's just spoiled by you." However, despite saying that, she directly took out her phone and transferred 300 yuan to Jiang Cheng's. Seeing the WeChat notification light up, Jiang Cheng unreservedly accepted his parents' love, smiling at them and saying, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." The next day, Jiang Cheng drove his Porsche directly to the airport in Rongqing, and he showed no concern for the parking fee of 200 yuan per day. After passing through the ticket check, Jiang Cheng entered the economy class boarding area. When it comes to flight tickets, the first class usually has the most available seats. However, today's flight tickets were quite unusual. There were no first-class tickets left, only those for economy class. Thus, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to purchase an economy class ticket. It wasn't that he looked down on economy class. Yet a prominent figure once said that although both first-class and economy class flights reach the same destination, sitting in first class makes it easier to encounter various business opportunities. Although Jiang Cheng was not particularly interested in these so-called business opportunities at the moment, his desire to sit in first class was simply due to its spacious comfort, unlike the cramped economy class he faced. Being a tall guy at 1.8 meters, it was indeed uncomfortable for him to sit in economy class. He found his legs restricted as he sat in the aisle seat, feeling quite cramped. While Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly, a girl suddenly stood in front of him. Her melodious voice floated down from above, saying, "Are you Jiang Cheng?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng looked up in surprise. Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying was his high school classmate and the belle of their class. Jiang Cheng was a bit surprised that Zhou Ying recognized him. Although they were classmates, they had hardly interacted over the past 3 years, having barely exchanged a few words. The reason was simple. During high school, Jiang Cheng had devoted himself entirely to Zhao Jia, adhering to the principles of male virtue. Although at the beginning of the school year, he had quietly admired Zhou Ying for a while. However, he quickly gave up as he felt Zhao Jia was easier to pursue when faced with a choice. Yes, men can be quite realistic. Today, Zhou Ying was wearing a white spaghetti strap dress with a matching white coat. Although her outfit was quite ordinary, it perfectly highlighted her fair long legs. The simple matching combined with her impressive figure created a striking impact. Additionally, her prominent curves were astonishingly eye-catching. With such a tempting figure, her slender waist resembled a willow branch, delicate and inviting. The exaggerated contrast of her curves struck Jiang Cheng, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He couldn't help but wish to bury himself in Zhou Ying's alluring embrace. Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze, Zhou Ying slightly parted her pearly teeth, biting her soft pink lips. Her innocent demeanor combined with her fair skin, delicate features, and slightly curled dark brown hair radiated an aura of a goddess. Seeing Jiang Cheng still seated, Zhou Ying pointed to the seat next to him and awkwardly said, "Him sitting right next." "What a coincidence. After Jiang Cheng said this, a young man sitting in the aisle suddenly brightened up. He immediately stood up, instinctively making a suave gesture as if to slick back his hair. He turned to Zhou Ying and remarked, "It is truly my honor to accompany such a beautiful lady. Please go ahead." This overly dramatic, yet somewhat greasy action made Zhou Ying's expression awkward and stiff. After all, she was a school beauty. In a crowd, she would undoubtedly be the most eye-catching presence, even drawing the secret glances of passengers in front and behind her. Just as she was about to sit down, Jiang Cheng called out, "Wait a moment, I think I might be in the wrong seat. Your seat is 18A, right? I'm in 18B. Are you supposed to be sitting by the window?" Hearing this, Zhou Ying paused for a moment. She soon understood Jiang Cheng's meaning and smiled gratefully, her face slightly flushed. "Yes, I'm in 18A. I'm sorry, it's my first time flying." After saying this, Jiang Cheng pretended to apologize as he stood up to let Zhou Ying take her seat. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng move aside, Zhou Ying's lips curled into what seemed to be a shy smile. She quietly said to Jiang Cheng, "Thank you." At that moment, Jiang Cheng appeared both gentlemanly and helpful in resolving her inconvenience. The young man, seeing the beautiful woman had chosen Jiang Cheng over him, immediately turned sour. He discontentedly said, "Bro, that seat should belong to that beautiful lady, right? You can't just switch seats on an airplane. Wasn't I clear enough? Our business doesn't require you to get involved." After being confronted by Jiang Cheng, the man's expression darkened even more, but seeing that Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying were indeed familiar, he thought better of speaking up. He then cleared his throat, and still unwilling to give up, turned to Zhou Ying to strike up a conversation. "What brings such a beautiful lady to the Magic City?" Seeing the man trying to chat from a seat away, Zhou Ying frowned deeper and impatiently replied, "Just work, I suppose. You're so young and already working. We should be around the same age. I just graduated. My name is Qian Shun, and am traveling to the Magic City this time." Zhou Ying chuckled dryly before deciding not to engage further. Instead, her eyes brightened as she turned to Jiang Cheng, asking, "What about you, Jiang Cheng? Just out for a stroll, not much to do at home?" Zhou Ying, feeling envious, said, "That's great. So you are traveling, huh?" Before Jiang Cheng could respond, Qian Shun interjected, "I've been to the Magic City many times. If you're looking to have some fun, I can recommend some places for you. Or I can take you around beautiful." Seeing that Zhou Ying remained silent, Qian Shun, not discouraged, continued to flaunt his travel experience. "I'm not joking, you know. The Magic City has many pitfalls. If you lack experience, it's easy to get scammed. It happened to me when I first arrived, but now I've learned to avoid such mistakes, especially when it comes to hotel arrangements." Seeing that neither of them was paying him any attention, Qian Shun still had the audacity to say, "I have hotel arrangements that will pick you up from the airport. It's very convenient. My parents helped me set it up. So which hotel are you staying at? I can have them drop you off on the way. Otherwise, it's quite expensive to take a taxi from the airport." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh at Qian Shun's ostentatious display of having hotel pickup service. He figured out the underlying implication that his hotel was a rather expensive one. Seeing Jiang Cheng's expression, Zhou Ying subconsciously grabbed his hand. She then handed him one half of the earphone she had plugged into her phone, saying, "Do you want to listen to some music?" Her voice was soft, tinged with shyness and nervousness. Jiang Cheng clearly did not expect Zhou Ying to make such a move. His gaze fell on her hand, resting on the back of his hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. Her hand was smooth and soft, and suddenly holding it made him feel as if he were in love. When Zhou Ying noticed Jiang Cheng staring at her hand, her cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her hand. The man, seeing Zhou Ying and Jiang Cheng so intimately sharing music, felt a pang of discomfort and shot an annoyed glare at Jiang Cheng. "What song do you want to listen to?" Jiang Cheng leaned closer and glanced at Zhou Ying's playlist. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "This playlist looks a bit like mine on QQ Music." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying's expression became slightly awkward. It felt as though her little secret had been discovered, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed and uneasy. "Oh really? What a coincidence." Zhou Ying's voice sounded a bit unnatural as her gaze avoided Jiang. Jiang Cheng, not thinking too much, picked a light-hearted English song. Looking at the list of love songs filled with heartache, he quietly asked, "Did you just break up? Why do your songs sound similar to mine?" Hearing this, Zhou Ying immediately denied, I've never been in a relationship." After saying this, she continued, "But you were with Zhao Jia, right?" Jiang Cheng casually replied, "I broke up with her." Zhou Ying seemed shocked. "You broke up?" However, for some reason, a hint of joy seemed to flicker on her serious face. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Let's not talk about that. Are you going to the Magic City for work? Which district are you staying in?" Zhou Ying replied, "In Jinggan district." "What about you? Have you booked a hotel?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "Yes, let me check which district it is in." After saying this, Jiang Cheng picked up his phone to look at his hotel reservation. "It seems to be in Minhang district." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying leaned over, and upon seeing it, she couldn't help but be surprised. "You booked at Yanyan Yanyan is a well-known luxury hotel across the country. In the Magic City, it is also quite famous, and he has naturally heard of it." Each Yangyun Amon hotel is meticulously designed by specialized designers. Moreover, their hotels are only located in cities with considerable purchasing power, and the design style of Amon hotels varies from city to city with significant differences in architecture. The Amon in the Magic City has a particularly unique story. Every brick and tile within it has a profound historical significance. According to the official website, the more than 1,000 camphor trees and ancient houses inside came from the ancient village of Liuqing in Linjiangxi, over 700 kilometers away from the Magic City. This ancient village is set to be submerged under the lake due to the construction of a reservoir. The more than 50 ancient houses from the Ming and Qing dynasties in the village hold immense preservation value. Upon learning about this, philanthropists and entrepreneurs in the Magic City joined forces to invest over $3 billion to relocate these centuries-old ancient houses and camphor trees to Yangyun Amon. This action not only preserved historical relics, but also elevated the cultural depth of the area to new heights. Zhou had also stayed there with her parents a few years ago, so she had some understanding of Amon. Zhou said to Jiang Cheng, "I have been to Amon before with my parents, but we visited the Amon Hotel in Kyoto, not the one in the Magic City. It was indeed nice and the service was excellent, but there was no airport pickup when we went." Jiang Cheng shrugged. "This is my first time booking this hotel. However, they called me yesterday and mentioned they had an airport pickup service. I thought it was standard." "Then your booking might be on the pricier side. We previously booked a room that cost over 9,000 a night, and there was no airport pickup. I booked a garden villa," Jiang Cheng said lightly. Zhou Ying's eyes widened in surprise. "A villa type? Are you staying there alone?" Jiang Cheng nodded yes. "The villa type should be the most expensive suite." Jiang Cheng, "I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation." Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Cheng in astonishment. "Come on, as if you're not a rich second generation yourself." Zhou Ying was not only the school belle, but also one of the most famous rich second generations in their cohort. She was always picked up and dropped off by various luxury cars during her school days. At their innocent age, Zhou Ying had already been carrying a LV backpack and wearing Gucci sneakers. Because of this, although Zhou Ying was beautiful and had excellent academic performance, very few boys actively pursued her. Ordinary boys would feel inferior in front of a girl like her, who possessed such outstanding qualities. How could they muster the courage to confess their feelings? However, during her sophomore year, it was reported that something had happened to her family. Later, it was heard that the family's business faced a financial crisis, leading them to sell off many assets, and no more luxury cars came to pick her up. As Jiang Cheng thought about this, he felt as if he had said something inappropriate. Moreover, Zhou Ying seemed to have mentioned she was looking for work. Could it be that her family was struggling that much? After Jiang Cheng spoke, Zhou Ying's expression became a bit awkward for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. She forced a smile and said, "Where do I still qualify as a rich second generation? When my family was wealthy, my parents wouldn't even allow us to stay in a garden villa." Qian Shun, overhearing Zhou Ying and Jiang Cheng discussing the 8,000 per night garden villa without a hint of burden, suddenly changed his expression. At this moment, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, could these two really be rich second generations? How could they discuss such high-end topics? And staying at an Amon that costs 80,000 a night. If that were true, he would be utterly embarrassed. After secretly glancing at Jiang Cheng and finding that neither of them noticed him, Qian Shun quickly turned his head to pretend to sleep, not daring to speak again. Though he didn't know if Jiang Cheng was boasting, what if it was true? Seeing that Qian Shun didn't interject any further, the two began to chat about school matters. After all, they had been classmates for 3 years, and there were plenty of topics about school, so it wouldn't be awkward. Over 2 hours passed in an instant. During this time, Jiang Cheng used the friendliness value scanning system to check on Zhou Ying. Name: Zhou Ying, age 18, height 172 centimeters, attractiveness 96, figure 96, privacy 0, friendliness value 80. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the scanning system. He hadn't expected Zhou Ying to be so tall. If she wore a pair of 10-centimeter heels, she would be about the same height as him. However, her figure truly stood out, scoring a remarkable 96 points, and the key aspect being her sharpness was simply a bonus. The most surprising thing for Jiang Cheng was that Zhou Ying's friendliness value towards him reached an impressive 80 points. Could it be that Zhou Ying had been paying attention to him? In his astonishment, Jiang Cheng felt grateful to possess the friendliness value scanning system, for it revealed to him that he was quite liked by girls. Soon the plane arrived at the airport in the Magic City. At the luggage check-in area, Jiang Cheng was kindly helping Zhou Ying look for her suitcase. Seeing that Jiang Cheng only had a small bag, Zhou Ying curiously asked, "Don't you have any luggage?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "I only brought a change of clothes." Zhou Ying, upon hearing this, felt a pang of envy. "You boys have it so easy when traveling." Just then the pickup call from Yangyun Amon came through. After answering, a gentle female voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am your private butler Wang Yuyin for the garden villa you reserved. I have arranged a dedicated business vehicle for you, and the person holding the sign, Mr. Jiang at the exit, is me. Alright, I'll be out shortly. No rush, mister. Jiang, we will wait for your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng asked Zhou, where are you heading? How about I give you a ride? I'm going to stay at a friend's house. It might not be very convenient to go to Yanyan from there. No problem, I have no plans today, and the pickup car is free anyway. Zhou thought for a moment and smiled. Thank you then. There should be a lot of people taking taxis now. Oh, it's not easy to catch one. We are classmates, no need to be polite. Zhou didn't think much about it, and felt that Jiang Cheng was quite nice. Although Jiang Cheng had broken up with Zhao Zhao, breakup doesn't mean they couldn't reconcile. Moreover, having been in the same class for 3 years, Zhou felt that Jiang Cheng had never shown any particular interest in her. If it weren't for them being on the same flight, she felt Jiang Cheng probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to her. As for the reason she remembered Jiang Cheng, it was because he was the sunny and cheerful type of boy in their class, tall and handsome, and played basketball well. Not only did he get along well with many boys, but he was also quite popular among girls. During that tender age of budding romance, Zhou even had a brief period of secretly having a crush on Jiang Cheng. As the two individuals approached the exit, they saw several people holding a pickup sign with Jiang Cheng's name on it. Jiang Cheng walked over with Zhou. A glance revealed 2 young ladies standing there, beauty differing significantly, though one looked quite delicate, but scored around 65 in looks, while the other was considerably taller. Although she couldn't compare to Zhou Ying's stunning 96, this girl would undoubtedly stand out in a crowd. Jiang Cheng treated them equally, addressing both with a smile. Hello, I am Jiang Cheng. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Wang Yuyin, the private manager of the villa you booked, and this is my colleague Huang. The more attractive girl respectfully bowed to Jiang Cheng. Every villa at Yanyan is thoughtfully paired with a private manager, and seeing the more beautiful one made Jiang Cheng inwardly satisfied. He had long heard that once wealthy, not only would good people surround you, but even beautiful women would become commonplace. He never expected it to be true. After all, an 8th Samper villa is not comparable to a 200 per night budget room. It wouldn't be reasonable to have a subpar service. You get what you pay for. Jiang Cheng discreetly sized up Wang Yuyin, noticing she was wearing a sleek black 2-piece uniform. The typical office lady outfit accentuated her curvy figure perfectly, especially her long fair legs clad in black stockings, which were truly captivating. Jiang Cheng quickly shifted his gaze. After all, he was a good man. At this moment, Zhou stood beside him. Though he enjoyed looking at beautiful women, a good man shouldn't stare. Indeed, seeing Jiang Cheng focus solely on her made Zhou Ying's fondness for him increase slightly. At that moment, she felt that Jiang Cheng was not the type to value appearance overly much, considering how wealthy he was and how devoted he seemed. Just as Wang Yuyin greeted Jiang Cheng, and Zhou Qianshun was stealthily following behind Jiang Cheng. Although he had stopped talking to them after hearing about Jiang Cheng's 8th Samper villa reservation, he still found it hard to believe without seeing it himself. After all, Jiang Cheng was too young, and his clothing did not reflect wealth. If he discovered Jiang Cheng was boasting, he would definitely jump out to mock him. However, reality did not give him that. When he saw Wang Yuyin helping Jiang Cheng and Zhou load their luggage into the Rolls-Royce pickup car, his face turned pale, and he quickly hid behind a column at the entrance, fearing Jiang Cheng would notice him following them. He never expected that Jiang Cheng's words were indeed true. According to the information he found, only those who reserved villas at Yanyan could enjoy free Rolls-Royce pickup service. If you booked a different type of room and still wanted to enjoy the Amman pickup service, you would have to pay an additional 8,000 for their phantom pickup service. Although Qianshun was frightened and hid, the reality was that Jiang Cheng had long since forgotten about him and wouldn't care about his actions after disembarking. After all, he was merely an inconsequential passerby. Why should Jiang Cheng care about him? At this moment, after getting into the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Cheng turned to Zhou and asked, "By the way, what's your friend's address?" "It's this one." Zhou handed over her phone. "Manager Wang, please take her to this address." "Of course, Mr. Jiang." Wang Yuyin immediately nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng was their villa's guest, and he had booked for an entire. Naturally, the 5600 room fee included pickup and drop-off, so even if Jiang Cheng required her to run errands all day, she would have to comply. After dropping Zhou off at her destination, she took out her phone and said to Jiang Cheng, "Thank you, let's add each other on WeChat, and he'll treat you to dinner sometime." Since Zhou took the initiative to add him, Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't refuse. "Sure, I think I have your QQ." After Zhou scanned Jiang Cheng's QR code, she smiled and nodded. "Yes, we added each other in the class group, but we've never chatted before." After a comfortable hot bath, Wang Yuyin prepared a warm and nutritious dinner for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng enjoyed a light vegetable porridge along with various signature dishes from Amman. Wang Yuyin was attentively introducing several dishes to Jiang Cheng, making him feel quite at ease. "Mr. Jiang, this is South African abalone, a dish that combines abalone with Western-style egg tart topped with a white seafood sauce. This dish is highly rated, please give it a try." Jiang Cheng looked at the South African abalone, his eyebrows raised, his tongue involuntarily moving. It looks good and quite plump. He picked up a fork, pierced the abalone, and slurped it down in one bite. How is it? Not bad. The meat is very firm, but it's a bit salty. All right, mister. Jiang, you'll adjust the seasoning next time. Seeing Jiang Cheng had nearly finished eating, Wang Yuyan asked, Mr. Jiang, we happen to have a cocktail party tonight at Amman. As our hotel's super VIP client, you have an invitation. The invitation is on the table. If you're interested, you can attend. What's the theme of the cocktail party? This party is primarily for our hotel's platinum-level clients to mingle. There will also be a small auction featuring valuable jewelry and accessories. Authority appraisers and notaries will be present to witness the auction. If you have anything valuable as our VP, you can present it for auction. After listening, Jiang Cheng nodded, indicating he understood. Has the cocktail party started? It's already started. If you want to go, I can show you the way. Can I get in dressed so casually? Jiang Cheng asked, looking at his white t-shirt. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively, saying, of course. This cocktail party is only for internal VIP customers, so there aren't any special requirements. Jiang Cheng stood up, nodded, and said, let's go. Wang Yuyan nodded and led Jiang Cheng to the sightseeing vehicle at the entrance. Amman was exceptionally vast. It would take at least 10 minutes to walk. Soon the sightseeing vehicle arrived at another entrance. Several security personnel in black suits stood at the entrance of the cocktail party, while many waiters moved in and out with trays of food. Wang Yuyan respectfully said to Jiang Cheng, this way, Mr. Jiang. Afterward, she presented the golden invitation to the security officer, saying, this is our titanium card VIP, Mr. Jiang Cheng. After the security officer accepted Wang Yuyan's invitation, without glancing at it, he bowed to Jiang Cheng and extended his hand. Good evening, Mr. Jiang, please come in. Jiang Cheng nodded to Wang Yuyan, saying, thank you, Manager Wang. You're welcome, enjoy your time. Jiang Cheng stepped into the courtyard of the cocktail party alone. Inside the courtyard, only 2 or 3 people were casually walking around with glasses of red wine. Along the sides of the courtyard there were long tables with white tablecloths filled with a buffet. The tables were laden with a variety of exquisite foods, including king crab legs, lobster, sashimi, salmon, belly steak, and salads. As he walked forward, he heard the sounds of the host's microphone calling out bids. Stepping into the hall of the house, he saw a massive crystal chandelier hanging in the center, its soft light illuminating the entire room. In the center of the stage stood a female host dressed in a red gown, energetically calling out bids for a green jade plaque. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times sold. Congratulations to this lady. At that moment, everyone was focused on the auction item on stage, so no one noticed him. Jiang Cheng discreetly surveyed his surroundings, and after taking a look around, he casually found a seat towards the back. The arrangement of this auction was not extravagant. It was evident that it was not one of those serious and grand auctions. It seemed to be a small auction event bundled with a cocktail party, but there were quite a few people raising hands to bid, creating a pleasant atmosphere. After several rounds of bidding, Jiang Cheng began to feel somewhat bored, mainly because there was nothing that caught his eye. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a Patek Philippe enamel women's watch was brought to the stage. The female auctioneer introduced the watch. This enamel watch is a private collection of top watch collector Ms. Un. It is well known that although Patek Philippe's enamel watches are not expensive, each design is a unique piece. This means that once the design is created, only one watch is made. So there is no need to worry about duplicate designs. The starting bid for this enamel watch today is 500,000 with a minimum bid increment of 100,000. Let the bidding begin. Hearing this price, Jiang Cheng was somewhat surprised, not because it was cheap, but because it seemed rather expensive. The official release price for the Patek Philippe enamel watch was only a little over 100,000. However, although a few unique enamel watches are released each year, in reality these watches are often pre-ordered by certain super VIP customers before they even hit the shelves. Generally speaking, ordinary buyers have no opportunity to purchase them. With this in mind, he suddenly understood why the prices of these enamel watches are so high in the secondary market or at auctions. After all, rarity increases value. In just a short while, the price of this enamel watch had already reached 800,000. Looking at the enamel women's watch before him, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of his mother Li Yan. This watch matched his mother's temperament quite well. Finding a way to gift it to her would be wonderful. Just as the bidding was about to conclude at 800,000, Jiang Cheng raised his hand. After Jiang Cheng raised his hand, the host quickly announced the new bid. 900,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 900,000 once, 900,000 twice, 900,000 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Number 35 for winning the Patek Philippe enamel women's watch. After the female host struck the gavel, the people seated in the front row turned to look at Jiang Cheng. A watch that initially cost over 100,000 had suddenly multiplied in price, which was indeed extravagant. Soon a new auction item was presented on stage. Next we have a collection provided by Ms. An, Richard Mille RM056. Although this brand is young, established only 20 years ago in 1999, it has already entered the ranks of top watches. This RM056 is known as the king of watches, limited to just 10 pieces worldwide, with a starting bid of 15 million and a minimum bid increment of 500,000. Let the bidding begin. Hearing this price, Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned, not because it was expensive, but because 15 million seemed rather cheap. Before his rebirth, Jiang Cheng remembered that this Richard Mille RM056, resembling a children's telephone watch, had already skyrocketed to 25 million in the secondary market. But he quickly realized it was now 2017, and although Richard Mille was gaining some fame in high-end circles, it had yet to enter the public eye. What truly made it explode across the internet was the surge of short videos on Douyin in 2018. At that time, content featuring watches worth tens of millions was being pushed like crazy. The RM series became synonymous with rich second-generation standard. Jiang Cheng recognized this watch largely due to Douyin's big data recommendation system. His father Jiang Jianmin had always worn various Rolex watches, and influenced by him, Jiang Cheng had paid at least some attention to watches. Ever since he started using Douyin, the big data had been recommending various watches worth millions to him every day. Back then, Jiang Cheng often complained that Douyin had too high an opinion of him, recommending only series that he could. However, at this very moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt grateful for Douyin's recommendation mechanism, realizing it was laying the groundwork for his rebirth. Before his rebirth, he could only look at pictures, but after rebirth, casually buying one to wear on his wrist seemed feasible. Whether to buy or not was entirely up to Jiang Cheng's personal preference. At this moment, he raised his paddle without any hesitation. The female host glanced at Jiang Cheng again when she saw him raise his hand once more. Mr. Number 35, 15.5 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? After the host's words, a young man with slender arms and tattoos on his forearms raised his paddle. Mr. Number 8, 16 million. Mr. Number 8, 16 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised his hand again. Mr. Number 35 is 16.5 million. After Jiang Cheng's bid, the slender tattooed man raised his hand again. Mr. Number 8, 17 million. Jiang Cheng frowned and raised his paddle again, somewhat surprised that someone else had also taken a liking to this. In fact, there were only the two of them raising hands. No one else seemed interested in participating. At this time, those familiar with the Richard Mille brand were quite limited. Only the rich second-generation and wealthy individuals from the upper class would know. In a couple of years, as its popularity grew, you would see many rich second-generation individuals and celebrities wearing this brand's watches in nightclubs. Considering the future skyrocketing prices, this was indeed the perfect time to acquire this watch. After all, this RM056 is reputed to be the ticket to billionaire status, a symbol of the top wealthy second generation. Jiang Cheng raised his paddle twice, increasing the bid by 1 million. Mr. 35, 18 million. After the host called out the price, the tattooed man turned pale and whispered to a boy with white hair beside him. What the hell, who is this Mr. 35? So fierce. After saying this, he turned back to glance behind him. The white-haired boy, seeing that he hadn't raised his paddle, smiled and asked, Qin Xiong, aren't you bidding anymore? What the hell, how do you speak? Who's not bidding? Besides, I don't have that much money. The tattooed man replied. Seeing the tattooed man glaring at him, the white-haired boy skillfully shifted the topic and continued, Qin Xiong, regardless of whether you're bidding or not, you don't have that much money. The tattooed man smacked his lips and shrugged. Forget it, it's not about the money. The key point is that buying this for 18 million isn't worth it. With that money, I might as well buy 2 Patek Philippe's to wear. The tattooed man thought that buying this watch for 18 million was indeed a bit foolish. Although the design was beautiful, it couldn't compare to the popularity of Patek Philippe. Seeing the tattooed man say this, the white-haired boy nodded in agreement. I think so too. Who is this Mr. 35? He seems younger than both of us and looks unfamiliar, as if I've never seen him before. The tattooed man stroked his chin, a glint of interest in his eyes as he pondered, and said, I don't recognize him, but his taste is quite good. He picked the same model watch I like. Oh, he stole your thing, and you're praising him. I didn't expect you, Qin Xiong, to be so magnanimous. If he has money, that's his ability. What's there to be jealous of? I can only praise him for being impressive. While this is indeed Qin Xiong, your height humbles me. Get lost. As the two continued their lively conversation, Richard Mille was undoubtedly secured by Jiang Cheng. The next auction items were nothing special, all kinds of jade and emerald, causing Jiang Cheng to feel bored and start playing on his phone. The tattooed man and the white-haired boy, also feeling bored, whispered to each other and then stood up to walk toward Jiang Cheng. The white-haired boy was the first to speak to Jiang Cheng, saying, Hey man, how are you? Jiang Cheng looked up upon hearing this. At this moment, 2 young men had joined him. The boy who spoke to Jiang Cheng had white hair and was wearing Armani clothes. His overall demeanor appeared rather roguish. Aside from his hairstyle, the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and the branded clothes he wore added a strange. With a series of financial endorsements, he clearly indicated that he was not just a common street thug. Jiang Cheng did not recognize the boy greeting him, but he instantly recognized the other slender man beside him whose hands were covered in tattoos. Wasn't he the emperor of Shanghai Qin Fan who often appeared on Douyin in his previous life? Upon seeing the other party extend his hand, Jiang Cheng also shook it, and said, "I'm Jiang Cheng. Hello, I'm Qin Fan, and this is Wang Zheng. By the way, I was the one competing with you for the Richard Mille watch just now." Qin Fan extended his tattooed hands toward Jiang Cheng. After shaking hands again, Jiang Cheng opened his mouth and said, "I've seen your news, Emperor of Shanghai." Indeed, he was the wealthy second-generation emperor of Shanghai, frequently seen on Douyin. In the precious land of Shanghai, he was referred to as the richest second generation in the magic capital. When people mention rich second generation, the first impression might be of Wang Tsong. After all, Qin Fan wasn't as ostentatious as Wang Tsong, but that was also because his background wasn't as clean as Wang Kongkong's family. Wang Tsong once posted on Weibo saying, "I don't care if my friends have money, after all none can match." Then Qin Fan commented with a simple three-word response, "What about me?" That time Wang Tsong unusually did not reply. It's unknown if it was due to disdain or other reasons, but they had some previous connections and were even photographed dining together. Qin Fan became famous due to a very ostentatious and viral photo of him in the ring. After crashing his 30 million Ferrari, he sat calmly in the car playing on his phone. He even calmly tweeted, "I view everything lightly." Although to many ordinary people he seemed to have a powerful background and a complicated family. However, Jiang Cheng knew their family's rise was due to shady dealings in the past, and while their history might not be clean by his generation, they had begun to rehabilitate their image. Now he was clearly a representative of the wealthy second generation. Seeing Jiang Cheng's remark, Qin Fan smiled and shrugged, waving his hand. "There are many people in Shanghai better than me. That title is just something netizens made up. Don't mention it. I feel embarrassed myself, and besides, look at you, you were much more impressive just now." Jiang Cheng didn't explain and simply smiled lightly. "I just happen to like that watch." "You also like luxury watches?" Qin Fan asked with great interest. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Honestly, I can't say I like them. I've never bought one before. This is my first time just looking for something new." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wang Zheng and Qin Fan exchanged glances and then began to scrutinize Jiang Cheng again. Seeing that Jiang Cheng indeed wasn't wearing a watch, they couldn't help but be even more surprised. Buying a watch for over 10 million on your first purchase. That's too impressive. To be honest, I know quite a few people in the circle in the magic capital, but you look a bit unfamiliar. I should have met someone like you before. Wang Zheng looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "I just arrived in the magic capital yesterday." "No wonder. I wondered how we wouldn't know someone like you. It turns out you're not from this circle, eh? So are you here to develop in the magic capital?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I plan to attend university here and just came to have a look first." "What? You're only 18. That's quite impressive." Both of them couldn't help but be secretly amazed and naturally surprised by Jiang Cheng's financial capacity at such a young age. Although the two of them came from decent families, they didn't have such liquid assets to dispose of at 18. At most, their monthly allowance was only in the hundreds of thousands, let alone being able to take out over 20 million to buy a watch at once. "Just an ordinary family," Jiang Cheng honestly replied. "The way you say it with your conditions being ordinary, does that mean we're just garbage collectors?" Wang Zheng replied nonchalantly. "All right, stop pretending. There probably won't be anything good to auction next. This watch should still be the highlight of the night. How about we go check out your watch?" Qin Fan suggested, as he was indeed very interested in that watch. Jiang Cheng shrugged casually and nodded. "All right." After saying this, the three of them went to the notarization office where Jiang Cheng filled out the auction certificate and confirmation documents, then transferred the money directly to their account. At this moment, the system chimed with a notification. "Ding. Congratulations, the host has leveled up again. The host earns 1 yuan for every second spent in the world." Name: Jiang Cheng. Age: 18 years. Height: 182 centimeters. Appearance: 85 points. Level 7. System reserve funds: 36780 yuan can be withdrawn at any time. System: 1 yuan second. Experience needed for upgrade: 2456000. The 1 yuan earned every second means 60 yuan a minute, 3600 yuan an hour, and 8640 yuan a day, turning into a monthly salary of 25920 yuan. His annual salary would directly exceed 30 million. At this rate, even if Jiang Cheng did nothing and just relaxed every day, he would already surpass 99 of people. However, Jiang Cheng was not satisfied. For ordinary people, 30 million might be a lot, but for those born at the top, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Just considering the current housing prices in Rongqing, a single room costs over 100,000 or even 200,000. If you want to buy a villa, it starts at least at 50 million. In Rongqing, 50 million can still buy a villa, but in the magic capital where every inch of land is precious, 50 million can only buy a few hundred square meters of an apartment. If one wants to buy a villa in the magic capital, it would require at least 1 or 200 million. Take the Thompson Riviera as an example. There are countless apartments priced at 1 or 200 million. If you want to take it a step further to buy a house in our capital, Yinjing, the prices are another matter altogether. For instance, the Richard Mille RM056 costs 18 million, while the Patek Philippe astronomical tourbillon watch is priced at over 17 million. Although the watch Jiang Cheng bought now seems luxurious, it is merely a stepping stone. The luxury cruise ships and private jets owned by Mr. Ma would require several small fortunes to acquire. Therefore, Jiang Cheng felt that he couldn't yet be considered a true wealthy person. He could barely be regarded as a corner of the nouveau riche still belonging to the tier of not so rich. To step into a life of grandeur, he needed to continue striving hard. Looking at the system reserve funds reaching 367,280 yuan, he clicked on the withdrawal. The next second, he received a text message confirming the transferred funds. After obtaining the watch, Jiang Cheng generously placed it on the table for the two of them to admire. The three of them looked at the exquisite box containing the Richard Mille and couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks amazing." The entire watch band was made of sapphire, and the azure dial with its hands moving second by second revealed countless precise gears before them, exuding a wild charm like a ferocious engine. This Richard Mille RM056 truly exudes a sense of novelty, a futuristic feel, a technological vibe. It's simply pure mechanical aesthetics. After seeing the actual object, Jiang Cheng finally understood why the Richard Mille brand, having been established for only 15 years, could rival the king of watches Patek Philippe in terms of price and status. In contrast to the stable and gentlemanly Patek Philippe, Richard Mille appeared more like a vibrant, trendy young man full of vigor and edge, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic of today's youth. As the three of them chatted while admiring the watch, Jiang Cheng inadvertently glanced at the beautiful women around, only to spot a familiar figure sitting in the corner of the party. Seeing that figure, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile. After adding Wang Zheng and Qin Fen on WeChat, he eagerly walked over to that figure. "You Xiao." As soon as Jiang Cheng spoke, Yu Xiao slowly raised her head, looking at him with a slight. 3 seconds later, she covered her mouth in a state of panic, her slender and translucent finger slowly pointing at Jiang Cheng. "You are." That night, Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Xiao's flustered expression and suddenly found it a bit interesting. Instinctively, Jiang Cheng extended his tongue toward Yu Xiao, performing a skill of nimble tongue movement, directly curling his tongue into 3 parts. Facing Jiang Cheng's expression, Yu Xiao couldn't help but squeeze her long legs beneath her black bodycon skirt. Memories of their first encounter rushed back, and her heart raced with anxiety. Seeing Yu Xiao's reaction, thoughts of soft pink fantasies resurfaced in Jiang Cheng's mind. He noticed that tonight she was wearing a white halter top and a tight-fitting bodycon skirt paired with nude high heels. Her slightly curled hair was swept back, and around her elegant swan-like neck hung a pendant necklace. Jiang Cheng lowered his head, gazing at the peaks before him, recalling the snow-covered Mount Everest from the books he had read. How majestic and profound it appeared. After staring at the necklace for several seconds, Jiang Cheng still couldn't discern whether the pendant was set with a gemstone or a diamond, as it was currently hidden between 2 large bowls. Blocked so thoroughly it was challenging to see clearly. The exquisite features of Yu Xiao, along with her snow-white legs so close, stirred something in Jiang Cheng's heart, a feeling akin to falling in love. Noticing Jiang Cheng's unabashed gaze, Yu Xiao playfully shot him a glance. "Stinky little brother, have you seen enough?" Jiang Cheng grinned and replied, "Not yet. Why don't we go to my place later for a better look? You have quite the imagination." "Of course. With a beauty like you around and money to be made, why wouldn't I?" Yu Xiao blushed slightly at Jiang Cheng's words. "I thought you were still a student at just 18. So I was looking out for you since you've put in effort. I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Everyone who can come here tonight is wealthy." Yu Xiao is also an internal member of Yanyan Amon, because she is the operations manager of Tianqing Entertainment. She usually helps some investors and partners book hotels. Their company generally arranges for clients to stay at this high-end hotel, and after booking several times, she became a platinum member of Amon. She decided to come here out of boredom tonight, not expecting to run into Jiang Cheng. "I was just thinking too much, or I really am a student, and particularly need your guidance." Yu Xiao smiled, but her peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Cheng wearing a Richard Mille watch and "Is this? You were number 35 earlier." Jiang Cheng nodded. "So the party is winding down. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Would you like to join me for some tea to sober up?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "So the party is winding down. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Would you like to join me for some tea to sober up?" Upon learning that Jiang Cheng was a super-rich second-generation, Yu Xiaoxiao's interest in him intensified. After all, she believed that wealthy second generations like Jiang Cheng were usually all about mutual benefit, and they rarely had true feelings. And just so happened that what Yu Xiaoxiao wanted most was exactly that, having fun together without any emotional entanglements. This is also why she didn't exchange contact information after meeting Jiang Cheng for the first time. Though their first encounter was due to drinking, Yu Xiaoxiao had no regrets after sobering up. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Cheng with a flirtatious gaze and said generously, "All right, since we've pretty much had enough to drink, shall we leave now?" Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude towards him, Jiang Cheng felt somewhat puzzled. According to the system's prompt, Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value was 1, which Jiang Cheng knew represented himself. He should be her first man, as she shouldn't be that kind of casual girl. Moreover, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value was only 65 points, which was even lower than Zhou Ying's. To be honest, that friendliness value was far from enough to allow a girl to get close to him. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao had already wrapped her arms around Jiang Cheng's, and as a good man, he naturally couldn't refuse a proactive woman. The two of them affectionately walked out of the door of the cocktail party, heading towards the villa that Jiang Cheng had booked. Upon arriving at the villa, Yu Xiaoxiao looked around and said, "This is my first time at the villa. It certainly lives up to the price of 810 a night. It's full of ancient charm, and even the chairs are made of agarwood." On the side, Wang Yuyan noticed that Jiang Cheng had brought back a very beautiful woman. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had no other requests, she tactfully led the person away. At this moment, only the two of them were left in the room. Jiang Cheng took a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets from the nearby wine cabinet. After opening it, he filled the glasses and handed one to Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the wine glass handed over by Jiang Cheng and teased with a smirk, "Stinky little brother, are you trying to get me drunk again?" Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, "I remember your drinking capacity is even better than mine. Last time you drank more than I did." Yu Xiaoxiao gently swirled the wine in her glass before starting to drink it heartily. Her demeanor seemed to suggest she wanted to intoxicate herself. Jiang Cheng noticed Yu Xiaoxiao's emotions, but he didn't ask about the reason. The two of them soon found themselves on the outdoor chairs of the villa, enjoying the moonlight while drinking and chatting. Before long, the bottle of red wine had been almost completely consumed by the two of them. Jiang Cheng was somewhat surprised by his own drinking capacity. In the past, 2 glasses would have been his limit, yet now he still felt clear-headed. Could it be that his drinking capacity improved after his rebirth? Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao, whose face was flushed and somewhat tipsy, Jiang Cheng knew it was about time. Putting down his glass, he walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao's side and leaned close to her, whispering, "Are you drunk? Let me carry you back to your room for some rest." Feeling the warm breath by her ear, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver. She gazed at Jiang Cheng with hazy eyes and smiled, asking, "Really resting?" Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's captivating gaze and sensual lips, Jiang Cheng's heart couldn't help but race. Damn, this is the feeling of being in love. Of course, but let me give you a shot of an antidote before you rest. Just 1 shot. She remembered that last time she had several shots, which left her feeling unwell for a few days afterward. Jiang Cheng chuckled at her words and directly answered Yu Xiaoxiao with an action. He pressed his lips against her sensual red lips, slowly beginning to invade her territory. After a few seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao lightly pushed Jiang Cheng's hand, but soon stopped resisting. After a few more moments, she began to emit soft moans and her hands began to climb up Jiang Cheng's neck. An hour later, the system suddenly chimed with a prompt. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the milking skill. Mastering a variety of hand skills is an essential skill for a wealthy individual. Please explore the intricacies of this skill, host." Jiang Cheng wholeheartedly agreed with the system's words. Now he still had 63 million in his bank account, and with the addition of the wealthy system, his money would only increase, never decrease. Money was no longer important to Jiang Cheng. He simply wanted a skill to rely on. The next day, upon waking, Yu Xiaoxiao was missing again. Looking at the empty space beside the bed, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but glance at his now agile hands, recalling the shape from last night, and an involuntary smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This is truly remarkable." After last night, Yu Xiaoxiao's affection for him had skyrocketed by 20 points, reaching a total of 85. The rapid increase in Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness towards him was partly due to the new skill he had acquired. After finishing his meal, Jiang Cheng sat in the luxurious Rolls-Royce provided by his company, heading towards the Ferrari showroom on the north bank of Suzhou River in the bustling district of Magic City. The security guard took a glance and immediately let them pass. The presence of a Rolls-Royce was indeed imposing. The sales staff, noticing a customer arriving in a Rolls-Royce, hurriedly approached Jiang Cheng, saying, "Good day, sir. Welcome to the Ferrari sales center. It's a pleasure to serve you. Do you have an appointment?" "No," Jiang Cheng replied, shaking his head. "Okay, may I have your name?" "My surname is Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang, and the sales associate here. You can call me Xiao Yun." Xiao Yun inquired thoughtfully, "Do you have a specific model in mind?" If not, I can take you to the lounge for some tea and introduce you to our various Ferrari models. Do you have any cars available for viewing? I would like to see them directly, Jiang Qing asked. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yin responded, yes, right this way. Let me introduce you to our Ferraris. Although Xiao Yin did not seem to underestimate Jiang Qing due to his youthful appearance, he felt a bit disappointed looking at her slightly more mature face. Where were the scenarios in novels where one could easily nurture luxury car salespeople? In reality, if you want to become a luxury car sales associate, you need at least several years of experience. Moreover, past sales metrics must be met to qualify for the position. Salespeople for high-end brands like Ferrari should have annual sales exceeding 100 million yuan. After all, their base salary is relatively high, usually starting from 500 to 100 yuan. Sales associates with such experience are typically in their 30s to 40s. Unless you are exceptionally skilled right out of school, it usually takes years to reach that level of expertise. Thus, it is almost impossible to find someone who just graduated and can sell luxury cars. While there might be some chance in ordinary brands aspiring to sell top-tier luxury cars right after graduation, good luck. You might as well go to sleep and dream about it. As the sales associate led him into the showroom, Jiang Qing looked around. The entire store was rather quiet seemingly, with only him as a customer. However, as Xiao Yun guided him around, Jiang Qing noticed another man and woman in the store looking at cars. The two appeared quite out of place together. The male customer was a middle-aged man approximately 170 centimeters tall, with a stocky build and an aura of greasiness about him. Jiang Qing could even see the reflection on the top of his head. In contrast, the woman beside him not only had a delicate face, but also an exceptionally stunning figure. Just the profile view of her curvy silhouette would outshine 80% of other women. At that moment, three sales associates were attentively explaining a vibrant red LaFerrari to them. So if you think this car is good, then I'll buy it. How about I take you for a ride when we pick it up? Said the middle-aged man, winking at her in a greasy manner. The woman referred to as Su Wan frowned slightly and awkwardly replied, Mr. Huang, you are too kind. Buying a car is a serious matter. You must decide for yourself since you will be the one driving it. My opinion isn't that important. Why are you being so formal? Once the show is filmed, I'll pick you up from work every day. Whatever car you want, will provide it. No need for that, Mr. Huang. Our filming schedule is quite hectic. It would be too much trouble for you. Besides, that's the assistant's job. I'm here today mainly to discuss the project with you. Before she could finish, the greasy man interrupted, as long as you agree, the leading role will naturally. With that, he immediately attempted to put his arm around Su Wan. Seemingly accustomed to such situations, Su Wan reacted swiftly, stepping back awkwardly. Mr. Huang, I still stand by my words. You are too kind. I just want to focus on acting and nothing else. While they were conversing, the arrival of Jiang Qing with Xiao Yun drew everyone's attention. As Xiao Yun brought over a very handsome man, not only the sales staff, but even Su Wan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qing a few more times. Their eyes met, and Jiang Qing suddenly felt that the exquisitely beautiful woman before him looked strikingly familiar. Surname Su. A celebrity. Su Wan. After observing for a moment, Jiang Qing finally recalled her identity. Su Wan, one of the rising stars in the entertainment industry a few years later. Although she was still an unknown at this time, she would indeed become quite popular before Jiang Qing's rebirth. He never expected that she would look even more exquisite in person than on television. With her bright peach blossom eyes and sweet youthful voice, what man wouldn't be smitten? Moreover, the most memorable image was her stunning photo taken after a swim. She was popularly known as Big Bull. Her figure was truly top-notch. Anyone who saw her would likely first think of developing a close relationship. Looking at Su Wan's humble demeanor, Jiang Qing knew he wasn't mistaken. This situation was indeed that of a small celebrity. Otherwise, why would she accompany a balding middle-aged man to look at cars? The three female salespeople besides Su Wan scrutinized Jiang Qing up and down with their eyes. After spending a long time in the luxury car sales industry, one tends to develop a subconscious bias seeing people through tinted lenses. Although Jiang Qing's outfit was not particularly outstanding, his handsome appearance, rated at 85 points, still made the women present feel refreshed. Standing at 182 meters tall, his naturally tousled hair showed no signs of dyeing or styling. With fair skin and a handsome, refined face, he was the kind of clean-cut, attractive young man who would catch the eye of any normal woman. The middle-aged man, noticing that the women around him were captivated by Jiang Qing, turned his head with irritation to glance at Jiang Qing. He thought to himself that although Jiang Qing was young and handsome, tall and robust, there was nothing particularly special about him. His attire was quite ordinary. What was there to be impressed by? After a quick glance, the middle-aged man inwardly mocked these women for being so superficial. Can good looks put food on the table? He had also noticed the watch on Jiang Qing's wrist. It was completely transparent, making it difficult to discern. For someone like Huang Ming, who only paid attention to Rolex and Patek Philippe, he didn't recognize any of the newer watch brands, so he automatically considered Richard Mille to be a low-end watch. Jiang Cheng had also heard some of the conversation between Su Wan and the middle-aged man. It seemed that the middle-aged man had used some leverage to get Su Wan to agree to certain things. As for what those things were, everyone was well aware. Jiang Cheng did not give Su Wan or Huang Ming another glance, but instead focused on exploring the series of displays in the store under Xiao Yun's introduction. Seeing that it was Jiang Cheng's first time at Ferrari, Xiao Yun diligently introduced him to Ferrari's history and philosophy. At that moment, she stood in front of a huge wall of car molds pointing to their most iconic model and saying, "This is your first time at a Ferrari showroom, isn't it?" Xiao Yun enthusiastically introduced, pointing to the massive wall of car molds. These molds are all replicas of the originals. Take a look at this model. It is our flagship supercar, the LaFerrari, which is known as one of the three divine cars alongside the McLaren P1 and Porsche 918. It became a collectible model after its release in 2013. Having lived again, this was Jiang Cheng's first time seeing these high-end car molds and leather samples up close, and he found it refreshing. With Xiao Yun's introduction, his attention was completely captivated by the bright red LaFerrari in front of him. Honestly, isn't this kind of supercar just a little toy that every man dreams of owning? To be honest, although supercars are not practical, before owning one, Jiang Cheng admitted that he felt a bit moved when he saw supercars whizzing by on the road. Even though he already owned a 918, what harm would come from having another one, especially since it was a freebie from the system? The LaFerrari was likely the most expensive model in their lineup. With his supercar voucher, he could only buy one car. If he could buy this LaFerrari, it would be worth it. Although Jiang Cheng had never bought a LaFerrari, he had heard that purchasing such a car required certain accompanying conditions, but he genuinely did not know what those were. Jiang Cheng was not one to hesitate. Money emboldened men. He was no longer the shy boy who would blush and feel embarrassed from a few careless remarks. After all, only insecure people feel humiliated and angry when someone points out their mistakes. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was in a confident state of being young and accomplished. With the mindset of asking, when unsure, he directly asked, "I heard that there are some conditions to buy your LaFerrari." Xiao Yun maintained her standard smile. Yes, only 499 LaFerraris are produced globally, including hardtop versions, and production ceased in 2016. What we have in the store are a few display models or leftover quotas. The purchase requirements are very strict. First, asset verification is needed. Liquid assets must exceed 100 million, and secondly, you must be a long-time Ferrari customer, owning at least 3 Ferrari models, and having no record of reselling limited edition cars to be eligible to apply. Seeing Xiao Yun's explanation, Jiang Cheng sighed regretfully. "So, does that mean I am not qualified to buy it?" Xiao Yun was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's expression of regret. The guide price for the LaFerrari is as high as 22.5 million. The 20 million is merely the price of the chassis. Adding the interior options and the import tax brings the total process to at least 28 million, and of course reaching 50 million with high options is not out of the question. Anyone who can afford a LaFerrari must have a net worth of at least several hundred million. Even far beyond several hundred million. Although she didn't think someone Jiang Cheng's age could afford a LaFerrari, his expression of regret didn't seem like an act. After contemplating for a few seconds, Xiao Yun spoke, "If you really want to buy this LaFerrari, it's not impossible." Jiang Cheng immediately perked up at Xiao Yun's words. "Oh? What do you mean?" When the Ferrari Pista was just launched, it became a sensation due to its outstanding design. The overwhelming popularity and slow production led various suppliers to impose unreasonable purchasing conditions. Just like the membership status and purchase records they mentioned earlier, there were even more outrageous conditions like price hikes for purchasing. However, with the passage of time and the emergence of other well-known supercar brands, as well as the implementation of environmental policies in our country, Ferrari could no longer dominate the market as it once did. Now, various restrictive conditions have long been lifted. Price hikes are even more impossible. Under the condition of no price hikes, there may even be discounts. After all, the lowest price for a Ferrari starts at several million. Although several million may not sound impressive. However, if we take Shanghai as an example, combining real estate, cars, funds, cash, and even stocks and other fixed assets to calculate private wealth, half of the people in Shanghai can reach a fortune of 5 million. After all, having 5 million in assets is quite normal nowadays. Old properties combined with some savings can achieve that. But how many people can pull out 5 million in cash without liquidating their real estate assets? In 2019, a Ferrari sold only 836 units across our entire country, including Taiwan and Macau. Moreover, over 80 of the models sold were priced below 5 million. As for the LaFerrari priced above 20 million, the number of buyers is few and far between. Therefore, it is impossible to raise the price now, and the purchase restrictions are merely a formality, much like real estate. In principle, that is the regulation, but as you know, Ferrari orders take time to fulfill. Due to the long delivery time, some orders cannot be delivered as expected in the end. Therefore, there are special slots available to substitute. If you are certain, you can register your order for those that encounter delivery issues along the way, but in that case the upfront payment might be higher than usual. I wonder if you can accept that. I can. If there are such orders, I will pay in full, no need for installments. Full payment. Does Jiang Qing even know how much this car costs? Not only Xiaoyun, but everyone present was also wide-eyed at his nonchalant words. At that moment, many thoughts arose in their hearts, but when the words came to their lips, they couldn't utter a single one, only standing there with slightly agape mouths. Even Su-wan couldn't help but turn to look at Jiang Qing. Hearing him say he would pay in full for the car, she was both shocked and curious. After all, even Huang Ming, the wealthy film investor beside her, needed to pay in installments for a car. Huang Ming is the CEO of Huang Family Entertainment. Although Huang Entertainment has a market value of several hundred million, Huang Ming's liquid assets are only tens of millions. Moreover, he only invests in small productions, usually around 5 million at most. If you asked Huang Ming to purchase a LaFerrari, he would absolutely not go for it, meaning he simply cannot afford it. Even at this moment, he was still considering the 3 million Ferrari in front of him. Yet Jiang Qing said he wanted to buy a LaFerrari in full. How could this not shock her? How could she not be curious? In her astonishment, Xiaoyun immediately spoke up to Mr. Jiang. The base price for a LaFerrari is over 20 million, and with customization, it will cost at least 50 million. I know I can accept that. Seeing Jiang Qing's unchanging expression, Xiaoyun completely lost her composure. She had worked at Ferrari for a few years, and if she could sell their heavyweight model today, the LaFerrari, it would be a highlight in her sales career. Moreover, just selling this car would earn her a commission sufficient to cover all her expenses for the next 2 years. Although this deal was somewhat special, Jiang Qing was her client, so she would still receive the appropriate commission. The salespeople on Huang Ming's side looked at Xiaoyun's excited expression, their faces showing envy. At this moment, they couldn't help but think how great it would be if Jiang Qing were their client. Huang Ming, despite his expensive attire and wearing an Audemars Piguet watch, what did that matter? They had already spent an entire hour meticulously introducing this car to him. Yet he lingered, hesitating to place an order, instead chatting with Su-wan about investments and evening dates. Seeing the situation, the chances of closing the deal seemed slim. He might just be a celebrity, bringing a girl along to show off. Huang Ming noticed Su-wan's gaze fixed on Jiang Qing, and his expression darkened again. He spoke up. Xiao Wanwan, what do you think of this car? If it's okay, could you help me choose the accessories? After all, you'll be sitting in the passenger seat when the car is delivered. Hearing Huang Ming call her by her nickname, Su-wan's brows furrowed without concealment. If it weren't for the work-related reasons, she would have certainly turned and left immediately. Though she had seen Huang Ming before, their relationship was entirely innocent. At that moment, being called out by Huang Ming seemed to imply there was something between them that was hard to explain. But it couldn't be helped. Huang Ming, although investing in small productions, was still an investor in their company. Today, he specifically requested Su-wan to accompany him. What could she do? Boss Huang, I don't understand car matters, you decide. Besides, I'm quite busy filming and have no time to go out. Seeing Su-wan refuse again, Huang Ming clearly began to lose his patience. At this moment, he blamed his inability to win over Su-wan on the sudden appearance of Jiang Qing. Since Jiang Qing appeared, Su-wan's attention began to occasionally drift towards him. He didn't know whether Jiang Qing was just bluffing or if he truly had that much money. Huang Ming wanted to mock him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt irritated and closed it again. After pondering for a while, he decided to observe from the sidelines. If Jiang Qing really was a super-rich second-generation heir, even if he stepped on a landmine, he would let the matter rest. After all, he couldn't afford to offend a super-wealthy second-generation heir. He could just let Su-wan go and find another inconspicuous female celebrity. However, if Jiang Qing was merely bluffing to attract Su-wan's attention, he would definitely give him a scathing retort that even his parents wouldn't recognize him, and let Su-wan see who the real wealthy person was. Soon Xiaoyun hurriedly brought 2 people over, a middle-aged man dressed very elegantly, and a young man with stylish attire and dyed white hair. As Xiaoyun walked, she spoke to the middle-aged man's supervisor, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing turned his head and quickly recognized the young man with white hair. Wasn't he Wang Zheng, whom he met at the auction yesterday? In that instant of eye contact, Wang Zheng also expressed surprise, saying, "Oh, it's you, Jiang Qing. I heard from old Wang that someone wants to buy a LaFerrari in full. Ew, I didn't expect it to be you." Jiang Qing casually nodded. "Yes, it is quite a coincidence. Just arrived in Modu, and thought I might as well buy a car for convenience." "You call this casual? A Ferrari LaFerrari is a convenience vehicle that's quite extravagant," Wang Zheng said sourly. The male manager nearby, noticing Wang Zheng was familiar with Jiang Qing, quickly put on a smile and asked, "Is this gentleman a friend of young Master Wang?" Wang Zheng excitedly stood on his toes and patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder, his voice laced with a hint of pride. "This is my brother Jiang Qing, whom I just met yesterday. Just look at this Richard Mille MR056 on his wrist, which he acquired at the auction held at Amman yesterday for 18 million. Originally, Brother Qin had his eyes on this watch too, but in the end this tycoon snatched it away. The people present gasped in astonishment. What? Jiang Cheng is actually this wealthy. He looks like he's just in his 20s. The male manager's eyes instantly lit up, the earlier pleasantries evaporating, replaced by complete respect and humility. A person who can spend millions on a watch surely has no trouble acquiring a LaFerrari worth over 50 million. He immediately bowed forward, extending his hands. Mr. Jiang, thank you for choosing Ferrari. Your situation was mentioned by Xiaoyan earlier. We are immensely grateful. I heard that purchasing your Ferraris requires a capital verification. Jiang Cheng inquired. The male manager hurriedly waved his hands, speaking earnestly. According to regulations, it indeed requires verification of funds. This is a unified process of the brand and is not directed at you personally. We hope for your understanding. However, since young Master Wang has already spoken with your capability, the LaFerrari naturally qualifies. Normally one would have to queue to customize a LaFerrari, but coincidentally young Master Wang had ordered one here not long ago, and this slot can be transferred to you. Jiang Cheng glanced at Wang Zheng. From the Ferrari manager's attitude towards him, it seemed Wang Zheng was not an ordinary person. After all, there are conditions for purchasing a LaFerrari, meaning Wang Zheng must at least have 5 Ferraris registered. Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Zheng curiously and asked, "Don't you want the LaFerrari you ordered?" Wang Zheng laughed heartily. "I was provoked by old Qin at the time and impulsively ordered it. It was Qin Fun who was with me yesterday. He has a LaFerrari and it does catch the eye. But the customization period for the LaFerrari is too long. Months have passed, and the initial excitement has worn off. I thought about transferring it and trying my luck, and unexpectedly I ran into you. How long until I can pick up the car?" Jiang Cheng got straight to the point. The male manager quickly responded, "Mr. Jiang, if you take over young Master Wang's order, you can pick up the car in 2 months. If it were a normal customization, it would at least take half a year. This is already the fastest timeline." After chatting for a while, they confirmed the deal. The core purpose of this trip was to grab the supercar damage card. Ordinary supercar prices weren't enough. This customized LaFerrari was just right. Seeing Jiang Cheng truly willing to take over his car, Wang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely said, "Thanks, buddy. Honestly, finding someone to take over this car isn't easy. The LaFerrari is stunning, but with the price it commands, I've spent over 20 million just on the interior customization alone. That amount would scare off a lot of people." Jiang Cheng understood the meaning behind Wang Zheng's words. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy a house? Spending over 20 million on an interior is indeed something not many can accept. The color and interior you've chosen for this car happen to align with my aesthetic. I can only say it's a coincidence. Good eye. Wang Zheng's eyes lit up, giving him a thumbs up, then turned to the male manager saying, "Old Wang, hurry up and arrange the paperwork for the handover." The male manager, seeing that the two were no longer chatting idly, immediately took out the documents that Wang Zheng had signed when ordering the car, then contacted the notary to handle the subsequent matters. After the transfer and notarization, this customized LaFerrari officially belonged to Jiang Cheng. At this moment, the male manager also addressed Jiang Cheng and all the staff, saying, "Respected Mr. Jiang, starting today, you are the esteemed owner of a Ferrari." The male manager, along with all the staff, slightly bowed, speaking solemnly. "Your information will be synced to the Ferrari headquarters. For future brand events and new car releases, we will promptly inform you. You can't pick up the car yet, but I have a few idle cars. If you don't mind, you can use one for convenience." Jiang Cheng was somewhat surprised. However, for Wang Zheng to lend out his private car on their second meeting was quite rare. After all, the unspoken rule in the circle is no lending of wives or cars. Wang Zheng understood Jiang Cheng's expression and said frankly, "You helped me out in a pinch. This small matter is nothing. To be honest, I quite like your temperament. If you don't mind, shall we be friends? In the future, if you need anything in Modu, just let me know." This remark made Jiang Cheng feel more favorable towards him. He had always appreciated this straightforward, no-nonsense personality. He immediately replied, "Sure, I'll be in Modu for a while. There's no need for the car. I can just buy a stock vehicle." Seeing Jiang Cheng's refusal, Wang Zheng did not insist, but suggested, "There's a high-end auto show at the Bund these days featuring brands like Ferrari and Lamborghini, and the key is that there are stock vehicles available for pickup. If you're interested, want to go check it out together." Jiang Cheng saw Wang Zheng actively inviting him and casually nodded. "Sounds good." Beside him, Su Wan watched the scene unfold, a pang of bitterness rising unbidden in her heart. She had stooped so low, begging for a mere 5 million yuan investment, while Jiang Cheng, in less than 10 minutes, had casually spent tens of millions. The staggering contrast left her utterly stunned. Her pair of vivid fox-like eyes locked onto Jiang Cheng as if seeking to pierce through his very essence. Among all the scions of wealth she had ever encountered, his financial prowess stood incomparably supreme. After all, even among privileged heirs, monthly allowances rarely exceeded several 100,000 yuan. Only the rarest might reach 1 million. Yet teenagers commanding personal fortunes in the tens of millions were not uncommon. Still, Su Wan had never met anyone who could instantly withdraw over 50 million yuan from a mobile banking app to purchase a luxury car. This sum representing nothing more than liquid capital in Jiang Cheng's account. What then of his other assets? His net worth must surely surpass 100 million yuan. Celebrities may glitter on the surface, yet their actual status, and thus their earnings, vary wildly. Within the same production, lead actors command the highest salaries. Top-tier influencers, for instance, may earn upwards of 10 million yuan per drama. Supporting actors, however, typically receive only 1 or 2 million yuan. For minor roles, pay plummets further, to hundreds of thousands, even mere tens of thousands. Su Wan belongs squarely to that latter tier, earning barely tens of thousands per role. And after her agencies cut, those sums dwindled further. To her, 50 million yuan was truly astronomical. Moreover, every influencer has a finite bloom. Once faded, they are swiftly replaced by fresher faces. That is why so many celebrities seek marriage into wealth. They hope to secure lasting financial stability through matrimony, thereby preserving their standard of living. A chime resonated. Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded once again. Host name Jiang Cheng. Age 18. Height 182 centimeters. Appearance 85,100. Level 8. System reserve fund 86410 immediately withdrawable. Income rate 1.2 per second. Experience required for next level 68. 9,100 million. At 1.2 per second, he earns 72 per minute, 4320 per hour, and 103680 per day, translating to a monthly income of 3.11 million. His annual income thus approached 40 million. Simultaneously, Jiang Cheng activated his sports car purchase critical hit card. Ding. Sports car purchase critical hit card successfully deployed. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Tier 1 triple critical hit. Critical bonus 130 million. In an instant, 130 million flooded his account. Jiang Cheng's excitement surged so fiercely his lips turned violet. Such a sum would grant any ordinary person lifelong financial freedom. Huang Ming, observing the car ordering process, suddenly felt humiliated and turned to Su Wan with forced nonchalance. Xiao Wan, I've lost all interest in buying a car today. Come, let's go for a drink. Mr. Huang, I'm afraid I have a meeting back at the office later. Su Wan replied politely but firmly. Huang Ming's temper flared instantly. He glared and warned, a minor celebrity like you dares to hold such airs. Listen well, Su Wan. Either this investment collapses or you'll prepare yourself for me. This, Mr. Huang Yu. Su Wan bristled, anger flashing across her face. What pretense is this? Who do you think you are, playing aloof? I've spoken to you civilly, yet you waste my time. Make your choice, submit, or be shelved indefinitely. Su Wan straightened her posture and retorted coolly, Mr. Huang, whether or not you invest changes nothing. I will not yield. Do as you please. Ding. Special quest activated. Aid Su Wan in this predicament and secure her willingness to sign. Completion grants a unique reward. Jiang Cheng glanced at the system notification and smiled faintly. Mr. Huang, what bold words. For a man whose dynasty fell centuries ago. Miss Su, rest assured, should he withdraw his investment, I shall step in. Su Wan stared wide-eyed with astonishment as Jiang Cheng unexpectedly addressed her directly. Huang Ming, hearing this, dared not confront Jiang Cheng Heiden, having already witnessed his formidable influence, and could only snort in furious silence before storming off. Su Wan composed herself, then extended a hand. Hello, I'm Su Wan. Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, was your offer to invest genuine? Realizing her question sounded abrupt, she quickly added, Mr. Huang is an investor at Tianqing Entertainment. If he withdraws, I'll face severe consequences upon returning to the company. As a third or fourth-tier actress, Su Wan held no authority to select her own scripts. The company routinely imposed unreasonable demands upon her. Having steadfastly refused to compromise her principles, she had remained semi-shelved since her debut. She knew rejecting Huang Ming might finally seal her fate. Total obscurity. Tianqing Entertainment. She recalled Yu Xiaoxiao mentioning it last night. She worked there. With the system quest now active, Jiang Cheng intended to complete it. Its rewards, after all, were legendary. He nodded. Of course. Mr. Jiang, thank you profoundly for this opportunity. I swear I'll deliver an exceptional performance. Su Wan exclaimed, elated. At 19, her finest role had been a supporting character. All others were minor parts. She filmed diligently each day, yet none of her performances had ignited public acclaim. It had been months since her last shoot. Currently, Su Wan found herself without any projects, and had agreed to accompany Huang Ming shopping, hoping it might lead to a new leading role. Huang Ming had repeatedly hinted at ulterior expectations. Though she declined, she still longed for that chance to star as the heroine. Just then Yu Xiaoxiao messaged, confirming dinner reservations. Jiang Cheng glanced at his phone and said to Su Wan, let's discuss the investment tomorrow. I have plans tonight. Su Wan nodded, then added gently, Mr. Jiang, may I have your WeChat? Jiang Cheng of course accepted. Her captivating almond-shaped eyes were indeed enchanting, lively, perceptive, and suffused with subtle allure. Coupled with her statuesque figure, her magnetism was undeniable. After confirming the order, Jiang Cheng arrived at the restaurant reserved by Yu Xiaoxiao in a Rolls-Royce. As he pushed open the door, a rich ambience of the Magic City surged towards him. The dark green wallpaper, antique record player, and retro ceiling fan set the stage where a vintage beauty in a cheap house sang songs of the old Magic City. Jiang Cheng nodded. Indeed, it was worthy of its Michelin one-star rating. The atmosphere was superb. Yu Xiaoxiao did not choose a booth outside. She had reserved a small private room. As Jiang Cheng entered the room, Yu Xiaoxiao was busy ordering dishes on her tablet. Upon seeing him, she shyly stood up and waved. Jiang Cheng, come sit over here. Yu Xiaoxiao had her coat draped over a nearby chair and was dressed only in a white bodycon dress, her skin fair as snow, stunningly beautiful. Jiang Cheng walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao, wrapping his arms around her slender, sexy waist, his lips near her petite ear as he softly breathed and asked, why did you change your clothes? Teased by Jiang Cheng's casual gesture, Yu Xiaoxiao's face flushed even more. She playfully nudged him and said, isn't it normal to change clothes? I haven't mentioned you yet, you tore my dress. Remembering the excitement of last night, Jiang Cheng grinned and said, that's also your fault. Who told you to have such a big issue? You need to focus on practical matters. Before Yu Xiaoxiao could respond, Jiang Cheng sealed her lips with his. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao blushed as she pushed him away, tidied her clothes, and sat back down. It'll be awkward when others come in. Jiang Cheng was in no hurry. After all, they had all night to take things slow. Yu Xiaoxiao handed her tablet to Jiang Cheng and enthusiastically introduced the dishes. The crab roe rice here is unique to the Magic City, topped generously with crab fat. This dish has even been recommended by Michelin, so make sure to try it. And this stir-fried fish slices, scallion roasted opium fish head, and shredded chicken and vegetable stir-fry. As Yu Xiaoxiao spoke, Jiang Cheng listened, and when she had ordered 4 dishes, he nodded. Let's go with this, that should be enough. Order a few more, and you'll see that while the food here is delicious, the portions really aren't that much. Jiang Cheng casually added 3 more recommended dishes. By the way, do you know Su Wan? I seem to remember you mentioned you also work at Tianqing Entertainment. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Cheng, puzzled. Su Wan. She's one of our artists. Why? Jiang Cheng explained the general situation to Yu Xiaoxiao and brought up his intention to sign Su Wan. After hearing this, a hint of sourness crossed Yu Xiaoxiao's face as she teased, you want to help her terminate her contract? That would require paying a penalty. What do you think of her? Jiang Cheng understood Yu Xiaoxiao's implication and shook his head. I have no particular thoughts about her for now. I just think she has great potential. Great potential? She isn't even at a 3rd-tier level, and the company hardly provides her any resources. Plus, she didn't secure her new investment yesterday. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take Jiang Cheng's words seriously. Oh, after all, what man doesn't like pretty girls, especially someone like Su Wan? However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care at this moment, as she thought of her relationship with Jiang Cheng as mutually beneficial. If one day he no longer wanted to play with her, she could leave gracefully. After all, she was a non-marriage advocate. As long as there were no emotional entanglements, everything was fine. I know, but I still see great potential in her, and am planning to start an entertainment company. She's the first artist I'm looking at. I'm serious, Jiang Cheng said. During their conversation, he learned that Yu Xiaoxiao was actually the manager of the operations department at Tianqing Entertainment, which surprised him greatly. You know, being able to hold this position at 25 is quite impressive. Although it's just a departmental manager, it's rare to see someone this young in such a position without a background. Yu Xiaoxiao claimed she didn't rely on connections, but rather on her own capabilities. She had excelled academically since college, earning numerous scholarships. If such a capable woman could help him manage the company, Jiang Cheng could just relax. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Su Wan, although the company doesn't pay much attention to her now, her conditions are indeed good. If you like her, I can help you terminate her contract. Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's generous offer, Jiang Cheng felt a strange thrill inside. However, he was quite willing to engage in such matters that required no commitment. Then I'll trouble you. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said Su Wan's contract should still be active. If you want to sign her, paying the penalty will likely cost several million. Our company typically signs for 5 years. I need to check the detailed terms. As they spoke, the dishes had already been served. Jiang Cheng looked at the 138 yuan portion of braised pork belly he had ordered and finally understood what Yu Xiaoxiao meant by small portions. On the tablet, the portion looked substantial, but once served, it was merely a small dish. The stir-fried fish slices were similar. There were only a dozen or so thin slices. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao had added a few more dishes at the last minute. Otherwise, it would have truly been insufficient. At his age, Jiang Cheng had an enormous appetite. Though he ordered more than a dozen dishes, he finished every single one without exception. As Yu Xiaoxiao mentioned, it truly deserved to be a Michelin one-star restaurant recommended by the local culinary association. Although the portions were small, the flavors justified the price. After eating his fill, Jiang Chung nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained an unforgettable taste experience, and the system rewards you with a food cashback card. The cashback multiplier of this card is between 1 and 100 times plus the actual number of people invited by the host up to 5. Jiang Chung carefully examined the system, prompt realizing that this card meant he could invite others to dine. If he spent 10,000 yuan and calculated the cashback at the maximum multiplier of 100 times, he would receive 1,000,000 in cashback. Adding the number of invited guests a maximum of 5 would yield a total cashback of 5,000,000. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary food cashback card was so powerful. Even under the worst circumstances, he could still get 30 to 40 times cashback. To be able to casually earn over 100,000 yuan just by dining was indeed a miracle-making luxury system. After the meal, Jiang Chung naturally brought Yu Xiaoxiao back to Yang Yunamen. As they reached the entrance of the hotel lobby, a flamboyantly dressed woman brushed past and collided with Yu. Ouch! A pretentious voice rang out. Jiang Chung turned to Yu Xiaoxiao, who was holding her shoulder, and asked, "Are you all right?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, but her expression suddenly turned crimson with anger as her gaze locked onto the woman before her. "Zhang Yu, what are you doing here dressed like that?" The woman, realizing she had bumped into Yu Xiaoxiao, displayed a hint of panic, but quickly regained her composure. With a pretentious and sharp tone, the woman said, "Yu Xiaoxiao, why are you here? Who is this man?" Seeing the woman point at her with an exaggerated gesture, Yu Xiaoxiao's face flashed with disgust. "Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. You better explain things clearly to your relatives on your side." Zhang Yu sneered as he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, saying, "Don't forget that we are already engaged. It doesn't matter if you regret it. Oh, I will not break off the engagement." "Engaged? How shameless can you be? A grown man dressed like this still dares to mention engagement. You're just trying to deceive me," Yu Xiaoxiao retorted in a sarcastic and agitated whisper. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu glanced at Jiang Chung and said, "We've already discussed this with our families, and it doesn't matter if you regret it. Zhang Yu, have some self-respect. I won't pursue your issues, but you actually went off with my best friend, and it wasn't just once. You two have truly betrayed my trust. If it weren't for my mother forcing me, why would I get engaged to you? Now that we are engaged, just get married, honestly." Zhang Yu insisted, refusing to let it go. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao urgently broke free from Zhang Yu's grip and wrapped her arm around Jiang Cheng's. The force of her movement caused her ample bosom to collide with Jiang Cheng's arm. "Stop disgusting me. You don't even like me. You're just clinging to me for cover to meet your other men, right? How would my good friend feel if she knew you were bisexual? What do I care? This engagement was arranged by our families long ago. It doesn't matter if you regret it. You were just off in a hotel with someone else. What right do you have to say anything to me?" At this point, Jiang Chung finally understood the entanglement between the two. He was somewhat surprised by the fact that Yu Xiaoxiao was already engaged. However, looking at Zhang Yu before him, Jiang Chung began to understand Yu Xiaoxiao better. It turned out that the woman named Zhang Yu was actually a man. No wonder there was an air of a ladyboy. If Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't pointed it out, it would have been quite difficult to tell that this woman was cross-dressing. The makeup skills in modern society are truly astonishing. However, upon closer inspection, there were still some telltale signs, especially one of the male characteristics, the Adam's apple on the neck, and the size of the high heels he wore was also much larger than that of an average woman. After surveying the situation, Jiang Chung finally began to comprehend those news stories about a night of passion, only to suddenly discover that the other party was a man. Beneath the heavy makeup and wig, it was indeed difficult to discern. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiao's fiancé was not only a sissy, but had also betrayed her, and to top it off was bisexual. This was an overload of information. Zhang Yu was now pulling and tugging at Yu Xiaoxiao, cursing loudly, and the number of onlookers nearby was steadily increasing. "Brother, now you understand our relationship, right? I advise you to leave. She is my fiancée." At this moment, the melodious voice of a little girl rang out again. "Ding dong. Host, you are now faced with a choice. Option 1, leave as Zhang Yu suggests, and you will receive a Ninja Turtle cosplay outfit. Option 2, directly slap Zhang Yu awake with 2 powerful blows, and you will gain 5 physique points, plus 1 misfortune card." Jiang Chung stared dumbfounded at the sudden choices presented before him. He naturally looked down upon the first choice and directly passed it up. But the second choice actually offered physique. Jiang Chung examined the explanation of the body attributes, which referred to strength, speed, and physique, as well as vision, hearing, recovery ability, and resistance to damage. Most importantly, that special ability. This system is quite cheeky. The key point is that if this physique enhancement is paired with the unblocking card, reward from buying a house system, wouldn't that just enhance the impact of time? After reading the introduction, Jiang Chung did not hesitate and directly chose the second option. Suddenly, he felt a warm current flowing through him, filling his entire body with strength. Jiang Chung couldn't help but feel elated. This was simply against the heavens. Others worked hard every day to earn an 8-pack and had to take drugs to enhance their physique. It seemed like he had already achieved some small success. His hearing had improved tremendously. At this moment, he could clearly hear the faint sound of water flowing from the girl's restroom not far away. Jiang Cheng pinched his strong arm, smiled at Zhang Yu, and then struck out with both hands. Slap! Slap! Jiang Cheng's two resounding slaps sent Zhang Yu crashing to the ground. The action of striking out with both hands brushed against the delicate curves of Yu Xiaoxiao, causing her to blush again. Overwhelmed by the sensation, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly released Jiang Cheng's arm. Zhang Yu lay sprawled on the ground after being slapped by Jiang Cheng. Furious, he covered his face as he stood up. Before he could speak, Jiang Cheng shook his hand and said, "Tsk, your skin is really thick. You have problems, yet still dare to say these things. My hand hurts from hitting your face." Yu Xiaoxiao was also stunned by the scene before her, completely not expecting Jiang Cheng to act so suddenly. "You actually hit me. Boo-hoo-hoo, I won't let this go." Zhang Yu covered his reddened cheek, looking like he was about to cry, glaring at Jiang Cheng with a mix of grievance and ferocity. After saying this, he clenched his two delicate fists and rushed towards Jiang Cheng with an inward sting. Seeing Zhang Yu rush towards Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had developed a greater fondness for him, quickly clutched Jiang Cheng's arm again, trying to pull him close. In her heart, she thought Jiang Cheng was incredibly handsome for knocking Zhang Yu down for her. However, at the same time, Yu Xiaoxiao was worried that Jiang Cheng might get into trouble for standing up for her. Jiang Cheng reacted extremely quickly. He stretched out his leg and kicked Zhang Yu away. "You!" Seeing that he was no match for Jiang Cheng, Zhang Yu, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation and pain, clutched his aching chest and collapsed on the ground, afraid to get up again. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of humiliation and pain. Jiang Cheng's kick was extremely heavy. Zhang Yu looked at the hotel staff who were watching without intervening and suddenly felt a surge of anger. He started to throw a tantrum, squeezing his voice to shout, "Where are the security guards? Someone's fighting, can't you see? What is your hotel doing? I'm a guest here, I've been attacked, someone help, help." Boo-hoo-hoo. After Zhang Yu shouted, the hotel staff began to react. Since Jiang Cheng had checked into the top-tier villa costing 80,000 a night, the hotel front desk staff had long recognized him. Thus they were now somewhat caught in a dilemma as they looked at the scene before them. Zhang Yu noticed the staff's hesitant attitude and became even angrier, feeling like he was about to spit blood. He shouted again, "What are you still standing around for? Security, quickly arrest him, or I will call the police. Let's not escalate this, gentlemen. It's just a small matter, best to resolve it privately and not ruin the harmony." "Yes, it's no big deal, let's talk it out calmly." The hotel staff looked at Zhang Yu, whose delicate finger was pointing at them, and couldn't help but feel somewhat disgusted. However, due to their professional ethics, they could only try to persuade him politely. Seeing that they didn't want to escalate the matter, and even seemed to want to suppress it, Zhang Yu became frantic. You are bullying me. Just wait, I will call the police and file a complaint against you, expose you all." Zhang Yu was not foolish. He knew that by saying this, the hotel staff would start to feel nervous. They realized Zhang Yu's intention was to escalate the matter. Although they didn't want to offend Jiang Cheng, they were even more unwilling to lose their jobs. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the chaotic scene before her, frowning in distress. She looked at Zhang Yu with disgust, took a deep breath, and quietly said to Jiang Cheng, "It's okay if he calls the police, he'll say he was harassing me and your actions were just to protect me. Don't slander me. There are surveillance cameras here, and many people saw you hit me. They can testify for me." After Zhang Yu said this, he noticed that none of the people around were willing to side with him. In fact, some were even preparing to sneak away, unwilling to get involved. Zhang Yu became even more furious, shouting loudly, "You bastards, cowards, I'm calling the police." The hotel's response was surprisingly swift, and soon 2 police officers walked toward them. The 2 police officers took out their credentials and began to inquire about the situation as a routine. Before Jiang Cheng could speak, Yu Xiaoxiao rushed forward. After the 2 police officers took out their credentials, they began to inquire about the situation as part of their routine. Jiang Cheng had not even spoken when Yu Xiaoxiao rushed over quickly. She shook her head and hurriedly said, "Officer, it's not his fault. This person wants to deceive me into marriage because our families had an engagement arranged before. However, after getting to know him, I found out that he is not only bisexual, but also enjoys cross-dressing. So I made it clear long ago that I would not marry him. Today he came to harass me of his own accord, and this gentleman is merely helping me avoid further harassment." Jiang Cheng watched Yu Xiaoxiao's actions, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He noticed that her demeanor and gestures towards him had become even more affectionate than before. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao's curves were pressed tightly against his arm, and she had initiated the contact. Jiang Cheng soothingly patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? These are just minor disputes that can be resolved through discussion." After understanding the situation, the officers began to mediate. He blushed and said, "What misunderstanding? What do you mean? There are cameras here, I demand." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Cheng used the bad luck card he had just rewarded directly on Zhang Yu. Puff puff, suddenly several strange sounds emanated from Zhang Yu. He paused mid-sentence wearing a peculiar. His eyes widened nervously and his legs instinctively closed tighter. His buttocks began to slowly rise. At this moment, he felt a warm current starting to uncontrollably surge through his intestines. This awkward and subtle sensation reminded him of an unforgettable moment from his childhood. He was still young, just in the 3rd grade of elementary school. One day the teacher called on him to answer a question. Coincidentally, he had been suffering from diarrhea that day. He nervously stood up, and as he did he suddenly and inadvertently felt the urge to pass gas. In that moment the young version of him learned a valuable lesson. That is, never trust a fart when you have diarrhea. Because on that day he naively thought that if he just let it out slowly while answering the question, it would go unnoticed. But the reality proved that his assumption was wrong. What came out was not just gas, but also a mess in his pants. He could never forget the pale and disgusted expressions of his classmates and the teacher at the podium. And at this moment that long-forgotten feeling was resurfacing. Zhang Yu with a red face slowly reminded himself inwardly, never trust a fart. After muttering this a few times he began to take deep breaths, trying to control his body. After all, there were cameras here, and there were quite a few people around. He absolutely could not allow this to happen to him. However, not everything in this world goes as one wishes. Zhang Yu realized that the gas inside him was increasing. Cold sweat began to bead on his skin. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't eaten anything for lunch today. He had just been enjoying himself with his old fling. Could it be that there was something toxic in his old fling's stick? Is that why his intestines were suddenly hit so hard? Zhang Ye's face turned pale as he asked everyone, "Excuse me, where is the restroom on the 1st floor?" He used great effort to slowly control his breath to utter these words. But even if he tried to control it, it was already too late. A familiar warm current along with his dignity of over 20 years began to flow out bit by bit. The officer noticed his pale complexion and strange movements and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Sir, are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" Zhang Yu tightened his buttocks even more slowly, inhaling as he fumbled to speak. "I feel a little unwell." Before Zhang Yu could finish, he dared not say another word. He realized that every time he opened his mouth his sphincter would loosen even more. What initially leaked out was just a few drops, but after his movement, it leaked out another 10 drops. Moreover, he felt an imminent explosion coming. Zhang Yu knew that despite his utmost effort to control himself, he could only prevent a larger explosion from occurring. What was meant to come would still come. At this moment, he felt his pants becoming increasingly wet. The others around could only think that his behavior was a bit strange. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, who had used the bad luck card, vaguely guessed Zhang Ye's predicament. The sudden appearance of such an expression indicated that something was wrong. Moreover, Zhang Yu was now too preoccupied to even think about calling the police. Jiang Cheng smirked mischievously, walked over to Zhang Yu, and patted his shoulder hard, saying, "Brother, if you're not feeling well, just say it. Don't hesitate, an officer will help you." Zhang Yu was jolted by Jiang Cheng's pat, and immediately took a deep breath, clenching his sphincter even tighter. He slowly turned his head, his face reddened, and eyes wide staring at Jiang Cheng. The more Jiang Cheng shook him, the closer he was to bursting. "Take me to the toilet." After gritting his teeth to say these words, Zhang Yu dared not speak again. At that moment, a foul odor wafted through the air. What the hell? Why is it so smelly? Yeah, is the restroom broken? It shouldn't be, the restroom is still quite far from here. Could it be that a sewage truck has come? My God, it feels fresh. Who sneaked a poop? Having grown up, one should know how to control oneself. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Yu stammered, struggling to find a response, wishing he could become invisible. He slowly moved away to the restroom to resolve his predicament. "Excuse me, sir, let's first take your statement." The officers were also overwhelmed by the stench, eager to finish their business and leave. The leading officer, disgusted, glanced around and suddenly remembered his disciple beside him. This little rascal only knows how to eat. He had claimed to have diarrhea this morning. Could it be him? He immediately covered his nose and began to scold. "You little brat. When I told you not to eat while working, you didn't listen. Now you've messed yourself. How can a person in their 20s live like this, unable to control their bowels? What's the difference between you and roadside animals?" Upon hearing the term animal, Zhang Ye's face became even redder. He had intended to seek help, but the words caught in his throat. He certainly did not want to be an animal. Faced with such reprimand from his master, the plump officer was immediately displeased. "Master, it's not me. Although my stomach hurts today, I'm grown up now. How could I do something only an animal would do? It wasn't me, but must have been someone else." Seeing Master look at him with disbelief, his anger flared as he shouted, "I swear whoever shat themselves is the real dog scum, and it definitely isn't me." His words were cut short as he suddenly looked at his master with a strange expression. Master had been taking him on patrol for several years. In these years, Master had grown older. The moment he caught a whiff of the foul smell, he had suspected it was coming from him. There was only one reason for such haste to blame him. That was because the mess might have been made by his elderly master. To divert attention, the blame was placed on him. After all, Master was getting older, and sometimes it was understandable that he couldn't control his bowels. With this thought, he suddenly swallowed hard. Master had taught him a lot over the years. It was time to repay the kindness. Embarrassment was trivial. It was right to take the fall for his master. Thinking this way, the plump officer's face turned grim as he said, "Master, I'm sorry." Zhang Yu seeing someone willing to take the blame for him. Instantly, he felt a surge of happiness as his lips curled upwards. He began to slowly retreat towards an empty area saying, "No need, I won't report it, you all can go back." Seeing this, Jiang Cheng quickly covered his nose and interrupted, "No, this foul smell is coming from our side, it can't be." After finishing, Jiang Cheng looked meaningfully at Zhang Yu, who was proudly stepping back. He noticed everyone in the hotel had their eyes fixed on him. Zhang Yu, feeling anxious, hurriedly wanted to leave the place. Just a few steps and his backside could no longer hold. A flood of disaster began to pour out. The people inside the hotel stared wide-eyed in horror as a series of earth-shattering farts erupted from Zhang Yu. Beside him, Jiang Cheng swiftly pulled Yu Xiaoxiao back 10 meters. The others had yet to react. At this moment, everyone looked petrified as yellow liquid dripped from Zhang Yu. After the shock, everyone started covering their noses and fled, beginning to gag. Sigma you. Various gagging sounds echoed throughout the hotel. "Oh my god, I'm really going to die. How can someone still have diarrhea at this age? How can someone not control their bowels?" A group of people began to look pale, gagging and disdainfully discussing Zhang Yu. At this point, Zhang Yu could no longer care about maintaining his image or calling the police. He was seen covering his writhing intestines as he frantically ran to find the restroom. 20 minutes later, the scene was finally recorded. Jiang Cheng and Yu Xiaoxiao had arrived at the Ting Villa. Back in the hotel room, Yu Xiaoxiao was exceptionally considerate towards Jiang Cheng. She gently placed her delicate hand on Jiang Cheng's thigh, softly stroking it, as she said, "Good brother, let me see if you're hurt. Are you injured?" Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao acting like a seductress, Jiang Cheng forced a smile. "How could I be hurt? That kind of waste couldn't possibly hurt me. That's not okay. Even though you're strong, let me check to be more at ease." Seeing Jiang Cheng unresponsive, Yu Xiaoxiao sighed and said, "Do you dislike me? I know I'm not worthy of you." Jiang Cheng, noticing her dejected tone, lost interest in teasing her. He pulled her close and comforted, "How could I dislike you? I was just joking." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up for a moment, but she quickly fell back into Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head dejectedly, saying, "Are you surprised? My fiancé is actually, Jiang Cheng nodded, "I am a bit surprised. Actually, my marriage with Zhang Yu was arranged by my grandparents when I was young. Before my grandfather passed, he insisted I marry him. Though I didn't like it to let my grandfather leave in peace, I ultimately chose to get engaged to him." Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't react much, Yu Xiaoxiao felt a slight relief. Although this was their second meeting, she was preparing to share the secret she had kept hidden in her heart. In her grandfather's era, promises were held in high regard. Thus, no matter how much she resisted, she ultimately could not go against her grandfather's wishes. In the face of her grandfather's illness, he had threatened her that she must marry Zhang Yu or he would die with regrets. Under the pressure from all her relatives, Yu Xiaoxiao eventually agreed to the engagement. However, after meeting the observant, Yu Xiaoxiao discovered that Zhang Yu was actually bisexual. Zhang Yu's home and room were surprisingly filled with a plethora of pink items. To ensure my secrecy, we both signed an agreement. We agreed not to interfere with each other and not to touch each other. At first, Yu Xiaoxiao gladly accepted this arrangement. Not only would it ease her grandfather's worries, but since she also did not harbor feelings for Zhang Yu, it was a win-win situation. To cover up his homosexuality in front of their relatives and friends, Zhang Yu had always used Yu Xiaoxiao as a decoy, requiring her to cooperate with his various performances. With Yu Xiaoxiao's tacit consent, Zhang Yu became increasingly self-indulgent, until recently, when Yu Xiaoxiao finally discovered that he was actually bisexual. This was because Zhang Yu had started dating her best friend. Upon learning this, Yu Xiaoxiao could no longer endure it, which is why she called off the engagement. Jiang Cheng felt a pang of sympathy after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's story. One could only say that the world is vast and full of wonders. He gently patted Yu Xiaoxiao's hair to comfort her, saying this. "Truly must have been hard for you encountering such absurdity. Jiang Cheng, do you really not mind? I mean, are you willing to maintain this kind of relationship with me?" Seeing Jiang Cheng's surprised expression, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly elaborated, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying I want to be your girlfriend. I just want someone to occasionally be by my side. After all, I don't want to get married in the future, and you are my first man. So, you can rest assured that if we are together, I won't interfere with your private life." Yu Xiaoxiao was typically a very accomplished professional woman, but she was also a very normal woman. Her grandfather had passed away 5 years ago. As a woman of the new era, she yearned for her own love. Jiang Cheng was her first man. Although her feelings for Jiang Cheng were not yet deeply rooted, she felt that this relationship was 100 times more relaxed than a serious romance. Disappointed with both family and love, Yu Xiaoxiao just wanted a casual relationship, and by chance the person she encountered was Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was suddenly overjoyed by Yu Xiaoxiao's words. What was there to mind? In a world where casual remarks could lead to exorbitant bridal prices, such a free arrangement was happening right beside him. What else could he find to nitpick? Moreover, Jiang Cheng recalled that he still had an unused, unblocking card. He couldn't help but smirk. Initially, he considered Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness towards him to be rather low, so he hadn't planned to use the card. However, now her friendliness was approaching 90 points. Faced with such a captivating beauty, how could he not put in a few thousand efforts to live up to her trust? Jiang Cheng affectionately wrapped his arm around Yu Xiaoxiao and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I will treat you well." Yu Xiaoxiao, hearing this, joyfully kissed Jiang Cheng on the cheek, saying, You must be tired. Let's go for a spa. I've heard the spa here is quite famous. I'm a bit tired too, so let's go and relax for a while." "Sure." Looking at Jiang Cheng's expectant gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly made her way to the designated women. The spa at Yangyunamen Hotel is reputed to be the largest spa in the world, with an hour of service costing 3,000 yuan. Jiang Cheng directly booked 2 hours at the spa as he needed to unwind after a few hours on the road today. After soaking in the hot spring and finishing the spa, Jiang Cheng lay on the luxurious golden namu bed in the villa. The super soft imported mattress lulled Jiang Cheng to sleep shortly after he lay down. It felt inexplicably comfortable. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes and pulled off the blanket. What came into view was Yu Xiaoxiao's exquisite face resembling a peach blossom. Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's naturally enchanting demeanor and felt a rush of urgency. He scooped up Yu Xiaoxiao in one motion, enveloping her in his embrace. Jiang Cheng could no longer hold back. He pressed his lips firmly against hers and passionately kissed her. After experiencing over 2 hours of an intense encounter, Jiang Cheng sighed contentedly and got up, heading straight to the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Cheng opened the system page. The system page prompted, "Ding. Unblocking card used successfully. Given the satisfaction level of the counterpart is 100 points, the host's frequency of encounters is 2,500 times. Comprehensive calculations reward the host with 250 million. Jiang Cheng gazed at the system's notification, feeling a wave of joy. Thankfully, he had put in such effort earlier to facilitate this multi-million deal. A few minutes later, Jiang Cheng emerged from the bathroom only to find Yu Xiaoxiao had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. He sat down on the sofa nearby. Noticing that the blanket covering Yu Xiaoxiao had slipped, revealing her delicate shoulders, her long black hair cascaded messily over her fair upper body, revealing a flawlessly delicate face. After a deep sigh, Jiang Cheng leaned down and gently kissed Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth shoulder. Inside the villa, 3 cleaning staff were busy tidying up and replacing the toiletries in the room. At the side of the large bed in the room, a young woman was changing the bed sheets with another middle-aged woman in her 30s. The middle-aged woman, looking at the crumpled marks on the bed, remarked to the young girl, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, young people nowadays have such good stamina." The young woman blushed at this comment. "Sister Zhang, keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if the guests heard us. What's there to be afraid of? They can't hear us from this distance. Hey Lao Chen, come over and see how your husband's stamina is. Is it like this?" Sister Zhang excitedly called another middle-aged woman to come and take a look. "If my husband had such prowess, and that handsome guy looks better than a star, just thinking about it is blissful." Jiang Cheng, who had exceptional hearing, had already overheard the 3 women gossiping in the room. He was sitting at the dining table with Yu Xiaoxiao enjoying their lunch. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao, with a blissful expression, offered Jiang Cheng a piece of marinated seafood. "Jiang Cheng, try this. It's very fresh, not too fishy, and has a hint of sweetness from the seafood." Jiang Cheng opened his mouth and chewed seriously for a moment before saying, "It really is quite delicious." Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately flushed. She playfully glared at Jiang Cheng, saying, "How annoying. I told you not to eat, but you insisted. Now you're teasing me like this." "This isn't teasing, I'm speaking the truth." Yu Xiaoxiao shyly gave Jiang Cheng a light slap, saying, "Stop it. There are others around." Jiang Cheng chuckled and pinched Yu Xiaoxiao's cheek, thinking that if she knew the cleaning staff was discussing the sheets they had slept on, she would surely be too embarrassed to stay. After breakfast, the strong-willed Yu Xiaoxiao initially intended to go to work. However, she was forcibly asked by Jiang Cheng to take a leave of absence to rest at the hotel. Jiang Cheng was scrolling through social media when he saw their class leader Li Sudong showing off gifts from his comingafage ceremony. Jiang Cheng patted Yu Xiaoxiao's long black silk thigh. "Xiaoxiao, can I borrow your leg for a photo to celebrate my comingafage ceremony? Is today your birthday?" "No, I already had my birthday long ago. Recently I've seen people showing off gifts from their parents for their comingafage ceremonies online, and I wanted to show off too, so I thought of your beautiful legs." Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and replied, "That's fine, but how do you want to take the picture?" Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks, which were as red as a peach, and mischievously said, "We are already so close and you are still this shy." Yu Xiaoxiao, hearing Jiang Cheng's words, was indeed ignited with a fighting spirit, who said, "I'm shy. You come over here." After saying this, Yu Xiaoxiao pulled Jiang Cheng over and sat on the nearby leather sofa. She boldly placed her long, beautiful leg directly over Jiang Cheng's neck. "Stinky younger brother, go ahead and take the picture." Even though Jiang Cheng had already experienced Yu Xiaoxiao's beautiful legs, he instantly felt overwhelmed by this posture. After Jiang Cheng snapped a few pictures, he opened his social media. Although my comingafage ceremony didn't have a Mercedes or BMW, the speed is comparable to a supercar. Jiang Cheng skillfully selected a visible group and posted on social media. After posting, he casually tossed his phone aside. Before long, Jiang Cheng's social media blew up. He saw that their class leader Li Sudong was currently looking at the likes on his post. He had posted about a 20,000 yuan piano from his comingafage ceremony. After taking hundreds of photos, he carefully selected 9 to post. Once this post was published, it undoubtedly received a lot of likes and comments. Just as he was savoring the compliments and browsing through social media, he unexpectedly saw that Jiang Cheng had also posted on social media. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's casual shots of beautiful black silk legs, Li Sudong's nosebleeds started pouring down. Jiang Cheng often brushed off Li Sudong's authority at school, so their relationship wasn't particularly good. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming jealousy towards Jiang Cheng's comingafage ceremony. This was the true comingafage ceremony, far more desirable than the multiple girlfriends he had in his computer. Looking at how Jiang Cheng's post had exploded in just a few minutes with over 20 likes and dozens of comments. Cheng Jiping, damn, this is heart-wrenching. Why do I have to see this early in the morning? Zhou Jiyun, suddenly, I feel like my mom giving me a house isn't appealing anymore. I want a black silk girl too, I want to grow up too. Li Ziru, bro, you're awesome, you win. Nosebleed alert. Zhong Chushi Jiang Chengyu. Suya, oh my god, you men are too perverted. Li Shumin angrily typed the comment on Jiang Cheng's post. Li Shumin, damn. Jiang Cheng, I'm going to tell the principal. Even though you've graduated, it doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Zhou Jiyun, Li Shumin, wake up. We've already graduated and the certificates have been collected. The principal won't care anymore, a jealousy is useless. After casually grooming himself, Jiang Cheng sat in the Rolls Royce of Yang Yunan and set out. The car quickly arrived at the location given by Su Wan. The residential complex where Su Wan lived appeared to be a mid-range apartment building, neither new nor old. After about 5 minutes, a graceful figure hurriedly jogged over to his car. Jiang Cheng focused his gaze and recognized that it was Su Wan. Today she wore a light yellow thin top and black chunky-soled Martin boots, her snow-white straight legs boldly exposed. It was still the typical Wan-style outfit. Once she got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Wan took off her black baseball cap and mask. Seeing Su Wan getting into the car, the driver respectfully asked, "Mr. Jiang, where to now?" Upon Jiang Cheng giving her a glance, Su Wan immediately replied, "Driver, please take us to the Baiwei Hotel in Lujiazui." Understood, the driver replied politely. As the car started moving, Su Wan adjusted her bangs in front of the phone screen, then blinked her bright peach blossom fox eyes at Jiang Cheng and cheerfully said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. You came down quite quickly, but aren't you hot?" The speed at which Su Wan came down suggested that she must always. Su Wan covered her mouth and laughed. "The place we're going to has air conditioning and is a mall. Besides, in our line of work, it's normal to wear cotton clothes in summer and formal wear in winter. What you say is indeed true." Su Wan continued, "You look quite young, Mr. Jiang. I'm curious, what do you do?" Su Wan asked tentatively. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, "I remember telling you I'm here for tourism. I'm planning to apply to Moda University, just came to see how things are over here." Su Wan's expression showed a hint of surprise. "I thought about that too when I went back yesterday, but I thought you were joking. Are the young rich kids so bold now? Can they really manage such a large cash flow at 18? Seeing Jiang Cheng just smile, Su Wan sighed, "I really envy you. Does your family really have a mind? Being so young and able to buy a Ferrari so casually." Jiang Cheng shook his head lightly, "Just an ordinary family." Seeing that Jiang Cheng wasn't being honest, Su Wan didn't press further. Watching Su Wan sit obediently beside him, Jiang Cheng asked, "By the way, the matter with Huang Ming won't affect your work, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Wan smiled bitterly. "It does have an effect, but it's not significant. He came to inspect our company as an investor and chose me." As she spoke halfway, she glanced at Jiang Cheng, hesitated for a moment, and said, "In our circle, I don't know if you're aware, there are certain rules. When an investor chooses you as the female lead invests in you, it isn't always unconditional. It often comes with additional conditions." Jiang Cheng understood Su Wan's words. After all, he wasn't truly just 18. It's all about the After all, the show must go on and money has to be invested. Choosing someone who is obedient and enjoyable to be around is the condition most investors look for. Unless you are a top star and the show relies on your fame to attract viewers, in such cases you can avoid this rule. After all, investors need to rely on your fame to promote the drama. Otherwise, small stars like Su Wan are doomed to be chosen. Huang Ming proposed some conditions to me. If I accept, I would be the female lead, but if I don't accept, they will select someone else. That's why the company sent me, to entertain Huang Ming. So are you planning to accept? Su-Wan shook her head. Of course not. After so many years in the industry, if I had accepted earlier, I wouldn't still be just a small third-tier star. Accompanying him is just shopping. I won't accept any other conditions. Jiang Cheng didn't doubt Su-Wan's words. After all, her privacy value was zero. Seeing Huang Ming's demeanor, he should have made such requests to many female stars, right? Su-Wan nodded. Of course, if I don't accept, there will naturally be others who will. Have you never considered accepting? Su-Wan glanced at Jiang Cheng and straightforwardly said, I have considered, even my manager has advised me. After all, the script for this investment is really good and has a chance of becoming a hit. But I don't want to rise through laying down. Jiang Cheng didn't respond to her statement since she had said it, so clearly wasn't she indirectly hinting to him that she wouldn't accept such unspoken rules. However, his main purpose of investing in Su-Wan wasn't for such underhanded reasons, but rather as a reward. After all, he was such a superficial person. So is your project a big investment? Su-Wan shook her head. Not really. If it were a big investment, how could I be the female lead? It's just a small web drama. A web drama. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's mind conjured up images of poorly made web dramas, and his interest instantly decreased significantly. Seeing Jiang Cheng lose interest, Su-Wan quickly explained small productions have their advantages: low costs, quick returns, and most importantly, they are not afraid of loss. The plot of this drama is really good. I've read the script, and I think this drama has great potential. Noticing Jiang Cheng's silence, Su-Wan couldn't help but nervously say, Mr. Jiang, if possible, please help me. I really need this opportunity. Alright, since you've said so, I can only be hard in return. Are you serious? Will you really agree? Of course it's— Su-Wan quickly waved her hand. That's not what I meant. I was just a bit surprised. This is our second meeting. Do you think it's too fast? I think it's fine. At this moment, Su-Wan's face was full of excitement, and her breathing became a bit rapid. You're the investor, you call the shots. Relax, don't breathe so heavily. I can invest in this web drama, and let you be the female lead, but the prerequisite is that you have to join my company as an artist. Upon hearing this, Su-Wan not only didn't relax, but instead her breathing became even more hurried. You want to sign me? She was just a semi-obsolete, lukewarm actress. Why would Jiang Cheng want to sign her? Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, sign you. You become an actress in my company, and I'll invest in you. Mr. Jiang, my contract has not expired yet, you know this, right? Su-Wan's beautiful fox eyes scrutinized Jiang Cheng. I know, right? Then signing me means you have to help me pay the breach of contract fee. Su-Wan's fingertips unconsciously dug into her bag strap, her voice dropping a few notes. Mr. Jiang might not know how harsh our company's contracts are. When she looked up, the spark in her eyes was covered by a layer of helplessness. I was only 19 when I signed with the company, knowing nothing. The manager handed me an 8-year contract saying this is the norm in the industry, and I signed it without understanding. At that time, who knew that these 8 years would actually become shackles binding me? The car passed by the Huangpu River, and the breeze blew through the window, tousling her loose strands of hair. Whatever the company says, we have to comply. If they ask you to accompany someone for drinks, you can't say no. If they ask you to take on bad scripts, you have to accept with a smile. Even requests like Huang Ming's, as long as the company agrees, not complying is considered disobedience. She laughed self-deprecatingly. There are only 2 outcomes for those who don't comply, either being frozen out or leaving with astronomical breach of contract fees. Jiang Cheng's fingers tapped gently on his knee, remaining silent. I've seen several seniors who were blacklisted just for refusing to accompany an investor for dinner. The next day, all their resources were cut off. Scripts were changed, endorsements were canceled, and they didn't even have opportunities for small roles. The company would hold on to their contracts, forbidding them from taking any private jobs, interacting with other companies, or even live streaming sales, which would be considered a breach of contract. Su-Wan's voice tightened. They want to leave, but the breach of contract fee is astronomical. How can a rookie artist have that much money? They can only watch helplessly, waiting for the contract to expire, but by then their prime age is long gone, their charm worn away, and the market has forgotten them. She looked down at her hands, which could convey countless emotions on screen, but were now clenched tightly, turning her knuckles white. I rejected Huang Ming yesterday, and today the company has already sent a warning saying, if I mess up the cooperation again, it will be treated as serious breach of contract. I either have to obediently accompany him to next week's drinking party, or wait to follow in the footsteps of those seniors. The Lujiazui skyline was drawing closer, and the reflections on the glass walls flickered on her face, alternating between bright and dim. It's not that I don't want to be tough, I really can't afford it. I've only completed 3 years of the 8-year contract, and if I get frozen out in the remaining 5 years, my life will truly be over. That's not a problem, I understand. Jiang Cheng currently had over 430 million in funds. Even if Su-Wan had to pay a few million for her current worth, it was manageable. Su-Wan fell silent upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words. She knew that no one would help her for no reason. After so many years in the industry, she was no longer an innocent girl. At this moment, she couldn't help but speculate whether Jiang Cheng had ulterior motives towards her. Could it be? Su Wan's mind involuntarily conjured up many inappropriate images. She admitted that Jiang Cheng was particularly handsome. With his qualifications, if he truly had any intentions toward her, she wouldn't consider it a significant loss. After all, she would also be dating a boyfriend in the future. If she agreed to Jiang Cheng's terms, not only could she sleep with such a young and attractive man, but he would also elevate her status. Wasn't that killing two birds with one stone? Don't blame her for being pragmatic. After all, anyone could see that between an old man like Huang Ming and a handsome and wealthy man like Jiang Cheng, the choice was clear. Mr. Jiang, do you have an entertainment company? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Not at the moment, but if you agree, it won't be long before I do. Seeing Su Wan's hesitant expression, Jiang Cheng continued speaking. I know the manager of your company's operations department. She mentioned that you are not valued in the company. If you sign with my company, I will handle the breach of contract compensation, and I can guarantee that for the next 2 years the company's focus will be on you. Su Wan was taken aback, momentarily speechless. It was indeed true that she was not valued in the company, and they often arranged for her to accompany investors and producers. Due to her constant refusals to cooperate, and after she had already messed up Huang Ming's investment yesterday, the company had indicated that they were going to start sidelining her. The shelf life of a female star is short. If she really gets sidelined, it would be difficult to become popular again in the future. So are you still unwilling? Seeing Jiang Cheng frowning, Su Wan quickly waved her hand to express her willingness. No, I am willing. How could she refuse such a good offer? She wasn't a top-tier star. If someone was willing to support her like this, what was there to be unwilling about? Moreover, she had already witnessed Jiang Cheng's capabilities yesterday. How could someone who could buy a LaFerrari outright be lacking in capability? Su Wan hesitated and bit her lip. May I ask if you have any special requirements for your investment? At this moment, her charming eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng, her face exuding an indescribable allure. Jiang Cheng understood the implication behind her words, but feigned ignorance, asking requirements. Like the kind of requirements Huang Ming has. If I brought it up, would you agree? Hearing this, Su Wan hesitantly shook her head. Su Wan currently had only 50 points of goodwill towards him, still at the level of a mere acquaintance. Although sometimes forced relationships can be sweet, it wasn't necessary. This made it seem as if he had never tasted fine cuisine. Yu Xiaoxiao was not inferior to her, right? Rest assured, as long as you are an artist of my company, I won't ask you to have any unsavory contacts with other investors. Jiang Cheng was referring to other investors, excluding the boss. Seeing Jiang Cheng's righteous demeanor, Su Wan was immediately more intrigued. In this day and age, to have such a management company that made no demands, while willing to support you financially, what was she hesitating for? Su Wan goodwill 10. Su Wan's goodwill unexpectedly rose to 60 points, officially placing her in the category of ordinary friends. She licked her lips and asked eagerly, so when do you plan to sign me? I'll have Xiaoxiao help handle this. You can discuss the salary split with her. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng mention Yu Xiaoxiao, Su Wan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, she wisely raised no objections. Alright, should I start calling you Boss Jiang from now on? Su Wan said cheerfully. Calling me boss feels too distant. How about calling me brother? Brother, how old are you? 20, I suppose. 20. Are you really that old? Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. Of course, don't believe me. Take a look. Didn't you say you just started college? Shouldn't you be around 18? Oh, you meant age. I thought you were talking about something else. Then what else could it be? Su Wan said, utterly confused. Seeing Jiang Cheng smile meaningfully at her as a surf enthusiast, Su Wan immediately understood. Her face turned as red as an apple, and she glared at Jiang Cheng, playfully scolding, "You little rascal." Ahem. Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at Baiwa Hotel. The restaurant chosen by Su Wan was located on the 87th floor of the Global Financial Center on Century Avenue, the high point of Lijiazui. Upon entering, she saw the walls of the restaurant corridor decorated with various glorious awards. Jiang Cheng looked out at the glass views of the restaurant as they walked. From the 87th floor, it felt like peering down from a mountainside surrounded by a sea of clouds, indeed, giving a sense of soaring through the mist. Under the guidance of the waiter, they quickly arrived at the reserved private room. Once Su Wan sat down, she immediately handed the ordering tools to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng did not refuse and said, "Let me treat you today. It wouldn't be appropriate for the boss to ask you to pay." "How could that be? I should treat you. I am very grateful for your help. If you want to thank me, then just perform well in the films. Your success would be the greatest reward for my investment." "Understood, boss. I promise to perform well." After Su Wan finished speaking, the system chimed ding. "Congratulations, the host has obtained Su Wan's intention to sign, and the reward is being distributed. Task reward: 15 shares of the virtual currency from Tai Londo Investment Company. Note 1. The system has legally supported this event. All funds of the host will be obtained through Tai Londo Investment Company, ensuring a public source of funds. Note 2. The host initially bought shares in Thailand investment company at its inception, and all materials related to the company are legal and verifiable. The materials have been stored in the system. Please proceed to Thailand to sign and receive them. Jiang Cheng looked at this reward, and after reviewing it finally understood its implications. This reward was an explanation for everyone regarding his sudden wealth. Originally, he had no idea how to explain his sudden wealth to his parents. Now he could explain it clearly, and if they didn't believe him, his father could investigate Thailand investment company to uncover the truth. This reward was so far the most valuable one Jiang Cheng had received. Jiang Cheng sent various materials from the system to his parents while eating, allowing them to digest the sudden wealth of their child in advance while he was away from home. This would save him from having to explain for a long time. When he returned, it was certainly easier to do it over the phone than face-to-face. After all, given his father's personality, Jiang Jiamin would definitely verify it immediately. Since it was arranged by the system, Jiang Cheng naturally didn't worry about any loopholes. Sure enough, half an hour later his father's call came through. "You kid, when did you invest in this? How come your mother and I didn't know?" "I didn't expect it either. At that time, I just used my own New Year's money by coincidence to invest," Jiang Cheng replied casually. After he said this, his father did not seem to doubt him. If it weren't for his own past behavior of being infatuated with Zhao Jia, his savings would have certainly exceeded 100,000 by now. How much can you earn in this company in a month?" "I don't know, it should be several 100,000, I suppose," Jiang Cheng replied conservatively. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Li Yan's surprised voice came from the other end of the line. "Several 100,000. Lao Jiang, you don't rely on family connections, and after struggling for over a decade, I didn't expect our son to earn several 100,000 a month right after starting university." Hearing the 4 words family connections, Jiang Jiamin immediately cleared his throat and shot Li Yan a look that said not to say anything careless. Stubbornly he said, "This brat just has good luck, that's all." Li Yan received the look and immediately covered her. After chatting for a bit, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, suddenly feeling that there was something strange in his parents' words, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Then Jiang Cheng chatted with his mother on WeChat. Since he had been honest, he asked his parents, "By the way, do you have any gifts you want? They'll bring something back when I return." Knowing her son could make money, Li Yan naturally didn't hold back. "Your dad likes watches, how about buying him a Patek Philippe? Just a starter model will do around 100 to 200,000, nothing too flashy." Jiang Cheng knew that his parents owned a Patek Philippe watch, but he hadn't looked closely at what it was like. He would occasionally wear it when going to business meetings. However, as the king of watches in the world, buying a Patek Philippe is indeed troublesome. Without an appointment, one can only look and not buy the watches in stock. Unless you are incredibly lucky, you can mostly only purchase the entry-level watches. However, he had already bid on a women's enamel watch for Li Yan at the auction yesterday, and his father had yet to buy one. He certainly couldn't get him a Richard Mille, as it wouldn't match his father's business demeanor. "Alright, then I'll go take a look later." After Jiang Cheng said this, the system promptly notified him. "The appointment for Patek Philippe has been set up for the host. Please go directly." Wow, as expected of the system. Jiang Cheng was somewhat surprised upon seeing this notification, not expecting the system to offer such services. Although the dishes at the restaurant chosen by Su Wan were quite good this time, he did not receive any rewards from the food card. Perhaps it was because the flavors were not stunning enough. Moreover, the bill was only over 5,000, and it was just Su Wan dining alone. Thus, Jiang Cheng did not use the food cashback card. Having been in the Magic City for 3 days, he had yet to go out and explore properly, and he had only brought a set of change of clothes when he came. With his wallet now bulging, he naturally wanted to splurge a bit. He also wanted to see if he could upgrade the system. "It's still early. Will you accompany me for a stroll?" Naturally, Su Wan did not refuse, as Jiang Cheng was now her benefactor. "Sure, benefactor, where do you want to go?" Su Wan's tone was very cheerful, and it was clear she was in a good mood. "Let's go shopping. I didn't bring much when I came." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Patek Philippe house in a chauffeured car. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had come here, Su Wan couldn't help but feel bewildered. Could this be what wealthy people call shopping? She thought Jiang Cheng would go to Hang Lung or the newly expanded International Finance Center. After all, those are the centers for various luxury brands. She didn't expect the first stop for shopping to be Patek Philippe, knowing that their entry-level watches start at least at. Moreover, the slogan displayed at their entrance certainly exuded sophistication. "No one can own a Patek Philippe. You are merely safeguarding it for your next generation." Following Jiang Cheng into the Patek Philippe source mansion, a sales representative promptly approached them. "Hello, sir, may I ask if you have an appointment?" Jiang Cheng nodded yes. After looking at Jiang Cheng's appointment information, the female sales representative warmly said, "Mr. Zhao, my name is Xiao Chun. Please follow me upstairs this way, please." Upon arriving at the second floor with Xiao Chun, they found that there were other guests upstairs, a man and a woman, along with another sales representative. The girl, trying on a fully diamond-studded watch, excitedly showcased it to a middle-aged man. After looking at it, the man praised, I think this watch suits you quite well. Mr. Wang has a good eye. Seeing that there were others going upstairs, both of them turned to look. Their eyes met, and Su Wan immediately recognized that woman. Senior Lin Ru, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Ru nodded arrogantly upon seeing Su Wan greet her. You came to look at watches too. Just then Jiang Jianmin sent Jiang Cheng a WeChat message. I forgot to mention Manager Chen of Patek Philippe is an acquaintance. If you give him my name, he will take good care of you. Don't buy anything overly expensive. Jiang Cheng stared at the information, stunned. His father's connections were indeed quite deep. I will accompany you. Su Wan hesitated for a moment, as it seemed a bit premature to address Jiang Cheng as boss at this point. Lin Ru glanced up and down at Jiang Cheng. Seeing him both young and unfamiliar, she thought that in their circle handsome men were a dime a dozen. A handsome face was not the most important, what truly attracted them was the scent of money. Jiang Cheng opened the friendliness value scanning system, looking at the familiar face before him. Name Lin Ru, age 27, height 165 centimeters, attractiveness 90, figure 88, privacy 78, friendliness value 20, bystander status. At this moment, Jiang Cheng finally recalled who she was, a second-tier actress. However, after glancing at the privacy value, Jiang Cheng instantly lost interest. Instead, the middle-aged man beside Lin Ru looked Su Wan up and down, his eyes immediately lighting up. Although Su Wan and Lin Ru were comparable in looks, in terms of aura, Su Wan naturally had the upper hand compared to a panda. The middle-aged man looked at Su Wan with great interest and asked Lin Ru, Ruer, who is this? Wang Gushi played a maid by my side in the ancient drama I shot before. Her name I think is something like Wan. Lin Ru introduced Su Wan with an air of superiority, her face filled with disdain. In her view, Su Wan was simply not in the same league as her. She could at least be the second female lead in a drama, and the investor's boss would bring her along to buy watches. But if it were Su Wan, she would not only get various minor roles in dramas, but would also have to play along and entertain. Wang Hai took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Wan, saying, Hello, I am Wang Hai, specializing in film investment. If you ever need to shoot a scene, you can find me. Seeing Lin Ru acting all high and mighty, Su Wan smiled nonchalantly. Over the years, she had endured too many setbacks and hardships, which had made her mental resilience extraordinarily strong. In their circle, the reality was brutally harsh. When you were obscure, others could hardly remember your name. And when you suddenly became famous, you would find that many inexplicable good friends would appear out of nowhere. These good friends would not only cling to your popularity in various occasions, but some with thicker skin would even. After politely accepting the business card, Su Wan said lightly, Thank you, then I won't bother you. Xiao Chen, seeing they were done talking, immediately asked, Mr. Zhang, do you have any specific goals today? Jiang Cheng shook his head, saying, No, I will buy if I see something suitable. Both women's and men's watches are fine. Which watches are in stock? Xiao Chen, listening to this, pointed to the watch that Lin Ru was looking at. The two ladies are looking at the 7122 series. Both the rose gold and platinum versions are in stock, along with a few others that are also available. The popular Starry Sky models need to be reserved. I'm not very familiar with this. How much is the one they are looking at? Jiang Cheng asked. The public price of the 7122 series women's watch is 38000. If you buy it now, you can basically get it at the public price. Seeing this price, Jiang Cheng instantly lost the desire to even look. He should buy something better for his mother. A watch priced at 300 really isn't that impressive among Patek Philippe. He shook his head, saying, Check if there are women's watches starting from $1 million. Don't bring out any cheap ones. Seeing Jiang Cheng asking for watches over $1 million right away, Xiao Chen immediately nodded and replied, Yes, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment, and I will get them for you. Bring over a few more, and also some men's watches. Sure, right away. After Xiao Chen respectfully bowed to Jiang Cheng, he quickly left the VIP area. In contrast, the atmosphere on Lin Ru's side became exceptionally awkward. Lin Ru shot a disdainful glance at the two of them, feeling very displeased. She had thought the 38000 watch she picked was already luxurious enough. Yet unexpectedly, it was dismissed by Jiang Cheng as cheap. It was known that she had to nag Wang Hai for quite some time before he agreed to accompany her to buy it. Wang Hai, hearing Jiang Cheng's words, also immediately darkened his expression. Although 38000 sounds like a lot for ordinary people, it could buy a decent small car. This young man is too arrogant. Jiang Cheng saw Su Wan staring at a simple lady's watch in the magazine, lost in thought. It was a watch with a brown crocodile leather strap and a rose gold case, looking very exquisite and elegant. The marked public price was 21700, a typical entry-level women's model from Patek Philippe, like the basic Calatrava series. Do you like this? Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly ask her, Su Wan waved her hand, saying, Just looking you, I can't afford it anyway. Ding. A random task has been issued. Give Su Wan a lady's watch. Task reward calculated based on the results. Failure penalty. Jiang Cheng looked at the system's prompt with some surprise. Although he didn't know what the reward was, following the instructions would surely not lead to any mistakes. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Cheng said generously. No need, I will buy it myself when I earn money in the future, Su-won declined. Lin Ru rolled her eyes beside them. To her, Su-won, a third or fourth tier star wouldn't earn 300, even if she took on dozens of minor roles. Actors' pay varies drastically. First-tier stars can earn millions, while second female leads like her can earn at most $1 million. For someone like Su-won, who appears rarely, her pay varies from tens of thousands to over 100,000, and she still has to split it with the company. Want to buy a Patek Philippe? That's simply a fantasy. She secretly waited to see Jiang Cheng's looking but not buying embarrassment, so they could witness what green tea talk really means. Soon Xiao Chun brought out a watch display tray and set it before Jiang Cheng and Su-won. Mr. Jiang, these are all above 50000. For example, this 516050P001 men's watch, a super complicated chronograph, is special for its manually engraved and carved back cover that can be flipped to see the intricate workings of the movement, with a public price of $1.27 million. He pointed to another watch, saying, and this one, the 5270 R001, has a rose gold case paired with a gold dial, also a super complicated model with a public price of $1.385 million. Xiao Chun meticulously introduced the 6 watches before Jiang Cheng, and after that he began to elaborate on the prices of several other watches. After finishing, Xiao Chun discreetly observed Jiang Cheng to see if he had any reaction. However, Jiang Cheng remained as calm as water, his expression showing not a hint of change, not even blinking, as if what was just said was merely $50. After hearing the introduction, Jiang Cheng pointed at the 5160500001 and the 5270R watches. The price of the 5160500001 is $1.27 million, while the 5270R with a gold dial and platinum is $1.385 million. After buying a Richard Mille, Jiang Cheng had become desensitized to watches priced over $1 million. However, Richard Mille was not as well known as Patek Philippe. Except for rich second generation like Wang Zheng and Qin Fun, ordinary people hardly knew that the watch he was wearing was worth over $10 million. Let me try both of these on. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Xiao Chun immediately took out the watches to help Jiang Cheng try them on. Jiang Cheng did not refuse. After all, why stand when he could sit, and why sit when he could lie down, and why move himself when someone else could do it? With Xiao Chun's assistance, Jiang Cheng wore a watch on each hand. How does it look? As Jiang Cheng pointed both hands at her, Su-won observed him seriously. I think the model 5160500001 suits you better. It looks great on you, but the strap seems a bit loose. Jiang Cheng nodded. I also think this one is nice. Xiao Chun's is a bit loose and uncomfortable. Why don't you try it on? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun looked bewildered. She thought to herself that her turn wasn't that many times. How could it be loose? It was unfair, and she really wanted Jiang Cheng to try it on. But seeing that her opponent was Su-won, she felt that if she insisted, it probably wouldn't work out. Unlike Xiao Chun, Su-won didn't overthink Jiang Cheng's words. She directly adjusted the watch strap for him. Jiang Cheng happily remarked, yes, it's good that it's tighter. I prefer it snugger. At this moment, Su-won finally sensed that Jiang Cheng's words seemed to have some implication. Seeing him with a half smile made her frown even more. However, considering the scene before her, it was indeed reasonable to prefer something tighter. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, Jiang Cheng was only 18 years old. She truly shouldn't overthink things. Jiang Cheng turned to Xiao Chun and said, all right, please wrap up these 2 watches for me. Jiang Cheng intended to wear the 5160500001 himself, while the 5270R gold dial platinum model was meant for his father Jiang Jiamin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun was immediately excited and asked, Mr. Jiang, do you mean you want both of these? Even Lin Ru and Wang Hai turned to look at Jiang Cheng. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was really going to buy Patek Philippe, Lin Ru looked at Su-won with some envy. She hadn't expected this man she brought along. In less than 10 minutes of browsing, he had purchased 2 watches. Moreover, these weren't entry-level models. They were both in the $1 million range. It seemed he was indeed wealthy. With a price of $1 million, one could buy a decent house in a small town. Can you help me choose a women's watch? Jiang Cheng said to Su-won. Seeing Su-won hesitating, Jiang Cheng continued. Which 2 do you think look good? I want to buy one for my mother. He knew that if he directly said it was for her, Su-won would definitely refuse. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Su-won immediately began to analyze seriously. For your mother, I think this one is suitable. It's elegant and understated. As soon as Su-won finished speaking, Xiao Chun immediately chimed in. Miss Su has great taste. This watch is set with 450 diamonds totaling 2.5 carats, and it's also a complicated chronograph priced at only 883000. Additionally, the model Mr. Jiang mentioned perfectly aligns with the current aesthetic of young women, featuring 4 dials to display the month, date, moon phases, and leap years. It is a bit cheaper than the previous one, priced at only 85000. Xiao Qin's attitude was even more respectful than at the beginning. After all, if she could close the deal, she would earn a 1% commission. Jiang Cheng had already settled on 2 watches. If he bought another one, her bonus for the month would be secured. Jiang Cheng pointed at the 2 watches on the counter and said to Su Wan, "Please try these 2 on for me." Su Wan didn't overthink it, and with Xiao Qin's help put on both watches. Seeing the 2 watches on Su Wan's wrist, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and remarked playfully, "Not bad, much better than that 300 model 7122. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Lin Ru immediately became displeased, standing up angrily. Before she could explode, Jiang Cheng had already taken out his bank card and said to Xiao Chun, "Wrap up these 4 please." Xiao Chun smiled broadly, taking the card with both hands, and respectfully said, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will process this for you right away. Please wait a moment." Even if Lin Ru was upset seeing Jiang Cheng really swipe his card, she could only sit back down in silence. After all, spending for watches at this level, could she afford to offend this rich second generation? Even Wang Hai, whose face was ashen, turned his head, pretending to act as if nothing had happened. His thoughts were similar to Lin Russ. Why offend someone of unknown background over a bit of face, especially when this person seemed to be no ordinary rich second generation? After Xiao Chen left, Su Wan prepared to take off the watch. After Jiang Cheng helped her remove the watch from her left wrist, he held her right hand and said, "You don't need to take this one off. It's a gift for you." Su Wan was stunned upon hearing this and quickly declined, saying, "Oh no, this is too precious. I can't. It's just a small item, don't overthink it. Besides, it should have already been charged and it can't be returned, so just..." Su Wan still felt the gift was a bit too much and again refused. "That's not right. Why don't you give it to Annie instead?" She had already heard the price of the watch. Over 8,000 was definitely not something to take lightly. Although this amount might seem trivial to Jiang Cheng, Su Wan still dared not accept it. Although Jiang Cheng didn't like such situations, he still tried his best to persuade Su Wan, for the sake of the system's reward, "It wouldn't be suitable for my mother to wear this." Seeing Su Wan still hesitating, Jiang Cheng said, "It's settled then. I'm about to start a company, so consider this a gift for our first meeting." With the conversation reaching this point, and others present, Su Wan felt that if she continued to refuse, it would seem like she was disregarding Jiang Cheng's generosity. She could only nod helplessly and say, "Then thank you, rich boss." Su Wan friendship value 15. Seeing her friendship value jump to 75 points, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, when a woman says no, it often means yes. "No need to be polite," Jiang Cheng said cheerfully. "Mr. Jiang, we've completed the payment for you. The total is 43850. Thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe. We are pleased to present you with a Patek Philippe women's fragrance silk scarf, 3 Patek Philippe keychains, and 6 Patek Philippe cufflinks. We hope you like them." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, she displayed the gifts. Seeing that Patek Philippe had given them so many presents, Lin Ru felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Moreover, looking at the watch worth 8,500 on Su Wan's wrist, she instantly felt that the 3,800 watch she had tried on wasn't appealing at all. She held a higher status than Su Wan, yet the watch she wore was inferior to hers. Lin Ru, feeling somewhat reluctant, asked her salesperson, "If we purchase this watch, will there be any gifts included?" She had caught a glimpse earlier and was very fond of the lattice silk scarf adorned with the Patek Philippe logo. The salesperson who attended to Lin Ru responded awkwardly, "Miss Lin, unfortunately, there are no gifts." After being refused, Lin Ru's expression darkened further. Beside her, Wang Hai also wore a gloomy expression. He had purchased Patek Philippe watches a few times, but generally they would not give him any gifts. Patek Philippe watches are quite expensive, with even the lowest priced models costing over 100,000. Therefore, purchasing watches worth hundreds of thousands in one go is considered mundane by these salespeople, and Patek Philippe would not offer gifts. The reason Xiao Chun had given Jiang Cheng so many gifts earlier was that Jiang Cheng had spent over 4 million in one go. Wang Hai had originally wanted to take Lin Ru out to show off, and perhaps indulge in a few days of extravagant enjoyment, but with Jiang Cheng's blow, he suddenly felt embarrassed. He said with a stern face to Lin Ru, "Forget it, let's come back another time." After saying that, he completely ignored Lin Ru and strode out of the VIP reception area. Lin Ru was left sitting awkwardly alone. Seeing this, the salesperson hurriedly asked, "Miss Lin, do you still want this watch?" Looking at Wang Hai's ungracious exit, Lin Ru felt a surge of anger. She naturally wanted it. Although her watch couldn't compare to Su Wan's, it was still worth 3,800. Was she really going to give up just like that? Fuming, Lin Ru took off the watch, her face flushed with anger as she coldly snorted, "Let's talk about it next time." Before leaving, she shot Wang Hai a glare. Su Wan, however, was completely unfazed and even felt somewhat exhilarated. Meanwhile, as Su Wan agreed to accept the watch, Jiang Cheng heard the system's prompt. Ding. Task completed. Given Su Wan's increasing goodwill towards the host, the task evaluation is exceptionally high. Congratulations, host, you have received a specific consumption cashback reward. The host spending at Patek Philippe will randomly yield 13 times cashback. Would the host like to receive the reward immediately? Jiangcheng nodded in satisfaction at the system. After all, it was a freebie. Receiving cashback just for giving a watch, why not take advantage of it? Even if he only received 1 times the reward, it would be good. Jiangcheng silently thought to himself, draw immediately. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn 3 times the cashback with a total rebate of 1316550 yuan. Having drawn over 10 million in rebates at once, Jiangcheng felt that the Dreamcometer system was indeed withdraw immediately. In the next moment, Jiangcheng's bank card received a message notifying him of the deduction of the over 4 million he had just spent, along with an influx of over 13 million. After leaving Patek Philippe, Jiangcheng instructed the driver to head towards Hanglong Plaza. In this magical city, aside from Hanglong, there was also the newly expanded Global Harbor IFC. Both of these are luxury shopping centers. However, Hanglong, located on Nanjing Road, may be relatively. The brands curated within are tightly controlled, positioning themselves as high-end luxury and fashionable. Many flagship stores, boutiques, and concept stores of international luxury brands can be found here. As an established high-end department store, the decor of Hanglong Plaza is also extremely luxurious. Each floor has a very high ceiling, and almost all stores within the mall are international luxury flat. Whether it is domestic luxury brands or international top-tier labels, everything is available here. As long as you have enough money, you can acquire any brand you desire. Regarding wealth, Jiangcheng is quite confident at the moment. The exquisite and luxurious window displays of Hanglong Plaza, along with the massive ads of various brands, leave onlookers breathless and captivated. Of course, what truly attracts people are the new seasonal clothing displayed in these stores. Each store has a female salesperson in a black suit and white gloves standing gracefully in front of the brand's flagship store, exuding charm and elegance, as if showcasing the allure and strength of the brand. Jiangcheng and Su Wan entered Hanglong Plaza with confidence. As soon as they stepped inside, the tall and stunning Su Wan instantly became the focal point for passers-by. Even though she was wearing a mask, her long snow-white legs and curvaceous figure made many men wish their eyes could be glued to her. Even as their female companions looked on, jealously pinching the arms of those men, it did not quell their desire to gaze at beauty. Though Jiangcheng's attire was quite ordinary, the underlying wealth he possessed made him appear remarkably composed in the face of the eager gazes from the saleswomen. The two casually strolled about. Wan, which brands do you usually like to shop for? Jiangcheng mimicked Huang Ming's tone while addressing Su Wan. Upon hearing Jiangcheng call her that, Su Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She knew he was teasing her. However, Su Wan chose not to correct him. After all, Jiangcheng was her future financial backer. One must bow their head when under a roof. Jiangcheng naturally noticed Su Wan's subtle eye roll. His words carried no other meaning, merely a playful jest born out of boredom. I pay more attention to the trending colors and styles of the season. In our line of work, we certainly need to keep up with fashion trends, but I also choose styles that suit me. As for brands, I'm not too picky, as long as the clothing has a sense of design, I'll buy it regardless of the label. Personally, I don't like to wear clothes that are splattered with overtly recognizable brands, and I can't afford too many expensive labels. Su Wan shrugged after finishing her statement. Hearing her speak so candidly, Jiangcheng chuckled. Today Su Wan indeed wore only a Chanel bag, while the rest of her outfit appeared quite ordinary. From Jiangcheng's impression, Su Wan's style has always been uniquely her own. Her outfits typically reflected a blend of casual life and a keen fashion sense. Alright, then help me pick some out, brand or no brand, doesn't matter as long as it suits me. Su Wan chuckled. Come on, why come to Hanglong if you're not buying luxury brands? There are indeed many beautiful and well-designed pieces. With your figure and face, anything would look good on you, and you're not short on cash. Saying this, Su Wan pulled Jiangcheng into a nearby Louis Vuitton store. Compared to other brands, there weren't many customers in the LV store. Once inside, a sweet-looking sales associate approached them. Good day, sir, and miss him, the sales associate Sally. Welcome to LV. The sales associate spoke gently. Su Wan held Jiangcheng's hand as they looked at the new expensive collection displayed. She pointed at a casual outfit in front of them and said, this outfit would suit you perfectly, why not give it a try? Jiangcheng glanced at Louis Vuitton, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Su Wan. Didn't you say you don't like wearing conspicuous designer brands from head to toe? LV is indeed a highly prestigious luxury brand. Its designs are not only ostentatious, but also heavily adorned with logos. Whether it's shoes, jackets, or its most famous luggage, everything is covered in logos. It is precisely this feature that has propelled LV to unprecedented success. Now, whenever an ordinary person mentions luxury brands, LV is likely the first that comes to mind. Even Hermes has had to learn from LV. They boldly incorporate their brand logo into their designs. After all, if it's too understated and the logo is hardly visible, how would anyone know you're carrying a Hermes bag worth hundreds of thousands to $1 million? Thus the new styles from Hermes will also prominently display their iconic big H logo. Seeing this, Sally quickly said enthusiastically, "This young lady has a great eye. This is our store's new style, perfect for this gentleman." Suwon, pointing at the new style in front of her, playfully said to Jiang Chung, "I did say that, but the key issue is that I'm too poor to afford many designer clothes. If I could buy them, I believe my taste would change accordingly. Besides, it's not you wearing it. Currently, I think only LV does this logo style well, with a sense of design and avant-garde flair. In contrast, the logo clothing from Gucci over there leaves much to be desired." "So you mean it can't be generalized?" Suwon nodded. "Exactly. You as a big boss can't be too understated. I almost got fooled at first, thinking you were just an ordinary university student." "I am indeed an ordinary university student," Jiang Chung replied. Suwon looked at him speechlessly and teased, "Look at what you just said. If you're ordinary, then am I not a struggling one?" As they joked, they continued to pick out clothes. Looking at the enthusiastic female sales assistant, Suwon couldn't help but sigh. "I remember the first time I went to buy something from a luxury brand, I was treated coldly." Huh, something like that happened. Although Jiang Chung had seen many videos on Douyin about sales assistants judging customers, he had yet to experience it himself. "I remember wanting to try on a dress, and the sales assistant said it was the most expensive one in the store, asking if I could afford it, and if not, I shouldn't try it on," Suwon said, pouting. "How did you respond?" Jiang Chung asked curiously. Suwon shook her head. "I was too timid at the time, and since I really couldn't afford it, I just left." Seeing Suwon's somewhat bitter expression, Jiang Chung smiled and said, "Next time you encounter such a situation, just reply to her, 'Is it more expensive for you to stand here for a month?'" Suwon gasped in surprise. Jiang Cheng's words made her feel a sudden realization, and she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "If only I had your reaction back then, I wouldn't still be haunted by it now," she sighed. "Those sales assistants from big brands have a bad habit acting as if they are superior just because they work here. Most of them will treat you based on your outfit. You see, most bloggers online share snippets of their experiences wearing ordinary clothes to visit these luxury brands. The outcome is that most are treated coldly, with only a few receiving normal service." Jiang Chung could not stand such phenomena. Before he had money, when he visited a regular clothing store, the salesgirls would call him handsome guy. Why should he be treated poorly in a brand store? Soon the two completed their shopping, and when it came time to pay, they spent only 1,000. "Let's leave the things here for now, and you can help me take them to the garage later," Jiang Chung said to Shaylee. "Sure, no problem. Please leave me a phone number, and you can call me later so I can take them down for you." With a beaming smile, Shaylee saw Jiang Chung and Suwon out of the store. After reserving a phone number at the LV store and checking in their items, Jiang Chung took Suwon into the neighboring Chanel. Soft carpets and luxurious bright crystal chandeliers. Bags that appeared exceedingly luxurious and beautiful under the spotlight were quietly displayed in the showcase. It is well known that no girl can resist Chanel. Jiang Chung remembered that the two bags Suwon carried yesterday and today were both from Chanel. Suwon looked at the Chanel items and asked, "Do you like Chanel?" "I think it doesn't look good on guys. Indeed, I can't quite appreciate their woven clothing. Help me pick out some bags." "Which ones do you think are nice?" Suwon hesitated and said, "Women's bags." "Are they for your aunt?" She was somewhat afraid that Jiang Chung would give her gifts again. After all, no one should receive rewards without merit. "They could be. If you were to choose, which one would you like?" Jiang Chung asked again. Suwon quickly shook her head and said, "I don't need to choose. I already have some bags. If I have a role to play, I will reward myself with a bag. You don't have to buy one for me." Seeing Suwon in a defensive posture, Jiang Chung couldn't help but smile. It was clear she genuinely did not want to accept anything from him. However, Jiang Chung thought this trait of Suwon was quite good. Whether she was sincere or just deflecting, at least she appeared that way. He smiled at her. Suwon's heart fluttered unexpectedly. Feeling a bit shy, she said, "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm just admiring your beauty." "All right, then you can help me choose 2 more mature bags for my mother." After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Suwon rolled her eyes at him and nodded cheerfully. "That's fine." In the end, Suwon picked 2 bags, and Jiang Chung added 1 more. While checking out, Jiang Chung realized they spent over 92,000. After shopping, he didn't continue browsing. As it was still early, he took Suwon back to her apartment. When they arrived at the apartment building, Suwon tentatively asked Jiang Chung, "How about going up for a drink?" "Water." Suwon's beautiful eyes turned. "Alcohol is fine too, anyway, it's about dinner time." At this moment, Suwon's friendliness value was only 75 points, just starting to enter the stage of close friends, and she hadn't even reached the stage of having a crush yet. Jiang Chung understood that she was asking just to see what he was thinking. Forget it, boys should keep themselves clean outside and protect themselves well. If you get drunk, those girls may take advantage of you. Listening to Jiang Cheng's vain words, Suwon couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're really full of yourself." Jiang Chung opened the trunk, took out one of the Chanel bags, and directly stuffed it into her hands before turning and getting into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. "I'm leaving. You should rest early. Thank you for accompanying me shopping today." Suwon stood in place looking at the bag in her hands, and then glancing at the Rolls-Royce that had already driven away, smiling helplessly. Jiang Cheng surprised her, as she initially thought he would at least come up and sit for a bit, but unexpectedly he had no intention in that regard. Suwon friendliness value 5. Seeing that Suwon's friendliness value had risen to 80 points because of the gift he gave her, Jiang Cheng immediately smiled. Still, the same saying goes, when a woman says no, it actually means yes. When giving gifts to girls, don't ask if they want it, or if they like it, just give it directly. With 80 points of friendliness, she has already entered the crush stage. As long as he works a little harder, upgrading to a close relationship will be a matter of time. Once a close relationship is established, how far are they from becoming intimate together? After all, it's not easy to meet a woman who's worth having. If you can cherish it, then cherish it. After returning to the Yangyuan Amon, the private housekeeper Wang Yuyan had already prepared the bathwater for Jiang Cheng and tested the temperature. Her long black hair cascaded behind her, and the black professional pencil skirt perfectly showcased her rounded figure. At this moment, she was smiling warmly at Jiang Cheng, saying, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. The bathwater has been prepared for you. Are you ready to bathe now?" Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Yuyan and thought, although she couldn't compare to the beautiful young woman Yu Xiaoxiao or the fashionable star Su, she could still be considered a campus beauty in an ordinary school. The so-called private housekeeper is actually a high-end service staff responsible for managing guest travel and check-in services. Moreover, they are generally required to be on call 24 hours a day. "Let me wait a bit. We'll take a swim first. Please open a bottle of champagne for me," Jiang Cheng said with a "All right, please wait a moment." Wang Yuyan turned to fetch a bottle of champagne for Jiang Cheng from the wine cabinet. Jiang Cheng's luxurious suite in Rome City costs over 5,000 per night, but the service is far less attentive than that of Amon Yung. After all, Amon Yung's villa, priced at 80,000 per night, not only has an outdoor balcony, but also offers a private swimming pool and hot spring bath, along with a full array of aromatherapy, spa, wellness center, and game room. Staying here means one can enjoy a whole day without even stepping outside. After opening the champagne, Wang Yuyan poured half a glass into a high-stemmed cup, then brought the tray over and placed it beside the pool. Once everything was ready, Wang Yuyan respectfully stood by, watching Jiang Cheng swim back and forth in the pool. After a few laps, Jiang Cheng climbed ashore. Seeing Jiang Cheng come ashore, Wang Yuyan immediately draped a towel over his shoulders. Feeling her considerate gesture, Jiang Cheng smiled at her and said, "Thank you, Manager Wang." While helping Jiang Cheng with the towel, her hand inadvertently brushed against his firm abdominal muscles, causing a slight fluster in Wang Yuyan's heart. She gazed at the pool beside her to mask her emotions and replied, "You're too kind. This is what I should do." Even though she had been working here for 3 years, the occupancy rate of the villa was quite low due to its price threshold. On average, there would only be 1 or 2 days in a month when guests would stay. If luck was on their side, they might occasionally encounter a wealthy guest who booked for 2 nights. However, over the course of a year, the total number of clients served would only be in the dozens. It was quite rare to have someone like Jiang Cheng who booked for an entire week. Wang Yuyan blushed and smiled slightly. Ignoring her little emotions, Jiang Cheng walked straight to the lounge chair by the pool and comfortably lay down. "By the way, Manager Wang, do you have any special and expensive dishes here?" Jiang Cheng asked while sipping champagne. Seeing Jiang Cheng's inquiry, Wang Yuyan quickly adjusted her emotions and replied seriously, "Such an expensive suite would naturally come with high-end chefs. If guests require, the hotel chef can even cook on-site at the villa. After all, there is a dedicated dining kitchen in the villa. Moreover, the menu here offers a variety of prices. Yes, we have a wide range of dishes, including Chinese, French, Italian, Japanese cuisine, and more. Additionally, Amon Hotel is currently one of the most expensive hotels in China, with its restaurant offering a high standard, especially the prices at the Italian restaurant are quite steep. One particularly special dish is the yellow lip fish, known for its delicate and rare meat, which can be prepared in various ways, with pan-frying being the most common method in our hotel, preserving the freshness and flavor of the food." Wang Yuyan earnestly introduced, "There's also the Alba white truffle, which is another specialty of ours. Similar to winter mushrooms and porcini, it is produced in Italy, extremely valuable, and is often referred to as the white diamond, revered by many. This white truffle can be made into salads, pasta, or paired with steak." Jiang Cheng had indeed heard of the yellow lip fish, though a single one could cost at least several $100,000. The Alba white truffle is even priced by weight, with a gram costing several $100s. Jiang Cheng calculated in his heart, seemingly finding the perfect opportunity to use his gourmet cashback card. He nodded and said, "Manager Wang, could you help me with a massage?" Wang Yuyan glanced at Jiang Cheng's slightly revealed 8-pack abs and swallowed nervously, saying, "All right, Mr. Jiang." Soon she placed her hands on Jiang Cheng's shoulders and began to massage him slowly. Compared to Wang Yuyan's nervousness, Jiang Cheng appeared much more serious. At that moment, his entire focus was on the gourmet cashback voucher. Just then, Yu Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's arrival caused a fleeting awkwardness in Wang Yuyan's expression. Even she herself did not. Not just her, Yu Xiaoxiao also secretly sized up Wang Yuyan. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes, and seeing it was Yu Xiaoxiao said to Wang Yuyan, "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Wang. You can take a break now." "All right, Mr. Jiang. Call me anytime if you need anything." Wang Yuyan replied, nodded at Yu Xiaoxiao, and then turned to leave. Watching Wang Yuyan leave, Yu Xiaoxiao approached Jiang Cheng with a flirtatious smile. She stretched her leg over and directly sat on Jiang Cheng's lap. At that moment, their intimate posture made Jiang Cheng lounging on the chair feel a surge of excitement. "Xiaoxiao, how about we start with a little test run?" An hour later, Yu Xiaoxiao grabbed the bathrobe from the side of the lounge chair, wrapped it around herself, and then lay back down in Jiang Cheng's embrace. Jiang Cheng stroked Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth skin and said, "Xiaoxiao, if I were to start an entertainment company, would you help me out?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Starting a company just for Suwan?" Jiang Cheng playfully poked Yu Xiaoxiao's nose, saying, "Well, but there will definitely be more than just her. I signed her because I see her potential. The main goal of starting the company is still to make a profit, not what you might think." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Cheng. "Of course, no problem. If you need, I can." In the past few days, through multiple deep conversations, Yu Xiaoxiao had already developed different feelings for Jiang Cheng. Seeing her agree, Jiang Cheng began to paint a bright future for her. "Thank you, Xiaoxiao. I've decided to name the entertainment company Starlight Entertainment. You will be in charge, and the salary will be calculated at the highest rate in the industry. From now on, you will call the shots for the company's major matters." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao stared at Jiang Cheng in surprise. This meant she would be promoted from an operations manager directly to a general manager. I must say, Jiang Cheng's grand proposal had quite the effect. Yu Xiaoxiao felt deeply moved at that moment. "Jiang Cheng, you are so good to me. I will go register the company in the next few days. As for the location and various matters, I will leave it to you. I trust you. Starting a company is a tedious and troublesome affair. Having a professional person to manage it while I take a back seat sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Don't worry, I will do a good job." Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's half-biting sexy red lips and couldn't help but pull her closer. As a white-collar beauty, Yu Xiaoxiao had a strong ability to learn. She quickly absorbed the knowledge. Jiang Cheng. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a bottle of mineral water and rinsed her mouth, playfully glancing at Jiang Cheng. "You naughty boy." Jiang Cheng chuckled mischievously and said, "You're the one who's full. Ooh, I haven't eaten yet." After giving Jiang Cheng a reproachful look, Yu Xiaoxiao tidied her hair. Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at Jiang Cheng's handsome and flamboyant face, reaching out to touch his cheek. "Good husband, go a little slower. That won't do. Speed is what's exciting. I will take you to the Gao family later." The next day at noon, Jiang Cheng received a message from Wang Zheng stating that he couldn't make it to the appointment due to unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Cheng didn't mind. He arrived at the car exhibition in a Rolls-Royce provided by Amon Yang. It was already around 2 in the afternoon. Looking at the throngs of people at the entrance, one could tell how bustling this car exhibition was. After all, it was an international showcase, drawing in crowds one after another. Although not everyone could afford a car, it didn't stop people from coming to take a look and munch on some snacks. Whether it was admiring luxury cars, beautiful saleswomen, or car models, it was free to spectate. Wang Zheng had already booked Jiang Cheng's entry ticket for the exhibition the night before. After presenting the ticket confirmation, Jiang Cheng quickly entered the venue. Upon seeing the promotional banners at the venue, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this is the Magic City Auto Show." Just as Wang Zheng had said, globally renowned car manufacturers participated in this exhibition. Not only were there Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, and Porsche, but even the relatively niche Pagani was present. Jiang Cheng strolled leisurely, taking in the sights. Along the way, he saw a dazzling array of high-end models: the high-spec Audi URUS, Audi RS7, the new McLaren GT, BMW M8 Thunder Edition, and Mercedes-AMG GTR. Although these models and their performance were decent, the prices still did not meet Jiang Cheng's standards. Take the BMW M8 Thunder Edition, for example. While it is a standard 4-seat performance car with a strong 0-100 time of just 3.2 seconds, its price of $2 million still deterred Jiang Cheng. It was just too cheap. Jiang Cheng shook his head and left the Mercedes and BMW booths, heading towards the more crowded Ferrari. Although he had just purchased a LaFerrari yesterday, it didn't stop him from casually browsing the available cars. As he approached the Ferrari booth, he noticed a few familiar faces inside. They were Zhang Yun, Suyama Xiaoli, and Cheng Jipeng. These few individuals were surrounding a car model dressed in a tight, sexy black dress, and that model was obviously Zhou Ying. Jiang Cheng did not expect that Zhou Ying's job in Magic City was to be a model for Ferrari. He stood still, frowning, and looked Zhou Ying up and down in confusion. The first thing that caught Jiang Cheng's eye was a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs. She was wearing a pair of black high heels made of goat suede, perfectly complementing her legs. Moving up, she wore a simple black off-shoulder dress. The back of the dress featured a revealing design exposing about 1/3 of her upper back. This tight dress wrapped her curvaceous backside in an incredibly alluring way. With a face as angelic as a cherub and a body as tempting as a devil, one couldn't help but marvel at such perfection in the world. As he looked further up, his gaze settled on her heaving chest. So large. To be honest, compared to other models, Zhou Ying's figure was quite modest. However, her beauty was simply dazzling. Compared to the other models who revealed their backs, chests, and legs, Zhou Ying, dressed modestly, did not fall behind. She stood out among a crowd of sexy women thanks to her beauty. Yet at that moment, Zhou Ying's gaze lacked the previous pride and arrogance. In front of her familiar classmates, she seemed to show a hint of inferiority and timidity. As Jiang Qing approached, he heard Li Sudong say to Zhou Ying, let's go together. He'll pick you up after work. As soon as Li Sudong finished speaking, Suya beside him immediately replied, with a slightly sour tone, forget it, Sudong. Just look at Zhou Ying now, her status is different. Oh, she's a model now. Let's not disturb her. Besides, didn't she refuse your invitation to travel after graduation? Girls like her being from wealthy families wouldn't even look our way. Why would you invite her along? Seeing Zhou Ying's face turn awkward, Jiang Qing spoke up. Hey, what a coincidence. Am I back in Rongqing? Why is everyone here? As Jiang Qing spoke, several people turned their heads. Jiang Qing, what are you doing here? Suya changed her previously sharp tone to one of surprise and said, Old Jiang. I didn't hear you were. Zhou Jun also looked at Jiang Qing in amazement, then hurried over and excitedly patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder. Zhou Jun was Jiang Qing's close friend, and they often hung out together at school. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing immediately glanced meaningfully at Li Sudong. What do you mean? From your tone, it sounds like you've organized some secret event that I don't know about. Li Sudong often deliberately left Jiang Qing out when organizing events. The reason was simple. Wherever Jiang Qing was, he would always overshadow some of the spotlight. Seeing Jiang Qing say this, Li Sudong shrugged with a smug expression and said, this isn't a class event, we've already graduated. I just called a few good classmates for a graduation trip. So what? Did Zhou Jun not tell you? Hey, Li Sudong, don't try to sow discord. Even if I told Jiang Qing, he wouldn't come along with you. You guys aren't that tight. Why would I tell him this? After Zhou Jun shot back at Li Sudong, his pride immediately flared up. Then why did you come along? I came with Suya. What's wrong? Is Magic City yours? Do I need your permission to be here? Zhou Jun retorted defiantly. Seeing Li Sudong and Zhou Jun arguing again, Suya immediately covered her ears and said impatiently, why are you two starting again? Can you stop arguing? It's been noisy all the way here. Jiang Qing glanced at Zhou Jun. He and Li Sudong had always been at odds, and the reason was simple: the little demonist Suya. Zhou Jun liked Suya, while Suya liked to fish for rich boys. Any boy with a bit of money and decent looks was a target for Suya. This included Jiang Qing and Li Sudong, who both came from relatively good families, though Zhou Jun ranked. Jiang Qing had secretly advised Zhou Jun several times to wake up sooner, but unfortunately, he just wouldn't. After Suya spoke, she looked at Jiang Qing with some confusion and said, Jiang Qing, it's only been a short time since we last met. How come you seem to have become more handsome? Exactly, no wonder. I always felt something was off about Jiang Qing. He hasn't gone to Magic City for plastic surgery, has he? Another girl with short hair known as Jiang Yun leaned closer to Jiang Qing and examined him seriously. Indeed, although he's still not as handsome as me, he does look quite different. Zhou Jun chimed in. Surrounded by a few people, Jiang Qing helplessly waved his hand. With his current high-end brand aura, of course, he felt different. Get lost. What are you all doing here? Buying a car. We can't afford a Ferrari. We just ran into old classmates and came to catch up. Jiang Qing, are you also here to see our class flower? She is now a top model. Just look at how many boys were surrounding her taking photos just now. Zhou Ying is now a big star. Suya said this in a teasing tone while looking at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's face showed a hint of awkwardness at Suya's joking, but she still dutifully stood next to the car. Suya, what's wrong with being a model? Zhou Ying said, she is just a temporary worker. Don't speak so harshly. Li Sudong, struck by Zhou Ying's beauty, immediately defended his goddess. Sudong, what did I say? I know Zhou Ying doesn't need the money. I'm just surprised at how she looks now. Is this still the pure school flower we used to know? Look at how sexy she is. She looks really good. As Jiang Qing listened to Suya's somewhat White Lotus remarks, he discreetly activated the friendly value relationship scanning system. Name Suya, age 19, height 163 centimeters, beauty 75, figure 88, privacy 30, friendliness 90 points, intimate relationship. Name Jiang Yun, age 19, height 165 centimeters, beauty 70, figure 90, privacy 2, friendliness 75, close friends. Looking at the scan values, Jiang Qing couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions and sympathy for Zhou Jun. Suya's privacy value was surprisingly 30. How many close partners has she had? According to the system's explanation, that's definitely 30. The key is that her friendliness towards Jiang Qing reached a staggering 90 points. This was quite puzzling, as he and Suya hardly had any real interaction other than chatting. Zhou Jiyun, seeing Jiang Qing staring at him with a bewildered expression, couldn't help but blink and ask, "What? Brother, let me tell you again, take good care of yourself. Did you take the wrong medicine, oi?" Zhou Jiyun pushed his hand away, looking utterly confused. After the joking, Jiang Qing took the initiative to greet Zhou, saying, "Zhou, it's been a few days, and you've become even more beautiful." Jiang Qing's generous compliment made Zhou feel no aversion. Zhou nodded towards Jiang Qing. "Jiang Qing, are you here to see the auto show too?" "Yes, I just came to take a look." "Are you all planning to buy a Ferrari while surrounding the goddess?" Li Sudong, seeing Zhou Ying's friendly attitude towards Jiang Qing, could not help but darken his expression and said, "Jiang Qing, if you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. This is a Ferrari 488, one of their latest models developed this year, and it is the highest position model among the 3 new ones. Do you think it's just any car that you can buy just like that? No wonder you are our class monitor. I didn't expect you to know so much about Ferraris." Jiang Qing complimented Li Sudong proactively. Li Sudong, noticing that Jiang Qing was unusually not retorting him, continued to showcase his knowledge. "Of course, this Ferrari 488 has a 3.9-liter V8 turbo engine. With an output of over 640 horsepower, it can go from 0 to 100 in just 3 seconds. All its buttons are touch-sensitive, giving it a very futuristic feel. Moreover, the car's interior is made with very high-end materials, and the total price, including customization and taxes, is 5 million. How about that? Isn't it impressive?" "It is indeed impressive. You've done a lot of homework without even planning to buy a car," Jiang Qing teased. Seeing the situation getting increasingly chaotic, Zhou glanced towards the supervisor's direction and said somewhat awkwardly to them, "Sorry, everyone, I am currently working. Can we get in touch later? It's not good to crowd here." Seeing the goddess in a difficult position and having just been retorted by Jiang Qing, Li Sudong immediately put on an air and said, "Zhou, actually I came to the auto show today to casually see if there are any suitable cars to buy later, especially since I will soon be going to college and my college entrance exam results are quite good, scoring 625 points. My parents decided to reward me with a car, so please help me introduce this one. If it's suitable, I'll buy it. I'm not very knowledgeable about it. If you want to know about the car's performance, you can ask the sales lady over there," Zhou said with a somewhat awkward smile. "Isn't it the same to ask you? We're all old classmates, and I'm more familiar with you," Li Sudong continued to. Jiang Qing scoffed and unhesitatingly exposed Li Sudong's intentions. "Li Sudong, weren't you just giving a detailed introduction? You've memorized it all, or what else do you need to know? If it's suitable, just buy it. What era is it now? Still looking for excuses to chat?" "Jiang Qing, what does my conversation with Zhou have to do with you? Buying a car is a big deal. It's not just a few bucks. Shouldn't I understand it better? Why don't you just buy a car yourself?" "Sure, Zhou classmate, if I buy this car, do I get a model with it?" Zhou smiled upon hearing this and replied, "Jiang Qing, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. What I said is true." Seeing Jiang Qing teasing Zhou, Li Sudong's expression darkened further, and he unhappily said, "Jiang Qing, can you stop showing off? It's affecting Zhou Ying's work." After Li Sudong finished speaking, the male supervisor from Ferrari walked over with a stern face. He had long noticed that several students had been chatting here. The male supervisor immediately recognized that Li Sudong and the others were not potential customers for Ferrari. Having so many people gathered here would only affect their sales. "Zhou, what's going on with chatting during work hours? We're paying you to work, not to chat here." The male supervisors. Hearing the supervisor's reprimand, Zhou Ying's fair cheeks flushed slightly, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around her skirt. She bit her lip and said softly, yet with a hint of stubbornness, "I'm sorry, supervisor. I'll get back to my work right now." She worked part-time as a car model here, earning 2,000 yuan a day. Moreover, she never expected to run into her former classmates in the Magic City. In the past, she wore the latest seasonal fashion and had limited edition charms hanging from her backpack. Now she could only wear the display outfit provided by the organizer, standing here, maintaining a smile for 8 hours. In truth, the moment Jiang Qing appeared, she felt her fingertips tremble involuntarily. The boy who once filled her diary with secret thoughts unexpectedly stood before her now. Zhou instinctively wanted to hide, but found no place to do so. This modeling job was too important to her. It was a key source of funding for her college tuition. The male supervisor's imposing demeanor in reprimanding Zhou also served as a subtle warning to Jiang Qing and his group not to linger around here chatting. "Li Sudong, look at what you've done. I told you not to flirt with Zhou, and now she's been reprimanded because of it. Just see the mess you've made." Seeing Jiang Qing shift the blame onto him, Li Sudong instantly exploded. "Jiang Qing, are you deliberately targeting me? Haven't you been staring at Zhou too? You've watched her just as long, so why can't I? Go ahead, buy one yourself." Jiang Qing nodded, gazing at the Ferrari 488 beside Zhou. Its list price exceeded 5 million yuan, a sleek avant-garde design that perfectly matched his refined taste. "I was just thinking the same thing. Though the car's price is rather ordinary, having Zhou standing beside it makes it infinitely more alluring." A dazzling automobile paired with a radiant beauty, truly harmonious. Tell me, if I purchase this vehicle, will you throw in a model like Zhou Ying as a complimentary gift? Hearing Jiang Cheng's remark, the male sales manager chuckled warmly. Sir, should you truly purchase this Ferrari 488, we'll gladly include premium protective film. Earlier he'd stood too far away to observe clearly, but now stepping closer, his sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the Patek Philippe watch on Jiang Cheng's wrist. With his experience, the manager instantly recognized it as no ordinary model, certainly worth over $500,000. Though Jiang Cheng knew full well the manager meant protective film, while he jokingly asked for a model, he still nodded solemnly. You said it yourself. Let's proceed with payment. With that, he pulled out his bank card and handed it to the manager. Those present froze mid-breath, stunned by Jiang Cheng's effortless confidence. Old Jiang, you're serious? Incredible. Even the base model costs over 5 million yuan, and with the selected configuration, the final price surges past 8 million. Cheng Jiping, who'd remained silent until now, burst forth electrified. An avid supercar enthusiast, he couldn't afford one himself, but spoke of them with encyclopedic fluency. All others stood dumbfounded, like specters confronting reality. Even Suya, whose initial goodwill toward Jiang Cheng had rated 90 points, furrowed her brow in disbelief. After all, this was a Ferrari, not some ordinary vehicle priced in the hundreds of thousands. Though Jiang Cheng's family was comfortably well off, none believed he could produce 8 million yuan on the spot. In Chengdu, 8 million yuan could buy an exquisite luxury apartment. Li Sudong laughed first. Bitterly, Jiang Cheng stopped pretending. Zhou Ying works here. I urge you to show some decency. Don't get her fired. Li Sudong, have you lost your mind? How does my buying a car harm her? I bought it because of her. Manager. At Jiang Cheng's words, the manager instantly grasped the implication, and with a beaming smile reverently accepted the bank card. Absolutely, esteemed guest. Should you purchase this vehicle, the commission will be credited entirely to Zhou Ying's account. The manager added shrewdly. What did it matter? A mere commission, when selling such a car. Zhou Ying's face flushed crimson. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Cheng's smiling eyes. The same boy who'd once stirred her heart, now standing before her, his gaze still clear, bright, and unwavering. She knew without Jiang Cheng's intervention that commission would never have fallen to her. She wasn't a salesperson, merely a showroom model. Naturally. But remember our deal. Car purchase includes the model. Seeing Zhou Ying blush deeply under Jiang Cheng's playful charm, Li Sudong's face turned ashen with fury. The manager, delighted by Jiang Cheng's wit, chimed in cheerfully. Yes, yes, Mr. Jiang, shall we begin drafting the purchase agreement? I'll fetch it immediately. Proceed with full payment. Keep the paperwork simple. By the way, is this vehicle in stock? Upon hearing full payment, the manager's eyes lit up with delight, and he swiftly accepted the POS terminal handed to him by a female colleague. She simpered eagerly. Of course. It's a data drive unit. You may take possession immediately. Let me process everything for you right away. With that, the manager hurriedly swiped the card. A moment later, the POS printer spat out a long, elegant receipt. A soft beep confirmed the transaction's success. A hush fell over the room, brief, profound, and electric. Even Li Sudong, who'd mocked Jiang Cheng relentlessly moments earlier, quietly unclenched his fists. His face burned with shame. He'd just lectured everyone on the Ferrari's extraordinary pedigree, only for Jiang Cheng to purchase it outright, as if plucking a star from the sky. In that instant, Li Sudong felt like a mangy dog, pathetic, irrelevant. Then he saw how Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Cheng, and comprehension struck like lightning. A man capable of spending 8 million yuan on a Ferrari belonged to a realm utterly beyond his own. What grounds did he have for resentment? And what right did he possess to compete with Jiang Cheng at all? To rush forward now would be nothing short of self-humiliation. Realizing this, Li Sudong exhaled softly, then quietly retreated into the background. Beaming at the lengthy receipt, the manager returned the bank card with flourish. Mr. Jiang, I'll personally oversee all delivery formalities. Thank you for choosing Ferrari. We invite you to relax in our VIP lounge with a cup of tea. Jiang Cheng declined with a gentle shake of his head. No need. I'll wait here. Then turning to the manager, you go on. Zhou Ying will accompany me. Zhou Ying nodded respectfully to the manager. Understood, sir. Zhou Yun was the first to snap out of his daze, slapping Jiang Cheng's shoulder with exhilarated force. Never saw this coming, old Jiang. A true heir to immense wealth. And yet you played it so low-key back in school. Su Ya's eyes shimmered with adoration as she gazed at Jiang Cheng. Yes. Jiang Cheng. I've never ridden in a Ferrari before. You must take me for a spin. Everyone knew Jiang Cheng's family wasn't poor, but none imagined his wealth ran this deep. Su Ya's goodwill rating surged by 5 points. Jiang Yun, ever perceptive, glanced between Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying, teasing lightly. Jiang Cheng bought this car for Zhou Ying. Besides the Ferrari seats, only 2. Where exactly would you sit? Why wouldn't I have space? I'll take the front passenger seat. Zhou Ying has work to do, and as a model she probably lets dozens of men test drive this car every day. Su Ya's acidic jab hung in the air, sharp, pointed, and unmistakably aimed at Zhou Ying. Seeing Su Ya's goodwill rating skyrocket to 95, while his own privacy metric plummeted to 30, Jiang Cheng recoiled inwardly. Though virtue deserved reverence and vice demanded conquest, such intimacy felt untenable. Ignoring Su Ya, he tilted his chin toward Zhou Ying, Jiang Yun's right. This car only looks truly magnificent when Zhou Ying sits beside it. Su Ya hadn't expected such candid candor, and let out a cold, dismissive snort before shooting Zhou Ying one last venomous glare. By the way, Jiang Cheng, I heard you broke up with Zhao Jia. Was it because you've developed feelings for Zhou Ying? Zhou Ying's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Jiang Cheng. She didn't believe Jiang Cheng had ended things for her sake, yet she was genuinely startled. She'd witnessed firsthand how tenderly, how attentively he'd treated Zhao Jia. My reasons for parting ways with Zhao Jia concern neither you nor Zhou Ying. That said, Zhou Ying is undeniably beautiful. Any man would find her captivating. Jiang Cheng answered openly and unapologetically. Zhou Ying, flustered by his honesty, glanced away shyly, then murmured softly, "Thank you, Jiang Cheng. We're classmates, no need for thanks. And truthfully, I came here intending to buy a car, not to perform a public spectacle." As he spoke, his gaze lingered meaningfully upon Li Sudong. Li Sudong, however, stared intently at his phone, head bowed, posture utterly indifferent, as though Jiang Cheng had named no one at all. Just then Cheng Jipeng approached again, eyes gleaming with renewed fervor. "Jiang Cheng, is that a Patek Philippe ref? 5160. Jiang Cheng nodded approvingly. "Impressive. You understand both automobiles and horology." Flattered, Cheng Jipeng beamed. "I spotted it earlier, but wasn't certain. Still, if you can afford an 8 million yuan Ferrari, 100,000 yuan Patek is certainly genuine." As Cheng Jipeng finished speaking, several people immediately erupted in commotion, especially Li Sudong, who had been flaunting his 20th Zanduan Longines watch, now wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. Meanwhile, Su Ya's enthusiasm, which had just been extinguished, flared up again. "Jiang Cheng, you are incredible. Over $1 million, that's enough to buy a house. You must be the most outstanding one in our class." Zhou Zhiyun chimed in with a teasing remark. "It's a good thing you used to cry poor when you treated us at school. It turns out you were just pretending. Old Jiang is actually a super rich second generation." Jiang Yun also added, agreeing with the sentiment. Jiang Cheng felt wronged by Zhou Zhiyun's words. While his family situation was decent, it certainly did not reach the standard of being a rich second generation. With a monthly allowance of 4,000 yuan, it could only be said to be better than an average family situation, but when compared to true rich second generations, it was still vastly different. "Alright, I'll come clean. It's graduation, and since I did well on the college entrance exam, my parents decided to reward me. There's no way I could turn that down." Jiang Cheng parroted back Li Sudong's earlier boastful words verbatim. Although Li Sudong was a bit annoyed, he understood his own limitations and dared not confront Jiang Cheng heat, and he could only snort coldly and say, "It's getting late. We should prepare to go have dinner. If we delay, we'll hit traffic." Su Ya, seeing Li Sudong's remark, immediately invited Jiang Cheng. "Jiang Cheng, come eat with us. Afterward, how about we go shopping?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No, I already have plans tonight. Let's get together another time." Su Ya, feeling disheartened by Jiang Cheng's rejection, glanced at Zhou Ying and asked, "When will you be back in Rongqing?" "In a few days, I suppose." Su Ya nodded in agreement. "Then we'll get together when you return. I will be leaving." After sending a few people off, Jiang Cheng did not linger with Zhou Ying. His gaze swept over the adjacent exhibition hall, and he was captivated by a Lamborghini covered in a pink car wrap. It reminded him of Yu Xiaoxiao. At a high-end car show, Ferraris and Lamborghinis were always neighbors, so it was not surprising. Seizing the opportunity while the Ferrari 488 was being processed, Jiang Cheng walked over to the Lamborghini exhibition area. The people at the showroom immediately rushed over when they saw Jiang Cheng approaching. Sure enough, the sales manager was the first to jog over to Jiang Cheng. After all, at an exhibition, although there were many people, the actual buyers were few and far between. The staff at Lamborghini had already noticed Jiang Cheng's previous expenditure at Ferrari. "Dear sir, what model are you interested in? Allow me to introduce it to you." Jiang Cheng glanced at the male salesperson. Indeed, he was their sales manager. He pointed to the pink Lamborghini and said, "This pink one is quite lovely. It's suitable for women." "You have a keen eye, sir. This pink Lamborghini is indeed rare. It attracts a lot of attention when driven out. We specially designed this color for our female customers." The sales manager continued to flatter Jiang Cheng, rubbing his hands together with a beaming face. Moreover, its safety braking system includes lane keeping, night vision capabilities, departure warnings, and lane change assistance, among others. And it also features colorful ambient lighting that is very appealing to female customers. Jiang Cheng raised his hand, interrupting, "Alright, how much is this car?" The sales manager, seeing Jiang Cheng's inquiry, became a bit excited and said, "Given this car's high specifications, the total price comes to 9.5 million. If you purchase this car, you will also receive 3 years of maintenance and our Lamborghini's special custom car wrap, worth 200,000. Alright, just swipe the card directly." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the male manager was overjoyed and swiped the card in less than 5 minutes. "Okay, I'll handle it for you right away. By the way, I need a car delivery ceremony. Is that okay?" The manager nodded immediately at this and patted his chest, saying, "That's definitely not a problem. I guarantee the delivery ceremony will be done perfectly with a full sense of ceremony. Please come over here and have a seat." "No need, I'll just have a look around myself. Please help me finish as soon as possible and deliver it to a certain place later." Okay. The male manager finished speaking and immediately turned around to jog back to get the POS machine. At this moment, a charming girl was live streaming and shooting everywhere. She noticed a pink supercar and "Hey everyone in the live stream, take a look at this pink supercar. This color is rare, full of girlish charm. I bet no girl can resist this car, right? I wonder how the air conditioning is. Anyone interested in trying out this car's air conditioning? What's wrong with pink? Does a supercar have to be yellow or red? If this car were given to a girl, you'd definitely succeed. Everyone can see that there's a young man here just like me looking at this pink supercar. He even went up to sit in it. Let me interview him and see how he feels about it." As the charming girl finished speaking and approached, she was stopped by the Lamborghini staff. "Excuse me, miss, are you here to order a car or just to look? I want to take a look at that car. Could you please show us your financial verification?" "Do I need verification just to look? I clearly saw that young man walk right in." The charming female host said a bit indignantly. She knew that some luxury cars required financial verification for viewing, but this was a car show. It shouldn't require verification just to look right. The female attendant still smiled and refused, saying, "I'm sorry, but that is our procedure." The female attendant's refusal was partly because the charming host was not one of their potential clients and partly because Jiang Cheng was there. Their manager had instructed them to provide excellent service to Jiang Cheng. She obviously couldn't let others disturb Jiang Cheng, especially not a female host. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream started sending messages. "Poor little host, financial verification for Lamborghini must be at least 7 digits. Another day of bullying for the little host. Look, our little host has been streaming at their door for so long and no one is paying attention. Host, hurry and interview the big shots." The female host was blocked outside. Although she was unhappy, she could only murmur a few words before turning to leave. Jiang Cheng's recent purchase of another Lamborghini was naturally noticed by the Ferrari staff. Zhou Ying, who was dutifully standing next to the car, watched Jiang Cheng swipe his card again in astonishment. A Lamborghini at least costs 5 to 6 million, and with all the configurations it would reach 10 million. Zhou Ying never expected Jiang Cheng to be so wealthy. In less than half an hour, Jiang Cheng spent 20 million. Even if it were under the conditions of her family's previous wealth, Zhou Ying's family had many luxury cars, but they couldn't spend money like Jiang Cheng did. Moreover, her family had gone bankrupt, making it even more impossible for her to live freely. To escape debts, they frequently moved. Additionally, she had to come out to work part-time after graduating from high school to earn tuition for college. She was also forced into this job, who called the car model's salary so high. With only 2 months left before college, she needed to earn more living expenses. Zhou Ying currently had neither a degree nor any special skills. After spending over 2 hours, Jiang Cheng completed all the procedures. Since he planned to use Yu Xiao's license plate for the Lamborghini, he didn't mind. At this moment, the male supervisor from Ferrari handed the car keys and relevant materials to Jiang Cheng and tentatively asked, "Mr. Jiang, how do you plan to handle the license plate?" The reason the male supervisor asked this was that although Ferrari could help Jiang Cheng obtain a license plate, he wasn't from the Magic City and thus couldn't own a Magic City license plate. However, there are some very special license plates that can be obtained through special means. Just then, the Dream Come True system issued a prompt. Ding! The system randomly rewards the host with the license plate, Huey JC111. The license plate has been randomly drawn by the Vehicle Management Office, and the relevant personnel are currently dispatching and assisting with the registration on site. Jiang Cheng looked at the prompt and smiled, saying, "Someone will come over to install and handle the license plate later. Just install it when they deliver it." The male supervisor was taken aback upon hearing this. After a few seconds, he cautiously replied, I understand then." Before he could finish his sentence, several uniformed personnel walked towards Jiang Cheng and respectfully bowed. "Mr. Jiang, your license plate is ready. We will assist you with the registration now." "All right, thank you." "You're welcome." When the relevant personnel took out Huey JC111, and the staff at Ferrari were once again shocked into silence. It turned out to be a local license plate from the Magic City, and even more shockingly, JC is the abbreviation of Jiang Cheng's name. The male supervisor stared at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. Having worked at Ferrari for so many years, it was the first time he had seen someone so powerful. Jiang Cheng smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't think too much. I just made a reservation for the license plate in advance, that's all." Reservation in advance. The male supervisor felt as if Jiang Cheng was treating him like a fool. This was simply outrageous, wasn't it? How could someone reserve a license plate like this, and even have someone deliver it directly to handle it? Although he had 1,000 complaints in his heart, he couldn't show any doubts on his face. Yes. This is indeed Mr. Jiang. What great luck. Even the license plate he chose is so meaningful. Truly impressive. At this moment, Zhou Ying's inner monologue echoed that of the male supervisor. Who exactly is Jiang Cheng? Why does he have such power? Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Cheng with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. In less than 10 minutes, the license plate was installed. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was almost done with the procedures, Zhou Ying proactively walked to his side. "Jiang Cheng, thank you so much today. How about I treat you to a meal?" Just as Jiang Cheng was about to agree, Zhou Ziyan's call came in. "Jiang Cheng, I broke up. Do you have time to drink with me?" "Broke up? Where are you?" After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng said to Zhou Ying, "Zhou Ziyan seems to have broken up and wants me to have a drink with him. Let's go out for dinner tomorrow instead." "He broke up? I thought he liked Suya." Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly, saying, "I'm not sure about the situation either. Let's go take a look first." "All right, then I'll treat you to dinner some other time." "Sure, it's a deal." Jiang Cheng drove his newly landed Ferrari 488 smoothly towards the address sent by Zhou Ziyun. After more than half an hour, he stopped not far from an inconspicuous hot pot restaurant on the roadside. After a moment, Jiang Cheng walked towards the restaurant. By the time he arrived, Zhou Ziyun had already ordered the dishes but hadn't touched the chopsticks yet. He was sitting alone in a corner, sulking while drinking a bottle of Budweiser. Seeing Zhou Ziyun's dejected expression, Jiang Cheng walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, "What's going on? It's only 5 o'clock and you're already drinking." Zhou Ziyun looked up, took a deep breath in frustration, and began to voice his complaints. "That guy Li Sudong has been provoking me ever since the car show. You know him, if he says something I can't just back down. We keep going back and forth, but Suya today she keeps siding with him." He continued, taking another sip from the bottle. "I could endure that, but the worst part is somehow those two went to the bathroom together while we were eating. Watching them exchange glances, the atmosphere felt off, so I thought about it, and secretly followed them. As I expected, those two were actually hugging and kissing in the alley next to the restroom. It's just disgusting. Damn it, that's when I realized I really am just a licking dog, a spare tire." Seeing Zhou Ziyun's eyes redden with emotion, Jiang Cheng comforted him by patting his shoulder. "Try to think of it differently, seeing that is actually a good thing. If you hadn't seen it, that would be terrifying." "I know, but it still hurts." "Lao Jiang, I've just been heartbroken." Zhou Ziyun finished, looking utterly miserable. "You two weren't even in a relationship. How can you say you've had a heartbreak?" "Damn, as expected of you, the king of sharp tongues." All right, listen to me, brother. Although we've always held to the principle of cherishing good girls and not wasting bad girls, Suya, she's not worth it. Did you know this already? She's bad, but she's good looking. Haven't you said not to waste? Your words contradict." Jiang Cheng naturally couldn't tell Zhou Ziyun that he had seen Su Ya's privacy score. "What I mean is a bad girl, not a ruined girl. I've heard from others that her private life is quite chaotic." Zhou Ziyun glanced at Jiang Cheng and suddenly understood, smacking his own head and resentfully saying, "I used to be clueless. Forget it, have a drink with me, and then we'll talk more." Zhou Ziyun drank 5 bottles of beer before he was unable to continue, while Jiang Cheng hadn't drunk much. After settling the bill, Jiang Cheng said to Zhou Ziyun, "Having drunk, I can't drive you home. Should I call a taxi for you?" "Where do you live?" "Why, Yina, how much is it?" "He'll transfer it to you first. Now that you're like this, why bother about money? Let's go." Zhou Ziyun looked at Jiang Cheng and chuckled foolishly. "Oh right, I forgot you're a rich man. Then next time you get heartbroken, I'll treat you." "Who would get heartbroken?" "Get lost." After sending Zhou Ziyun off in the car, Jiang Cheng ordered a designated driver on a certain platform. Then he waited for the driver to accept the request while walking towards his Ferrari. When he reached his car, he saw a girl dressed revealingly leaning against the car and taking pictures with her phone. Seeing this Tekka-looking woman, Jiang Cheng immediately put the car keys back in his pocket and quietly waited for the designated driver to arrive. As the saying goes, some women are wide-shouldered and boast a variety of charms. Jiang Cheng felt no interest in such women. A minute later, the girl suddenly lifted her head, looking at Jiang Cheng with disdain, and said, "Sorry, I don't have WeChat." "You don't need to wait. This car belongs to my boyfriend, and I'm waiting for him." Jiang Cheng was immediately confused. When did he have such a girlfriend? Name Chun Li, age 25, height 168 centimeters, appearance 60, figure 90, privacy 65, friendliness 30, stranger status. After reading it, Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly and took out the keys from his pocket, directly unlocking the car. Seeing the Ferrari's lights suddenly illuminate, Chun Li's expression changed drastically, her stiff face instantly turning into a smile as she flatteringly said, "I knew it, you look so much like my boyfriend." Chun-Li friendliness 30. Chun-Li friendliness 30. Hee really. I see you don't resemble my girl. Though the girl looked decent under the power of technology, she seemed too much like an internet celebrity, which Jiang Cheng found utterly unimpressive. Moreover, knowing that he was the owner of a Ferrari, her friendliness score skyrocketed by 60 points. Initially, she had a friendliness score of only 30 points, but now it had jumped to 90. Her mental quality was simply professional. One could say if a beauty with a score of 90 in looks and 0 in privacy were to approach him like this, Jiang Cheng might consider directly initiating a friendship. After all, in this day and age, everyone is somewhat materialistic, which is understandable. But for a woman with a privacy score of only 65 and a snake-like face, Jiang Cheng could only say I'm really grateful. Handsome, you really know how to joke. You drive this car, you should be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand, right? If you can. Chun-Li said, showcasing her impressive figure while speaking. Sorry, I can't. If you don't understand, let me educate you. A Ferrari is a high-powered rear-wheel drive car. Anyone who claims they can drive it with one hand likely doesn't own one. Chun-Li felt a bit embarrassed by Jiang Cheng's bluntness, smiling awkwardly as she responded. You really know a lot, but I'm great at playing PUBG. I know over 10 ways to win chicken dinners. Would you like to play with me? Sorry, I only like playing Honor of Kings. That's not what I meant. How about we add each other on WeChat? That's not a good idea. I really don't know if you have WeChat, but since meeting you I've lost my WeChat too. Seeing Jiang Cheng reject her, Chun-Li's expression stiffened a bit, but she didn't give up as she didn't want to miss out on a Ferrari owner. Chun-Li continued, I was just joking with you. Of course I have WeChat, and am available anytime no matter. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to retort against Chun-Li, a beautiful girl, wearing a white spaghetti strap dress, with a small jacket jogged over to him. Her stunning beauty made Jiang Cheng momentarily dazed. The key point was her breathless appearance at the moment, which instantly reminded him of a phrase, turbulent waves. The girl looked Jiang Cheng up and down, realizing that he matched the description on the designated driver app, a handsome guy in white standing by a supercar. She stared at Jiang Cheng for a moment, then politely asked, Hello, are you the one who called for the designated driver? Jiang Cheng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could she be so young? Yes. Are you the driver? The other party smiled calmly and nodded, breathing a bit heavily as she said, Hello, my name is Xiao Yinin. In the designated driver you called. Due to running a bit too fast, Xiao Yinin momentarily forgot to adjust the camera on her phone, which was now pointed directly at Jiang Cheng. The viewers in the live stream began to boil over. Wow, what a handsome guy. But this handsome guy looks a bit familiar. Isn't this guy the one from the Lamborghini this afternoon? Wow, so he's the big shot with the Ferrari. No wonder the Lamborghini staff treated him so specially. Seeing Xiao Yinin's phone pointed at him, Jiang Cheng frowned and walked over, extending his hand to cover the camera, saying, Miss, taking pictures of someone as handsome as me requires payment. The young woman offered an awkward smile, glanced at the live chat, and then turned her phone camera away. Sorry, big brother. I just remembered where I saw you earlier today at the Lamborghini showroom where you were test driving a pink Aventador. Jiang Cheng leaned in to glance at the phone, then asked, Are you a live stream host? Doing chauffeur services? Xiao Yinin nodded politely. I take on chauffeur gigs when I'm free during the day. I'm an outdoor live stream host. May I film your car? Jiang Cheng checked the time. It was only 6 p.m. and shrugged indifferently. Upon his consent, Xiao Yinin broke into a radiant smile and raised her phone to capture the moment. Everyone in the live room. Look, a Ferrari 488 GTB. This model is a legendary performance icon from Ferrari's lineage. Though the 296 GTB has since become the flagship, the 488 remains widely acclaimed for its enduring excellence. She added, consulting her notes, it houses a 3.9-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine delivering 670 horsepower with a 0-100 km/h acceleration time of just 2.9 seconds, the benchmark of its era. As the alluring host spoke, the live chat erupted instantly. That license plate isn't something ordinary families can acquire, is it? And I'm laughing. Can someone driving a Ferrari possibly be ordinary? A privileged asset plate. Let's all guess what it signifies. And maybe our little host will experience something unspoken and leap across social strata in one go. Xiao Yinin glanced at the stream of teasing comments and smiled wryly, offering no reply. Being a live stream host these days is no easy feat, especially for someone like her who lacks any standout talent. Compared to dance-focused hosts who draw attention through spectacle, her viewership pales by a wide margin. To sustain engagement, she often resorts to playful stunts, and today sheer luck had brought her face-to-face with a Ferrari owner. Chun-Li, standing nearby, watched Jiang Cheng's gentle demeanor toward Xiao Yinin with mounting jealousy, her expression twisting with resentment. Undeterred, she pressed on, Big brother, I can also drive for you, and it's completely free. No need. Free services make me worry about heat boils. Let's go. Jiang Cheng handed the keys to Xiao Yining and settled into the front passenger seat. After receiving the keys, Xiao Yining smoothly opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Turning politely to Jiang Cheng, she asked, "May I live stream while driving? My camera will only frame me, not you." Jiang Cheng activated his interpersonal scanning system. Name Xiao Yining, age 20 in height, 165 cm in appearance, 94 in physique, 90 in privacy, 0 in friendliness, 50, and having reviewed the data, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. 20 years old. Though 2 years older than himself, did she even meet the eligibility requirements for professional chauffeur work? After all, a minimum of 5 years driving experience is mandatory, clearly beyond her reach. Reluctant to expose the discrepancy while she was live, he instead asked, "Do you do this every day? Have you driven supercars before?" "Not really. I just happened to have a free day today, so I streamed at the auto show and picked up some extra work out." "Don't worry, big brother. I've test-driven many sports cars before. I used to be an automotive commentator." With that, she expertly adjusted her phone mount and started the engine. As she drove, she excitedly addressed the camera. "Hey, my loyal viewers. I never imagined I'd get behind the wheel of a Ferrari, let alone the top-tier 488. This car truly lives up to its reputation. Every fiber of me is electrified. Don't misunderstand. I mean nervous, not aroused. It's a Ferrari. I must stay razor-focused and drive with absolute care." Watching Xiao Yining steer confidently, while simultaneously hosting her live stream, Jiang Cheng studied her closely. Without his friendliness scan system, he might well have mistaken her for a carefree, unreserved host. Her skillful handling gradually eased his concern. He leaned over to glance at her live feed host name, Xiao Mei. The viewership was modest, but donations remained sparse. The weekly leaderboard showed only 300 plus yuan at first place, 200 plus at second. It was Thursday, and her weekly growth score had just surpassed 800, equivalent to roughly 800 yuan in donations. For a fledgling host at level 12, platform commission typically hovers around 40%. New signees generally receive 3,050. Her daily earnings thus hovered around 50 yuan, and yet even a beauty like her couldn't fill 50 spots on the weekly leaderboard. Jiang Cheng recalled the recent scandal involving internet celebrity Xiao Biluo, whose heavily filtered artificial beauty had nonetheless catapulted her to the apex of live streaming fame. By contrast, this genuinely stunning woman's streaming record was dismally underwhelming. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's own dream realization system had already accumulated nearly 800 yuan in savings, just one day's yield. The disparity struck him so sharply that he blurted out, "Your weekly leaderboard is painfully bleak. A level 12 host usually keeps 40% after platform fees, so this week's take is barely over 300 yuan, or about 50 per day. You'd earn more focusing solely on chauffeur work. But wait, you're not even old enough to qualify as a licensed chauffeur, are you?" At Jiang Cheng's candid remark, the live chat flared with indignation. "In haha, Spoton rich brother. Truly pitiful our little host. In, what do you mean no donations? Host, here's a quick fishball for you. Brothers, let's show this wealthy brother our real power. Come on, send those free gifts now. Host, I've gifted you all my free flowers this month." Xiao Yining watched the flood of complimentary gifts roll in and puckered her lips helplessly. "What can I do? I'm not skilled at anything, nor do I know how to curry favor with top donors. So I just try quirky things, like giving rides, to show our viewers just how congested Shanghai's roads really are." Jiang Cheng glanced again at Xiao Yining's live feed, astonished to see nothing but free tokens, not a single actual monetary donation. Clearly these viewers were masters of promise, excellent at dishing out empty compliments, but stingy with substance. The traffic conditions in Modu are truly comparable to those in Rongqing. I thought Rongqing's chaos was unparalleled, yet Modu proves just as formidable. Your destination is the Yanyun Amon, so you're not from Modu. Jiang Cheng shook his head. No wonder you're a true tycoon, traveling all the way here and staying at such an exclusive hotel. Youngster, I have a question I'm dying to ask. Would you mind answering it? Go ahead. Today I saw you at the Lamborghini showroom. Why were their client managers so deferential toward? I watched you walk straight in without any financial verification. No formalities, no delays. While staff rushed to serve you tea and water. Why couldn't I even enter to take photos? Xiao Yining asked curiously. Does the streamer not recognize the Patek Philippe on his wrist? Can't the streamer tell that his entire outfit is this season's Louis Vuitton? Is the streamer stunned? Has her soul been utterly bewitched? That Patek Philippe isn't some entry-level model. It's the Ref. 5160, worth over 1 million yuan. The elegant female streamer fully focused on driving hadn't noticed the flood of comments. Perhaps because I purchased a Ferrari today, and Lamborghini caught wind of it. Hearing this, Xiao Yining turned sharply, eyes wide. Surely you don't mean this 488. Yes, your earlier introduction was thorough indeed. This is a freshly delivered car, and you're only the second person to drive it. As Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the livestream chat erupted anew. I'm speechless. Truly, people are born unequal. So the master meant he casually spent millions. No wonder Lamborghini's staff acted so unusually. Another day of genuine envy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yining finally surrendered, completely impressed. How could anyone resent a master like him? He'd already bought a Ferrari. Why would Lamborghini bother with financial vetting? Utterly redundant. So you're truly a master. Now it all makes sense. May I ask, how was your test ride in the Lamborghini Aventador this afternoon? Did you choose the Ferrari instead because the Aventador lacked comfort? The 488 handles magnificently. If they weren't on a public highway, and if the car weren't borrowed, Xiao Yining would have throttled it instantly. Who said I chose only the Ferrari? Though I haven't driven the Aventador, riding in it was remarkably comfortable, and I noticed no issues with its air conditioning. Though soon I'll discover whether other ladies find it warm when seated inside. Xiao Yining shifted slightly in her seat, unable to stay still. So, you bought that pink Aventador too? Indeed, any problem with that? Jiang Cheng replied, and Xiao Yining choked slightly before replying with a tart smile, of course not. Viewers, behold the chasm between the wealthy and me. I agonized for ages over choosing between Luosifin and spicy hot pot, while masters order both, without hesitation. The online audience reacted no less dramatically than Xiao Yining herself. Inside the Yanyan Amon's parking lot, Xiao Yining concluded her chauffeuring service. Before stepping out, Jiang Cheng teased her, never imagined a young streamer like you could drive so skillfully. Neither too slow nor too fast, neither too loose nor too tight. Utterly comfortable. I'll hire you again next time. At Jiang Cheng's words, Xiao Yining's cheeks flushed crimson, visibly instantly. Though she often spoke freely during live streams, that ease existed solely behind the screen. Never foreseen standing before her in flesh and blood, delivering such playful remarks about driving speed. Even a confident beauty like her couldn't help but blush. Xiao Yining swiftly deflected. Tycoon, what kind of live streams do you usually watch? Naturally, I watch girls. Didn't you notice even tycoons prefer beautiful women? I assumed you'd watch car reviews. Why watch cars at all? Why not simply buy one? After all, watching beautiful women benefits health, extends longevity, combats aging, and uplifts both body and spirit while shielding against depression. Xiao Yining pouted and huffed, then said to Jiang Cheng, if the tycoon finds my driving comfortable, how about offering tangible support to this hard-working little streamer? Perhaps a top-tier donation. You see, I am a beauty streamer after all. Jiang Cheng accepted the car keys she handed him, and shook his head. Sorry, I operate a free ride account. Wait, just as we've reached the hotel entrance, won't you at least invite me for a glass of water? Jiang Cheng chuckled at her line, another well-worn script. Why did every beauty insist on coming up to drink his water? He hotel water isn't safe. If fate allows, I'll treat you to milk instead. Viewers stared bewildered at Jiang Cheng's unhesitating departure, his back retreating without a glance. After all, moments earlier he'd bantered warmly with Xiao Yining in the car, yet now he walked away as if she'd never existed. Holy, she got roasted. Could it be our streamer isn't attractive enough? So the tycoon runs a free ride account. Then do I even dare donate? The tycoon rides free. I've at least donated 10 yuan. Ouch. Xiao Yining froze, speechless, for several long seconds. Where am I? What just happened? Could it be? I hold no allure whatsoever. She'd at least expected him to ask for her WeChat. Her assumption wasn't unfounded. Their rapport in the car had been pleasant, even faintly flirtatious. Yet in an instant he'd turned cold, heartless. Xiao Yining 10 amity. Jiang Cheng watched the rising amity gauge, and smiled. He'd guessed right. The true gentleman's code is simple. Never initiate, never refuse. And he sensed, intuitively, that this captivating little streamer would gladly accept an invitation to 6 yuan spicy hot pot next time. At that moment, Jiang Cheng received a message from Wang Zheng on WeChat stating that he wanted to arrange a dinner at Yanyan Amon tonight, and hoped Jiang Cheng could grace him with his presence. Jiang Cheng glanced at the message and did not refuse. If he was going to attend university in Modu, in the future social activities would be unavoidable. To thrive in this society, one must not be a lone wolf. As the saying goes, having more friends means more paths. While it may not sound pleasant, it is indeed a reality. Moreover, he happened to be at Yanyan Amon, which allows him to utilize the gourmet cashback card he had yet to use. Jiang Cheng called Wang Zheng to inform him that he was staying at Yanyan Amon so that he could come directly. Seeing Jiang Cheng return, Wang Yuyan immediately greeted him respectfully, saying, Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Manager Wang, I'm hosting some friends later. Please have the chef come and prepare the most extravagant dishes. There will be 5 of us tonight, including me. I want the swim bladder of the Huanchan fish as well as the Alba white truffle. Also serve the fantasy sundae, and for the rest, just handle it as you see fit. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng order 2 Huanchan fish bladders, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. The Huangchun fish, also known as the little barb goldfish, is a species unique to China found in the southern rivers and coastal waters, growing up to 150 centimeters and classified as a large fish in the family of fish. Its swim bladder is highly esteemed and has previously been sold for around 3 million yuan. Wang Yuyan quickly regained her composure and nodded, saying, "All right, Mr. Jiang, currently the price for our hotel's Huangchun fish swim bladder is around 1 million yuan. For your order, you would only need to pay a portion approximately around 500,000. Would that be acceptable to you?" 500,000 is no problem at all. If he weren't worried about appearing too ostentatious, ordering 10 would have been fine. However, even if he wanted to enjoy luxury, it should be done reasonably. Truly enjoying life is what makes one a wealthy individual. Considering his current situation, even if he squandered his money daily, he would still have ample means for his livelihood. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded, saying, "Sure, do as you see fit. If it's not enough, just bring out more." "Absolutely sufficient, I'll go prepare right now." Half an hour later, Wang Yuyan rushed in with 3 chefs and several waiters, pushing several carts of ingredients to the entrance of Jiang Cheng's villa. Wang Yuyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Jiang Cheng, asking, "Mr. Jiang, shall we start preparing now?" Looking at the fresh ingredients on the carts, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Let's start now." Wang Zheng had just sent a message. According to him, they were almost at the entrance of Yanyanamon. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng instructed Wang Yuyan to welcome Wang Zheng and the others at the entrance. Seeing the private butler come out to greet them, both Wang Zheng and another young man dressed in high-end fashion appeared very calm. In contrast, the 2 girls accompanying them seemed awestruck, stepping into the grand lobby of Yanyanamon, completely overwhelmed by its splendor. After Wang Yuyan led them to the villa where Jiang Cheng was, the 2 girls' eyes widened in astonishment. The panoramic open-air terrace, swimming pool, hot spring area, and a natural stream flowing at the entrance made a striking impression. This was truly worlds apart from the hotels they were used to, and both couldn't help but internally exclaim, "This is the presidential suite of Yanyanamon. I've truly gained some knowledge today." Just as the 2 girls were left in disbelief, Jiang Cheng walked out with a smile, saying, "Welcome, welcome." Wang Zheng approached Jiang Cheng with a grin, casually slinging an arm around his shoulder, saying, "Sorry, brother, it was supposed to be my treat, but I didn't expect to bring so many people along to crash your meal." "Why say that? A meal is the same whether it's on you or me. Everyone please come in." Jiang Cheng's words gave Wang Zheng a good face, instantly warming the atmosphere. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my brother Chun Hao, the young master of the Chun family, whose family deals in coal, and he transports goods by train every day. And these 2 are my female companions." Wang Zheng's introduction was quite clear. Among the 3, only Chun Hao was of the same circle and status. As for the 2 unnamed female companions, they were likely just there to join the meal. Chun Hao extended his hand to Jiang Cheng, saying, "I've heard a lot about you from Lao Wang these past few days. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Cheng shook hands with him and glanced at Chun Hao, who wore a string of jade beads around his neck and a pair of LV shoes. This outfit was quite fresh and unconventional for a young man who not many liked jade. Chun Hao continued, "I heard from Lao Wang that you bought his LaFerrari." Jiang Cheng nodded. "It's fate." "Haha, such fate is rare. If you had bought it later, he would have had to pick it up himself, and then he would have been short on cash, leading him to sell it at a discount, incurring a significant loss. Honestly, Lao Wang truly owes you one." Wang Zheng immediately interjected, Hey, don't say that. Who picks up a car and immediately sells it? Are you cursing me? Jiang Cheng and I are just fated to know each other." The 3 continued chatting as they walked inside. Jiang Cheng cast a glance at the 2 influencers. Both girls had looks around 80 points, categorizing them as beauties beyond the ordinary. They both exhibited friendliness towards Jiang Cheng, with a score of 60 points, placing them in the ordinary friend category. This score was considered quite high for first-time encounters. Once they entered, Jiang Cheng greeted them. "Manager Wang said the food here is quite special. Let's all try it together." Chun Hao nodded in agreement. The food at Amon Hotels is indeed of high quality, though I haven't tried their live cooking yet. Today I'm lucky to be here because of you. Brother Jiang, how long have you been in Modu? Jiang Cheng waved his hand, saying, "No need to call me brother, you both should be older than me. Just call me by my name. Today should be the 4th day, right?" Jiang Cheng truly couldn't bear being called brother by older men. Furthermore, Wang Zheng and Chun Hao were not from ordinary families. Everyone calling each other brother was merely a form of polite banter for first-time meetings. If one acted like a big shot, for real friendships might not even form. All right, let's skip the formalities among the 3 of us," Wang Zheng chimed in. He was of a more easygoing person. Jiang Cheng appreciated this personality. It was more comfortable compared to someone who was overly thoughtful. Wang Zheng then asked Jiang Cheng, "Did you see any good cars at the auto show?" "I walked around and ended up buying a Ferrari 488 and a Lamborghini Huracan." "Why, you bought 2 at once, you're quite the tycoon. When will those cars hit the road?" "I just arranged for the Ferrari." "That was fast. The 488 costs over 8 million, and normally, it would take at least 2 days to process. You managed to get it on the spot. After Chun Hao said this, he exchanged glances with Wang Zheng. Both knew Jiang Cheng was not short on money. After all, someone who paid in full for a LaFerrari wouldn't be financing these two cars. The two girls beside them listened to their conversation surprised. Just then Wang Yuyan began serving the dishes. Once the table was filled with dishes, Jiang Cheng looked around and invited everyone to eat. Wang Zheng examined the dishes on the table for a while and couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, you really went all out. I feel embarrassed. Is that the elbow white truffle? And this must be the swim bladder, right?" Jiang Cheng nodded, saying, "Huangchun fish swim bladder." Wang Zheng leaned in for a closer look and upon confirming nodded again, saying, "Jiang Cheng, this is way too extravagant. This must be quite expensive." One of the girls cautiously asked, looking at the seemingly ordinary cooked swim bladder on the table, "Is the Huangchun fish swim bladder very expensive?" The other girl licked her lips waiting for an answer. Wang Yuyan, seeing the guests had questions, quickly responded, "The Huangchun fish is one of the 4 most expensive seafood in the world, especially its swim bladder, which is even more precious. The price for this bowl today is over 500,000. And this is the elbow white truffle from Italy. It is also very precious, priced at several $100s per gram." After listening to Wang Yuyan's introduction, both girls' eyes widened in astonishment. Notably, Jiang Cheng noticed that their friendliness scores towards him suddenly increased by 20 points. The meal alone cost nearly over 1 million. In their hometown, this amount could buy several hundred square meters of prime real estate. Now they were about to consume this million. Thinking about it, both girls felt a mix of vanity and heartache. However, since it was already the case, the two had no choice but to transform their grief into appetite and began to quietly enjoy the exquisite dishes they had never tasted before. During the meal, the two girls were constantly taking pictures, which made Wang Zheng somewhat helpless and frown. After a minor incident that was harmless, Wang Zheng said to Jiang Cheng, "Lao Jiang, thank you for tonight's hospitality. How about we go for a drink at the Bund later?" Jiang Cheng checked the time. It was almost 10 at night. He had already had some drinks earlier and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. So he politely declined, saying, "To be honest, I've already had drinks with my classmates earlier. I'm a bit tired now. Let's save the fun for next time." Wang Zheng didn't press the issue, smiling as he said, "Then I'll book a big card at tax for tomorrow night, so we can have a good time." After treating Wang Zheng to this million-dollar feast, Wang Zheng immediately expressed his intention to treat Jiang Cheng next time. Jiang Cheng appreciated his sense of reciprocity. After all, in friendship, mutual give and take is the best. Such behavior, showing no desire to take advantage, is the correct way to make friends. After sending off Wang Zheng and the others, Jiang Cheng comfortably soaked in the bathtub, then lay on the genuine leather sofa browsing on his phone. At that moment, Wang Yuyan walked in with tonight's dining bill. "Mr. Jiang, here's the bill for tonight's meal. Oh, please take a look." Jiang Cheng took the bill, glanced at it, and saw that the total came to 1.58 million. After reviewing, he pulled out his bank card from his wallet and handed it to Wang Yuyan. "All right, please charge it." "Sure, please wait a moment." After successfully processing the card, Wang Yuyan exited, leaving Jiang Cheng with his private space. Tonight, Yu Xiaoxiao did not come to find Jiang Cheng. It must be said that Yu Xiaoxiao was an exceptionally considerate woman. When Jiang Cheng did not seek her out, she would not proactively come to him, nor would she check up on him. Lying in bed, he reviewed the payment information from earlier. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have successfully used the gourmet cashback card. The total expense is 1.58 million. Congratulations, host, you have earned it 20 times cashback. The cashback multiplier will be multiplied by the number of diners to determine the final cashback amount. The total cashback is 1.58 billion. Would you like to transfer it to your bank card?" Looking at this cashback amount, Jiang Cheng felt delighted and clicked to withdraw immediately. He didn't expect that inviting a few people for dinner could yield over 100 million in cashback. This meal was true. After mindlessly scrolling through his social media for a while, Jiang Cheng opened Don't I Live and searched for Xiao My Streaming Room. After all, a girl with a stunning score of 94 in looks is not something one encounters every day. Although he hadn't added her on WeChat, watching the live stream might lead to various collaborative opportunities. Once he entered the live stream, he saw Xiao Yining pacing around the room, seemingly preparing for her broadcast. At that moment, Jiang Cheng heard the system's notification. Ding! Detected that the host's live stream account is too impoverished. The system grants the host 3 million fish fin coins. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. This dream come true godly system is truly remarkable. It finds various ways to funnel money into his account at any time. Once the 3 million fish fin coins were credited, his level 10 freeloading account inexplicably jumped straight to level 65. At that moment, Xiao Yining was sitting at her desk looking somewhat dejected. The background of the live stream revealed that she was in a very small bedroom. Jiang Cheng casually typed, "Are you not going out for some fun tonight, streamer?" Upon seeing a stranger with a high-level account enter her room, Xiao Yining perked up immediately. Xiao Yining glanced at him and said, "Welcome Dinghai Shenzhen, big brother. I'm not going out tonight because we have a guild PK task." In fact, her live streams sometimes attracted decent viewership, and when she went out for fun there would even be a small wave of viewers. However, she lacked the support of wealthy patrons and big spenders. Most of her supporters were just casual viewers. Generally, the gifts she received were free ones with a few small value gifts, but hardly any large ones. Moreover, Xiao Yining didn't employ any special tactics to win over the big spenders. Since she had previously turned down the #1 patron who offered her 20,000 for an in-person meeting, her live stream had not been able to gain traction. After all, who would support a female streamer who refused to meet in person? At this time, Xiao Yinyan's live stream still maintained a decent level of popularity, but most viewers were just ordinary fans. "Little streamer, why are you doing so poorly? Is your weekly ranking still this bad?" Looking at the scattered comments, Xiao Yining helplessly smiled and replied to Jiang Cheng's question, "Because my viewers enjoy watching me lose hum-hum." Just then some viewers started to poke fun. "Little streamer, how many kids have you had?" Xiao Yining leaned closer to read, and then said, "How many kids have you had?" "I've had 19, you are my 20th. Alright, let me give you a timeout package first." After saying this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yining really is as she described. She neither flatters her top patron nor speaks sweetly. No wonder she struggles to retain viewers. While other female streamers are constantly hugging and complimenting their patrons, she directly calls her viewers dogs and even teases them. This girl is bound to struggle with the male audience, but if managed well, her personality should attract a group of female fans. Xiao Yinyan's temperament actually suited Jiang Cheng quite well. After all, good men generally don't want their women to please others. Just then someone connected to Xiao Yinyan's livestream. Xiao Yining glanced at the connection and reluctantly clicked to connect. On the other side was a female streamer wearing a deep V spaghetti strap nightgown named by Luo Xiaomei. Looking at the slightly blurry beauty filter image, Jiang Cheng activated the scanning system. Name Huang Ling, age 28 years, height 168 centimeters, looks 55, body 89, privacy 70, friendliness 10, bystander status. After reading this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't she the classic Xiao by Luo?" The heavy filter combined with a slightly distorted beauty effect made her appear at least a score of 90 on screen, but he hadn't expected her true looks to be only 55. After seeing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but marvel at the power of beauty software once again. He noticed that Bai Luo Xiaomei smiled upon seeing Xiao Yining, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. She began to cover her mouth and said in a teasing manner, "Xiaomei, it's actually you. I didn't expect to be so lucky to connect with you on my first try. This time you should help me pass the first round like last time, right?" Internally, Xiao Yining felt quite unhappy, but given her current abilities, she had never won a PK connection throughout her streaming career. As a result, many streamers who like to tease her during PK connections often do so. The outcome of connecting with her is always the same, a guaranteed win. Although Xiao Yining didn't care much about winning or losing, just moments ago her guild had specifically called to say she needed to win at least 2 rounds or her attendance bonus for next month would be at risk. Usually she barely managed to get by with this minimal attendance wage and her income from driving. If she lost the attendance bonus next month, paying rent for her small apartment would become difficult. Xiao Yining forced a smile and politely said, "Hello, please go easy on me, your #1 patron." Hehe, no problem, Diju Gij. We can take it easy in the first round and save our strength for the next round. Bai Luo Xiaomei confidently addressed her #1 patron. Jiang Cheng shook his head in disbelief at this fake scene, preparing to exit, but at that moment the system prompted, "Ding." Lead Xiao Yining to win the PK championship and receive reward rebates with a rebate multiplier of 150 times. Just after receiving over 100 million in cashback, Jiang Cheng became intrigued by the system's prompt. Since it's all money, why not take it? Jiang Cheng directly typed, "Little streamer, after so long in the PK you've only received 5 yuan. That's really tragic." Xiao Yining wasn't angry as she chuckled and said, "Dinghai Shenzhen, big brother, seeing me this tragic, how about supporting me with a bit of medical expenses for comfort? Shouldn't your weekly ranking only require 1 yuan to rise?" When Jiang Cheng asked this, Xiao Yining suddenly broke down and said, "Yes, other live streams have emperors, dukes, earls, and viscounts. My live stream doesn't even have a knight, and my weekly ranking is." Usually she could still console herself, but today, after being ridiculed consecutively, and with the pressure from her guild, Xiao Yinyan's emotions began to dip. "Hehe, I take pride in freeloading. I will never spend money. Do you look down on us freeloaders? I'm here to watch the streamer lose." Looking at the barrage of comments, Xiao Yining felt a pang of heartache and rolled her eyes. She had already prepared for the possibility of stopping her livestream next month. She initially streamed to earn money. If she wasn't making money and was still losing out, what was the point of streaming? Streamer, what does your eye roll mean? Streamer, if you roll your eyes again, I won't give you today's free flowers. I wanted to give you some fish balls as a treat. Streamer, do you look down on us? The viewers began to roast her. Xiao Yining didn't back down, saying, You misunderstood, how could I look down on you? My viewers have been getting more pleasant to talk to, each one is a talent. After she finished speaking, Jiang Cheng directly gifted her 5 weak chickens. 5 weak chickens were just enough for 1 yuan. Xiao Yining smiled wryly but still stood up to thank Jiang Cheng. Thank you Dinghai Shenzhen Big Brother for the medical expenses. Even a level 65 Big Brother became stingy upon entering her live stream. Is she a live streaming pariah? Streamer, what skills do you have? Me. Driving counts, right? I usually do driving for others. So if you win the guild battle, will you drive? Xiao Yining didn't take Jiang Cheng's words to heart as she nodded and said, Alright Dinghai Shenzhen Big Brother, if you can help me win, I'll drive for you for free. I drive very steadily, you can rest assured. Then it's settled. Oh, let me see how steady your driving is tomorrow night. At this moment, there were only a few seconds left in the PK time. On the other side, Bai Luo Xiao Mei had already received over 300 yuan in gifts, while Xiao Yining had only received 20. Seeing the dwindling health bar in the PK, Jiang Cheng directly chose 3 super rockets worth 2,000 yuan and threw them down. After all, the Do Nai coins from his back end were given by the system, which was essentially free. If Xiao Yining won, she could even receive a cashback of 150 times. At this moment, Jiang Cheng felt no pain in giving rewards. Xiao Yining, who had almost lost hope, suddenly leaped from her seat upon seeing 3 super rockets soaring in her live stream. Ah, thank you brother Dinghai Shenzhen for the 3 super rockets. I truly appreciate it. Brother, what performance would you like to see? I will put on a show for you. Xiao Yining never expected that this level 65 big shot would give her such a high amount in super rockets. Usually while her live stream did attract big shots, they would typically just watch and leave after a few comments. Xiao Yining had gotten used to this, so she didn't bother asking for gifts anymore, but she didn't expect Jiang Cheng to give her a whopping 6,000 yuan. This suddenly changed the score to 6,203 versus 380. Why did the small streamer hit the jackpot? Finally, a big shot has taken notice of our little streamer. The big shot is confused. Why not enjoy it for free? The Bai Luo Xiao Mei, who was almost certain to win, looked at Xiao Yining's live stream, suddenly feeling threatened by a big shot. She couldn't help but puff up her cheeks in anger, then said sourly, Wow Xiao Mei, a big shot has come to your stream. Hello brother Dinghai Shenzhen, you've hurt me so much. Wow, please comfort me. Do come and see me when you're free. Seeing Bai Luo Xiao Mei trying to charm Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yining immediately said, Brother Dinghai Shenzhen, I'll make you a moderator. Once you're a moderator, you're a part of my family, so please don't go to someone else's stream. Noticing Jiang Cheng didn't respond, she added, Brother, are you still there? I'm not good at dancing. How about I sing a song for you? After Xiao Yining finished her sentence, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Streamer, I beg you don't sing. What if the brother gets scared away? Let's just dance then. Watching the barrage of criticism, Jiang Cheng chuckled, Just do as you please. Okay brother, then I'll sing. You are my good brother. Good brother, how could I have such a good brother? At this moment, Xiao Yining immediately started singing to Jiang Cheng, completely disregarding any sense of modesty or pitch. She had already received 6,000 in rewards, so why should she hold back? Other female streamers would only require a donation of 0.66 yuan to do a squat for their big shots. This was indeed a serious 3 super rockets. If Jiang Cheng were to request Xiao Yining to do a squat now, she would definitely comply. Damn, Xiao Mei can actually sing this kind of song now. Xiao Mei, something's off with you. Xiao Mei has turned into... Xiao Yining paid no mind to the criticism in the comments and continued to sing with excitement. The reason for her excitement was that she had long viewed Bai Luo Xiao Mei unfavorably. In the past, Bai Luo Xiao Mei would taunt her after winning, but this time, she had finally won against her. The situation that was originally in favor of Bai Luo Xiao Mei was abruptly shattered by a sudden wealthy support. Seeing that Jiang Cheng ignored her, she immediately whined to her top supporter, Brother Dezhu, please ensure we win the first round. If we lose the next round, I'll be eliminated. Boo-hoo. Dezhu typed, No problem, just tell me when you want to input for the first round. It's a best of 3, so it's secure, don't worry. As expected of Dezhu, I know he's the most reliable and never messes up moi. Soon the second round of PK began, and Jiang Cheng, just like in the previous round, directly launched 2 super rockets. Big Zhu on the opposite side quickly followed up with 3 super rockets. Jiang Cheng didn't waste any time and directly sent 3 super rockets after him. Seeing Jiang Cheng's super rockets approaching, Big Zhu gritted his teeth and added 5 more rockets. Wow, are we really going this big in the first round of PK? I didn't expect to see so many super rockets being launched in a small streamer's live stream. Looks like I've got my eyes on the streamer. She's going to be taken away. Without a doubt, after Jiang Cheng's 20 super rockets were launched, Big Zhu quietly logged off. Xiao Yining happily said to Bai Luo Xiao Mei, Sorry, but I won this time. I didn't expect to win against you in the first round, ha. Although by Luo Xiaomei was slapped in the face by Xiao Yin, she still smiled and said, Xiaomei, you're so lucky to have a wealthy supporter like brother Ding Haishinjun. Brother, if you have time, do come and watch me. I'll dance for you. I drive super steadily and I won't get tired all day. After saying some suggestive words to Jiang Cheng by Luo, Xiaomei quickly picked up her phone to comfort Big Zhu. After all, Big Zhu had also given her 15 super rockets today. Although she lost in the end, she still gained something. After finishing up, she immediately entered Xiao Yin's live stream with a different account. After all, genuine rich supporters were few and far between. After disconnecting, Xiao Yin immediately stood up and said to Jiang Cheng, thank you, brother Ding Haishinjun. I haven't received super rockets in a long time, and to receive 20 is just incredible. I really don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Tell me, what do you want to see me do? 20 super rockets are worth 40,000 yuan, and she could take home over 10,000. Due to Jiang Cheng's super rockets flooding the screen, Xiao Yin's live stream gained a surge of popularity with the number of viewers exceeding 10,000. I want to see you turn off the beauty filter. Xiao Yin's beauty score reached 94, and this heavy smoothing and face slimming filter not only failed to enhance her score, but even detracted from her original beauty. If Jiang Cheng hadn't known that her live stream was called Xiaomei, he might not have recognized her if he had just tuned. This is akin to how some celebrities who originally look great get ruined by thick beauty filters in influencer live streams. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Streamer, turn it off. Oh, let's see the streamer's true beauty. I'm just afraid that if you turn it off, the big shot will run away. This is a punishment, right? The big shot is just showing off. Xiao Yin was somewhat speechless at Jiang Cheng's request. How could anyone live stream without a beauty filter these days? However, since Jiang Cheng had given her so much money, if she didn't comply, she might be in trouble. Boohoo, brother Ding Haishinjun, I'm afraid I scared you. While saying this, Xiao Yin still followed Jiang Cheng's request and turned off the beauty filter for her stream. Without the smoothing and enlarged eye effects, she looked at herself in the camera and felt a wave of insecurity. Just as she was preparing to accept the barrage of comments, she was taken aback when the comments section suddenly heated up. Wow, she's actually so stunning. Why didn't I notice that the streamer was this beautiful before? I'm definitely following now. The big shot made a good bet this time. Sister, please don't use beauty filters anymore. They ruin everything. The Donai stream should follow this requirement to avoid getting stale. Xiao Yin never expected that not only would she not lose viewers, but she also gained a wave of fans and positive feedback. Feeling elated, she said to Jiang Cheng, brother Ding Haishinjun, please help me win again. If I win this round, I can continue streaming next month. Pretty please. If it weren't for the system's task rewards, Jiang Cheng wouldn't be wasting his time here. Considering the money involved, Jiang Cheng typed, let's get started quickly. After receiving an affirmation, Xiao Yin immediately nodded happily, saying, right away. It's important to note that those who directly send super rockets are true big shots, and perhaps she would indeed pass the second round smoothly. Soon the second round of connection began, and Xiao Yin was still paired with a young lady. On the other side was a little girl dressed in a beautiful girl battle outfit. She sweetly opened her mouth with a cute voice, saying, hello, big sister, I am the sweet little Tian. It's great to connect with you. Your top brother is really impressive with 20 super rockets, making us all quite envious. Before Xiao Yin could speak, Xiao Tian continued, hello, brother Ding Haishinjun, I am Xiao Tian. Your super rockets have captured my heart. If you have time, come visit me. I have many talents and can dress up in various ways, chatting, singing, dancing. I'm proficient in everything, ensuring you are satisfied, big brother. Seeing the host on the other side openly trying to attract her big brother, Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel disdainful inside. However, despite her disdain, she couldn't say anything. After all, they are all hosts, and brother Ding Haishinjun can go wherever he wants. Oh, what can she do? Moreover, isn't it normal for hosts to rely on big brother's gifts to make a living? It's not unreasonable to compete for big brothers. In this day and age, it's not easy to find genuine big shots. Xiao Yin chuckled awkwardly before saying, hello, Xiao Tian, shall we start directly? Sister, shouldn't we perform a PK first? No, I have no sense of pitch. The only performance I can manage is turning off the beauty filter at brother Ding Haishinjun's request. After Xiao Yin said this, Xiao Tian was instantly caught off guard. She hadn't expected that brother Ding Haishinjun would have such a requirement. Many hosts tend to rely on beauty filters in front of the camera. Now Xiao Tian dared not speak again. After all, if she turned off the beauty filter, her looks would pale in comparison to Xiao Yin. She awkwardly said, all right, then let's begin. Haha, Xiao Tian is scared. The big brother is truly impressive to come up with such a method. I also want to see how Xiao Tian looks without the beauty filter compared to the host on the other side. Xiao Tian's beauty filter seems a bit exaggerated. Wow, why hadn't I discovered such an outstanding host before? Both her figure and looks are top-notch. You think brother Ding Haishinjun is foolish. If he's spending money, he should find someone genuine. Xiao Tian looked at the comments, her face becoming stiff with anger, but she still had to force a smile, and sweetly said to her top brother in the live stream, "Brother Yiji Hua, the PK has already started. Please don't let Xiao Tian get beaten up." Yiji Hua already knew that a big shot was coming to compete with Xiao Mei. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had already gifted 50,000 in the previous round, he thought this round wouldn't be as intense. Moreover, Xiao Tian had just secretly sent him a message saying that she could meet him at a hotel this Sunday. Thinking about this, Yiji Hua directly rewarded 5 airplanes. Including other small gifts, Xiao Tian received around 1,000 yuan in total. Seeing the other side starting to make moves, Jiang Cheng casually sent 5 super rockets, crushing them completely. After 5 super rockets took off, Yiji Hua's anger was instantly extinguished. With 5 rockets sent casually, and this being the first round, if he followed up, it wasn't even certain if he would lose. Even if he won, it would still be a loss financially. If it was like the previous game, where both had sent over 50,000, what would be the point? With that 50,000, he could easily find a place to enjoy himself. Why spend it here? After Jiang Cheng sent 5 super rockets, Yiji Hua directly stated he wouldn't continue letting Xiao Tian give up herself. Although Xiao Tian felt a bit sad, she didn't dare to insist, as he was her top brother. Undoubtedly, Jiang Cheng was still destined to win the second round. In the subsequent rounds, due to Jiang Cheng's super rockets flying like they were free, no oblivious big brother stepped up to compete with him. After all these days, clueless big brothers only exist in novels. In reality, wealthy people tend to be more rational and restrained. No one would be foolish enough to spend recklessly for a guild war. A Jiang Cheng had the system backing him and tasks to fulfill, otherwise he wouldn't be foolishly spending here. Other small hosts, big brothers, certainly wouldn't sacrifice half their fortune for a guild war. After all, why would a big brother who usually gifts 10,000 suddenly double it today? They smoothly arrived at the final round. This time the opposing host was a big streamer named Dai Xiaomei. Dai Xiaomei had been very popular lately, and her top brother was indeed a real wealthy big shot. Seeing Xiao Yining accept the PK, she enthusiastically said, "Hello Sister Xiao, I am Dai Xiaomei. It's great to do the final PK with you. Should we start directly or showcase our talents first?" "Hello sister, I can't sing or dance and have no talents. Why don't we start directly?" Dai Xiaomei hesitated for a moment. Her guild had naturally investigated Xiao Yinin's background. Xiao Yinin was just a small host today. She was lucky to have a big brother helping her with the guild war, and that big shot had already gifted nearly 8,000. Dai Xiaomei sweetly smiled and said, "Alright, since sister has no talents, I will first dance for my big brothers. The big brother on the other side can also take a look." After Dai Xiaomei finished dancing, Jiang Cheng quickly typed, "You danced very well, I really liked it. It made me think of going over to Dai Xiaomei's side." After Jiang Cheng sent this message, the viewers in the live stream started to cheer. Dai Xiaomei's looks are quite good and her talents are also impressive. Sister Qiao can do nothing but rely on her looks. To reach the finals is truly luck. She's just a small host, can't do anything. A brother Dinghai Shenzhen is probably just momentarily interested. Xiao Yining instantly panicked, saying, "Woo, brother Dinghai Shenzhen, are you going to abandon me? We are so close to reaching the top together." "Don't say that. A look at what Dai Xiaomei is called. You can only call him big brother. How can you reach the top with me? If you're talking about a multi-person activity, I might consider it. Wow, this is really impressive. Having already gifted over 8,000, isn't it reasonable to engage in a multi-person activity in the top-ranked game?" "Huh, just asking if the host is panicking now." Xiao Yining immediately understood Jiang Cheng's implication. She didn't hesitate and directly addressed her sugar daddy. "Sugar daddy, please guarantee me in the final round. After the live stream, I will immediately sign up for a class. Whatever dance you want me to learn, I will do it." Friendly reminder to brother Dinghai Shenzhen, the big brothers of Dai Xiaomei are all true big shots. There are 3 level 100 big brothers on the list. Although brother Dinghai Shenzhen is very impressive, I don't know if he can match up against 3 true big brothers. As the PK officially commenced, Dai Xiaomei immediately unleashed her power, while the 3 super emperors across from her each launched 3 super rockets, totaling 9 super rockets soaring skyward. After that, one named Ba Tian even entered Xiao Yinin's live stream to send 2 super rockets. Once done, he cheekily remarked, "Here's a small medical fee for you." Xiao Yining, noticing the provocation from the other side, sarcastically responded with a fake smile, saying, "Thank you, brother Ba Tian, for the 2 super rockets. Without your medical fee, I simply can't continue my stream." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng was left speechless, sending several question marks. Did that mean the hundreds of super rockets he had just sent were like candles mere air? The live stream chat also followed Jiang Cheng's lead, flooding the screen with question marks. Haha, I didn't expect Xiao Mei to be quite formidable when being sarcastic. Just now brother Dinghai Shenzhen sent you several 100,000, and you claim you can't continue. Keep up the act. Jiang Cheng saw the provocation, and after sending 20 super rockets to Qiao Yining, he went to Dai's Xiaomi's livestream and sent her 5 super rockets. After all, the system had credited him 3 million fishbone coins, and he still had 2 million left. In the final round of the PK, Jiang Cheng was confident that he could secure a victory with 2 million coins. If he really couldn't, he still had billions in his bank account. At this moment, Jiang Cheng felt completely unfazed. Seeing the battle heat up so rapidly, Dai Xiaomei couldn't help but feel a little happy, as when immortals fought mortals like them could feast. With a cheerful smile, Dai Xiaomei said to Jiang Cheng, "Thank you, Daddy Dinghai Xinjun, for the medical fee. Daddy is so generous." The subsequent super rockets shot up like they were free. The 3 seasoned super emperors clashed heat-in, with Jiang Cheng the newly minted super emperor of the night. By the end of the first round, Jiang Cheng had already sent 150,000. On Dai Xiaomi's side, the top 3 on the leaderboard had contributed 50,000, while the second and third placed each sent 20,000, totaling 90,000. However, they were still 60,000 behind Jiang Cheng. After some consideration, the 3 decisively chose not to continue. In the previous rounds, they had only sent tens of thousands, but here with Jiang Cheng, they had already multiplied their contributions several times in the first round. Seeing her older brothers stop, Dai Xiaomei, feeling unsatisfied, exclaimed, "Big brothers, why have you stopped? Don't stop, hurry up, please. Put in more effort." Although Dai Xiaomei was swaying as she suggested these provocative remarks, she simply couldn't keep it up. The number 1 on the leaderboard admitted defeat, saying, "Let's call it a day for Dai Xiaomei, I will talk next time." Without the support of the number 1 brother, Dai Xiaomei quickly faced defeat. The second round was even easier. Jiang Cheng won directly after sending just 2 super rockets. Although Dai Xiaomei still worked hard to rally votes, the results were still disappointing. At the moment Qiao Yining achieved victory, she still felt somewhat bewildered. She covered her mouth, staring at her skyrocketing viewership, still thinking she was dreaming. Just an hour ago, she had been in a phase of self-doubt, even considering ending her streaming career. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, she had become the champion of the guild battle, gaining over 50,000 new followers, including over 1,000 who were top tier. Finally, she was no longer stuck with cold, lifeless followers. More importantly, she received a total of 2,500,000 in tips, of which she could pocket around 700,000, as per her contract. Qiao Yining, who had suddenly reached the peak of her life, was engulfed in a complex mix of emotions. Is this little streamer dumb? Why is she covering her mouth and not speaking? She must be overjoyed. If it were me, I would be even more dazed. Can you believe it? I can't even fathom the spending habits of the wealthy. That's enough for a house. But this young lady is indeed beautiful. The rich have great taste. Such a pity. This gorgeous lady just got noticed, and she's already being snatched up by the number 1 brother. Watching the screen filled with 6666, Qiao Yining finally reacted, repeatedly bowing in thanks to Jiang Cheng. "Brother Dinghai Xinjun, I really don't know how to thank you. Can I add you on WeChat? If you like anything in the future, I'll learn it right away and make sure you're satisfied." Seeing Qiao Yining so excited, Jiang Cheng replied calmly, "No need, I was just passing by." "Brother, how will I find you to be your driver in the future? If you really need me to drive you to Yanyunamen, that's fine. Oh, I'll still be around these days. Bye." Qiao Yining stared wide-eyed at Jiang Cheng's words, realizing it was him. Wow, I really don't understand the world of the wealthy. He spent over 200 million and doesn't want to add WeChat. Excuse me, does the big shot need a charm? Is the handsome guy today the Ferrari guy? So it's the Ferrari guy. No wonder this world has so many. At this moment, Qiao Yining was also shocked, asking, "Are you the Ferrari guy?" However, the entire internet was left waiting for Jiang Cheng's reply, as he had already logged off after receiving a system notification. Not only was Qiao Yining filled with questions, but the viewers in the livestream also began to stir. While everyone was filled with questions, their curiosity about Jiang Cheng grew even more. What kind of family could afford to be this extravagant, casually tipping over 200 million? Due to the bizarre nature of it all, some viewers started to speculate that this livestream must be a promotional stunt by the guild to boost Qiao Yining's popularity. But could a female streamer with no talents really have a guild invest so heavily in her promotion? The viewers began to argue again. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had no interest in the questions circulating online. He opened the system to take a closer look. Jiang Cheng examined his list of expenditure records and found that this round of tips had not been deducted from his daily expenses. It seemed that as long as the money was credited by the system, any consumption made from it would not be counted towards his upgrade expenses. Jiang Cheng opened his Douyu backend, and after sending over 250,000 to Qiao Yining, he still had 490,000 fish fin coins left. At the same time, Jiang Cheng's backend notifications were overflowing, particularly with friend requests and various private messages from female streamers. After scanning through, he found a private message from Qiao Yining, who was indeed requesting to add Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng directly sent his WeChat ID. Earlier, he had checked Xiao Yinyan's friendliness level using the friendliness value system and found that it had risen to 85 points. Naturally, Jiang Cheng wouldn't be polite to such a beautiful girl with a friendliness level of 94. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully leading the streamer. Xiao made a victory in the guild battle. In light of the streamer's high satisfaction, the system rewards the host with a super critical hit of 100 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 100 times critical hit cashback totaling 230 million. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Cheng looked at the 230 million provided by the system and immediately clicked to withdraw. Although he didn't understand how the system operated these critical hit amounts, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He never expected to earn over 200 million in just one night. Jiang Cheng felt that money was indeed easy to make. After showing off online and experiencing the thrill of throwing money, he could still get cash back. This is really outrageous. The next day, Jiang Cheng woke up naturally and saw a friend request from Xiao Yinin, and he couldn't help but smile as he clicked to accept. After all, with the beauty taking the initiative, what reason did he have to refuse? A few minutes later, Xiao Yinin sent a private message. Big brother Dinghai Shenzhen, do you need a chauffeur today? I'm on standby 24 hours for your summons. After sending the message, Xiao Yinin stared at the chat interface with Jiang Cheng without moving. Since finding out last night that Jiang Cheng was the Ferrari guy, she had been unable to sleep. She couldn't understand why such a handsome guy would suddenly take an interest in her and even gave her more than 2 million in tips all at once. Looking at the message, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment that he indeed needed Xiao Yinin's chauffeur services tonight. He had already arranged to meet Wang Zheng at TXX. At the bar, drinking was inevitable. Drunk driving was certainly not a good idea, so Jiang Cheng directly sent Xiao Yinin the time he needed her services. Having spent over 2 million, it wasn't unreasonable to have someone drive him right. At 8 in the evening, after casually tidying up, Jiang Cheng arrived at the underground parking lot of Amman. Upon arrival, he found Xiao Yinin already waiting by his car. Her long, beautiful legs stood straight as she was engrossed in her phone. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise, then whistled at her and said, "Oh, you arrived so early. Didn't I tell you to come find me after you finished drinking?" Hearing his voice, Xiao Yinin quickly looked up. Today, Jiang Cheng was dressed in a black casual outfit with black LV sunglasses, making him look incredibly handsome. Xiao Yinyan's eyes widened at his strikingly handsome face. She admitted that she had a thing for looks, and Jiang Cheng was undoubtedly the most handsome guy she had ever seen with the best physique. After all, thanks to the system's enhancements, Jiang Cheng's looks had now reached over 90 points. Xiao Yinin blushed slightly and said, "You helped me so much last night, how could I let you drive? I'm here to be your chauffeur, of course." Today, Xiao Yinin was dressed like a spicy girl, wearing extremely short shorts paired with a black tank top, her hair half up, and she wore black framed glasses. This outfit highlighted her ample upper body perfectly. Her curvy figure paired with slender arms and long, slightly plump legs made Jiang Cheng's little brother rise involuntarily. Steadying himself, Jiang Cheng sat in the driver's seat and raised his head to Xiao Yinin, saying, "Since you've arrived, get in the car." Naturally, Xiao Yinin complied. As the cold, ominous gray Ferrari 488 hit the streets, it attracted numerous gazes. Its loud roar was simply a presence that shook the streets. The silver-gray supercar was particularly dazzling under the magical and bright night lights of the city. "Which bar are we going to?" Xiao Yinin asked with some anticipation. "TXX. Wow, TXX is the largest and liveliest bar in the city. It's said to be opened by a celebrity called Little Cheetah. I've heard it's super fun inside with many handsome guys, beautiful girls, and internet celebrities, and even many stars go there. I heard Principal Wang often visits too." Seeing Xiao Yinin's longing expression, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "You seem to know quite a lot. I often surf the internet to learn about it, but I haven't actually been there yet. I'm a bit excited." When Jiang Cheng arrived, the sides of the entrance were already filled with luxury cars. Many stylishly dressed young people were posing in various ways at the entrance to take photos. There were even several men and women dressed as internet celebrities live streaming and shooting videos at the entrance. Looking at the lively and vibrant atmosphere of TXX, Jiang Cheng thought to himself that it wouldn't be bad if he could open a bar too. He could come here to help the ladies relax and do some charity. As soon as the ladies at the entrance saw Jiang Cheng get out of the Ferrari supercar, their eyes lit up. "Who is this handsome guy? I feel like I haven't seen him come here before. Look at his outfit, it's so stylish, and he's wearing a Patek Philippe on his wrist. Wow, he's decked out in the latest LV collection, must be a rich second generation. No matter who he is, look at that face, he's really handsome. Let's approach him." As Jiang Cheng got out of the car, several ladies rushed up to him, ignoring Xiao Yinin, who was standing beside him. "Hello, handsome. Highly, can I add you on WeChat?" "Big brother, I want to add you too. I'm always available." "Handsome, it's your first time here, right? I can show you around." Xiao Yinin was left speechless, and even the nearby guys watching were envious. Damn, this is the privilege of the wealthy. I've come to TXX so many times, and every time it's me approaching these internet celebrity girls. If you drove a car of this level, you could do it too. Look at how stunning the girl in the passenger seat is. We can only walk." In no time, Jiang Cheng was surrounded by 5 or 6 women, slowly making his way towards the entrance of TXX. His gaze unintentionally wandered a couple of times. "Oh no, handsome, sorry. I accidentally bumped into you. It's fine, not painful at all, feels quite nice. Ladies, can you let me in first?" Jiang Cheng said with a helpless smile. After walking a few steps, he noticed that the necklines of these girls were getting lower and lower. If this continues, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Xiao Yining felt a slight discomfort in her heart as she saw so many Salangian pouncing towards It was impossible for her to have genuinely fallen for Jiang Cheng in such a short time. At most, she was a bit dazed from the money Jiang Cheng had thrown at her last night, and this super-rich second generation was after all her ideal type deep down. After glancing at Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yining walked over to separate those girls and said with a smile, "Please step aside, he is already taken, sorry." The girls who were pushed aside showed displeasure, but seeing that Jiang Cheng had no intention of refuting, they could only leave reluctantly. Seeing them disperse, Jiang Cheng gazed with interest at the astonishing softness of Xiao Yining pressed against his arm, and asked, "I'm taken." Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze on her chest, Xiao Yining smiled instantly. She knew where her advantages lay, but she also didn't let this advantage linger for too long. She then left Jiang Cheng's arm and continued, "Since you couldn't refuse them, let me help you out." Jiang Cheng naturally liked Xiao Yining, a woman who was both reserved and materialistic. After all, he wasn't short on money, but he understood that to win her over quickly, he had to master the art of holding on and letting go. Holding on meant making her anxious. Letting go meant teasing her just enough. He chuckled lightly and said casually, "Thanks, but next time there's no need. They are quite entertaining as they are." As soon as the words left his mouth, regardless of Xiao Yinyan's astonished expression, he walked straight past her towards the door. Just as he broke free from the encirclement, Wang Zhenghao and Chun Hao, who were waiting outside, quickly spotted him. Upon exiting, Wang Zheng and Chun Hao immediately approached him. "Damn, was that you who was surrounded just now?" Wang Zheng laughed while patting his shoulder, and Chun Hao chimed in teasingly, "Not dizzy from those girls?" "Not really, I thought it was quite nice, everyone was really enthusiastic. I didn't get this treatment when I arrived, those young ladies didn't even spare me a glance." Chun Hao shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with envy. "With your reputation as a player, they must be scared of you," Wang Zheng retorted. "Were even you just tricked the new girls?" Chun Hao retorted defiantly. Watching the two bicker, Jiang Cheng chuckled. "It seems these young ladies prefer strangers. Old Jiang, that 488 is yours, right?" Wang Zheng suddenly pointed at the Ferrari behind him, his gaze landing on the license plate. "Yeah," Jiang Cheng replied casually. "Damn, that license plate is impressive. By the way, I remember you're from Rongqing, right? To get such a plate, no wonder the young ladies are so excited. Can the Ferrari dealership really arrange such plates now? I didn't get such a license plate when I bought my car. Lucky draw, I guess," Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the two couldn't hold back their laughter. Wang Zheng glanced at Jiang Cheng and the Patek Philippe in his hand, discreetly signaling Chun Hao with his eyes before saying, "Do you think I believe this?" "All right, let's not talk about that." Chun Hao tactfully changed the subject, his gaze landing on Xiao Yining. "Who is this young lady?" Some things shouldn't be probed too deeply, and both of them understood this well. After all, which wealthy person doesn't have some connections and networks? To be able to obtain such a high-level license plate, Jiang Cheng's capabilities were far beyond what was visible on the surface. This was also the reason they actively sought to befriend him. Jiang Cheng felt the same way. In the circle of the wealthy, connections were inherently attached to mutual benefit. "I arranged for a chauffeur, I'll let her drive later." Jiang Cheng didn't elaborate much, speaking casually. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao exchanged knowing glances and smiled meaningfully. Then they turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "As expected of you, a martial arts expert. Come on, we've made arrangements inside. Oh, let's have a good time tonight." Seeing the three of them walk in, Xiao Yining obediently followed behind Jiang Cheng. Unlike the usual chaos of nightclubs, TXX featured a minimalist industrial style. Cold gray cement walls were embedded with metal lines, and the giant crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling refracted a cold, sharp light. Upon entering, one could immediately see an enormous wall completely adorned with exciting ace of spades bottles, their golden bodies shining luxuriously under the lights, creating a striking visual impact. As soon as Wang Zheng and Chun Hao entered with Jiang Cheng, the several beauties seated at the VIP area in Zone 0 immediately stood up in unison. The VIP area in Zone 0 was separated by half-height frosted glass, forming a private space. The large, comfortable, deep brown leather sofas and silver ice buckets on the table exuded understated luxury in the details. Wang Zheng had already informed them that a big shot would be coming, instructing them to treat Jiang Cheng well, and upon seeing the handsome Jiang Cheng, the girls immediately geared up. "Address him as Jiang Xiao," Wang Zheng told them. Hello Jiang Xiao. The girls replied in unison, their voices clear and respectful. Most of the girls displayed expressions of anticipation and shyness. The reason was simple. Who wouldn't like a handsome guy? Jiang Cheng looked at the group of beauties in the booth, all with scores around 85, and nodded in satisfaction. He politely said to Wang Zheng, and Chunhao thinks this arrangement is perfect. The two, pleased with Jiang Cheng's affirmation, responded cheerfully, of course. Just as the two finished speaking, a man dressed in a tailored suit, exuding a competent demeanor, quickly approached. He was the bar sales manager Li Jia. Wang Xiaochen Xiao, good evening. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng introduced the sales manager, saying, this is my brother Jiang Cheng. Li Jia turned his gaze towards Jiang Cheng, his smile becoming even more humble. So you must be Jiang Xiao. I'm Li Jia, responsible for VIP reception here. If you need anything tonight, just call me. Jiang Cheng wore a low-key Brioni latest suit, and the dial of his Patek Philippe Nautilus sparkled under the light. Though not ostentatious, these were items that money alone couldn't easily procure. Moreover, Jiang Cheng was seated in the C position, so he deserved to be treated well. Although everyone in the bar wore designer brands, some were already last season's items. There were even some individuals whose branded clothing and shoes looked worn and outdated. The two mentioned brands were typically those that someone would buy after saving up, and only wear on important occasions, repeating the cycle until they became too old to keep. In contrast, Jiang Cheng's entire outfit consisted of the latest styles, costing at least several tens of thousands, not to mention the $1,000,000 watch in his hand. This was what a true big shot looked like. After all, only true rich second generations would buy designer brands daily, and they wouldn't wear the same pair of shoes for a season. Xiaoli arranged for 2 sets of Deshun Long to liven things up. Okay, Jiang Xiao, Wang Xiaochen Xiao. Li Jia's eyes lit up. 2 sets of Deshun Long meant a consumption of 200,000. He immediately replied, I'll arrange that right away, and also send over a platter of caviar, freshly cut fruits, and special cold drinks for the 3 of you. Please wait a moment. Xiao Yining sat in a corner, quietly observing her surroundings. She had heard long ago that the entry threshold for the VIP area at TXX was extremely high, with a minimum spend starting at 10,000, quadrupling on weekends, and ordinary booths starting at 3,000. Seeing Li Jia's respectful attitude and recalling the 2 expensive sets of Deshun Long, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, this was the real top-tier nightlife. I've only seen Deshun Long in videos, I never expected to see it in person today. She leaned closer to Jiang Cheng and whispered, this is my first time seeing it too. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded towards Wang Zheng, saying, we should thank Brother Wang for his generosity. The girls in the booth immediately echoed, thank you Wang Xiao. Boss is generous. Seeing Jiang Cheng being so courteous, Wang Zheng immediately waved his hand. He naturally would not take it seriously, it was merely a polite gesture. Does he not have over 200,000? Wang Zheng said, how can this divine dragon compare to the yellow croaker you had last night? Do you know? The meal he treated me to yesterday was truly extravagant, a luxurious feast worth over $1 million. At this moment, Wang Zheng deliberately placed Jiang Cheng's status in the middle. What we call connections is about befriending those who are on a par with one's own strength. The reason Wang Zheng elevated Jiang Cheng's status was to place him on equal footing with himself. It was merely because he felt that the strength Jiang Cheng displayed made him feel they were of the same kind. People at their level certainly made friends with equals. Otherwise, befriending someone inferior would only mean they would come to seek help from you every day. Wouldn't that be creating trouble for oneself? Over $1 million. As soon as Wang Zheng finished speaking, all the girls present gasped in surprise. Their gazes towards Jiang Cheng instantly became hotter. Based on their observations, everyone noticed that Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining did not seem to be a couple, mainly because Xiao Yining had been looking for opportunities to talk to Jiang Cheng, but his attitude appeared somewhat indifferent. This ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of the girls present. In fact, this was a state Jiang Cheng had deliberately created. He wanted to show Xiao Yining that he did not need her as a woman. He also wanted Xiao Yining to realize that she was not a priority, causing her to doubt herself and subsequently feel a sense of crisis. After a while, Xiaoli led in a dozen sexy bunny girls, each holding a wine table, symbolizing the ace of spades high above their heads. Sitting in the center, Jiang Cheng felt the screams and gazes from the crowd and felt a bit awkward. However, seeing Wang Zheng and Chunhao's excited expressions, he still smiled and refrained from saying anything disheartening. After all, this was the standard for showing off in a nightclub. As the saying goes, if you don't show off in a nightclub, you might as well go sing karaoke. At this moment, the bunny girls slowly swayed their bodies and placed the drinks on the table. The table was densely arranged with over 10 bottles of various colored ace of spades. The DJ's voice of gratitude and cheers filled the air. The dark environment of the nightclub infused with the scent of money from the ace of spades. The colorful and dazzling scene began to elevate the atmosphere of the nightclub to a boiling point. As the atmosphere got lively, some bolder girls began to lean closer to Jiang Cheng. One girl in a champagne-colored miniskirt swayed her enticing hips, her gaze flirtatiously directed at Jiang Cheng, and she boldly sat down in the empty spot beside him. She held a wine glass in one hand while the other wrapped around her ample curves. As she got closer to Jiang Cheng, she subtly pressed against his arms, sweetly toasting him. Jiang Xiao, my name is Xiao Qing. I toast you a drink. It's a pleasure to hang out with you tonight. Jiang Cheng felt the astonishing softness of Xiao Qing leaning against his arm, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, secretly activating the friendliness scanning system towards Xiao Qing. Name Xiao Qing, age 22, height 168 centimeters, appearance 85, figure 98, privacy 5, friendliness 70, friendly state. Although Xiao Qing's appearance was only 85, after makeup it might be around 90. Having a privacy value of 5 times for someone who often mingles in nightclubs, this number isn't too high. The key point remains her figure, rated at 98. A cow-level figure, it's really hard for any guy to withstand it. Jiang Cheng looked at his hands buried in the meat pile and shook his head, lamenting that he couldn't withstand it either. In this position, it wasn't quite appropriate. There were more suitable places to rest his hands that could move. Seeing a girl of considerable beauty suddenly appear, Qiao Yinyan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Moreover, the other party was unabashedly getting close to Jiang Cheng. Faced with such a formidable competitor, Qiao Yinan immediately felt a sense of crisis. Jiang Cheng was indeed her top brother. However, he had never made any demands of her. Now, right in front of her, he was being intimate with another girl, and his expression of enjoyment left Xiao Yinan somewhat baffled by Jiang Cheng's intentions. Logically speaking, Jiang Cheng should have some interest in her. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his series of actions? If Jiang Cheng truly had no feelings for her, why would he spend so much money on her? Xiao Yinan wanted to find a chance to get close to Jiang Cheng, but the cow in front of her kept swaying around him, tempting her. It made her grind her teeth in frustration. Seeing Jiang Cheng clink glasses playfully with Xiao Qing, Xiao Yinan immediately picked up her wine glass and said to Jiang Cheng, top brother, I toast you a drink. Xiao Qing, who had prepared many topics to chat with Jiang Cheng, was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Yinan, and her sharp gaze couldn't help but shoot a glare at Xiao Yinan. However, she was perceptive enough not to interrupt Jiang Cheng's conversation. Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao Yinan, raising an eyebrow and asking, what drink are you having? After saying that, Jiang Cheng handed her the Wangzai milk on the table and teased, take a look at others, then look at yourself. Ooh, drink this to replenish your energy. Xiao Yinan remembered that she would have to drive Jiang Cheng later, so she reluctantly accepted the Wangzai milk. She glanced at Xiao Qing and then pouted, saying, I can manage, no need for replenishment. Oh, I didn't expect that. You can't see that. Take a good look again. After saying that, Xiao Yinan straightened her back defiantly. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile at her serious demeanor. Although he was quite tempted by Xiao Qing's figure, his main target for the night was still Xiao Yinan. He could only regretfully let Xiao Qing go for now. Seeing Jiang Cheng withdraw his arm and lean towards Xiao Yinan, Xiao Qing immediately lost interest, stood up, and began dancing with other girls nearby. With his left hand naturally wrapping around Xiao Yinyan's slender waist, Jiang Cheng leaned closer to her ear and whispered, this really makes it hard to see. How about letting me have a good look tonight? At the same time, Jiang Cheng's hand began to wander, rubbing against the inner thigh of Xiao Yinan. With so many people present, Xiao Yinyan's face instantly flushed red. Having never experienced such actions from anyone in her life, in her anxiety, she pushed Jiang Cheng away, saying, what are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of casual woman? Hearing Xiao Yinyan's words, Jiang Cheng's expression immediately turned cold. After spending over 2 million, she still spoke to him like this. If she didn't want to, why did she come over in the first place? After coming over, she pretended to maintain her composure. Was she trying to make Jiang Cheng coax her? He wasn't one of those backup options, or a little lapdog. If she wanted Jiang Cheng to do that, she could forget it. He knew that Xiao Yinyan's privacy value was 0. But for Jiang Cheng at this moment, this was not a rare thing. One must know that a few $1,000s could help find a bunch of girls with a privacy value of 0 at universities. If she wanted to play such tricks with Jiang Cheng, she could forget about it. Jiang Cheng released Xiao Yinan, took a sip from the ace of spades on the table, and then looked at Xiao Qing, who was twisting beside him. As expected of a cow, her fiery and sexy figure made Jiang Cheng's eyes widen. After flashing a smile, Jiang Cheng playfully slapped Xiao Qing and another girl's peach-like rear ends. The two girls, who were having fun, suddenly felt a slap on their backsides, causing them to scream in shock. However, when they turned around and saw Jiang Cheng, their expressions instantly transformed into one of surprise, as they playfully said, young master Jiang, you scared me. If it had been an ordinary man slapping them, it would have been considered lewd behavior, but if it were someone like Jiang Cheng, it was seen as playful. Indeed, it was reality. Jiang Cheng patted the seat beside him and said to the two of them, don't be shy, come sit with me and have a drink. Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly invite her, Xiao Qing instinctively glanced at Xiao Yinan beside him. Noticing Xiao Yinyan's pale face and her hesitant expression, Xiao Qing immediately understood. Haha, it must be that Xiao Yining did something to upset Jiang Qing, otherwise why would he suddenly seek me out? Girls like Xiao Qing who often hang out in bars knew how to navigate such situations. She understood that it was best not to act aloof in front of a wealthy man like Jiang Qing, as men like him didn't lack for female companionship, who otherwise the outcome could be like Xiao Yinyin's. We are all here to make money, so why pretend to be virtuous? Xiao Qing was quite pragmatic and immediately pulled her best friends to sit on either side of Jiang Qing. At that moment, she wore a triumphant expression leaning against Jiang Qing's arm, with her red lips slightly parted, fully utilizing her physical allure to let Jiang Qing feel her uniqueness. After dancing earlier, Xiao Qing let her hair down, which cascaded beautifully. With her exquisite makeup and flowing waves falling behind her along with her ample figure, she exuded an enticing aura. Young Master Jiang, how did you find my dancing? Jiang Qing nodded, saying, not bad, not bad. You didn't see my brothers clapping for you. Really? I haven't met your brothers yet. Since you're so handsome, your friends must be quite impressive too. Of course, how about I introduce you to them later? My friends know how to show off, oh I'm sure you'd like them. You're such a tease. What do you mean by showing off? I don't quite understand, it makes me shy. Young Master Jiang, my name is Sun Yin. You made me feel so good earlier. I want to meet your friends, my sisters are in need of someone who knows how to show off. Another sweet-looking girl quickly chimed in, speaking to Jiang Qing in a flirty tone. Although her figure wasn't as striking as Xiao Qing's, her sweet voice was her strong suit, especially when she sang at night no man could resist. Jiang Qing looked at Sun Yin's pure and adorable face and couldn't help but reach out, wanting to pinch her slightly chubby cheeks. However, just as he was about to get close, he noticed her foundation was a bit thick. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Qing naturally patted her backside instead, making a crisp sound. No problem. I can show off twice as much, it's a small issue. Seeing this, Xiao Qing immediately grabbed Jiang Qing's hand and playfully said, Young Master Jiang, you can't be biased. I want you to slap me too. After saying that, the two rounded forms moved closer to Jiang Qing, followed by two loud slaps. Jiang Qing, still unsatisfied, remarked, what? Are you going to perform magic? Why is your backside where your chest should be? How mean. I'm just being cute. Really? I don't believe it, there's no way it's that big unless I see it. Oh young Master Jiang, you're so naughty. I'm the real deal, you'd know if you tried it. How do I try? Like this or? Caught between the two women, Jiang Qing couldn't help but shake his head. Oh indeed, where there are women, there is conflict. That's how the term plastic sisters came about. Other girls wanted to get closer to Jiang Qing, but seeing Xiao Qing and Sun Yin, they immediately hesitated. Xiao Qing and Sun Yin were the best looking among them, and it would be somewhat self-deprecating for the others to approach them now. Thus the other girls naturally gravitated towards Wang Zheng and Chen Hao. After all, the presence of two prominent figures like Jiang Qing and the two women was a rare sight. As the playful banter continued, the atmosphere began to heat up. Sitting aside, Xiao Yining watched Jiang Qing, Xiao Qing, and Sun Yin laughing and joking, resembling a group of spoiled rich kids. Oddly enough, she didn't feel anything was wrong. While she wasn't devastated, a sense of defeat began to rise within her. Young Master Jiang, what do you usually do? Not much, just passing time, living off my luck and occasionally fixing the plumbing. Oh my, you also fix plumbing? Of course. I'm best at clearing those long blocked pipes. Oh, just poke it and it flows. Ah, young Master Jiang, you're so naughty. What hobbies do you have? Do you work out? Your figure is great. It looks like you have an 8-pack. Not really. I only have one hobby, and that is shooting. Socializing. Socializing. How annoying. Please don't separate your words. Xiao Qing and Sun Yin leaned on Jiang Qing from both sides, giggling shyly. What? Did you take it the wrong way? Didn't you come out tonight just to socialize? Oh, so naughty. We just came here to relax, and I didn't expect to meet you. It's truly fate. Is this relaxation serious relaxation? Young Master Jiang, you're truly annoying. Whether it's serious or not depends on you. Wang Zheng and Chen Hao, who were nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing at Jiang Qing's serious tone. Xiao Yining tried several times to find an opportunity to talk to Jiang Qing, but he gave her no chance whatsoever, treating her as if she were invisible throughout the event. Being so coldly ignored made her clench her teeth in frustration, feeling exceptionally stifled. She truly didn't understand. Oh, wasn't she just saying she wasn't an easy girl? What was wrong with that? Even though she wasn't easy, she would still consider it if Jiang Qing proposed it. She had already mentally prepared herself to be here tonight. At this moment, Xiao Yining felt truly vexed. She knew what she should do, but didn't know how to do it. Why couldn't she be given a little time? Xiao Yining's friendliness increased by 5. Jiang Qing saw Xiao Yinin's friendliness suddenly reach 90 points and couldn't help but crack a smile. 90 points, hadn't that already reached the threshold for fun? In the ensuing time, Jiang Qing continued to ignore Xiao Yining as if she didn't exist at all. This left Xiao Yining feeling restless all night long. At first, Jiang Qing's attitude towards Xiao Qing was not particularly enthusiastic. He even held her close, but due to one of her remarks, Jiang Qing ended up favoring another girl over Xiao Qing. Taking away all the spotlight that originally belonged to her made it difficult for Xiao Yining to find balance within herself. The longer Jiang Cheng ignored her, the more uncomfortable she felt, becoming increasingly anxious and conflicted. Not only Xiao Yining, but Xiao Qing felt the same way initially. She knew her looks weren't as striking as Xiao Yinyan's, yet after putting on makeup, she felt she was not much less appealing. Especially proud of her most formidable weapon, the ample curves on her chest. This asset of hers was considerably more pronounced than Xiao Yinyan's. However, no matter how proactively Xiao Qing tried to win over Jiang Cheng, he remained indifferent. This was undoubtedly a blow to Xiao Qing, who had never faced setbacks before. Although Xiao Qing usually disdained taking the initiative, Jiang Cheng was no ordinary man. Regardless of how much wealth he possessed, his handsome and striking face was enough to captivate Xiao Qing. The fact that such an exceptional man was indifferent to her made Xiao Qing feel miserable at first. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng suddenly took an interest in her. Moreover, he held her close, treating her like a soft target, completely reversing the situation, and Xiao Qing felt immense satisfaction. The more jealous Xiao Yining became, the more pleasure Xiao Qing felt. This reflects the peculiar comparative psychology among women. As the saying goes, jealousy and rivalry have been constant themes throughout history. At last the clock struck 1 in the morning. As the gathering came to an end, Xiao Qing and Sun Yin reluctantly bid farewell to Jiang Cheng. They had originally hoped to enjoy a night of intimacy with him, or perhaps a three-way encounter. To their surprise, they ended up only adding him on WeChat with a promise to meet again next time. Although Sun Yin felt disheartened, she dared not voice her complaints. In contrast, Xiao Qing's face twisted with anger. She managed to maintain a smile, while Jiang Cheng was present, but once he left, she immediately stormed off with a frown. As for Xiao Yining, she carefully followed Jiang Cheng from behind. In truth, Jiang Cheng was quite reluctant to part with Xiao Qing, but there was no other choice. He had a premonition that Xiao Yining, with her high friendliness score of 90, would be vulnerable to his charm tonight. If given a choice, Jiang Cheng would still choose Xiao Yining. Considering everything, Xiao Yining was truly exceptional. The key was that her heart had not yet been captured, which made him eager. Throughout the drive, Jiang Cheng maintained a very aloof demeanor, sitting in the passenger seat while playing on his phone. This behavior left Xiao Yining unsure of how to react. She admitted that she wanted to climb up Jiang Cheng's social ladder, but her rational mind told her it might be a bit premature. The ride was silent, and upon reaching the underground garage of Yanyun M, and Xiao Yining handed the car keys to Jiang Cheng. After taking them, Jiang Cheng walked off without looking back. Watching Jiang Cheng turn to leave, Xiao Yining stamped her foot in frustration and followed him. Based on Jiang Cheng's behavior today, she felt uncertain about her own feelings. As Jiang Cheng walked ahead, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Yinyan's delicate, sexy feet clad in high heels following closely behind him. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Seeing Jiang Cheng about to enter the house, Xiao Yining could no longer contain her impatience, and hurriedly chased after him, gently pulling his hand with determination as she said, "It's late, and taking a taxi isn't very safe. Can I stay at your place for a night?" Looking at Xiao Yinyan's flushed face, Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, saying, "Didn't you say you weren't that type of woman?" I was just saying that. Take a taxi home." Seeing Jiang Cheng's continued indifference, Xiao Yinyan's beautiful eyes widened slightly. For some reason, she felt a bit petulant at that moment. Although she had some ulterior motives, Jiang Cheng had indeed made her feel humiliated all night. Xiao Yining huffed, "I'm not going back." Noticing Jiang Cheng's probing gaze, she took a deep breath and walked straight into the villa courtyard. Although she didn't know if Jiang Cheng would have her thrown out at that moment, Xiao Yining didn't care. Her subconscious told her she couldn't just go back like that. It would be over. Waiting for Jiang Cheng's return, Wang Yuan was startled to see him come back with a strange woman. Her expression froze for a second, but she quickly stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Cheng, saying, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Are you ready to take a bath now?" Jiang Cheng glanced at Xiao Yining and nodded. "I'll shower first. If there's nothing else, Manager Wang, you can go." Seeing Jiang Cheng dismiss her, Wang Yuan couldn't help but envy Xiao Yining. Jiang Cheng continued to ignore her and walked straight toward the bathroom. Although he was tempted by Xiao Yining, being at tax for so long had left him with many lingering scents. After a quick rinse, Jiang Cheng maintained a cold expression as he lay down by the bed, scrolling through his phone. Xiao Yining helplessly glanced at Jiang Cheng before quickly entering the bathroom. Standing there naked, she looked at herself in the mirror, her cheeks flushed and her eyes slightly moist. She kept urging herself on. She didn't linger long in the bathroom. Soon the bathroom door swung open. Xiao Yining, with slightly damp hair, cautiously held onto the doorframe, peeking out to look at Jiang Cheng, who was lying on the bed with an innocent expression. Jiang Cheng, while scrolling through his phone, caught a glimpse of Xiao Yinyan's delicate and alluring face, as well as her smooth and fair shoulders. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly a captivating vixen. To temper Xiao Yinyan's temper, who knows how long he had to endure. He suppressed the urge to pull her over to him. Jiang Cheng coldly said, "There are plenty of rooms. You can choose anyone you like." Seeing Jiang Cheng trying to send her away, Xiao Yining pouted and said, "Your bed is so big, can I sleep with you?" Although this made Jiang Cheng's heart surge with joy, he still wore a nonchalant expression. "I'm not used to sleeping with others." Though he said this internally, he thought, "You can just come over and stop whining, or he'll rush over and take you right now." As Jiang Cheng was secretly pleased, Xiao Yining walked out looking dejected, slowly squatting down with a pout. Her face buried in her knees, her shoulders slightly trembling, as if she was on the verge of tears. "Why are you crying?" Jiang Cheng found it somewhat inexplicable. "Do you hate me so much?" "Why do you hate me? You were fine at first, even hugging me, and now I'm offering to sleep together, but you don't want to, woo woo woo." After her shower, Xiao Yining, who resembled a blooming flower, now looked like a weeping willow, her enchanting eyes brimming with tears, a sight no man could resist. Moreover, she was now wearing Jiang Cheng's bathrobe, which appeared rather oversized. Now as she squatted down, the robe opened slightly, and Xiao Yining, emotionally questioning Jiang Cheng, was completely unaware that her state was fully exposed. The impact of this sight made Jiang Cheng want to pin her down and ravish her. Sighing, he spoke with some urgency. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xiao Yining was stunned for a second, and after a few moments, she took a deep breath, stood up, and walked over to the bed. Xiao Yining awkwardly reached out to touch Jiang Cheng's chiseled face, seemingly imitating some romantic scene, and then gently kissed him. This action made Jiang Cheng smile. Now it was assured. After kissing for a while, just as Xiao Yining felt anxious again, Jiang Cheng finally began to respond. The two engaged in a passionate kiss, with Jiang Cheng taking control, holding Xiao Yinyan's beautiful face, starting from her chin, and kissing upwards, slowly wiping away her tears. After a long time, Xiao Yining let out a soft groan. She opened her tear-filled eyes, staring at Jiang Cheng, saying, "Jiang Cheng, I like you." Although Xiao Yining liked money, she felt she also liked Jiang Cheng. After all, which girl wouldn't want her boyfriend to have status and wealth, driving luxury cars, and staying in expensive hotels, even rescuing her from dire situations? At this moment, Jiang Cheng was her dream Prince Charming. Xiao Yining tightly embraced Jiang Cheng's waist, burying her face in his strong chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the company right on time. She picked up her phone and sent Jiang Cheng a message, "Good morning, hubby." After sending it, Yu Xiaoxiao set her phone aside and began working on today's report. As a company artist, Su Wan also came to the Star Company today, which was quite unusual. Her task was to take some promotional photos. Since their last meal together, Jiang Cheng hadn't contacted her again. Currently, Su Wan hesitated at the door of Yu Xiaoxiao's office, and after 10 seconds she knocked and said, "Manager Yu." A response from Yu Xiaoxiao quickly followed, "Please come in." When she saw it was Su Wan who entered, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression showed some surprise. "Manager Yu, hello, sorry to disturb you." Su Wan greeted her with a bright smile. "Su Wan, come have a seat," Yu Xiaoxiao replied, getting up from her work chair and walking to the sofa. After sitting down on the edge of the sofa, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a teacup from the table and poured a cup of tea for Su Wan. She had a general idea of why Su Wan was looking for her, but she didn't say it outright. Instead, she tentatively asked, Wan, do you need something?" Su Wan didn't engage in small talk either, as she directly asked, "Manager Yu, you know Jiang Cheng, right?" Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's name, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression softened. She nodded, saying, "Yes, I met him during a business trip previously." "Did he tell you that he plans to sign me?" "Yes, that's the case. I'm preparing this on my end as well. Once I finish the handover work for the company, they'll handle this matter. It may take a few more days, so don't worry, I'll take care of it." "Or are you going to resign?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I've already submitted my resignation. They'll be going to Jiang Cheng's company to help out. The company has been registered today, and once I settle the contract with you, you'll be our first artist." "Manager Yu, that's a new company, and you've worked hard to get to this position. Do you really trust Jiang Cheng that much?" Yu Xiaoxiao understood Su Wan's concerns. She gently patted Su Wan's hand, appearing like a close sister. "Wan, I understand your concerns, but I trust Jiang Cheng completely. You'll know in the future, he's someone trustworthy and reliable. We're all sisters. Oh, just call me Sister Yu from now on." Just as Su Wan was about to speak again, an employee suddenly knocked and entered the room. "Manager Yu, the front desk called to inform you that someone has delivered a surprise for you, and it's waiting downstairs for you to sign for it." Yu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. There weren't many people who sent her gifts, and they usually sent flowers or necklaces that didn't require signing for. "What surprise? Who sent it?" "Tell them to refuse delivery. Yu, I don't want it. It seems to be a car. Since the other party has already paid, it can't be refused." After the employee said this, both Yu Xiaoxiao and Su Wan gasped. "What? A car?" At that moment, many faces flashed through Yu Xiaoxiao's mind, and finally, it settled on Jiang Cheng's handsome face. "Sister Yu, someone actually sent you a car? That's incredible. Should we go down and take a look?" Su Wan said excitedly. Afterward, she suddenly frowned, a premonition arising that it might be Jiang Cheng. Not only Su Wan thought so, Yu Xiaoxiao also felt her heart racing. I'll go down and see what's going on. Seeing the ecstatic expression on Yu Xiaoxiao's face, Su Wan enviously said, I'm going too. Soon Su Wan and Yu Xiaoxiao took the elevator down to the lobby. Upon arriving on the first floor, a young man dressed in a suit and white gloves approached Yu Xiaoxiao, saying, Miss Yu, hello. There is a car that needs your signature. Yu Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit dazed, followed the staff to the entrance of the company. There a car covered with a red cloth was parked, surrounded by a large crowd of onlookers. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao stepped outside, 6 Lamborghini staff members on either side raised colorful streamers and fireworks to celebrate. The Lamborghini staff smiled at Yu Xiaoxiao, saying, Hello Miss Yu, please unveil it. Watching the colorful fireworks cover the company's entrance, Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit bewildered. She slowly removed the cover from the car, revealing its pink body with the Lamborghini logo appearing next. Seeing such a beautiful car, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth in delight. Oh my god, a pink Lamborghini. It's stunning. I'm so envious. Manager Yu is so lucky. I heard that Manager Yu broke up with her fiancé, and now he has a new boyfriend. If only I had a boyfriend like that. I'm so envious. Looking at this pink Lamborghini, Su Wan couldn't help but think of Jiang Cheng's Ferrari LaFerrari. For some reason, she was very certain that this car was a gift from Jiang Cheng. After all, who else could be so generous? Miss Yu, here are your car keys. Who sent this? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't immediately take the keys, but instead asked with some caution. It was Mr. Jiang Cheng. This is what he instructed us to do. We hope you like it. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's name, Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly took the keys to the Lamborghini. Yu Xiaoxiao, who usually prided herself on being a strong woman, was deeply touched inside, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. No man had ever treated her as well as Jiang Cheng did. Yu Xiaoxiao, friendliness 5. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Cheng suddenly woke up. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness score reaching 99 points. Unlock the title of Unbreakable Bond. The host has received a special reward package. Would you like to open it? Jiang Cheng silently murmured, Open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cashback card with a maximum spending limit of 5 million cashback multiplier 1,100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward card. As the hosts, Jiang Cheng suddenly woke up upon hearing the system's prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value of 99 points towards the host, the title Unbreakable Bond has been unlocked. The host has received a special reward package. Would the host like to open it? Jiang Cheng silently said, Open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cashback card. The maximum spending amount is 5 million. The cashback multiplier ranges from 1 to 100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Zissin Devour card. This card is only available for ladies with a beauty score of 90 points or above. After use, the host will receive 1/10 of the quantity from their descendants multiplied by the satisfaction level of the other party to calculate the final cashback. Jiang Cheng looked at the system's prompt and couldn't help but smile. This system truly knows how to please. Such rewards are inventive, and there is a crucial point. Although this reward is only a single card, the system did not limit how many different partners can be used at one time. In other words, if Jiang Cheng were to queue with a female partner, he could still use this card. But what if one day Jiang Cheng is in a duo or trio queue? Wouldn't the rewards double? However, if it's a multiple queue, wouldn't there be a problem? That is, it would be inevitable to overlook this, and that leading to a decrease in satisfaction. Jiang Cheng stared at this card, lost in thought. Regardless of whether it's a single or multiple queue, this reward card can at least bring him rewards exceeding 10 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a stable boutique investment company. The host needs to invest at least 10 million on their own, and after investing, the system will assign a gold medal investor and an elite management manager to ensure the company's stable profit. Note the investment company's annual yield rate must reach at least 10%. Seeing the system's message, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sit up in surprise. This reward is truly excellent. After glancing towards the bathroom, he promptly answered Yu Xiaoxiao's call. Xiao. Jiang Cheng, thank you for your gift. I love it. Yu Xiaoxiao said, her voice choked with emotion. I'm glad you like it. Why are you crying? Jiang Cheng said helplessly. He had a certain affection for Yu Xiaoxiao, not only because she was his first woman, but also because she was very understanding and generous. Moreover, her friendliness value towards him had reached 99 points. A woman who is both understanding and sexy, coupled with her unwavering feelings for him, how could Jiang Cheng not be fond of her? You are too good to me. I don't know how to repay you. If you really want to repay me, just learn some skills in playing games. Ugh, I got it. After being affectionate with Yu Xiaoxiao for a while, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone. Looking towards the bathroom, he estimated that Xiao Yining should be done washing up soon. Jiang Cheng switched to the system's page. The investment company reward from the system undoubtedly elevated his status. Having money is important, but learning to invest is even more crucial, otherwise one would merely be living off their savings. Establishing a company not only enhances Jiang Cheng's social status, but also directly addresses the property purchase restrictions. For example, when he buys a Ferrari under normal circumstances without the system's intervention, Jiang Cheng would never obtain a license plate in the Magic City. Because he does not have a household registration in the Magic City, he cannot buy a car or a house there due to the purchase restrictions. If Jiang Cheng establishes a company in the Magic City, the issues of purchasing a car and house will be easily resolved. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. According to the Dream Come True systems, prompt the minimum requirement is 10 million. The annual investment return rate is at least 10%. Naturally, the more money invested, the greater the return. Looking at his bank balance, he contemplated for a moment and decided to invest 500 million directly into this investment company. After all, the more money in the investment company, the higher Jiang Cheng's social status will be. When the scale of the company's investment reaches hundreds of billions or trillions, he will truly become a big shot. Jiang Cheng silently said, "Open the investment company." We are currently opening the investment company for the host. What are the investment location and amount, and what is the name of the investment company? The investment location is the Magic City, the amount is 500 million, and the company name will be Xingchen Investment Company. Ding! The investment company has been established. A gold medal investor and an elite management manager will contact the host within 3 days. Please pay attention to check. Congratulations to the host for leveling up again. The host earns 1.5 yuan for every second they exist in this world. Name Jiang Cheng. Age 18 years. Height 182 centimeters. Beauty score 85 points. System reserve funds 786410 yuan can be withdrawn at any time. System 1.5 yuan second. Upgrade experience 633710001 billion. His action of using 500 million to establish the investment company caused the system to jump 2 levels, reaching level 10. Now he earns 1.5 yuan every second. That's 90 yuan per minute, 5400 yuan per hour, and 129600 yuan per day. His monthly salary has become 388 million. His annual salary is now approaching 46 million. A few minutes later, Xiao Yining also walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, looking shyly at Jiang Cheng. "Did I wake you up?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Aren't you tired?" Xiao Yining shook her head. "I slept quite well last night." Although last night Jiang Cheng's left and right hands were placed on her sensitive spots under the pretext of healing her, she surprisingly slept soundly and felt very secure. Hearing Xiao Yinyan's words, Jiang Cheng's gaze darkened. "Is that so? Are you hungry? I have a dish that I need you as a newly minted food blogger to evaluate." With that, Jiang Cheng pulled Xiao Yinyan's hand. Xiao Yining exclaimed, immediately understanding Jiang Cheng's implication. She wanted to escape, but it was already too late. She could only seriously evaluate the Super Emperor cuisine. Jiang Cheng sighed with satisfaction. It truly was a wonderful morning. Not only did he receive generous rewards from the system, but he also felt exceptionally comfortable. After washing up, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining finally had lunch. "By the way, Jiang Cheng, please don't give me any more rewards in the future." After an in-depth discussion last night, Xiao Yinyan's friendliness value towards Jiang Cheng had directly reached 95 points. "If I don't reward you, does that mean I should reward someone else?" "That's not what I mean. The platform takes a 70% commission from rewards. You've given me over 2 million, which is too wasteful." Jiang Cheng did not respond directly to her words. Whether he rewards Xiao Yining depends on what the system says. Last night, he rewarded Xiao Yining and received over 200 million in cash back. Why would he refuse such a good deal? Jiang Cheng pinched Xiao Yinyan's puffy cheeks. "What if I transfer it directly to you?" "That's not what I mean. It just pains me to see so much money wasted." Wang Yuyin, who was waiting nearby, could not help but widen her eyes upon hearing the amount of the reward. Could this be what it means to be rich? Over 2 million in rewards for a female streamer. Wang Yuyin couldn't believe her ears. While she acknowledged that Xiao Yining had an impressive figure and looks, 2 million was just too extravagant. "Don't think too much, but it's just pocket change." Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Xiao Yining hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Will I still be able to stream in the future?" "I want to know if you mind my identity as a female streamer. If you do, I won't stream anymore since I'm still in." Jiang Cheng knew that some female streamers would quit after being favored by a big boss. However, Xiao Yining wasn't that type. She wasn't the kind to dance or flirt to please others. So streaming could be considered better than nothing. "What are you thinking? If you want to stream, then stream. You're not one of those shabby female streamers. I trust you." Xiao Yining sighed in relief upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words. She smiled charmingly and said, "I've thought about it. In the future, I'll either stream food or quirky content and see if it works better. Do what you want. I won't interfere, but remember, if any other streamers bully you, you must tell me. Got it?" Xiao Yining nodded. "Okay, actually most streamers are quite nice. Only a few are rather snobbish and my skills are just average, so I don't really interact with other streamers. Where do you go to university? Magic City Institute of Technology. Jiangxing nodded. That's good, at least it wasn't the same school he chose. I have to go back in a few days. Seeing Jiangcheng was going back, Xiao Yining said somewhat reluctantly, when will you come again? Well, CEO, I might come back before the school starts. Then will it be a bit difficult for me to see you in the future? Xiao Yining felt a bit lost as she hadn't thought about this issue before. What's difficult? It only takes a few hours to get from Tianfu to Magic City, and I'll be here for school, and I'm enrolled in a school in Magic City too. Really? That's great. Xiao Yinyan's eyes sparkled. Jiangxing nodded, and then thought of something. He looked up at Wang Yuyan, who was pouring juice for him, and asked, Manager Wang, my room fee is due today, right? Yes, mister. Jiang, it's due tomorrow morning. Then please help me extend it for another 2 months. Since there was still a month until school started, he could occasionally come back to stay before he bought a house. Moreover, he had just obtained a cashback card that could only be used for a maximum limit of 5 million. To be honest, 5 million wouldn't buy much of a house in Magic City, and he wouldn't be able to resolve the purchase restrictions in the short term. Let alone the idea that rich people have plenty of ways to solve housing purchase limits. Jiangxing only knows a handful of people, and they are merely acquaintances. Jiangxing always remembered what his father had said. If something can be solved by yourself, don't let others handle it. If money can solve the problem, don't waste relationships. Never waste relationships when there's no benefit involved. The term relationships is quite complex in Huaxia. It's just a matter of 5 million, and once it's spent, the cashback will come back. It had only been a few days since he received the system, and he would only become stronger. There was really no need to trouble others over such trivial matters. Seeing Jiangcheng say this, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yining were suddenly filled with many question marks. Both were in disbelief. Wang Yuyan licked her dry lips and awkwardly asked, Mr. Jiang, did you mean 2 months? Extend it for 2 months. Xiao Yining also nodded, looking at Jiangcheng. Yes, Jiangcheng, did you say it wrong? Aren't you going back? Looking at their shocked expressions, Jiangcheng calmly nodded. Yes, but that doesn't affect my room fee extent. As Jiangcheng finished speaking, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yining were both left speechless. True, renewing the room fee wouldn't affect anything. But who in their right mind would do such a thing? They'd be leaving in just a few days. Why renew for 2 full months? The daily rate here was 80,000 yuan, not 80. Even Wang Yuyan, renowned as the hotel's gold standard concierge, was profoundly stunned. Her knees trembled faintly beneath her. Clients who booked the Ting Villa for even 1 week were rare. Booking it for 2 consecutive months was unprecedented. And Jiangcheng was the very first. Though she knew professionally she ought not pry into a guest's affairs, she still couldn't resist gently reminding him, Mr. Jiang, if you find our accommodations comfortable, you're welcome to contact me directly before your next visit. I'll reserve this suite for you in advance, sparing you the need for repeated renewals. Xiao Yining nodded in agreement. Jiangcheng, I can help reserve it ahead of time too. Her mind raced, calculating 80,000 per day for 2 months. That's 4.8 million yuan. Only then did she truly grasp why Jiangcheng had so effortlessly gifted her over 2 million yuan. He must hail from a family that owned its own printing press, or perhaps a private mine. Seeing both women instinctively trying to dissuade him from spending, Jiangcheng shook his head with quiet amusement. The maximum value of the cashback voucher was 5 million yuan, yet spending it all at once on luxury goods would be cumbersome. Yet using it to buy property in Modu, that sum would barely cover a down payment. 5 million outright could scarcely purchase more than a modest apartment, perhaps 40 square meters, and even his own bedroom exceeded that size. After all, no matter how he used the voucher, its sole purpose was cashback. Why quibble over such a trivial saving? Moreover, moments earlier he'd received the descendant's card through Yu Xiaoxiao. All he needed was to locate a young woman whose beauty score surpassed 90 points, then surpass her himself, treat her to a meal, and instantly claim a reward worth well over 100 million yuan. Wouldn't acquiring a grand residence after securing that fortune be far more satisfying? Interrupting Wang Yiyan's analysis, he said wryly, Manager Wang, this attitude won't do. You should rejoice when the hotel thrives. If I were your employer, I'd certainly be displeased. At this remark, Wang Yuyan flustered. This. You're absolutely right, Mr. Jiang, I merely. She tried to justify herself, yet found no coherent reason to offer. Jiangcheng's words were sound. Why should she economize on his behalf? Logically, the longer he stayed, the higher her. She ought to feel elated, not obstruct him. Even she herself couldn't fathom her own hesitation. Xiao Yining, observing silently nearby, furrowed her brow toward Wang Yuyan. As a woman, she understood perfectly why. It mirrored Jiangcheng's earlier tipping before learning that the legendary Dinghai Shenzhen was none other than Jiangcheng himself. Xiao Yining had eagerly welcomed every generous gift from this mysterious online benefactor. Yet once she stood beside him, in reality she no longer wished for such extravagant, unnecessary gestures. She sensed Wang Yuyan was experiencing something akin to her own shift. Truly exceptional men inevitably attract feminine attention. Jiang Qing too had noticed the subtle undercurrent and promptly activated his amity scan system toward Wang Yuyan. Name: Wang Yuyan, age 24, in height 165 cm, in beauty score 89, in physique score 94, in privacy index 0, anomaly level 80, intimate state. Jiang Qing was mildly surprised to see her privacy index registered at 0. Society often viewed hotel concierges, especially those managing elite suites, through a lens of skepticism. The higher the tier, the greater the exposure to temptation. Moreover, Wang Yuyan's beauty was no trifling matter. Though her score of 90 fell short of Qiao Yinin's radiant intensity, she would easily rank among the most admired on any university campus. And yet, her amity level toward him stood at a striking 80. Since Check-in, Jiang Qing had brought 2 women back to stay overnight. His relationships with Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yinin were crystal clear to Wang Yuyan. Even the sheets they'd used were changed by her own hands. Under such circumstances, maintaining an amity level of 80 suggested something deeply unconventional. No wonder she'd gone to such lengths on his behalf. Moreover, her commission depended directly on his room bookings, yet she'd just declined it. He'd treated her as a professional concierge, she, it seemed, harbored ulterior motives. How intriguing. Composing himself, Jiang Qing spoke casually. No need to worry. Just process the renewal. My schedule is unpredictable. I don't know when I'll depart or return, and I prefer simplicity. With that, he handed her his bank card. Having issued the instruction, Wang Yuyan had no choice but to accept it. She realized, however, that her earlier reaction had been overly transparent. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Please wait a moment while I arrange this for you. She hurried out of the Ting villa. Once outside, she shook off her fanciful thoughts and walked toward the lobby, her expression troubled, only to meet another woman in the same uniform. Yuyan, what's wrong? Why the long face? Is the guest difficult to please? Wang Yuyan shook her head. Qing, not at all. The guest is exceptionally easy to accommodate. Then why that expression? You have no idea how envious we are. I've had no business today. The guest just checked out, and I'm heading back to rest. This month, I'll likely finish last again. Qing sighed. In their line of work, downtime meant lost income. Sensing her colleague's dejection, Wang Yuyan offered encouragement. Stay strong. Go after more clients. I wish I could. Where do I find tycoons like yours? I envy you. I heard our manager praised you just yesterday. A week-long booking so early in the month. Such high-value guests are exceedingly rare. Concierges like them earned only 3,000 yuan base salary, but commissions were substantial, 5% of the room fee for every booking assigned to them. Thus, each day Jiang Qing occupied the Ting villa earned Wang Yuyan a 4,000 yuan commission. Yet such suites rarely saw occupancy, typically only 2 or 3 times a month. Sometimes just 1 or 2 days, on rare occasions 5 or 6, but most often they sat empty. Becoming a gold standard concierge was no simple feat. And thanks to Jiang Qing, Wang Yuyan had already secured 30,000 yuan in commissions this month alone. It's only the beginning of the month. Tomorrow might bring another major booking. Wang Yuyan consoled her. Fingers crossed. Oh, and your guest room fee expires tonight, doesn't it? You'll finally get a proper rest. Wang Yuyan really did not want to discourage Qing. She could only force a bitter smile. I would like to rest, but Qing, do you think the money of the rich comes from the wind? I don't know if it comes from the wind, but it's definitely not like us staying up for 24 hours. You have no idea, my guest didn't sleep from 2 to 5 last night, and now he needs the sheets changed and champagne opened. It's quite a hassle. Then you should hurry back and rest. A look at those dark circles under your eyes. Qing nodded. Let's go back to the dorm together and get a good sleep. Wang Yuyan shyly spoke up. I thought about it, and I'm going to look for the general manager because my guest said he wants to extend his stay for another 2 months. I'm going to see if I can apply for a discount for him. What? 2 months? Yuyan, are you serious? Qing exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively. You don't know, after he booked the room, he doesn't stay here every day. I told him he doesn't have to pay for the days he isn't here, but the guest insists on paying, so I'm feeling quite down. How can there be such a big difference between people? Vermilion could buy a villa back in my hometown, and he actually spends it on a hotel for 2 months. Yuyan, are you stupid? Why let the guest not stay? The commission for 2 months is 2,400. You're going to get rich. Qing, feeling down, said helplessly. But he mentioned that he's leaving in a few days and won't be staying here. I'm receiving service fees without actually working, and it feels strange. Oh, my dear sister, if you don't want him, let me have him. I want to serve that handsome guy in your room. Honestly, I've never served such a handsome guy before. Look at you, you're being infatuated again, Wang Yuyan teased. Seriously, dear sister, how's the guest's physique? Isn't it impressive when he swims? Are you attracted to that handsome guy, thinking so much about him? Qing's question reminded her of Jiang Qing swimming on his back. It was indeed impressive, very impressive. Wang Yuyan, friendship value 5. After some thought, Wang Yiyan immediately shook her head, driving away those inappropriate images from her mind. Don't talk nonsense. We in the service industry must always stand in the guest's shoes to serve them well. Wang Yiyan quickly found an excuse for herself. A booking is for 2 months. This breaks our hotel's record. No wealthy guest has done this in the history of this hotel. Could it be that the guest has taken a liking to you? Cheng Cheng looked Wang Yiyan up and down and said excitedly, to be a stewardess at our hotel, there is a strict requirement. Applicants must have good looks and physique. Moreover, they must have a bachelor's degree in hotel management, and their foreign language skills must be at least level 6. Otherwise, they can't be personal stewards in such high-end hotels. An excellent and beautiful stewardess combined with graceful manners is essentially equivalent to a first-class flight attendant. Such women often encounter situations where they either get flirted with by guests or discreetly receive various. After all, personal stewards provide all kinds of close service except for sleeping with the guests. Wang Yiyan's looks are the best among them. Thus, the chances of encountering such situations are even higher. Wang Yiyan regretfully shook her head, denying, how is that possible? You haven't seen the women he brings back. Each one is more beautiful than the last. Previously, he brought back a very sexy, mature woman, and last night, he brought back another girl also very beautiful. I can't compare to them, and do you know? My guest even tipped her over 2 million. Hearing this, Cheng Cheng became even more excited. 2 million. God, Yiyan, what kind of tycoon are you serving? If you're not interested, can I switch with you? He'll serve this guest, and I don't want any commission. Oh, just give it all to you. I just want to serve him. If you don't want this opportunity, let it go to me, okay? Wang Yiyan said, all right, stop being ridiculous. He spends millions at a time. That's enough to hire 10 to 20 different women. Let's not think too much about it. Although Wang Yiyan said this, there was still a faint expectation in her heart, wondering how she appeared in Jiangcheng. Women have a very high tolerance for wealthy and outstanding men. If they can't tolerate a man having several women at the same time, it must mean he isn't wealthy enough. Just look at the gambling king with his first wife, second wife, third wife, and so on to understand how high women's tolerance can be. You have a point. If someone truly desires something, why spend money? Just give them the resources directly. Cheng Cheng leaned back on the sofa, her tone filled with envy. Do you remember last month? The guest that Yuan hosted in the courtyard villa stayed for just 2 days before being taken away. Yuan submitted her resignation that same day. In their line of work, they are akin to flight attendants, both serving as window positions in the service industry with high turnover rates. Yet due to the caliber of clientele they encounter, it has become a recognized place for meeting quality partners in their circles. Understood, no need to overthink it. Wang Yiyan organized her documents and picked up a tray. I'll be busy now, we can't keep the guests waiting too long. With that, she quickly exited the break room. 10 minutes later, Wang Yiyan stood in the general manager's office, eloquently discussing Jiangcheng's extension of stay at the villa for 2 more months. The male manager paused as he held his pen, a clear look of astonishment flashing across his eyes. Since the opening of Amman, they have hosted dignitaries and business tycoons from various countries. Yet never before had a guest like Jiang Cheng, who although not a long-term resident, extended his stay for 2 months all at once. This was practically a top-tier quality clientele presented to them. This matter must be reported to the president immediately. The male manager, not daring to be negligent, promptly dialed the direct line of the executive president of Amman in Shanghai. News traveled up the hierarchy, causing a stir among the higher-ups. People always pay more attention to those within the same social circles. Yet Jiang Cheng was clearly not part of it. Everyone speculated whether Jiang Cheng was the offspring of some high-ranking official, or perhaps a returnee from abroad, someone who had come back and was now lavishly spending. However, regardless of the speculation, it was still necessary to get acquainted. Half an hour later, Wang Yang, the executive president of Amman Shanghai, followed Wang Yiyan briskly, heading toward the villa where Jiang Cheng was staying. Dressed in a custom-made deep blue suit, Wang Yang's understated Patek Philippe watch peeked out from his cuff, yet the urgency in his stride betrayed his regard for this mysterious guest. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was furrowing his brow as he stared at the bank notification on his phone. Given the villa's daily rate of 80,000, the total for 2 months should amount to 480,000. Yet the number in the message was a glaring 360,000, exactly 120,000 short. Ding. Detected that the host is using a cashback card. Current cashback multiplier is 100 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 360 million. Just as the system notification ended, the doorbell rang. Jiang Cheng opened the door to find Wang Yiyan standing aside. Wang Yang, who was behind her, stepped forward, extending his hand with a humble yet dignified demeanor. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am Wang Yang, the executive president of Amman Shanghai. I heard you've extended your stay for 2 months, and I specifically came to visit. Jiang Cheng shook his hand lightly before letting go, feeling the warmth of the other man's palm, but sensing not a hint of obsequiousness. Thank you for your consideration, President Wang. It's my pleasure. Wang Yang smiled, his gaze sweeping over the casually placed limited edition outdoor furniture in the courtyard, and his tone grew increasingly sincere. It is our honor at Amon to have gained Mr. Zhang's favor. Butler Wang mentioned your needs during the report, and I specifically instructed the team to grant you global black card level privileges. Not only will you enjoy a 75% discount on the rent for these 2 months, but for any future stays at any Amon around the world, you will receive an 80% discount for life, with no waiting in line, no deposit required, and a dedicated butler at your service 24 hours a day. Jiang Cheng finally understood why his bank card was charged only $360,000. It was because of the discount. Little did he know this very action cost him over $100 million in cashback. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but inwardly lament women can be troublesome. However, since the hotel had already given him a discount, he wasn't the type to insist on giving money away. Yet upon reflection, the fact that Amon offered him global black card level privileges showed their sincerity. Although he received less cashback, this situation caused Jiang Cheng to regard Wang Yiyan more favorably, as while he saved $1 million on the rent, it was evident her commission would also decrease. It's worth noting that Amon rarely grants long-term discounts. Even long-time customers who spend over $100 million a year may not receive a lifetime 80% discount. Jiang Cheng replied with a polite smile, "Thank you, President Wang. If I have any further matters, I truly will bother you." Wang Yang, hearing this, smiled even deeper. "Mr. Jiang is joking. You deserve this treatment." With that, he took a purple sandalwood box from his assistant and handed it over. "This is a 20-year-old Menghai pure tea from my personal collection. It's not a rare item, but it's a token of my appreciation. I hope you like it." After that, he handed Jiang Cheng a very exquisite packaging bag. The wooden box felt smooth to the touch and was intricately carved, worth quite a bit, and the tea inside went without saying. Jiang Cheng received the wooden box and nodded slightly. "Thank you, President Wang. That's very thoughtful. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" "No, I wouldn't want to disturb your rest." Wang Yang wisely stepped back, suggesting, "May I add you on WeChat, Mr. Jiang? If you have any needs at the hotel in the future, it will be more convenient to reach me than to contact the butler." This not only provided Jiang Cheng with convenience, but also left him a direct contact channel, skillfully balancing the situation. Jiang Cheng had no reason to refuse and pulled out his phone to display the QR code. After successfully adding each other, Wang Yang instructed Wang Yiyan, "Mr. Zhang's needs take precedence above all else. If there are any issues, report to me immediately." "Yes, President." Wang Yang then slightly bowed to Jiang Cheng. "Well then, Mr. Zhang, you may continue your work, and I wish you a pleasant stay." Watching Wang Yang leave, Jiang Cheng looked down at the purple sandalwood box in his hand, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Amon had played its cards wisely, exchanging a discount for a potential top-tier connection. Although he received less cashback, he gained a convenient channel. This deal was not a loss. Realizing that his time disturbing Jiang Cheng was almost up, Wang Yang said, "Then, Mr. Zhang, I won't disturb you any longer. I hope you have a pleasant stay." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Thank you, President Wang." After sending Wang Yang off, Jiang Cheng spoke, "Manager Wang, thank you for saving me so much in accommodation costs." Jiang Cheng genuinely did not mind Wang Yiyan's well-meaning interference. Instead, he was quite pleased with her actions. Receiving Jiang Cheng's affirmation, Wang Yiyan felt very happy at that moment. "You're too polite. This is what I should do. By saving this expense, you must have lost quite a bit of commission, right?" "Yes, indeed, I did lose some, but you don't stay here every day, so it's still more for me." Jiang Cheng smiled at Wang Yiyan. "Thank you. Will treat you to a meal when I have the chance." Wang Yiyan did not take Jiang Cheng's words seriously, as she respectfully replied, "You're too polite. Your satisfaction is the greatest affirmation for me." Standing by, Xiao Yining listened to their conversation and became more certain of Wang Yiyan's feelings. Although she didn't dare to make any demands of Jiang Cheng, she felt it was okay to assert her claim over Wang Yiyan. Xiao Yining immediately walked to Jiang Cheng's side and wrapped her arm around his playfully, saying, "Jiang Cheng, I don't want to go back." At that moment, Jiang Cheng did not notice the subtle dynamics between the two women. Feeling the impressive warmth in front of him, he casually wrapped his arm around Xiao Yining, saying, "Did you not say your good friend came especially to see you? If you don't want to go back, then don't." Xiao Yining pouted slightly and said reluctantly, "I don't want to either, but we had agreed on this earlier. She is usually very busy with work, and it's not easy to make an appointment. Forget it, I'll go." Seeing Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining getting cozy again, Wang Yiyan's gaze dimmed slightly. After nodding at Jiang Cheng, Wang Yiyan consciously avoided them and left the room. An hour later, Xiao Yining helplessly rinsed her mouth in front of the mirror again and again. She pinched her soft lips, deciding that next time she felt jealous, she wouldn't put herself in such a situation. After eating so many meals in one night, she feared she would become accustomed to it and might easily get mouth ulcers. After dropping Xiao Yining off at her apartment, Jiang Cheng headed to Yu Xiaoxiao's company. Arriving at the company's building, Jiang Cheng called Yu Xiaoxiao. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiao answered the call. He could hear her stumbling over her words as she talked to Jiang Cheng. After a few sentences, she said she was very busy and asked Jiang Chung to wait a moment. Just as she hung up, it seemed like there was some commotion from Zhang Yu on the other end. With his exceptional hearing, Jiang Chung quickly realized that the noise was coming from nearby. He frowned and instinctively headed in that direction. As the sound of the Ferrari approached, several people surrounding Jiang Chung turned to look at him in unison. After the car came to a stop, Jiang Chung discovered that Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed there, and beside her was another person, Zhang Yu. He immediately got out of the car and walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao. Seeing Jiang Chung approach, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly became flustered. Jiang Chung, what are you doing here? Standing by the river, Zhang Yu became even more excited upon seeing Jiang Cheng's arrival. While you are openly together. Yu Xiaoxiao, you little vixen, I tell you, you better behave and marry me. Looking at Zhang Yu, Jiang Chung frowned and said, Xiaoxiao, didn't you say you had dealt with this? Hearing Jiang Chung say this, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head. Jiang Chung, he has been pestering me, and today, he even caused a scene at my company. I didn't want you to be troubled by someone like him, so I didn't tell you. Silly, what's the big deal about this? Jiang Chung said, tenderly reaching out to stroke Yu Xiaoxiao's head. Jiang Chung, don't mind him. He's just a rogue, and he even wants to jump into the river. I've already called security. Several security guards in black uniforms were patiently calming the agitated Zhang Yu nearby. Am I a rogue? What are you two, then, you two dogs? Seeing Zhang Yu speak like this, Jiang Cheng's expression instantly turned cold. Sensing the coldness radiating from Jiang Chung, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly grabbed his arm. Jiang Chung, don't pay attention to people like him, he's just talking nonsense. Let's go. Yu Xiaoxiao, I'm going to expose everything about you two today. If you dare to leave, I'll jump down. You know I can't swim. If I die, you won't be able to escape responsibility. With that, Zhang Yu pretended to threaten them. The nearby security guard immediately spoke up. Sir, please calm down. Let's resolve this peacefully. Jiang Chung chuckled softly. You want to jump down? As Jiang Chung approached, Zhang Yu instinctively tightened his grip. What are you going to do? Don't come closer. The embarrassing incident of diarrhea from last time still lingers as a psychological shadow for Zhang Yu, but now cornered by Jiang Chung at the riverbank, he can only grit his teeth and maintain his facade. Aren't you going to jump? Go ahead and jump, Jiang Chung said, hands in his pockets, a casual smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet his gaze was as cold as the water in the river. Zhang Yu felt a chill under that gaze, gulping nervously as he shouted with feigned bravado. Do you think I'm afraid? If I die here, Yu Xiaoxiao will never have a peaceful life, and my relatives and friends will make her life a living hell. You're talking too much nonsense. Jiang Chung straightened up and slowly approached him, each step feeling like a stomp on Zhang Yu's heart. Don't want to jump. Should I help you make it more dignified? As he finished speaking, he turned to the 4 security guards waiting nearby, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. How about this? I'll give you each 5 million. Later you'll go up and persuade him, pretending to pull him back, but losing grip so that he accidentally falls in a fit of emotion. After he drowns, you'll rescue him with all your might, but in the end it will be regrettable that you couldn't save him. Don't worry, the entire process will be under surveillance as evidence. If something happens, I'll hire the best lawyer team to ensure you all get out clean, and if there's an accident, I'll add another 5 million as a settlement for each of your families. Hearing Jiang Chung speak so lightly about this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but frown, and upon further reflection his face turned pale. Jiang Cheng's implication was clear. He intended to kill him. Zhang Yu only wanted to threaten Yu Xiaoxiao. He never truly intended to jump into the river. He trembled and pointed a delicate finger at Jiang Cheng, saying, What are you talking about? This is a society governed by law. You actually want to hire someone to commit murder in public. The nearby security guards listened to Jiang Cheng's plan, first shocked and then intrigued. They exchanged glances, none daring to speak up first. Seeing Jiang Cheng's attire and the luxury sports car he drove, it was clear he was a wealthy young master. If he could really come up with so much money, they might just do as Jiang Cheng suggested. After all, an ordinary person could never earn this much in a lifetime. The burly security guard gulped, stepping forward half a step, his voice tight. Sir, are you serious? What? Not willing. Don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll find the best lawyers to help you clear your names. If you really do get into trouble, I'll add 5 million for your families. How about that? Seeing Jiang Cheng take out his phone, Zhang Yu's face turned even paler. He could see the struggle and fervor in the eyes of the security guards. Their gaze was unmistakably one of real temptation. Security guards earned only 4,500 a month. Even if they refrained from eating and drinking their entire lives, they could never save up 500,000. This amount could completely turn their family's fortunes around. Moreover, Zhang Yu was the one who wanted to jump into the river. If something really happened, as long as no one spoke up, perhaps they would genuinely face no consequences, while also gaining a large sum of money. The leading burly security guard's throat bobbed violently, a struggle crossing his dark face, yet he could not hide the fervor in his eyes. He began to look around, seemingly confirming that no one else was nearby to hear. What do you want to do? Do you want to commit murder for profit in broad daylight? Seeing Zhang Ye's frightened expression, he finally panicked, quickly stepping away from the river towards safety. Seeing Zhang Ye's cowardice, Jiang Cheng scoffed, saying, "What's wrong? Not jumping anymore." Zhang Yu bit his lip, his face flushed in anger as he again pointed his delicate finger at Jiang Cheng. "Do you know that murder is a crime?" "I know, so I won't do it myself. Moreover, I told you if you jump into the river it would still be an accident. You would be the one to jump. Money can make the devil push the mill. I assume you've heard that before." Seeing Zhang Yu step away from the river, the security guards felt a wave of regret, internally blaming themselves for not acting sooner. 5 million. That number burned like a red-hot iron, searing into the hearts of the security guards. "You dare? I'll report you and expose you two scoundrels. You're just bluffing. If you dare to insult me again, I won't lay a hand on you, but remember, the next time you see me, you won't be able to speak." Seeing Jiang Cheng looking at him with the eyes of a man looking at a corpse, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver. "Do you think threatening me will make me afraid? If you have the guts, come hit me. Hitting you would be beneath me, and why would I bother with a dead man?" At that moment, Jiang Cheng had already made a decision. Zhang Yu could not be allowed to exist any longer. Zhang Yu, lying on the ground, gasped in pain. When he looked up at Jiang Cheng, his eyes held no trace of hostility, only fear. He finally understood that this man before him was not someone he could provoke. Jiang Cheng's earlier words of not truly wanting you dead were no joke, they were a warning. Seeing the guards eyeing him menacingly, Zhang Ye's face turned even paler. "I won't let you too." Before he could finish, Jiang Cheng darkly commanded the security guards, "I'll give each of you 100,000. Go and beat him to a pulp." They might have considered killing Zhang Yu, but if beating someone came with 100,000, there was no question left to ponder. The four of them immediately charged at Zhang Yu, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Before long, Zhang Yu was left bruised and bloodied. Yu Xiaoxiao, watching from the side, felt a pang of fear. She grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm and said, "Jiang Cheng, it's not worth it to cause trouble for someone like this. There's nothing significant happening today." Jiang Cheng patted Yu Xiaoxiao's palm to reassure her, then called out to the leading security guard. Jiang Cheng took his phone and directly transferred 400,000 as a reward. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Yu, who was battered and bruised, and said with a satisfied smile, "You've worked hard. You all can split this money." The leading middle-aged security guard, seeing the transfer record on the phone, immediately nodded and flattered Jiang Cheng with a toothy grin, saying, "Young master, rest assured we'll handle it. We will take care of everything behind the scenes. This kind of matter is our expertise." Their company indeed had methods for dealing with those black fans, and the security guards were quite experienced in such matters. If it came to questioning, they would simply say it was a disturbance at the company, which wouldn't pose much of a problem. Jiang Cheng ignored the wailing Zhang Yu and happily led Yu Xiaoxiao to the car. "Xiaoxiao, are you off?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I'm sorry, Jiang Cheng. I came to the company just to finalize my handover today. I've packed everything up and was about to leave when he appeared. I went to the riverbank to avoid causing a scene in the company, but I didn't expect him to be so unreasonable and trouble you." Jiang Cheng gently stroked Yu Xiaoxiao's soft hair and sighed, "If anything comes up in the future, just tell me. Don't worry about Zhang Yu, we'll take care of it." Having been used to independence since childhood, Yu Xiaoxiao felt Jiang Cheng's affection and couldn't help but blush. "Okay, I understand." After dropping Yu Xiaoxiao off at the company's parking lot, Jiang Cheng opened the system. Just moments ago, he had received a notification from the system. Ding. Detected significant fluctuations in host's emotions. To help the host alleviate worries, the system rewards the host with a private security company. The private security company will assist the host in resolving various troubles encountered daily. Simply contact the security personnel for discreet handling. It's absolutely professional. The information of relevant personnel has been stored in the system, and the host can view it at their convenience. Additionally, the contact details of the relevant personnel have been added to the host's phone. Communication between the host and relevant personnel will be securely encrypted. Jiang Cheng smiled upon seeing the system's notification. It seemed the system could capture Jiang Cheng's inner thoughts. Various plans had flashed through his mind just moments ago. Meanwhile, the system had promptly provided him with the security company to deal with these matters. Jiang Cheng browsed through the profiles of the security personnel. They were truly a hidden force. Any one of them could easily deal with Zhang Yu. Jiang Cheng didn't overthink it. The security company provided by the system must be reliable. After reviewing, he sent out the task regarding Zhang Yu and did not give it further thought. As for how they planned to deal with Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng had no intention of inquiring. He only sought the final result. After sending the task, Yu Xiaoxiao drove up in a pink Lamborghini from behind. The two of them drove towards the city center one after the other. Jiang Cheng leisurely followed Yu Xiaoxiao in his car, the two supercars making a grand entrance on the road, and no one dared to cut in between them. In recent days, Yu Xiaoxiao had been busy with the company's location selection. Initially, there were some disagreements between the two regarding the site. Yu Xiaoxiao suggested several locations, all of which Jiang Cheng dismissed due to their remoteness. Ultimately, Yu Xiaoxiao had to heed Jiang Cheng's advice and chose the 58th floor of the Global Financial Center in Lujiazui. After considering both their opinions, Yu Xiaoxiao selected a moderately sized studio of over 1,000 square meters. This place was originally a branch of a multinational company which had announced its withdrawal from the market in Huaxia after struggling to operate. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that the overall stylish and elegant decoration here was very suitable for starting an entertainment company, so she ultimately settled on this location. Yesterday, the cleaning company completed a thorough cleaning, and all the purchased items have been arranged. Now all that remains is to recruit talents for various departments before we can start operations. Looking at the office adorned with luxurious marble and decorated in a simple yet elegant black, white, and gray color scheme, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. It was no surprise that a multinational company of such a big brand had good taste in decoration, even though it struggled with management. With this decor, only minor adjustments to the layout are necessary. There's no need for extensive renovations. It indeed saved Jiang Cheng, the new investor, a lot of trouble. After taking a tour with Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao returned to his private office. President, this is your private office. Do you find it satisfactory? Jiang Cheng turned the single sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window to face the window, and then sat down. Watching a part of the bustling cityscape unfold before him, the feeling of being on top of the world was simply exhilarating. This was exactly the prestige Jiang Cheng desired. That is why he disagreed with Yu Xiaoxiao's suggestion to set the company up in another area. Lujiazui in the bustling city is ranked alongside Zhujiang New Town in Guangzhou and the CBD of Yanjing as one of the 3 major financial centers in China. Establishing a presence in a landmark building like the Global Financial Center signifies tremendous prestige, which will greatly benefit the company's future development. Jiang Cheng patted his thigh and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Come and sit for a moment." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Cheng's gesture, playfully glancing at him before turning around to lock the office door, followed by lowering the blinds with a click. Swaying her alluring steps, she slowly walked to Jiang Cheng's side and sat directly on his lap facing him. Jiang Cheng found Yu Xiaoxiao's understanding quite delightful. With a teasing smile, he said, "Xiaoxiao, what do you mean by this? I just meant to sit for a moment." Seeing Jiang Cheng tease her, Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she lightly punched him, saying, "Stop it. If you keep making fun of me, I won't pay attention to you anymore." Despite saying that, Yu Xiaoxiao moved even closer to Jiang Cheng. "All right, let me see if you need a larger size." Jiang Cheng stared at Yu Xiaoxiao in her professional outfit and mischievously said, "It has a milky scent." After taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Stop it. This fits me perfectly. If I wear a bigger one, it won't look good." Yu Xiaoxiao tilted her neck back shyly and said, "You're right, it does look good now, but this way is even better." After more than an hour, Yu Xiaoxiao said to Jiang Cheng, "How about we find a place to rest?" "Sure. How about we go to a hotel now?" Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes twinkled, her sexy lips nervously licked, and she proposed shyly, "Let's skip the hotel and go to my place instead." Naturally, Jiang Cheng had no objections to Yu Xiaoxiao's suggestion and nodded in agreement. With Jiang Cheng's affirmation, Yu Xiaoxiao's smile seemed sweeter and more shy, as if she were gathering her courage with a deep breath. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Yu Xiaoxiao's apartment. Looking at the simple yet clean decor of the apartment, Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. It was his first time visiting a girl's place, and indeed the rumors were true. It smelled delightful. After Yu Xiaoxiao poured him a glass of water, she shyly said, "You sit for a bit, I'll go wash up." "How about we wash up together?" Jiang Cheng held on to Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed him away, saying, "I want to wash by myself today." After that, she immediately turned and entered the bathroom. Watching Yu Xiaoxiao act unusually, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow in confusion. After exploring the apartment, he lay on Yu Xiaoxiao's bed, scrolling through his phone. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Cheng heard the bathroom door click open. Shortly after, Yu Xiaoxiao walked into the room. Jiang Cheng raised his head at the sound and opened his eyes wide. Explosive, sexy, yet undeniably cute. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but marvel. This is the charm of an older sister. Around 6 in the evening, after the battle, Yu Xiaoxiao was still sound asleep. Seeing her weary appearance, Jiang Cheng chose not to wake her and left the house directly. Jiang Cheng had a premonition that if he stayed here tonight, he would probably lean against the wall to leave tomorrow. After some consideration, he decided to leave Yu Xiaoxiao's home. Upon returning to Yang Yunim, and Wang Yuyan rushed over as soon as she received the news. Jiang Cheng noticed that Wang Yuyan's chest seemed a bit lower than usual tonight, though he wondered if it was just his imagination. And indeed, that was the case. After being provoked by Qiao Yinin in the morning, Wang Yuyan, who had been suppressing herself, was suddenly ignited with fighting spirit. Seeing Jiang Cheng staring at her, Wang Yuyan felt secretly pleased, but still respectfully said to him, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Would you like to eat first, or take a shower?" Just a moment ago, Yu Xiaoxiao had carefully cleaned Jiang Cheng up. After doing some physical work, he really needed to replenish his energy. Jiang Cheng replied to Wang Yuyan, I've already washed, so let's eat first. Upon hearing that Jiang Cheng didn't need a shower, Wang Yuyan felt a wave of disappointment. Originally, she was also hoping to see if there was a chance to help Jiang Cheng. For that, she had specially researched various materials online and had mentally simulated the scenarios several times. Seeing Jiang Cheng looking a bit tired, Wang Yuyan had no choice but to set aside her little thoughts and quickly arrange dinner for him. At that moment, Jiang Cheng, sitting at the dining table, was completely unaware of Wang Yuyan's little thoughts. Even if he knew, he would pretend not to. One could only say, girl, your initiative is ill-timed. Tonight, they decisively called for a truce. The next day, a well-rested Jiang Cheng finally regained his strength. Once it was time to meet with Chun Hao and Wang Zheng, Jiang Cheng drove towards the car exhibition. Today was the last day of the exhibition, and the two of them expressed a desire to see if there were any cars worth purchasing. At the entrance of the car exhibition, Jiang Cheng successfully met up with Wang Zheng and Chun Hao. Old Jiang over here, Wang Zheng waved to Jiang Cheng. Wang Guchen good, there are clearly fewer people today, Jiang Cheng remarked as he looked at the crowd. The two nodded, yeah, fewer people is good, but we don't know what cars are left. Let's go take a look together. The three of them wandered around while looking. Chun Hao clearly loved supercars, chattering non-stop about various. This Panamera looks like an Audi if you don't look closely. This is the Sport Turismo model, right? As we all know, Porsche and Audi are from the same manufacturer, so there's bound to be some similarity in design. This Porsche Panamera does resemble Audi's RS6. Jiang Cheng continued Chun Hao's words. Looking at the Panamera, he instantly thought of his father, who was an avid fan of supercars. His home had several promotional books about supercars, and after looking through them, Jiang Cheng had gained some understanding. However, Jiang Jianmin had never made a purchase. The reason was that supercars didn't quite suit his age. However, that was not the main reason. The primary reason was that Li Yin didn't allow him to buy one. The concern was that Jiang Jianmin driving a supercar would attract too much attention. After all, a successful individual like him combined with a supercar would likely draw the eyes of some young girls. Jiang Cheng looked at the Porsche Panamera and the Porsche 911 in front of him, feeling a bit tempted. What's wrong? Brother Jiang wants to buy a Porsche? It feels quite nice. Porsche's performance is indeed impressive, and compared to other brands, the price-to performance ratio is higher. Just take their supercars under $1 million, which outclass a bunch of other sports cars. You're right, Brother Jiang. Take this top-spec Cayman, for instance. It only takes 4 seconds to go from 0 to 100, and the price is only over 800,000. Moreover, the driving experience is far superior to that of a Ferrari. Jiang Cheng nodded. Indeed, I felt exceptionally comfortable when driving a Porsche. Sitting in a Ferrari can be quite constricting. Brother Jiang, do you have a Porsche? What model? Chun Hao asked with interest. Porsche 918. 918. Wow, I'm so envious. The 3 great cars you've already got too. From now on, you're just like Brother Wang Zheng to me. Brother, when can I borrow your Porsche 918 for a spin? That's a car that goes from 0 to 100 in just 2.6 seconds. I've never driven one before. Well, it's not impossible, but I'm in Tianfu, so if you want to enjoy it, you have to come to Tianfu. Sure, I'll definitely come over then. But you must let me have a go. But seriously, while the 918 is exhilarating, I think this 911 has a better price-to performance ratio. At over $1 million, the key is it goes from 0 to 100 in 3.7 seconds, and the price difference is quite substantial. After Jiang Cheng said this, both of them looked at the Porsche 911 prominently displayed at the exhibition. That's true. Although the 911 is cheaper, it's so much fun to drive. But you all know that a 911 over $1 million requires optional packages to buy. Don't be fooled by its low price, but once you add options, the price can multiply several times. Chun Hao complained. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. Their supercars have a lot of orders and are not worried about sales. This car today, looking at the options, seems to be fully loaded, which would probably push the price to around $3 million. Optional packages are a hallmark of their brand. My old man has mentioned that you won't be able to buy a Porsche without a certain amount of optional packages. The three of them studied the top-spec version of the 911 for a while. In the end, they still couldn't make up their minds, mainly because the design of the Porsche 911 was more suited for young people and less suitable for his father's age. They then wandered over to the McLaren booth. Although the new McLaren GT was impressive, they still felt that the Porsche had a better price-to performance ratio after analysis. After leaving the McLaren booth, they quickly arrived at the Ferrari booth. The staff at Ferrari immediately recognized Jiang Cheng, especially their manager, who quickly walked over to Jiang Cheng's side and said with a flattering smile, "Young Master Jiang, you've come. Would you like to come over for a cup of tea?" After being shown up by Jiang Cheng's license plate, last time Jiang Cheng's face was deeply imprinted in his mind. After all, that special license plate was not just obtained by anyone, it had also been personally delivered, indicating that Jiang Cheng was not an ordinary person. After speaking, the male manager noticed that Wang Zheng and Chun Hao were standing beside Jiang Cheng and immediately addressed them. "Young Master Wang, Young Master Chen, have you also come to see cars today?" Manager Huang, how has the car exhibition been this time? It's been alright, thanks to Young Master Jiang. Please the three of you come this way. The group walked into the Ferrari booth under the male manager's welcoming demeanor. Jiang Cheng glanced around and saw that Zhou Ying was still standing next to the Ferrari. Today Zhou Ying wore a champagne-colored backless dress looking as delicate as an angel. Her exquisite makeup combined with her cold gaze made it hard for anyone to look away after just one glance. At that moment several boys surrounded her taking photos of her with their phones. The secret code 928,184-160. For those who like it come. Seeing Jiang Cheng looking at Zhou Ying, Chun Hao joked, "You guys really did well with the Ferrari this time. You managed to invite such a beautiful girl. Her height and legs are just outrageous." Wang Zheng nodded, indicating that he felt some psychological pressure as he was the shortest among the three of them, standing only about 1.72 meters. Without her high heels, she must be at least 1.75 meters. Although her face looks like it could easily make someone fall in love, her height puts a lot of pressure on me. Chun Hao patted Wang Zheng on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Wang, you really are smart. You understand yourself very well." Jiang Cheng watched them playfully bicker and shook his head with a smile, but as he got closer he noticed that Zhou Ying's expression was not good. In front of her a guy was crouched in front of her taking photos from a low angle in a rather lewd manner. Zhou Ying was wearing a split dress today, and the slit was quite high between her legs. Although she wore safety shorts underneath, this behavior still made her feel psychologically uncomfortable. If it weren't for work, she could have kicked that lewd guy right in the face. After rolling her eyes secretly, Zhou Ying helplessly turned around to change her pose. However, to her surprise, the guy followed her and crouched in another spot to keep taking photos. "Please stop taking photos like that," Zhou Ying said coldly. "Hey, what's with the attitude? If you don't want people to take your pictures, don't be a car model. I want to take these photos." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but silently criticize the scene before him. It's hard to believe that in this day and age such outrageous and disgusting things still happen. Jiang Cheng walked over and kicked the guy's phone to the ground, then stomped on it with his other foot. With a bang, the phone screen shattered instantly. Judging by the extent of the damage, it seemed he would have to get a new phone. That man looked at Jiang Cheng's actions, and his anger surged immediately. He knew that the albums on that phone were the result of several days of hard work. It contained various upward angle shots of different car models at the car show. He hadn't even had the chance to print them out and enjoy them by his bedside, only for Jiang Cheng to destroy them. Jiang Cheng looked at the shattered phone screen and casually said, "Sorry, my foot just slipped. How much is this phone? They'll pay you back." "Damn it, watch where you're walking. My photos." The guy's eyes turned red with pain as he looked at the broken phone still under Jiang Cheng's foot. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jiang Cheng's actions were deliberate. However, most people found Jiang Cheng's actions quite satisfying, and no one spoke up for that guy. Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly appear, Zhou Ying's heart skipped a beat. As the guy, his face flushed red, charged at Jiang Cheng, throwing a punch. At that moment, Jiang Cheng intentionally took several steps back to create the illusion of being hit. Then he darkened his expression and said, "You threw the first punch. According to our country's laws, I have the right to defend myself now." After saying that, Jiang Cheng directly punched the guy. His punch landed precisely in the most vulnerable area below the rib cage. This area lacked the protection of the rib cage, so Jiang Cheng's punch caused the man immense pain. He fell onto a nearby bench, gripping the plastic chair tightly with both hands. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao exchanged glances and walked over to Jiang Cheng. "Chengge, your skills are impressive." Jiang Cheng waved his hand, saying, "Hey, my impression of you guys from Modu suddenly dropped a few points. How can there still be such people in this century?" Faced with regional discrimination, Wang Zheng immediately protested, saying, "Hey, don't compare us decent people to him. Right, we shouldn't compare. We're all decent folks. We don't have that kind of hobby," Chun Hao added in agreement. Seeing that Jiang Cheng still had the leisure to chat with others, the angry guy shouted, "What's self-defense? I didn't even hit you. You believe me? He'll sue you for millions." Jiang Cheng felt no panic at his words. Although his father was just an ordinary construction company owner, over the years he learned a thing or two from being by his father's side. In situations like this, for ordinary people, it indeed might not count as self-defense, but rather as fighting. Both parties would receive 50 lashes. However, in the case of wealthy individuals, it could count as self-defense. Situations like Wang Tsung, who gets 2 million for a punch, are exceptions. After all, he is Wang Tsung, and every move he makes could be magnified by opponents or even netizens. Millions. "Brother, it seems you're still half asleep." Jiang Cheng then looked at the shoes on the guy's feet, saying, "Are those shoes equipped with hidden cameras?" He had noticed earlier that the guy's legs were often positioned at certain angles. At that moment, seeing the panicked expression on his face confirmed Jiang Cheng's suspicions. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao exchanged disdainful glances. While they also enjoyed women, it was always in a legitimate transaction. "Damn, this guy has to be taught a good lesson." "Exactly, we need to improve Chengge's impression of our great Modu." The guy panicked at their words. If he were just taking photos at the car show, even if he called the police, it wouldn't matter. But if the hidden camera on his shoes was discovered, that would be illegal. Not only were there many photos of car models in compromising positions, but there were also pictures of women of all ages from toddlers to 80-year-olds. Thinking of this, the man immediately struggled to get up, intending to flee the scene. As he stood up, Jiang Cheng executed a swift kick that struck him right in the lower region, causing far more pain than before. Within a minute, Manager Huang arrived with the security team. Upon seeing that the troublemaker was Jiang Cheng, Manager Huang frowned, momentarily stunned for a few seconds. Manager Huang, what are you waiting for? Call the police, and remember to save the surveillance footage for later. Wang Zheng interjected. Huang Manager's expression turned anxious upon hearing that. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao were both second-generation rich kids from Modu. Moreover, Jiang Cheng had just reserved a Ferrari 488 from them yesterday. According to Jiang Cheng's profile, he had also ordered a Ferrari LaFerrari from the store a couple of days ago. Jiang Cheng was now a key service client for them. Although he was the manager of the Huaxia headquarters, his position was not low. However, if Jiang Cheng filed a complaint with the headquarters, his job would likely be affected. Thinking of this, cold sweat streamed down Manager Huang's forehead. Yes, I apologize sincerely for the inconvenience caused to you. This has never happened before, it was just our oversight. Mr. Jiang, you don't need to worry. I will report this to the headquarters and bring in our Ferrari legal team to resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, the man lying on the ground groaned in fear, looking terrified at Jiang Cheng. Who was this? How could he make Manager Huang speak so confidently? If the Ferrari legal team was really called, and then Manager Huang acted quickly, not only ensuring that all the people surrounding Zhou Ying taking photos were dispersed, but also sending personnel to negotiate with those filming to delete the videos from their phones. Zhou Ying, who had been shown up by Jiang Cheng, finally reacted. She walked over to Jiang Cheng's side, nervously sizing him up, and then asked, Jiang Cheng, are you okay? Are you hurt? What could happen to me? Wasn't he hitting you just now? Jiang Cheng waved his hand, explaining that the punch was just a ruse. In reality, he had missed. So you and the young lady are old friends? Chen Hao teased. I knew Jiang Cheng wouldn't just act for no reason, it must be for the young lady. Wang Zheng followed up. Zhou Ying's face flushed at their comments. This is my high school classmate Zhou Ying. This is my brother Wang Zheng and Chen Hao. After the three exchanged greetings, Manager Huang hurried over, saying, Mr. Zhang, I've already taken care of this. It's all minor issues. You can rest assured this will definitely not affect you. I apologize for the trouble. Thank you, Manager Huang. Let me treat you to dinner sometime. After making plans, the three of them left the Ferrari booth and strolled around again. They arrived at the Mercedes-Benz showroom, where Jiang Cheng called Wang Zheng and Chun Hao to stop as he spotted a four-door supercar. Seeing the three well-dressed young men pause, a middle-aged man quickly approached and said, Gentlemen, may I ask what model you are interested in? Let me introduce it to you. Jiang Cheng glanced at the manager's name tag, which read Zhang Mingfeng. He pointed to the black Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR 54-door supercar in the center. This car seems to meet my requirements better. The best feature of this AMG GTR 54-door supercar is that it can be perfectly controlled, whether for business or casual outings. It is neither ostentatious nor lacking in the performance expected of a supercar. Jiang Cheng felt that buying this car shouldn't raise any objections from Li Yan. Moreover, it appears to have the feel of a sedan while actually being a supercar, making it quite suitable for Jiang Jianmin to drive to work. The exterior exudes an imposing aura, and the AMG design enhances the car's sporty attributes. Thanks to its four-door design, it does not have the ostentatious feel of a Porsche 911, and it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.4 seconds, which is quite impressive. The Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR 50 you inquired about has exceptionally high performance. It competes with the Porsche Panamera and surpasses it, equipped with a 3.0T inline six-cylinder engine combined with a 48V mild hybrid system paired with Mercedes-Benz's own 9A transmission, delivering a power level that outshines its peers in the same category, both in performance and specifications. Zhang Mingfeng meticulously introduced the car to Jiang Cheng. Noticing Zhang Mingfeng's enthusiastic demeanor, Jiang Cheng waved his hand. How much does this vehicle cost? Since this configuration is the top-tier version, the total price is 2 million. We will also provide some additional gifts. The gifts are not important. Do you offer delivery? Can you deliver it to Rongqing? Hearing this, Zhang Mingfeng instantly rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had indeed not misjudged them. The new luxury brand clothes on the three of them were not the only indicators of their wealth. Just the expensive watches on their wrists showed they were not short on money. One wore a Rolex Rainbow, while the other two wore Patek Philippe. Indeed, a lucrative business opportunity had presented itself. This delivery is included nationwide, and we will also assist you in registering the vehicle locally. You can rest assured about this, Zhang Mingfeng said, immediately patting his chest in assurance. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's use the card. Zhang Mingfeng was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Cheng's extravagance. In contrast, Wang Zheng and Chun Hao had already become somewhat immune to it. Jiangqing, you aren't buying this car for your dad, are you? Jiangqing nodded. I think my mom shouldn't object to this car. It's low-key enough. You call this low-key? A four-door supercar with a sedan appearance, and this is not low-key. You're rich. Jiangqing smiled and shook his head, then said to Wang Mingfeng, please prepare a handover ceremony for my dad. When the car is ready, I want to give him a surprise. Zhang Mingfeng, seeing Jiangqing pull out a bank card, quickly realized and instinctively swallowed hard. Of course, that's no problem. Leave it to me. I guarantee it will be done beautifully with plenty of ceremony. After nodding, Jiangqing handed over his bank card. Please charge it full payment. Upon hearing the words full payment, Zhang Mingfeng's eyes squinted into slits with joy. As expected of someone wearing a watch worth $1 million, he didn't need to finance a car worth over $2 million. Zhang Mingfeng immediately took Jiangqing's bank card and hurried over to the POS machine, eager to finalize this deal without delay. It should be noted that although the auto show was crowded these days, the number of actual purchases was only a handful. Moreover, most of the cars sold were around 500,000. Originally, it was thought that there would be no customers on the last day, but unexpectedly a big order came in. And on top of that, it was for a 2 million vehicle, which made Zhang Mingfeng extremely happy. Watching Zhang Mingfeng hand the receipt and bank card back to Jiangqing, Wang Zheng and Shunhao exchanged glances again. To their knowledge, Jiangqing had already bought 4 cars in just over a week. Moreover, the most expensive one was the Ferrari LaFerrari, which cost $500,000. The car he is currently driving is also worth over $8 million. Such a person truly deserves to be described as extravagant. Jiangqing, I'm truly amazed. Back in the day, I had to beg my father for a long time to buy my first supercar, and I never expected you at your age could buy one for your dad and full payment at that. I'm feeling envious. Shunhao added, can we even compare to him? We can't. I'm feeling envious too. Hey, alright, if you both are saying so, then I guess it's time to lay my cards on the table, Jiangqing joked. Alright, brother John, you say it, we're all ears. After Shunhao finished speaking, he immediately leaned back on his chair, adopting a posture of eager listening. Alright then, what's with all the drama about being rich? By the way, what are we having tonight? I'm a bit hungry. Jiangqing helplessly changed the subject. The two did not press further. After all, when making friends, probing too deeply can come off as a bit pretentious, so they decided to be sincere with each other. I've arranged a farmhouse feast with pig slaughter dishes using black pork raised on their own farm, guaranteed to be exquisite, Shunhao said. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. Their top-level banquet is indeed the pig slaughter dish with all ingredients sourced from their own farm. Absolutely organic, pesticide-free, with great quality and taste. It's quite reputable in Magic City, definitely not inferior to big hotels. Alright, if you both say so, it must be good. I'm already looking forward to it. Farmhouse dishes can sometimes taste much better than the fancy but scanty dishes served at big hotels. Moreover, the price is not low either. Jiangqing remembered going to a farmhouse when discussing business with his father. 10 abalones cost over 1,000 a base, a few hundred, and a plate of shrimp was also priced in the thousands. A simple meal could easily cost over 10,000. However, these naturally farmed establishments are originally positioned for wealthy clientele, and in today's market the emphasis on organic and natural means one thing: expensive. After completing the paperwork at the Mercedes-Benz showroom, the three of them split into 2 groups. Shunhao and Wang Zheng went to arrange for dinner and drinks, while Jiangqing returned to the Ferrari booth. Seeing Zhou still standing beside the car, Jiangqing asked, are you about to get off work? Zhou glanced at the time and shyly replied, I still have half an hour. Did you buy a car at Mercedes-Benz? Although Mercedes-Benz and Ferrari were over 50 meters apart, Zhou had still noticed Jiangqing's earlier actions. Jiangqing nodded. I'm planning to buy a supercar as a gift for my old man. After looking around, everything seemed too flashy, so I had to settle for a Mercedes. Mercedes-Benz's supercar. The AMG GTR, the 2-door one. Jiangqing shook his head. I bought the 4-door version. My mom is worried that my dad would show off, so she won't let him buy a supercar. The 4-door version has the performance of a supercar while looking more businesslike, which is just right. Hearing Jiangqing say this, Zhou covered her mouth and laughed. I remember my mom used to be like that with my dad. As if recalling something, her expression turned a bit strange after she spoke. It's almost time to get off work. Shall we leave now? There's hardly anyone around anyway. Zhou nodded. Let me inform the manager. Please wait a moment. Zhou mentioned to their male manager that she wanted to go out for dinner with Jiangqing, and the manager readily agreed. He even urged her to finish work quickly and asked the finance department to settle her labor payment immediately. Taking advantage of the time for the labor settlement, Zhou said to Jiangqing, please wait a moment. I need to change my clothes. Jiangqing nodded after giving Zhou another look. Although her outfit was beautiful, it was indeed not very casual. Zhou quickly turned back to the employee office, took off the sexy dress, and changed into a more everyday outfit. Today Zhou wore a very simple outfit, a fitted white t-shirt, paired with casual black straight-leg pants, and a pair of sneakers. After changing, Zhou Ying carefully examined herself in the mirror and replaced her bright red lipstick with a more everyday grapefruit color. Satisfied now, she neatly folded the dress she had taken off and placed it in her bag. Grabbing the bag, she quickly walked out of the break room towards Jiang Cheng. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ying walked over to Jiang Cheng. He looked at her delicate and refined features, her sparkling eyes, and her elegantly arched eyebrows. The simple outfit accentuated her poised and graceful demeanor. She truly deserved to be recognized as the campus beauty. After settling her labor payment, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the car exhibition. Jiang Cheng pressed the unlock button on the Ferrari. Zhou Ying naturally took the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, Zhou Ying said to Jiang Cheng, "By the way, I owe you thanks for this car. I earned a commission of 12,000 because of it." "Only 12,000. Seeing Jiang Cheng's surprised expression, Zhou Ying smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm not a formal employee of Ferrari, I'm just a car model. If it weren't for your request, I wouldn't have gotten that commission. Since you bought it outright, I can only get a 2% commission, and that doesn't even include the price of your additional features, just the base price of the car. So it's calculated like that. It's indeed not a lot." Zhou Ying nodded. "If I were a formal employee, I might get a 5% commission. If you had bought it on credit, it would have been even more. This is the first time I'm hearing about these industry secrets. I always thought the commissions for luxury car sales were high. For ordinary people, it is considered high, but luxury cars are hard to sell. Over the past few days of the exhibition, only 3 cars have been sold, and one of them is the one you're driving." Jiang Cheng nodded. "So what's your daily wage as a car model?" "Me? This is my second time being a car model, and my pay isn't high. 2,000 a day." Zhou Ying replied while checking her handbag. "You consider that not high?" Jiang Cheng was somewhat surprised. "Those famous car models earn much higher. They make 10 to 20,000 a day. I only got this job through. Moreover, I have decent looks, so I can charge a bit more, while those with average conditions earn only 5 to 800 a day." Jiang Cheng nodded. "In agreement with your conditions, I think 10 to 20,000 is more appropriate." "Really? Looks like I have great potential." Jiang Cheng appreciated Zhou Ying's candid attitude and asked, "Why did you decide to work? Is it a summer job?" Zhou Ying knew Jiang Cheng would eventually ask this question, so she candidly said, "You should know that my family went bankrupt, so I have to earn extra money for my college living expenses." Seeing Jiang Cheng in shock, Zhou Ying actively tried to lighten the mood. "Surprised. But it's been over a year. I've gotten used to my current life, so it's okay. I know many people in my class gossip about me, but I didn't have particularly close friends in class, so their words don't affect me much. Although life is tough now, working with my own hands feels pretty good." Jiang Cheng didn't say any comforting words and continued to drive steadily. "With your looks, you won't have trouble. Everyone says beautiful women don't have trouble making money, but where does the money come from? No one ever says." Zhou Ying playfully quoted a popular internet meme. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Ying's words. He initially thought she was a cool campus beauty, but was surprised to find her quite down-to-earth. After saying this, Zhou Ying took out a lollipop from her bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. She took out another one and offered it to Jiang Cheng, asking, "Would you like a lollipop?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand. "No thanks. Men who eat lollipops are sissies." Zhou Ying asked with some confusion, "Why? Can't men eat lollipops?" Jiang Cheng didn't know how to explain. He couldn't tell her that he had one with him, and he carried it everywhere. Moreover, this lollipop was exclusively for her, a special lady. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't respond, Zhou Ying continued, "I should have treated you to a nice meal, but I didn't expect to come along and mooch off you." Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying and casually said, "It's just a meal. It's no different. After the car exhibition ends, you won't have to work anymore, right?" Zhou Ying nodded. "Yes, the wages from these days are enough for my college living expenses. We'll see if there are any other part-time jobs I can do later. Well, you've worked hard. Treat yourself well after it's over." Zhou Ying said, "I originally wanted to treat myself to a nice meal tonight and invite you, but it seems I can only do it next time." "Is it really that simple? Now I understand the joy of the wealthy comes in many forms, but for the poor the greatest joy is simply to celebrate with a nice meal. Beyond that, there's not much I can do, especially since I still have to pay tuition." Jiang Cheng had to admit that Zhou Ying's words made sense. Though the dining place was only a short distance away, it took a full 40 minutes to arrive due to traffic. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but reflect that even a supercar was useless in traffic. The car drove into a farmhouse where the environment was pleasant, surrounded by mountains and rivers with a clear view and fresh air. It was obviously a good place. At the venue, besides Wang Zheng and Chun Hao, 2 other people had also arrived. After a round of introductions, the dishes began to come out one after another. However, just when the dishes were almost served, 5 more people suddenly arrived, 3 men and 2 women. The group got out of their cars and walked toward Jiang Cheng and the others. Chun Hao frowned as he looked at the approaching group. "Damn, why is he here?" He then explained to Wang Zheng, "Brother Wang, I didn't invite him to this gathering." Jiang Cheng, seeing Wang Zheng's increasingly grim expression, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "The man on the far right wearing Gucci is called Wang Chong. He has some issues with Brother Wang." We usually don't hang out together. I don't know who invited him tonight. Seeing Chun Hao in a difficult position, Wang Zheng patted his shoulder and said it's okay, this isn't his territory. If he shows up, he shows up. You're the host, so just treat him well. Chun Hao nodded of course. Now that everyone is here, let's sit down. They all took their seats at the dining table, and Chun Hao began to introduce Jiang Cheng to everyone. When it came to Wang Chong, Chun Hao suddenly stopped and asked with a grin, Brother Chong, who invited that big Buddha here today? Wang Chong's expression darkened when he realized Chun Hao had addressed him informally by calling him Little Chong instead of Brother Wang after so long. He hated being called by his nickname more than anything else. Wang Chong forced a stiff smile, his gaze seemingly glued to Chun Hao's face. Long time no see. I know you're setting the stage, so I came specially to support you. Hope you don't mind. He emphasized the word specially, with a heavy tone laced with a hint of uninvited provocation. Chun Hao twirled the empty wine glass with his fingertips, raising his eyes to scan him, the curve of his lips cooling slightly. Since Brother Chong has personally come, how could I let you go hungry? But this table of rustic dishes might not be to your taste. The atmosphere in the room instantly stiffened. Xian Geng, sitting next to Chun Hao, quickly picked up a teacup to ease the tension. Look at what you're saying. Rustic dishes are down to earth. Brother Chin, this dish looks fragrant and oily. It would be a shame not to have some wine with it. Given the atmosphere today, we definitely should. Brother Jiang, how about we have some Mao Dai? Chun Hao ignored Wang Chong's cold expression and directly turned to Jiang Cheng. Of course, no problem. Jiang Cheng believed his drinking capacity was quite good. He had never embarrassed himself during karaoke outings before. The dishes were quickly served with the rustic stew steaming in the enamel bowl, the blood sausage trembling in the red oil, and the pork belly stewed to the point of falling apart. Although it was delicious, it also left everyone with oily mouths. Yet the aroma of the food did not dispel the awkwardness at the table. Chun Hao was the first to lift his filled glass of Mao Tai, raising it towards Jiang Cheng. Brother Cheng, I toast you a glass. You're too polite. Jiang Cheng raised his glass to clink at the spicy liquor sliding down his throat. As the warmth began to spread, Wang Zheng leaned in with his own glass. Brother Cheng, you'll join you for one too. Qian Geng quickly stood up, his sunny smile carrying a hint of testing. Brother Cheng, you'll join you too. Are you all trying to gang up on me? Come on, Brother Cheng, I'll give you a round. Wang Zheng actively joined Jiang Cheng's side. Wang Ge, who doesn't know your drinking capacity? Qian Geng, and I can definitely win against you. Chun Hao protested. Then I'll join you. We'll make it 3 against 2. Another person named Lin Feng joined Chun Hao's team. The atmosphere in the room instantly heated up, with some joining in and others quietly sitting by to watch the show. Wang Chong gripped his wine glass, his knuckles turning white, watching Jiang Cheng being surrounded by everyone. A cold chuckle escaped his throat as he turned to a few familiar faces beside him, drinking on his own, the glasses clinking with unusual force. Half an hour later, everyone was slightly tipsy. At this moment, Wang Chong began to speak. Speaking of which, I've recently gotten hold of an insider stock, the kind that's guaranteed to profit. Sitting next to him, Gui Qian's eyes lit up instantly. He was someone Wang Chong had brought along, and he immediately leaned in, exaggerating his tone. Brother Wang, I heard you made over 10 million from stocks. Is it true? No wonder I saw you with a new car a couple of days ago. After Gui Qian spoke, Zheng Ming beside him also chimed in. Brother Wang, are you serious? Please take me along. Wang Chong was flattered, his face glowing, casting a sidelong glance at Chun Hao and Wang Zheng, his words sharp. When making friends, one must be discerning. Don't hang out with those wine and meat friends. Without connections and resources, how can you achieve anything? He deliberately emphasized the phrase, wine and meat friends, his gaze piercingly sweeping over Chun Hao and Wang Zheng. Lin Feng paused, his hand gripping the wine glass hesitatingly, a flicker of temptation crossing his eyes. He was indeed intrigued by the insider stock, but since Chun Hao had invited him, he couldn't easily side with Wang Chong. It would be embarrassing. He could only raise his glass and take a sip, pretending not to hear. My insider information is never false. Seeing no one rebut him, Wang Chong became even more smug, pulling out his phone to show off the screen, displaying a photo of his new Lamborghini. Just picked it up yesterday, no way to stop luck when it comes. Brother Wang is awesome. Gua Qian clapped the table in approval. I want to change my car too, please take me. Chun Hao placed his chopsticks down on the bowl, his tone growing cold. Who was it that said Wang Chong was unreliable? Now you're all fawning over him. After the fallout with Wang Chong, they had consciously formed factions and hadn't interacted with Wang Chong for a long time. Judging by Gua Qian's attitude, it seemed Wang Chong was brought in by him tonight. Wang Zheng leaned back against his chair, sneering, and slowly spoke. Brother Chong, 2 years ago when you lost heavily in stocks and begged me for 2 million to pay off your debts, you didn't talk like this. How quickly you've forgotten how you begged me back then. How dare you bring this up? Chun Hao added a jab. Now you know how to act rich, coming uninvited to mooch food and drinks, yet you have the nerve to say others lack connections. Wang Chong, seeing Wang Zheng digging up his past, his face darkened instantly. He slapped the table and stood up. If you don't want to play with me, that's fine, but trying to ruin my good deeds. Aren't you just envious of my money? You're getting a favor by me calling you Brother Chong, don't push your luck. Wang Zheng also stood up, the tension between them seemingly about to explode. Seeing Wang Zheng getting agitated, Jiang Cheng waved his hand to mediate. Brother Wang, today is a day for fun with me, don't let unhappy things ruin it. Wang Chong was instantly humiliated by Wang Zheng's words. He didn't dare to confront Wang Zheng, so he could only vent his anger on Jiang Cheng. Who are you, a country bumpkin, to speak here? After finishing, Wang Chong threw his wine glass to the ground. With a loud bang, the wine glass shattered into pieces on the floor, and at the same moment a frightened shout escaped from Zhou Ying beside Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's expression turned cold as he looked at the frenzied Wang Chong. Jiang Cheng finally understood why Wang Chong had fallen out with Chun Hao and Wang Zheng. After all, they were all individuals who had received 9 years of compulsory education. Nowadays it's rare to find second-generation rich kids with such low quality. Moreover, few exhibit such exaggerated arrogance and contempt for others. After all, we are in a new century, and most wealthy individuals have received a high level of education. Wang Chong was the first eccentric Jiang Cheng had encountered in Magic City. Wang Zheng immediately stood up and expressed his dissatisfaction towards Wang Chong, saying, "Xiao Chong, what do you mean?" Chun Hao beside him couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh, saying, "Are you going mad at us? What? Just a country bumpkin from Tianfu, and you all are treating him like royalty. I want to indulge him." At the drinking table, everyone was gathered around Jiang Cheng, and Wang Chong had long been displeased. Country bumpkin. Jiang Cheng's face turned icy as he approached Wang Chong. Always calling him a bumpkin, does he really think he's made of clay? Jiang Cheng would not actively seek trouble, but he was certainly not afraid of it. Otherwise, what good would the system he obtained be? Wang Chong looked at Jiang Cheng with disdain and said, "I'm talking about you. What's wrong? Bumpkin." With that, 2 crisp slaps echoed in the air. Everyone present was stunned as they witnessed Jiang Cheng suddenly take action. "You dare to hit me?" Wang Chong looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. "I suggest you see a neurologist when you have nothing to do. If you can't afford it, he'll pay for you." After speaking, Jiang Cheng slowly withdrew his hand. Being provoked repeatedly, how could he not be angry? Wang Chong, realizing the situation, stood up with a shout, ready to take on Jiang Cheng. "You damned bump." At that moment, Chun Hao and Wang Zheng stood up in unison, seeing that he was about to make a move. As Wang Chong rushed over, Jiang Cheng swiftly kicked him to the ground, stepping on Wang Chong's face and asking, "How's that? Does your face not hurt anymore?" Wang Chong's mouth was truly foul, and now that he was under Jiang Cheng's foot, he could only make muffled sounds. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao approached Wang Chong and said, "Wang Chong, this is your fault for having such a foul mouth. Now I'm giving you a chance. Get lost." Seeing Wang Zheng and Chun Hao say this, Jiang Cheng withdrew his foot. However, in his drunken state, Wang Chong was unwilling to give Wang Zheng and Chun Hao face. He furiously pointed at Jiang Cheng and said, "Just wait, I won't let you off." Jiang Cheng scoffed and replied, "I'd like to see how you won't let me off." He then asked Wang Zheng and Chun Hao, "What background does this kid have?" Wang Zheng, seeing Jiang Cheng's question, looked at Wang Chong and shook his head, saying his family runs 2 publicly traded food companies. In recent years, they've captured a significant market share, which has made him increasingly arrogant. Is that so? Then I want to see how capable his family really is. After Jiang Cheng spoke, Wang Zheng instantly understood. He glanced at Chun Hao, and his expression seemed to say that Wang Chong was in for big trouble. The other few people present immediately fell silent, sensing the atmosphere. Although Wang Chong was unwilling, seeing that no one stood by him, he couldn't help but threaten them and storm off in anger. As Wang Chong left, Zheng Ming and Guo Qian stood up awkwardly and said, "We've had enough to drink, so and me too. You guys keep drinking, I'm heading out. Thanks for the hospitality." Seeing their cowardly behavior, Chun Hao snorted coldly and waved his hand. After Wang Chong and the others left, Jiang Cheng returned to the dining table and noticed Zhou Ying's pale face. He asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Zhou Ying nodded and said, "A little. I thought he would fight you." "That's impossible. If there's fighting, it would be me. You don't be too impulsive. It's not good to get hurt." After Zhou Ying spoke, Chun Hao continued, "Sorry, John brother. I didn't expect such disgusting things to happen." "What are you talking about? It's just a small matter." After the farm restaurant owner cleaned up the scene, the few of them left feeling uninterested. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying and asked, "You didn't drink tonight? You can drive, right?" Zhou Ying nodded and replied, "Of course, I've driven supercars before. By the way, I almost forgot that you were also a second-generation rich kid." Jiang Cheng joked, "Don't worry, they'll make sure to get you to your destination safely." Zhou Ying confidently took Jiang Cheng's car keys. On the way back to Inu and Man, Jiang Cheng sent a message to his security team. He had to deal with Wang Chong, even though he had just beaten him. However, Jiang Cheng planned to mix in Magic City moving forward, and handling Wang Chong would undoubtedly show others his strength and serve as a good opportunity to establish his reputation. The adult world has always been tied to personal interests. Jiang Cheng knew that only by demonstrating his own strength could he avoid being bullied by others. After finishing, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying in the driver's seat and remarked, "I didn't expect you to drive so steadily." Zhou Ying playfully stuck out her tongue saying, "It's been a long time since I drove. I'm a bit rusty. I felt a little nervous when I saw the traffic police just now." Jiang Cheng replied, "You weren't speeding, so why be nervous?" Zhou Ying responded, "But I actually wish I could drive faster. It's just hard to maneuver in the city." Jiang Cheng asked, "I didn't know you liked racing." Zhou Ying replied, "I've never raced before. My family was strict, and I never had the chance. Now I don't have the conditions to do it." Zhou Ying stated. Jiang Cheng nodded. "That's easy. Next time we have a chance, I'll take you along." Zhou Ying smiled, not refusing. "Aren't you going back to Tianfu soon?" With Zhou Ying's reminder, Jiang Cheng nodded. "Once I handle some matters, I'll return. I've been out for over a week and my mom must be missing me." In reality, Li Yin hadn't urged Jiang Cheng at all. During his absence, she didn't need to cook, which was quite enjoyable for her. The matters Jiang Cheng needed to handle involved Zhang Yu and Wang Chong that night. At that moment, Wang Chong back home was angrily searching for connections on WeChat, preparing to secretly give Jiang Cheng a hard time. Little did he know that evening their product supply had encountered issues. The next morning, various incidents began to escalate online. Not only were the stinky feet pickled cabbage exposed, but also the mouth-watering sour bamboo shoots. Problems regarding the spoilage and expiration of the raw materials for their noodles were also revealed. Various videos started to spread vigorously online. And once the raw material factory had issues, the first to suffer was Wang Chong's family's products. Due to excessive complaints about food safety issues, consumers began to rally online, thoroughly dissecting the problems with Wang Shi's company's food materials and recipes. A large number of videos and testing results began to spread. Relevant authorities also rapidly intervened, demanding that supermarkets and suppliers immediately pull the related products from the shelves. Within a day, Wang's foods faced immense losses and a decline in reputation. Wang Zheng, Chunhao, and several others from yesterday watched these news reports, their hearts pounding. Last night, Jiang Cheng had said, "Then I want to see just how capable his family really is." Little did he expect that by morning his family would be in trouble. After seeing the news, Chunhao immediately called Wang Zheng. "Brother Wang, did you see the news?" Wang Zheng replied, "I saw it. I knew that guy was going to have problems. He deserves it." I didn't expect Jiang Cheng to have such influence. This time Wang's family might not just fall, but at least they'll shed a layer of skin. Jiang Cheng is indeed not simple. I realized from the first time I met him that he was no ordinary person. Wang Chong is so oblivious to the world. He deserves it. Their family worked hard to rise, and now they're falling again. One should remain humble in life. Zheng Ming and Guo Qian, who had left with Wang Chong last night, also saw the news. With the situation escalating so much, anyone with insight could see that someone was intentionally targeting Wang's company. Meanwhile, the involved party, Wang Chong, was still waking up and hadn't checked his phone. After brushing his teeth, he went downstairs for a meal. As soon as he reached the bottom, he saw his father Wang Wei frantically on the phone, looking overwhelmed. "Give me some time to handle this. This just happened, and I haven't had time to address it. Why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Wei was saying, "I already told you, give me some time." "Hello." After the other party hung up, Wang Wei angrily threw his phone to the ground. Frustrated, he raked his few remaining strands of hair, muttering, "Damn it, who is messing with me?" Wang Chong, seeing his usually calm father now looking like an ant on a hot pan, furrowed his brows and asked, "Dad, what's going on?" Wang Wei lifted his head to glance at Wang Chong, and his expression darkened further. Wang Chong touched his aching cheek, feeling wronged and angry as he said to Wang Wei, "Dad, I was beaten by a country bumpkin from the countryside, someone from another place who was very arrogant. I was just thinking about how to deal with him, and you must help me take revenge." "Who? Where did you get into trouble this time?" "In morning you don't keep going out and causing trouble. I've been very busy lately and have no time to cover for you." Wang Wei rubbed his forehead helplessly as he spoke. "Dad, I didn't cause trouble. It's just a country bumpkin from Tianfu. I said a couple of words to him, and he just hit me like this. If I don't show him a lesson, how can I survive here in the future?" Seeing Wang Chong looking like a street thug, Wang Wei stood up and slapped Wang Chong on the head. "What are you mixing into? You keep talking nonsense all day long. Are you part of a gang? How could I have a son like you?" Wang Wei's slap was heavy, and Wang Chong stumbled and hit the coffee table beside him. He covered his back head with one hand and his injured knee with the other, suppressing the urge to curse at his father. He angrily said, "Dad, what are you doing today? I'm already hurt like this, and you hit me again." Wang Chong shouted displeasedly. Just then his mother Lin Lian rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Worried, she helped Wang Chong rub the back of his head, while looking at Wang Wei with disapproval, saying, "What happened again? Why are you hitting your son so early in the morning?" After glancing at Wang Chong, she cried out with concern, "Oh my dear son, how did you end up like this? Who hit you? Such a handsome face, how could it end up like this?" Wang Wei looked at the two of them and suddenly felt his anger boiling, coldly snorting at Lin Lian while pointing at Wang Chong, saying, Look at him, he got into trouble just last month, and I spent so much money to pay for medical expenses. That incident just passed, and today he gets into trouble again. Just wait until I beat him to death. Lin Lian, seeing that Wang Wei was about to strike again, quickly shielded her child with both hands, saying, Lao Wang, calm down. Chang'e, what happened? How did you get beaten like this? Mom, I didn't hit anyone this time. I was the one who got beaten. It's fine if Dad doesn't help me, but he still hits me. You have to stand up for me. Wang Chang, resembling a mama's boy, curled up against Lin Lian and said in a spoiled tone, Lao Wang, look at what you've done. Your child has been beaten to this extent, and you still blame him, Lin Lian complained. A loving mother spoils her son. He will eventually be ruined by you. Isn't he always the one causing trouble? Let me tell you, there is a big problem at the company today. I don't know who is deliberately messing with me. I don't have time to deal with you two right now. You both better keep quiet. Seeing that his words had no effect, Wang Wei covered his chest in anger and refused to speak to them. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Wang Wei suddenly realized something, turning to Wang Chang and asking, Tell me what happened last night. Who did you offend? Is it possible that he is messing with our Wang family company? You better tell me everything clear. Wang Chang scoffed. Dad, how could that be? He's just a country bumpkin from Tianfu hanging out with Wang Zheng. After saying that, Wang Chang carefully recalled what happened last night. He remembered that Jiang Cheng seemed to have said something about Wang Chang's family. Thinking of this, Wang Chang's heart sank. Usually Wang Zheng and his group always considered themselves the center of everything, but their attitude towards Jiang Cheng seemed quite unusual. Could it be that Jiang Cheng's identity is not ordinary? Seeing Wang Chang suddenly turn pale, Wang Wei felt his chest heaving with anger. Did I hit the nail on the head? It really is you who caused this trouble, isn't it? I said that everything was fine before, and suddenly this incident happens. Turns out it's because of you, this waste of a son. After saying this, Wang Wei was about to reach out to teach Wang Chang a lesson again. Lin Lian immediately stood in front of Wang Chang and said, Lao Wang, have you gone mad? Even if someone is messing with us, so what? We can settle it with money. Why hit our son? Settle it with money? Can this matter be resolved with money? You haven't seen today's news, have you? I've worked hard for 30 years. I finally managed to capture 70% of the market share, and in one night it shrank by 40%. 40%. And this is just the beginning. The company's products have been taken off the shelves, and they are currently investigating our company. And all those suppliers are uniting to sue us for compensation. How much money do you think we can cover? Tell me. Wang Wei shouted in a way that vented his internal pressure. Lin Lian then realized that the situation was quite serious and hurriedly said, What kind of situation could be so severe? You need to suppress it quickly. Suppress it? How can I suppress it? You tell me. One of you thinks you are part of a gang, and the other thinks that having a bit of money can cover the sky with one hand. Do you know that once we lose our market share, other companies will immediately take over? Do you think supermarkets and consumers only have your brand of products to choose from? Can you two think a little? Tell me how many more years I would have to work hard to regain that share. Is it your fault for being a good child? I told you to educate him properly, but you refused to listen. Now that such a big issue has arisen, what do you expect me to do? Only after Wang Wei completely lost his temper did Lin Lian and Wang Chang realize the gravity of the situation. Wang Chang swallowed hard, saying, Dad, what do you mean? How could it be this serious? Our family won't go bankrupt, will it? He truly hadn't anticipated the situation being this dire. Lin Lian, scared, collapsed onto the ground, saying 500 million turned into 100 million. How could this happen? Chang'e, what exactly happened? Hurry up and tell me. Wang Chang, feeling frightened, hurriedly explained everything. Dad, after I came back last night, I drank a lot, and I was too tired to seek revenge on him. How could he have dealt with our family so quickly? I called everyone early this morning, but couldn't find out who was targeting our family. It turned out to be from Tianfu. Who else could it be? What should I do now? I'm not familiar with him. You idiot, now you finally understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm telling you, I'm going to resolve this matter immediately, no matter what the other party is like. Go plead with him, otherwise your mother and I will get a divorce, and you'll go live with her. With that, Wang Wei didn't even glance at Wang Chang and Lin Lian on the ground. He angrily turned and left. His decades of hard work were on the verge of being destroyed, and at that moment, he felt no kinship towards Wang Chang, even contemplating ending his life. Mom, what should I do? It can't really be him, can it? No way. Wang Chang was still unwilling to accept reality. Just last night, he had sworn not to let Jiang Qing off, and now he had to grovel before him. Chang'e, why don't you try to find out and seek his forgiveness? If your dad really divorces me, you'll be ruined. How could that little bit of money be enough for us in the future? You haven't even married yet. At this moment, Lin Lian also began to gently persuade Wang Chang. Even now, Lin Lian couldn't bring herself to scold Wang Chang, even though she knew it was entirely his fault. No way, I can't do that. It's too humiliating. If it means divorce, then so be it. I'm not going. With that, Wang Chang angrily shook off Lin Lian's hand and swiftly walked out of the house. He sped away from home in his Lamborghini. On the other side, Jiang Cheng's security company's computer genius codenamed Matrix was still creating a buzz online. Since Jiang Cheng's tasks varied, their team's schemes were also different. For example, Jiang Cheng's requirement for Zhang Yu was to eliminate him. This task was quite challenging to execute domestically. Moreover, Zhang Yu had just been beaten a few days ago and was hiding at home, so the entire plan was still in a dormant state. However, the task concerning Wang Chong was not difficult to handle. After Jiang Cheng issued the task, a few people quickly formulated a plan. That night, 2 people were dispatched to disrupt their company's operations overnight. The revelation of raw material issues dealt them a heavy blow. The results were not only surprisingly good, but the cost was almost zero. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, due to drinking the night before, slept soundly until dawn. When Jiang Cheng woke up in the morning, he frowned at the silk pajamas he was wearing. He remembered that after Zhou Ying sent him back last night, she left. He had drunk too much and fell asleep immediately. How could he not remember changing clothes? Just then Wang Yuyan walked in and noticed that Jiang Cheng's face turned a bit unnatural upon seeing her. Wang Yuyan still respectfully bowed to Jiang Cheng, saying, "Mr. Jiang, good morning. I've prepared breakfast for you. Would you like vegetable and lean meat porridge? If you don't like it, I can arrange something else." Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Yuyan's slightly low neckline, smiled, and then asked Manager Wang, "This arrangement is great. After drinking something light is just right. By the way, did you help me change into this pajama?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan's face turned even redder. Last night, upon seeing Jiang Cheng bring back a stunning beauty, Wang Yuyan felt she should seize the opportunity to be more proactive. Unfortunately, as soon as Jiang Cheng returned, he fell into a deep sleep. Even when Wang Yuyan helped him wipe his body and change clothes, he remained oblivious. Left with no choice, Wang Yuyan meticulously helped Jiang Cheng clean every part of his body. Seeing that Jiang Cheng showed no reaction and being in a secluded spot, she also took the opportunity to practice some techniques she had learned from movies. Although she practiced several times, it ultimately ended in failure. Reflecting on it now, she felt her mouth was unusually uncomfortable. However, after last night's practice, Wang Yuyan felt she had gained a lot. Not only was she more satisfied with Jiang Cheng as a person, but she also laid a solid foundation for the next real encounter. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, you can rest assured. I only changed your clothes, I didn't do anything else." Wang Yuyan, seeing Wang Yuyan's expression reminiscent of someone who had hidden 300 taels of silver, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly. "So that's how it is. It seems I dreamt of Manager Wang last night, and we were. What a pity it was just a dream, and I got my hopes up for nothing." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wang Yuyan's heart immediately raced. Was Jiang Cheng implying that he was also looking forward to it? Seeing Wang Yuyan shyly biting her lower lip, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, Jiang Cheng wore a playful smile and turned to head into the bathroom for his morning routine. He always remembered a good man's principle: do not take the initiative nor refuse. Anyway, since the conversation had reached this point, it was up to Wang Yuyan's understanding. After brushing his teeth, Jiang Cheng found that Wang Yuyan had already prepared breakfast. Wang Yuyan thoughtfully served Jiang Cheng a bowl of very plain vegetable and lean meat porridge. After Jiang Cheng finished drinking, Wang Yuyan proactively suggested, "Mr. Jiang, you drank quite a bit last night, so your body must be slightly depleted. I've recently learned a new massage technique. How about I give you a massage?" Naturally, Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement to such a wonderful offer. "Shall we go to the bed?" Wang Yuyan asked shyly, testing the waters. "That would be natural. I appreciate it, Manager Wang." After speaking, Jiang Cheng stretched lazily and quickly walked into the bedroom. It seemed they were about to engage in some post-meal exercise. Once Jiang Cheng lay down, Wang Yuyan soon removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, kneeling beside him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuyan smiled alluringly as she naturally began to massage Jiang Cheng's arms. Just as Jiang Cheng wondered if this massage was a bit too serious, Wang Yuyan suddenly shifted directions. The most concerning thing was that Wang Yuyan was not wearing safety shorts under her maid uniform. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Oh, finally, he encountered someone who wasn't wearing such an inhumane design. He hadn't expected Wang Yuyan to trust him so much. Luckily, he was a man who had weathered many storms. With his strong willpower, he managed to keep himself calm. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to lose control, Wang Yuyan suddenly turned to him and asked, "Mr. Jiang, it feels great, perfect score. Manager Wang is very professional. I feel like I'm about to burst." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. This is actually my first time doing this, and I'm very happy to receive your approval. Next, let me massage your shoulders." After a while, she suddenly had a somewhat awkward expression, and after pausing her movements, she shyly asked, "Mr. Jiang, this position is a bit uncomfortable. May I change my position?" Hearing this, Jiang Cheng wore a friendly smile. He nodded seriously. "Of course, feel free." At this moment, Wang Yuyan, with an alluring smile, directly sat on Jiang Cheng's lap, her small hands slowly starting to massage his shoulders. The calm facade he had tried to maintain began to falter as his heart raced. Jiang Cheng's eyes reddened as he grasped Wang Yuyan's soft little hands. "Manager Wang, why not change to another place? Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner until Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered that he still had a reward card for the Descendant Devouring card that he hadn't used. The last time Xiao Yining didn't use it because Jiang Cheng had been drinking that day, and after that he got so caught up in the fun that he forgot about it until it was over. Due to Wang Yuyan secretly using Jiang Cheng as a tool to learn quite a bit of knowledge last night, she was now able to apply it effectively in practice. However, just as Jiang Cheng was about to use this reward card, he found that he could not succeed. He glanced at the prompt and realized that there was an important prerequisite for using this card. His appearance score must be above 90. Wang Yuyan's appearance score was 89, just 1 point short, which surprised Jiang Cheng. Indeed, beauties with a score above 89 are rare gems. It was surprising that someone as stunning as Wang Yuyan only had a score of 89. Seeing the failure to use the card, Jiang Cheng could only shake his head in regret and put the card away. After putting it away, Jiang Cheng began to focus on having fun. On the other side, Wang Chong, as usual, directly took the girl who had flirted with him on the roadside to a nearby hotel. Wang Chong, with his arm around the girl dressed lightly, said to the front desk attendant, "Miss, please book me a nice boutique room." The front desk girl politely replied after taking Wang Chong's credit card, "Sure, please wait a moment." Looking at the sweet-faced front desk girl, Wang Chong lewdly said, "Miss, I'll be here for the next few days. Come up and have some fun with me when you're free." Before the front desk girl could respond, the POS machine displayed the words "card declined." "I'm sorry, sir, your card cannot be processed. Could you please provide another one?" Wang Chong looked at the bank card that was handed back to him, feeling a bit confused. "It can't be declined. That's impossible. Is the machine broken? Try this one." After saying that, he irritably pulled another card from his wallet. A few seconds later, the front desk girl said again, "Sorry, your card has insufficient credit. Do you have any other cards?" Wang Chong immediately realized what was happening. If both cards were declined, it must be that Wang Wei had stopped his cards. He had just bought a Lamborghini the day before, and now he had no money at all. He could only use his credit card and his father's supplementary card, but unexpectedly neither of those could be used. "Damn it, it must be that old man messing with me." After cursing, Wang Chong irritably scratched his head and said to the girl beside him, "Miss, could you pay for the room first? He'll pay you back later." The girl, seeing that Wang Chong wanted her to pay for the room, instantly changed her expression. She had seen many men flaunt wealth by driving luxury cars. Perhaps that Lamborghini was rented. If he couldn't even afford the room, he definitely wouldn't give her a penny afterward. Thinking this, the woman immediately started to scold, "You think you can mooch off me? If you have no money, don't pretend to be a big spender. Just because you drive a luxury car doesn't mean anything. What a piece of junk, wasting my time." After rolling her eyes at Wang Chong, she disdainfully turned and left. Watching Wang Chong's cold and furious expression, the front desk girl secretly scoffed. Indeed, what a piece of junk. He had just dared to flirt with her, and it turned out he was just a broke pretender. "Excuse me, sir, would you like to proceed with the check-in?" As he watched the girl walk away, Wang Chong vented his anger on the front desk girl. "What the hell are you smiling at?" He quickly took back his bank card and walked out of the hotel lobby. Once outside, Wang Chong immediately called Wang Wei. At that moment, Wang Wei was sitting in his office looking exhausted as he dealt with various breach of contract documents. Since early in the morning, he had people handling trending topics online and various complaints. According to the information he received, it turned out the mastermind behind this was indeed the person his son had offended. Wang Wei had not managed to dig up any background on Jiang Cheng at all. All he knew was that Jiang Cheng had recently opened an investment company with a registered capital of 500 million. Besides that, Wang Wei couldn't find anything else. And all of this was thanks to the system. As soon as the call connected, Wang Chong shouted loudly, "Dad, what's going on? I can't even swipe my card. Do you know how I was laughed at just now?" Seeing that Wang Chong showed no sign of regret, Wang Wei was instantly furious, clenching his teeth. "I'll tell you one more time, get your mess sorted out. Don't always think that everyone in the world is your father. If you don't reflect on this situation and change your bad temper, then you can fend for yourself. This family is about to be ruined by you. Believe it or not, I'll make sure you two won't get a single penny." After finishing, Wang Wei let out a cold snort and directly hung up the phone. Wang Chong stared at the hung-up phone, his eyes turning red with anger. At that moment, he wanted to smash his phone to pieces, but as he raised his hand, he hesitated. Could the situation really be more serious than he imagined? What if Wang Wei really stopped giving him money? What would he do then? With nowhere to turn, Wang Chong reluctantly began to contact some of his usual friends on WeChat. After making a few calls, Wang Chong became even more anxious, as each of them unusually refused him, citing various tasks they had at hand. Wang's Foods had suddenly encountered such a huge crisis overnight. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that his family must have offended some powerful figure. At this moment, who would dare to associate with him? Everyone avoided him like the plague. After sitting by the roadside for a long time, Wang Chong finally calmed down. In just one day, those who usually fawned over him had completely changed their attitude, each doing a complete one. He knew he had offended quite a few people in the past. If he lost his identity as a rich second generation, his future would surely be bleak. He wasn't a fool. He had carefully analyzed the crisis facing Wang's foods and knew that if things continued this way, they would inevitably go bankrupt. After some consideration, Wang Chong immediately called Zheng He and Guo Qian, as their attitudes towards him had been the best that night. Once the call connected, Wang Chong expressed that he wanted Zheng He and Guo Qian to contact Jiang Cheng and help him apologize. Zheng He and Guo Qian felt a deep sense of regret after hearing that Wang Chong was in trouble. They realized they had chosen the wrong side that night. Now Jiang Cheng was using Wang Chong as a warning to others. Though they hadn't suffered, yet such matters were alarming enough. At this moment, they wanted to distance themselves and immediately cut ties with Wang Chong. Moreover, they truly did not know someone like Jiang Cheng well. They had only met him that night and were not much more familiar with him than Wang Chong was. Both expressed that they could not help. In the end, Wang Chong had no choice but to call Chen Hao. Upon seeing Wang Chong's call, Chen Hao signaled to Wang Zheng, who was sitting across from him, while raising his phone. Chen Hao pressed the speakerphone button and answered, "Xiao Chong, what brings you to call me?" "Chen Hao, I want to find Jiang Cheng. Can you help me?" "Xiao Chong, it's not that I don't want to help. To be honest, we aren't that close, and besides, you disrupted my evening last night. You know my relationship with Wang Zheng, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to help you. You should find someone else." After saying this, Chen Hao hung up. Wang Zheng scoffed and shook his head. "This guy does have some awareness. I thought he would be more stubborn. He deserves it. He was so arrogant before. I heard he even snatched a high school student's girlfriend last month, and he broke the guy's leg and sent him to the hospital. In the end, his dad had to pay over 100,000 in medical fees." After Chen Hao finished speaking, Wang Zheng's phone rang. Seeing it was Wang Chong calling, he answered and then activated the speaker. "Hello, brother Wang, it's me, Xiao Chong." Wang Chong's dejected voice came through the phone. Seeing Wang Chong's submissive demeanor, Chen Hao couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Brother Chong, this is a surprise. You actually deigned to call me." Brother Wang, I was wrong before. I now deeply realize my mistakes. Can you help me? I really have no way out." No, it's my fault. Who does young Master Chong fear?" "Brother Wang, I know I was despicable before. I'm truly at my wit's end. Given our many years of acquaintance, can you help me out? I can ask around, but I can't guarantee anything else." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong immediately said, "Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you, Brother Wang." After Wang Zheng hung up, Chen Hao furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, "Old Wang, are you really going to help him?" Wang Zheng chuckled. "Why would I help him? Isn't old Jiang trying to deal with him? Now he's come knocking at the door himself. How could I not give him a chance to apologize publicly? Wang Chong is just too arrogant. He doesn't understand that there are always people better than him out there." After saying this, Wang Zheng sent a message to Jiang Cheng to ask for his opinion. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was busy in various places, whether sitting, lying down, or standing. It was not until Wang Yiyan finally fell silent that he was willing to relent. Lying in bed, Jiang Cheng glanced at the message Wang Zheng sent and replied, "Let's meet at Tax tonight. By the way, should we invite the people from last night to join us? They'll treat them to drinks." Wang Zheng understood Jiang Cheng's meaning and replied, "No problem, I'll arrange it." After sending that, Jiang Cheng asked Zhou on WeChat, "Do you have plans tonight? I invite you to Tax." Zhou quickly replied on WeChat, "No, work off to drinking. Don't worry, I'll get you some Wangzai milk." "Okay, what time?" Glancing at the time, it was already after 8 in the evening. Jiang Cheng replied, "I'll go pick you up now." "I'll go by myself, though I live quite far." "What time should I arrive?" "No need, it's still early. I'll come pick you." After a while, Zhou finally sent Jiang Cheng a location. Jiang Cheng looked at the location, which was rather remote. Glancing at the sleeping Wang Yiyan, Jiang Cheng gently touched her rosy cheek. The first time had indeed been a bit rough. After tenderly kissing her, Jiang Cheng got up and walked towards the back. After freshening up, Jiang Cheng drove towards Zhou Ying's residence. It took nearly 40 minutes to reach the destination. Jiang Cheng noticed that it was a very old neighborhood. Shortly after receiving the call, Zhou Ying appeared. Knowing they were going to a bar that day, she dressed casually. She wore a tight-fitting black spaghetti strap dress adorned with several silver ear cuffs. Although she wasn't dressed extravagantly, as Zhou Ying walked towards him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel as if he was falling in love. Zhou Ying was undoubtedly the most eye-catching girl Jiang Cheng had ever met. Her angelic face, coupled with her cool and elegant demeanor, possessed a unique and captivating charm. Moreover, her personality was quite pleasant. As soon as she got into the car, Zhou Ying initiated the conversation. "It must have taken a long time. I said I could go by myself, but you didn't believe me. It's alright, it's just that your place is a bit remote. Is it safe to live here?" "It's quite safe, actually. Although it's old, there's a security guard, and there's a bus stop across the street. I usually take the bus a lot, plus the rent here is cheap." Zhou Ying spoke in a somewhat delicate tone, making Jiang Cheng want to hold her in his arms and cherish her. A beauty like her should be treasured at home. It's too dangerous for you to be out there. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you go back last night. It was so late. Zhou Ying smiled at Jiang Cheng and said, "Sometimes I work part-time quite late. It's not a big deal." Soon around 9 in the evening, Jiang Cheng brought Zhou Ying to Tax. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao had already arrived ahead of him, and Jiang Cheng noticed Qian Geng was already seated in the booth. Seeing Jiang Cheng with Zhou Ying, the three of them actively greeted her. Qian Geng was the first to speak. Brother Jiang. Sister-in-law, hello. Upon hearing Qian Geng's address, Zhou Ying's face turned slightly red, but she merely smiled and nodded, showing no intention of refuting. Seeing their teasing, Jiang Cheng chuckled. You all came quite early. Nothing much. We heard that Brother Jiang is hosting tonight, so we came over right away. Thanks for coming. Upon Jiang Cheng's arrival, Chun Hao immediately called for Xiao Chun. Once Xiao Chun came over, he enthusiastically greeted everyone. Young Master, Jiang Young Master, Wang Young Master, Chen Young Master Qian. What's the plan for tonight? Wang Zheng pointed at Jiang Cheng. Today, my brother Jiang will decide. Let's get 3 bottles of the Supreme Dragon and a few bottles of foreign wine and some snacks and fruits to go with it. After finishing, Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Ying. By the way, add 10 cans of Wangzai milk. Got it, young Master Jiang. Do you need us to arrange an atmosphere team? At this moment, Chun Hao spoke up. Xiao Chen, you lack perception. Brother Jiang brought his sister-in-law tonight, and you still want to arrange an atmosphere team. Isn't that causing trouble? Xiao Chen glanced at Zhou Ying and immediately slapped his cheek. Oh dear, how could I be so foolish? My mistake, I'll go arrange it right away. Please wait a moment, everyone. Zhou Ying noticed everyone laughing, and her face turned even redder. Seeing Zhou Ying truly shy, Jiang Cheng nudged Chun Hao. Brother Chen, show some restraint. Alright, I understand. Soon the others arrived as well. Lin Feng arrived a few minutes earlier than Guo Qian and Zheng He. Lin Feng was fine. He hadn't made any outrageous moves the day before, just observing. However, Guo Qian and Zheng He appeared somewhat awkward as they had chosen to leave with Wang Chong last night. When Wang Zheng invited them over, they dared not refuse, but they felt a bit awkward. After greeting, they quietly and obediently sat to the side. Before long, 3 bottles of the Supreme Dragon arrived with fanfare, and the bunny girls swayed their bodies in a line. The DJ on stage excitedly shouted, Young Master Jiang has 3 bottles of Supreme Dragon, wishing the big brother a long-lasting success. Zhou Ying curiously asked about the ace of spades on the table. What does this drink taste like? I've never had it. Just aside from being expensive, the taste isn't that great. If I weren't going to be your designated driver later, I would take a... Seeing Zhou Ying pouting, Jiang Cheng smiled. It's better for girls to drink less alcohol outside. I'll bring a few bottles back for you to drink at home. Noticing that Jiang Cheng had no intention of coaxing her into drinking, Zhou Ying felt a surge of goodwill. Zhou Ying, friendship, value 5. After the ace of spades and various foreign liquors were served, Xiao Chun dutifully asked, Young Master Jiang, how many bottles shall we open first? Open them all. Jiang Cheng said grandly. Xiao Chun couldn't help but secretly mock Jiang Cheng for being so extravagant. Wealthy people just don't treat money as money. As dozens of bottles of ace of spades were opened, the scene began to heat up. Many attractive girls in the audience approached to chat. If they could catch a glance from Jiang Cheng or get a sip of the ace of spades, these girls would gladly accept being taken advantage of. Their initial target was none other than Jiang Cheng, seated in the center. However, upon realizing that Zhou Ying was already by Jiang Cheng's side, they all began to shift their attention elsewhere. In front of these girls, Wang Zheng, Chun Hao, and Qian Geng were not at all polite. Very soon the 3 of them were chatting closely with several girls who had over 80 points in looks. In contrast, Lin Feng, Guo Qian, and Zheng He were much more reserved. Aside from quietly drinking, they spent every other moment flattering Jiang Cheng, expressing their loyalty in an exaggerated manner. After half an hour, Wang Chong finally made his delayed entrance. In fact, he had arrived long ago, but had been too afraid to come in, knowing what kind of situation awaited him. Zhou Ying felt a bit scared when she saw Wang Chong, and instinctively moved closer to Jiang Cheng. She whispered to Jiang Cheng, why is he here too? Jiang Cheng patted Zhou Ying's hand and replied, oh, him. I invited him. Huh. Zhou Ying was puzzled by Jiang Cheng's response, noticing that he had invited so many people, all of whom were present the night before. Wang Chong immediately understood Jiang Cheng's intent. Although he was extremely angry inside, he dared not show it on the surface. He dejectedly approached Jiang Cheng, bowed, and said, Young Master Jiang, I was in the wrong last night. Please don't hold it against me, all right? Jiang Cheng sighed and shook his head, saying, I'm just a country bumpkin, and how could I dare to hold anything against you? Wang Chong truly felt helpless at this moment, as everyone knew his family was in trouble and had stopped associating with him. He had offended so many people before. If his family really fell, he would probably be in deep trouble as well. Young Master Jiang, I was drunk yesterday and spoke nonsense. You can vent your anger on me however you wish, just please let me off the hook. Wang Chong spoke in a humble tone. Jiang Cheng, gazing at the bottles on the table, lightly remarked, weren't you rather arrogant when you smashed the bottle last night? Wang Chong looked into Jiang Cheng's eyes, took a deep breath, and resolutely said, Young Master Jiang, as long as you can let go of your anger, you can smash me. That won't work. We have all received 9 years of compulsory education and are not like you. How about this? I'll treat you to 3 bottles of ace of spades. I've heard you can smash bottles in the air. Ooh, I've never seen that before. How about giving everyone a demonstration? Wang Chong instantly understood Jiang Cheng's intention. He looked up eyes wide with disbelief that Jiang Cheng would devise such a way to humiliate him. However, at that moment, even filled with rage, he dared not utter a single word of refusal. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chong fixed his gaze on the bottles of Ace of Spades on the table and said to Jiang Cheng, "You're right. I do have this skill, and of course I have to demonstrate it for young Master Jiang. Alright, let's have Brother Chong put on a show for all of us. Everyone, let's record a video to capture his talent." Once Jiang Cheng finished speaking, everyone naturally turned on their video cameras. "Come on, Brother Chong, say a few words. I will perform a segment for everyone who I hope you enjoy it," Wang Chong said with a bitter expression. He gritted his teeth, picked up the Ace of Spades on the table, closed his eyes, and smashed it directly onto his head. Then, enduring the pain, he picked up the second and third bottles and smashed them onto his head. After smashing all three, Jiang Cheng led the applause, saying, "Thank you, young Master Wang, for the performance. That was incredible. As expected of Xiao Chong, that performance was phenomenal." Wang Zheng chimed in. "Indeed, I never realized Brother Chong could be so ruthless to himself." Chen Hao also clapped in appreciation. By this time, Wang Chong was already dizzy and blood began to trickle down from his forehead. After thanking Jiang Cheng, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Xiao Chun had been watching from the side and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Jiang, should we call an ambulance for him?" "Call one. And clean up the area, we don't want anyone to get hurt." Jiang Cheng replied calmly. Yes, Xiao Chen said, and quickly arranged for someone to come clean up. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng raise his glass, everyone hurriedly followed suit, lifting their own cups in deference. Even the frightened bystanders trembled as they quickly grabbed their glasses. At that moment, they were filled with despair and regret, wishing they had never come to bother the Black Spade. The handsome man before them, with his striking looks and captivating voice, was surprisingly terrifying. With just a few casual words, he could compel others to willingly smash their own bottles. It was simply too frightening. The reactions of Wang Zheng, Chen Hao, and Qian Gong were rather subdued, but Guo Qianzheng, he, and Lin Feng were different. At this moment, their hands holding the glasses trembled slightly. Wang Chong was a typical bully who feared the strong and oppressed the weak. In the Magic City, apart from top-tier second-generation wealthy individuals like Qin Fun and Zhang Xian, he dared not provoke anyone else, considering them all beneath his notice. Unexpectedly, he had shown weakness in front of Jiang Cheng and smashed his own bottle. How could they not be afraid? After the event, Jiang Cheng informed the security team via WeChat to halt their revenge plan against Wang's food. Wang Chong was hastily sent to the hospital. Soon the hospital notified Wang Wei and Lin Lian. After receiving the news, they quickly rushed to the hospital. Seeing Wang Chong wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed, Lin Lian immediately burst into tears. Wang Chong had always made her feel heartbroken, even if he just had a small cut. Never had she imagined that he would be beaten so badly today. He lamented to Wang Wei, "Which scoundrel did this to my son? Wang Wei, you must kill him. You have to avenge him." Wang Wei, seeing Lin Lian rush over to hit him, immediately slapped her back. Angrily, he said, "Everything he has today is all thanks to you. Why didn't you speak up when he was hurting others? Did you visit others in the hospital? What? Other people's sons are not sons, but yours is so precious." Wang Chong's self-esteem was shattered by Jiang Cheng without mercy. At this moment, he regretted it deeply and couldn't even muster a word of defense for himself. He could only tell Lin Lian, "Mom, I smashed my own bottle. Oh, let's just leave it at that." Lin Lian looked at Wang Chong in disbelief and exclaimed, "Son, are you crazy? Enough, you're truly a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water." The trending topic has been removed, but our family has also changed forever. In just one day, it has turned out like this. Now do you know how to behave? I could tell you 1,000 times, but today's fall teaches you more than anything. If there's a next time, both of you can get lost. Remember, this is the last time. After warning them, Wang Wei sighed and turned to leave. He hoped his son could truly learn from this lesson and grow in the right direction. Although Wang Wei was also furious, he had spent the entire day investigating and found no information on Jiang Cheng. Thus, he could only swallow this loss in silence. Fortunately, the other party did not seek to eradicate them completely, still leaving a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, after the event, Zhou Ying was helping Jiang Cheng slowly walk towards the hotel entrance. Jiang Cheng had his arm around Zhou Ying's shoulder, appearing quite intoxicated. Although he looked calm on the surface, internally, he couldn't help but sigh. "So fragrant, such smooth skin, I just want to take a bite." Zhou Ying struggled to help Jiang Cheng into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. After fastening his seatbelt, Zhou Ying began driving him back to Yang Yunan Man. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who had drunk a bit too much, Zhou Ying worriedly asked, "With you treating him like this tonight, will Yao Ling cause you trouble?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Don't worry, I didn't hit him, and he wouldn't dare report it." Zhou Ying, seeing Jiang Cheng's reckless demeanor, wanted to say something. After considering that she was just his classmate, she felt it inappropriate to say too much. The car soon arrived at Yang Yunan Man, and Jiang Cheng watched Zhou Ying's departing figure, shaking his head in regret. Zhou Ying's friendliness was premature, she could only let her leave. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly drunken Jiang Cheng walked towards the villa he had reserved as if nothing had happened. Arriving at the villa, the beautiful housekeeper Wang Yuyan had already tidied herself up and was waiting respectfully for Jiang Cheng's return just as before. Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Jiang Cheng playfully wrapped his arms around Wang Yuyan and said, Manager Wang, you've become so formal after a short while apart. Mr. Jiang, please don't do this, there are still others around. Wang Yuyan shyly pushed Jiang Cheng away and glanced at the hotel staff beside them. What does that mean? How about this or this? Jiang Cheng didn't care much and directly took action. Just as Jiang Cheng began to play again, the clock struck 11 in the deep night at the color bar. Zhang Yu, dressed in a pink shirt, appeared with a face heavily made up to a pale pink. He had used thick foundation to cover the bruises on his face. He even carefully wore disposable pink nail tips on his fingers. Swiveling his hips, he walked slowly inside. Upon entering the bar, Zhang Yu made his way to the bar stool he usually occupied. He then pulled out a small mirror and a large red lipstick from his pants pocket. Skillfully, he began applying the lipstick while looking in the small mirror. At that moment, a young handsome guy with gold-framed glasses looking quite refined sat down beside him. After sitting down, the handsome guy ordered a blue cocktail and began playing with his phone. Zhang Yu took a glance at him and felt his heart flutter as such a handsome guy was sitting next to him. However, he pretended to drink calmly. This was Zhang Yu's usual routine. Half of those who came to the color bar were looking for same-sex partners. Because in this bar 9 out of 10 were homosexuals. 10 minutes later, the handsome guy started chatting on WeChat. After chatting for a while, the handsome guy opened a voice message. A delicate, effeminate male voice started playing from the phone. Don't look for me again, I told you I don't like you anymore. We're just playing around, don't take it too seriously, okay? As soon as the voice message played, Zhang Yu turned his head to look at the handsome guy. The reason was simple, the person he was chatting with was actually a man. Listening to this voice message, the bespectacled handsome guy immediately showed a face of utter despair. At that moment, the handsome guy began recording a voice message. Can you really not give me another chance? I can give up everything for you. I've waited for you for so many years. Why do you still want to abandon me? Sorry, please don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid my wife will find out. Let's block each other. After hearing this voice message, the handsome guy angrily put down his phone and downed his cocktail in one go. Zhang Yu, seeing his forlorn expression, offered consolation. Handsome guy, would you like to have a drink? I know you're feeling sad right now, but there are plenty of fish in the sea. You will surely find a true love who will never abandon you. Is that really true? Will someone really like someone like me? Zhang Yu quickly nodded. Although he identified as bisexual, he actually preferred men over women. And this man before me is simply the best of the best. It's not easy to meet someone with the same interests, let alone someone so handsome. Of course, my name is Zhang Yu. Handsome guy, what's your name? Hello, my name is Li Minhang. Minhang, let me buy you a drink. If you want someone to talk to, I can accompany you, because I have similar experiences. After chatting for over an hour, Li Minhui pretended to check the time on his phone. Thank you for chatting with me. I'm really glad to have met you tonight, but I have to catch a flight at 10 tomorrow morning, so I'll be heading back now. Hopefully we'll meet again by fate. Zhang Yu, seeing Li Minhui about to leave, hastily asked, Flight? Where are you going? I'm traveling to Thailand. I had agreed to go with him, but now it's just me. Consider this my final farewell to this relationship. Li Minhui put on a deeply emotional expression. After speaking, he deliberately glanced at Zhang Yu before turning to leave. Zhang Yu hurriedly chased after Li Minhui's hasty departure. However, by this time Li Minhui had already vanished into the alley. Zhang Yu felt a deep sense of regret. He hadn't even added Li Minhui on WeChat. Back home, his frustration only grew. He couldn't bear to let such an exquisite, handsome man slip away, especially one who was heartbroken. People are most vulnerable and easiest to conquer when they experience heartbreak. Love could unexpectedly blossom. With this thought, Zhang Yu quickly pulled out his phone to check flights to Thailand. There was only one flight to Thailand at 10 tomorrow, and it was definitely the one. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu clicked. He then excitedly packed some clothes he wouldn't dare wear out at home into his suitcase. After all, there were plenty of men like him in Thailand. Once abroad, he wouldn't have to hide himself like he did now. Early the next morning, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to get out of bed. He wore a carefully chosen bright red bra and his favorite pink shirt. After styling his hair, he spritzed on Chanel's cocoa perfume. Once everything was ready, he dashed out the door with his... As soon as Zhang Yu boarded the flight to Thailand, everything began to fall into place. Thailand has been rated as one of the most dangerous travel destinations in the world. Travel guides from various countries, including Great Britain and Sakura country, have long listed Thailand as the most perilous place to visit. Moreover, there is a saying in Thailand, if a beautiful single woman wears a bikini there, she deserves to be assaulted. Thailand is also very close to those northern countries, and horrifying incidents happen there frequently. The most disheartening part is that Thailand has recently issued a new decree legalizing the use of flour and kidney trading. So if you travel to Thailand, having a drink or snack could expose you to white powder. And if someone travels to Thailand alone and suddenly disappears, what do you think the outcome would be? Naturally, if your passport's visa expires and you haven't returned home, coupled with being unreachable, you would be classified as a missing person. Who would seek out someone missing abroad? Zhang Yu had not added Li Minhui on WeChat. Everything was orchestrated by Zhang Yu alone. This entire plan could be described as quite perfect. At this moment, Jiang Cheng had also boarded the flight on the plane. Jiang Cheng opened the system notification from the previous night. Ding! The host is requested to go to Thailand to oversee the termination of Zhang Yu with a reward of 5% shares in Hongqing Investment Company. Jiang Cheng was somewhat puzzled upon receiving this information. After all, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. However, the system had already prompted him. Though Jiang Cheng did not fully understand, he did not wish to waste the 5% shares. After all, the difference between 15% and 20% shares is quite significant. Soon the plane landed at Bangkok International Airport. The personnel from the security company had already been waiting outside for Jiang Cheng. As soon as he exited the terminal, a man in a black suit approached him. "Hello, young master, I am Wang Sheng." As soon as Wang Sheng spoke, the dream come true system prompted again. Ding! New personnel's first meeting detected. The friendliness scanning system will upgrade to the character scanning system. The character scanning system will no longer be limited to female genders. Listening to the system's prompt, Jiang Cheng activated the character scanning system. Name: Wang Sheng, age 28 years, height 182 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms, loyalty 120, absolute loyalty, life and death. Together, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction at the system's character scan results. Wang Sheng is the captain of the security team awarded by the system. This was also their first meeting. Although he felt a bit anxious, Jiang Cheng maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Where is he?" "He has already been taken out of the hotel. They'll take you to him." After Wang Sheng spoke, Jiang Cheng nodded. Wang Sheng led Jiang Cheng into a black Rolls-Royce. The car drove through streets filled with Southeast Asian flair, soon arriving at a rundown, deserted old house. When Jiang Cheng entered, he saw Zhang Yu bound to a chair along with 2 men and 1 woman, Li Minhui, Qing Zhong, and Xia Li. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, they immediately saluted and greeted him. Jiang Cheng used the character scanning system to examine each of them and was surprised to find that everyone's friendliness level had reached absolute loyalty. "Wake him up," Jiang Cheng said coldly to the unconscious Zhang Yu. "Understood." Wang Sheng nodded and gestured with his chin to the others. After receiving the order, Li Minhong walked over and splashed a basin of cold water onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu jolted awake immediately. He shivered slightly, shook off his wet hair, and struggled to open his drooping eyes. At this moment, he still looked. With a splitting headache, he realized that his hands and feet were bound to the chair. Looking at Li Minhong standing next to him, Zhang Yu was suddenly filled with misunderstanding. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Li Minhong, "So you like this kind of trick?" "Actually, I like it too. It's just so thrilling." Li Minhong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with his middle finger. Suppressing the urge to retch, he calmly said with a polite smile, "Sorry, my name is Li Minhong. I am 25 years old, 180 centimeters tall, and I like women." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yu finally realized something and immediately looked around. The unfamiliar environment made his mind clear up instantly. He remembered that he had gone to the hotel with Li Minhong right after getting off the plane. How could he end up here? "Who are you?" Gazing at the few people in front of him, Zhang Yu's eyes finally fixated on Jiang Cheng. Seeing Jiang Cheng made his heart skip a beat as he stammered, "It's you. What do you want? Are you kidnapping me?" To be honest, seeing a bloodied man bound in front of him initially left Jiang Cheng somewhat at a loss. However, at this moment, the look in Zhang Yu's eyes after waking up evoked a strange emotion in Jiang Cheng. He was uncertain whether this feeling was good or bad. But in this situation, he only followed his inner thoughts. He walked in front of Zhang Yu, looking down at him, as if he were staring at a corpse. The terrifying aura that Jiang Cheng exuded made Zhang Yu, who had become a lamb to the slaughter, feel a tremendous sense of pressure. His heart began to beat in fear. He realized the seriousness of the situation. "What exactly do you want?" "I warn you, murder is illegal. Don't go overboard. I beg you, calm down." Jiang Cheng smiled fearlessly. When he arrived earlier, Wang Sheng had already relayed the situation to Hongqing Company is not just an investment firm. It also occupies a significant underground influence in Thailand. "I told you the next time you see me, I will make you forever silent." After saying this, Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Sheng and asked, "How should we deal with this?" "Young master, there are many ways to die. In Thailand, many people accidentally die from drug use. Drowning, car accidents, and falls are all commonplace and easy to handle." Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Get rid of him." "Yes, we will handle it immediately," Wang Sheng replied respectfully. Zhang Yu's face turned even paler as he listened to their ruthless dialogue. In fear, he pleaded with Jiang Cheng, "You can't do this to me, young master Jiang. I was wrong, please let me go. I will never bother you Xiao again, please spare me, I beg you." Before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, his mouth was filled with a special liquid. He watched as Wang Sheng and the others calmly carried out their actions. Although Jiang Qing's expression remained composed, his heart was racing uncontrollably. After leaving this place, Jiang Qing drove with Wang Sheng and Qing Zhong towards Heng Qing Company. Along the way, Jiang Qing seemed to finally understand why the system required him to personally supervise Zhang Yuan's site. There is a saying that the accumulation of wealth is stained with blood. Jiang Qing chose to complete Zhang Ye's task in Thailand to exchange for this 5% stake. This was also part of his initial capital accumulation. Jiang Qing sighed, inwardly shaking off the thoughts in his mind, quietly reflecting on the impact of the earlier scene on himself. Due to prior arrangements, Jiang Qing had Wang Sheng drive directly to the company entrance. At this time, several bodyguards in black suits and a middle-aged man holding a cigar and wearing a floral shirt were already standing at the entrance of the company. A Rolls-Royce stopped at the main entrance, and Wang Sheng opened the car door for Jiang Qing. As soon as Jiang Qing got out of the car, the middle-aged man quickly approached and hugged him. He spoke in very halting Chinese, saying, "Hello Jiang Qing, little brother, I've been waiting for you." This middle-aged man is Mario, the largest shareholder of Heng Qing Company. As soon as he finished speaking, the system chimed with a notification. Detected that the host has a language barrier. The system rewards the host with Thai proficiency. Looking at such an intelligent system, Jiang Qing couldn't help but marvel again. Impressive. Jiang Qing nodded, shook Mario's hand, and spoke in fluent Thai. "Brother Mario, it's great to see you." Upon hearing Jiang Qing speak Thai, Mario was immediately astonished. "I didn't expect you, little brother Jiang Qing, to speak Thai. I understand a bit. Come, let me show you around the company, and later he'll treat you well." "Thank you, brother Mario. You're too polite, little brother Jiang Qing. We are brothers." While speaking, Jiang Qing took a look at Mario with the character scanning system. Name Mario, age 35 years, height 178 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, friendliness 110, life and death friends. Jiang Qing finally felt relieved after seeing the friendliness score. After signing the document for his 20% share, Mario invited Jiang Qing to a relatively secretive high-end private club in the area. "Come on, brother Jiang Qing, everything has been arranged. I guarantee you'll have a great time tonight. I often come to this club. Not only is the food delicious, but there are also various beautiful women for massages. The best part is that you can choose from different types, both male and female." Jiang Qing waved his hand, saying, "Brother Mario, you're too polite. A normal meal is fine." "Oh, I'm just a simple..." Jiang Qing couldn't handle the kind of things unique to this club. Mario laughed heartily at this and patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, you'll definitely enjoy it later. Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it." Mario treated Jiang Qing to a very authentic Thai meal. Although it was quite tasty, Jiang Qing felt that the food from our homeland was more to his liking. After satisfying their hunger, the two headed to the spa room for a local specialty massage by beautiful women. When the timing was right, Mario spoke to the people nearby, saying, "Bring them in." Soon several girls walked in, lining up. They were all bare-legged, wearing only red bathrobes. Jiang Qing glanced at them, noting that all 6 girls were very attractive. "Brother Jiang Qing, this is specially prepared for you. How about it? Feel free to choose 2 or 3. Mario looked at Jiang Qing with great expectation. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, asking, "Brother Mario, is this the specialty here?" He shook his head. "Ordinary people can't find such quality. However, regular clients can't afford this. I specifically prepared this for you. They are all 1 in a million, beautiful and clean. You can rest assured in your choice, and they all came here voluntarily, definitely not under coercion." Jiang Qing looked at the several lively girls in front of him, and his gaze suddenly settled on a girl with black bang. She really matched his aesthetic. Jiang Qing activated the character scanning system on her. The one with the highest rating turned out to be her. Name Jiang Man, age 19 years, height 165 centimeters, appearance 90, figure 93, privacy 0, friendliness 50. All the others had privacy values of only a few points. However, only Jiang Man had a privacy value of 0. It was quite rare to find that here. "Damn." Jiang Qing casually pointed at Jiang Man, saying, "Just her." Seeing that she was chosen by Jiang Qing, Jiang Man cautiously looked over with her sharp eyes. When she saw how handsome Jiang Qing was, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She even felt her heart racing a bit. "Brother Jiang Qing has good taste. Jiang Man is quite beautiful." "Haha, thank you, brother Mario. I'll have a good chat with her later." The women in this region generally had slightly tanned skin, but Jiang Man had the fresh and lively feel similar to girls back home. Standing next to the others, she appeared exceptionally fair. "Haha, brother, your Thai is completely fine in communicating with the others. Besides, what else can they say apart from calling at night? Still, you understand best. You clearly are an experienced man. Alright, I'll also choose 2 to enjoy. I've already booked you a room. You can stay as long as you want, just keep it on my tab." "Is that really okay? I feel a bit embarrassed. Brothers don't say such things. That feels distant to discuss them." "Okay, then I'll thank you, brother." Seeing that Jiang Qing didn't refuse any further, Mario happily wrapped his arm around his shoulder, saying, "That's more like it, let's go." Soon Jiang Cheng and Jiang Man arrived at the suite on the 5th floor. At this moment Jiang Man lowered her head, looking at the bathrobe on her body, appearing somewhat awkward as she stood in front of Jiang Cheng. Noticing her anxiety, Jiang Cheng patted the seat beside him and said, "Sit." "Yes." Jiang Man obediently sat next to Jiang Cheng. Without saying a word, Jiang Cheng picked her up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. An hour later, Jiang Cheng sat up and poured a glass of warm water, gulping it down. He noticed Jiang Man swallowing as she looked at the cup in his hand. Jiang Cheng poured another glass and handed it over. "Thank you." Jiang Man accepted the water and quickly drank it all. After taking the cup from her hand and placing it back, Jiang Cheng walked back to the bed and pinned Jiang Man beneath him. After more than an hour, Jiang Cheng, having completed his business, sat on the bed replying to messages on his phone. Jiang Man noticed Jiang Cheng leaning against the bed and hesitated before sitting up. "Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you are satisfied with my service?" Jiang Man asked, mustering her courage. Jiang Cheng did not expect Jiang Man to ask such a question. He nodded perfunctorily. "I'm quite satisfied. Don't worry, I will give you a tip later." "That's not what I mean. I don't want a tip." Jiang Man hurriedly waved her hand. "If you are satisfied with me, can I follow you? I will take good care of you." Jiang Cheng looked at Jiang Man with curiosity. "Why do you want to follow me?" Earlier Mario had mentioned that all the girls came here voluntarily. Jiang Cheng knew that many women in Thailand were in this line of work, just like in Sakura country. Isn't it all for money? He had originally thought Jiang Man's lack of privacy was rare, but after a few attempts he realized that her only value was zero. In other aspects, she was quite experienced. Why do I say this? Based on Jiang Cheng's experiments, only those who have tasted would instinctively vomit the first time they tried it. However, this girl not only moved skillfully, but was also very proactive and enjoyed the process. If she was indeed forced to sell herself, Jiang Cheng would have felt pity for her. But if it's all voluntary, then there's nothing more to say. It's a mutual agreement, merely a transaction of money. Just like in a massage parlor, he had heard many tragic stories of the girls he met in his past life. "If you can let me stay by your side, I won't stay here anymore. I don't want to serve clients." Jiang Cheng shook his head, realizing that Jiang Man clearly saw him as a stepping stone. As soon as Jiang Cheng made a move, her expression and bodily reactions were very intense. Moreover, he knew that even if a different person had come today, Jiang Man would likely still ask the same. The reason was simple: only those who could afford to keep these women had the economic strength. Following such a person would definitely be better than working here. "Mario should give you quite a bit of money. I will have someone give you an additional 500,000 huaxia coins. Converted to Talon's currency, this amount is sufficient for you to do many things. The rest is up to you to arrange." 500,000 huaxia coins could do many things in Talon. As long as she was content, she would basically be free from worry about food and clothing. If she wanted more, that was beyond Jiang Cheng's control. After greeting Mario, Jiang Cheng left. As Jiang Cheng had said, after he left, Jiang Man was not very sad. Instead, she happily ran to the supervisor. Excitedly she asked, "Did the client leave me 500,000 huaxia coins?" "Yes, you are really lucky. Are you going to retire?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Man picked up a cigarette from the table and expertly lit it, saying, "How could that be it? I want to stay here. There's nowhere else that makes money faster than this place. I've never been to Thailand. Take me out to explore." Jiang Cheng said to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng looked at Jiang Cheng, hesitating before saying, "Young master, isn't it a bit much to leave 500,000 huaxia coins? Thailand is different from the homeland. The girls here are quite open. They are also struggling to survive in a narrow gap, making a living under the rod. It's not easy. They have to cooperate with shouts, and in the end they are forced to swallow it all. If I can help, I will." After a few seconds of digesting this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but silently give Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. "All right, young master, if you want to explore at this hour, you can go to the local night market where there are many shops and snacks with local characteristics." "Sure, let's go then." Jiang Cheng casually walked around, and the night market was filled with all kinds of seafood and tropical fruits, such as eating raw cuttlefish, coconut shrimp. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to head back to the hotel after browsing around, he suddenly heard the sound of a little girl crying. "Mommy, mommy, let go of me." Jiang Cheng's hearing was excellent, and after looking around, he quickly spotted two men covering a 7-year-old girl's mouth, trying to drag her away. Jiang Cheng quickly walked over and signaled to Wang Sheng. Soon the two of them approached and subdued them. Seeing that Wang Sheng and Qing Zhong had guns, the men immediately raised their hands in fear and did not dare to move. Leaving the crowded night market, they found a quieter corner, and Jiang Cheng asked the little girl, "What's your name? What are you doing alone?" "I'm Annie, big brother. Thank you for saving me. I came with my mom, and just now I wanted to try that raw marinated cuttlefish, but there were too many people in line. I don't know what happened to I got jostled and couldn't see my mom anymore." Jiang Cheng looked at the soft and cute little girl whose eyes were red from crying and picked her up. "Do you know your mom's phone number?" Annie nodded and gave her phone number to Jiang Cheng. He called, and the other party quickly answered the phone. Hello, is this Annie's mother? Jiang Cheng reported his location to her before hanging up the phone. At that moment Annie was still scared and clung to Jiang Cheng's side. She tightly grasped Jiang Cheng's pants and said in a baby voice, "Handsome brother, I'm a bit scared. Can you? I'm afraid the bad people will take me away." Jiang Cheng squatted down and patted her head. "Don't worry, brother is here watching over you. No one dares to take you away." Annie nodded and shyly said, "Brother, you're so handsome, even more than my favorite movie star." Jiang Cheng helplessly chuckled and shook his head. "How old are you this year? So young and already chasing stars." Annie proudly nodded, "Of course. I'm already 7 years old. I liked brother Wang Junkai when I was 5. My mom even got his autograph for my birthday gift, but I'll tell you a secret, I think you're even more handsome than him. Are kids nowadays so mature?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but click his tongue slightly upon hearing this. Just as he finished speaking, a mature woman in a white suit with slightly curled hair and wearing 10-centimeter black high heels hurriedly ran towards them. As soon as Annie saw the woman, she immediately ran towards her. Mommy, I'm over here." The woman squatted down and tightly hugged Annie. Big tears fell down one by one. After releasing Annie, she grabbed her hand and gave her 2 light slaps. After the slaps, she felt heartbroken and pulled her into her arms, crying and scolding, "You little rascal. I told you not to run, and you still did. Do you know how long I searched for you? If something happened, what would Mommy do?" Annie, realizing her mistake, pouted and said while crying, "Mommy, I won't do it again. Please don't cry. Are you okay? Let Mommy take a look." Annie shook her head and said to the woman, "I'm fine. Fortunately, this handsome brother helped me find you. You must not run off again. This place is not as safe as back home." After hugging Annie for a while longer, the woman stood up and walked towards Jiang Cheng. "Hello, I am an Xian. Thank you for calling me sir. I truly appreciate it." An Xian spoke excitedly, somewhat incoherently. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but comment on the warm scene of their mother and child reunion. "Miss an Xian, although this was a close call, I still want to remind you to keep an eye on your child. It's not always that lucky. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng, this little girl might have had a different fate." Every time he saw those news reports about kidnapped children, Jiang Cheng wanted to scold those parents awake. Especially those guardians who are busy playing on their phones while taking their children out. They fail to watch over their kids and then cry hysterically when something happens. Isn't that just asking for it? Who can they blame but themselves? How could they not keep an eye on such a mischievous child? An Xian felt a bit embarrassed after being scolded by Jiang Cheng. It was indeed her responsibility not to look after Annie. She bowed her head in embarrassment and thanked Jiang Cheng. "You're right. It's my fault. Next time I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Handsome brother, please don't blame my mommy. It's my fault," Annie said sweetly to Jiang Cheng. Before Jiang Cheng could respond, Wang Sheng walked over and glanced at an Xian before lowering his head and speaking to Jiang Cheng. "Young master, these two have confessed. They said they wanted to take the little girl because she was pretty and they had a bit to drink. They wanted to take her back to show their brothers." Wang Sheng didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present except for Annie understood the implications. Such things frequently happen in Thailand, in the same country. There are many reports of girls being assaulted by men on public buses, and bizarrely some men even don't spare cows at night. Overall, these two countries are simply outrageous. And Zin's face turned ashen upon hearing this. She trembled and asked Jiang Cheng with a frightened expression, "Are you talking about the little girl Annie?" After saying that, an Xian immediately picked up Annie and began checking her all over. Annie tugged at an Xian to signal her to calm down. "Mommy, what's wrong? I'm fine, right? What if no one had come to save you when they tried to take you away? If something happened to you, Mommy wouldn't live either." An Xian was scared. She scolded Annie again. "Do you know how dangerous it is?" Annie wiped in Zin's tears and assured her, "Mommy, I won't let it happen again." After hugging Annie for a while longer, an Xian solemnly bowed to Jiang Cheng and thanked him. "Thank you for saving Annie. I thought she had just gotten lost. I didn't expect such a terrifying thing to happen. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable." Jiang Cheng nodded at an Xian and then looked at Wang Sheng with cold eyes, speaking in Thai. "Such scum doesn't spare even children. Dispose of them." "Yes." After giving the orders, Wang Sheng turned and left. After everything was settled, Jiang Cheng looked at an Xian and Annie and asked, "Where are you staying? Shall I take you back?" And Zin's eyes flashed with a hint of unnoticeable shock before she looked at Jiang Cheng gratefully. "I've already called someone to come. I shouldn't have brought her out alone tonight. I originally thought it would just be a walk, so I didn't bring a bodyguard. I didn't expect something like this to happen." Jiang Cheng nodded. "This place is not as safe as back home." "Yes. I originally didn't want to bring her to Thailand, but she kept pestering me. This market is quite lively, and I thought there wouldn't be much danger. I didn't expect something like this to happen. May I ask how to address you?" "My name is Jiang Cheng." "Mr. Jiang Cheng, I really don't know how to thank you. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No need to trouble yourself. I'm going back to my country tomorrow." "You're going back? May I ask where you're from?" "Rome City." "What a coincidence. I'm also from Rome City. We are returning the day after tomorrow. May I have your contact information? I'll treat you to dinner when we go back." Please promise me. Seeing an XIN say this, Jiang Chung opened the character scanning system. Name an XIN, age 26, height 168 centimeters, appearance 93, figure 94, privacy 0, friendliness 70, closed status. Jiang Chung glanced at the system introduction. Privacy value 0. What kind of operation is this? Did she have Annie without having any relationships? Could it be that an XIN and Annie have some hidden secrets?